You are listening to Deep Sea Embers by Yuan Tong. Novels from Novel Fire. Chapter 401, Fog. The silent cathedral was at the heart of the independent city-state, situated on the mountainous peak of Frost. Its presence was as subtle as it was imposing, serenely nestled on the mountain apex. The brooding clouds overhead bestowed an additional veneer of hushed silence to the already solemn and melancholic structure. The cathedral's towering spires shot up into the misty atmosphere, standing tall and fierce like thorny blades, surveying the city sprawled below. Mid the throng of city dwellers, a figure of unusual height casually sauntered across the open plaza that lay before the cathedral, taking in the picturesque scenery as if he were a simple tourist. Soon another man emerged from the bustling crowd, an elderly gentleman, refined in demeanor, exuding an air of warmth beneath his dark brown coat. He strode purposefully towards the tall figure. Spotting Morris weaving his way through the crowd, Vanna took steps to inconspicuously relocate to a quieter section of the bustling area. Everything seems ordinary around the cathedral square. Vanna nonchalantly leaned against a lamppost, her gaze fixated on the cathedral's entrance a short distance away as she delivered her observation in hushed tones. Similar situation at City Hall. At least superficially, the residents here exhibit no indications of psychological or cognitive compromise, Morris commented while carefully cleaning his monocle. However, I've picked up on something. Oh, what's that? A few individuals close to the square were discussing the recent sewer investigations conducted by the authorities. Unless I misunderstood, they were referring to the second waterway, Morris disclosed. They mentioned a certain gatekeeper Agatha who seems to be heading the team. Gatekeeper Agatha? Vanna's brows furrowed slightly at the news, but the captain informed us. The genuine Agatha should be ensnared within an illusory doppelganger of Frost as we speak, Morris imparted with a low, serious tone. Which leads us to conclude that the person leading the team is likely an imposter. Vanna drew a slow, deep breath, then suddenly shifted her gaze upwards, fixating on the silent cathedral. The majestic and serious structure starkly contrasted against the backdrop of the gloomy sky, its spires eerily emerging from the thin fog. Her expression hardened. If nothing seems amiss with the cathedral, we're left with two likely scenarios. Either the impostor has managed to deceive the cathedral, or the Death Church of Frost can no longer be considered reliable. There's a significant problem brewing within the cathedral. Morris nodded gently in agreement. Regardless of the scenario, it's clear that the church has completely lost control of the situation. We need to depart immediately and relay this information to Mr. Duncan. Vanna nodded in silent approval and made her way towards the plaza's exit alongside Morris. However, before leaving, she shot one last glance at the sprawling space opposite the silent cathedral. This was where the City Hall was located, the site of the erstwhile Winter's Court, now known as the Queen's Palace. As the fog thickened on the mountain peak, Vanna observed the structure, standing as silent as the silent cathedral, its spires reaching into the mist. The edifice surveyed the entirety of the island, standing tall against the sky, a silent sentinel beneath the foreboding sky. Abruptly, Vanna halted in her tracks, her body rigid as if frozen in place. Reacting to her unusual behavior, Morris swiftly spun around, his concern evident. Vanna, what did you see? Vanna didn't respond. Instead, she remained transfixed, staring intently into the swirling fog that provoked an uncanny sense of déjà vu in her. Bathed in the foggy haze, the City Hall seemed to revert to its previous form. It was an architectural marvel, a palace-like edifice adorned with numerous arched domes. The grand, dignified main structure, cloaked in a pallor of grayish-white, was flanked by elongated corridors and continuous arches, extending on either side like a bird spreading its wings. The gloomy, black spires and tower-like structures characteristic of a cathedral were noticeably absent at first glance. Vanna, what's wrong? Morris's voice echoed again in the silent square. I caught a glimpse of another cathedral where City Hall stands. Vanna's voice broke through the silence, her tone low and grave. It was but for a fleeting moment, yet I am certain my eyes didn't deceive me. Another cathedral? Morris was taken aback. He instinctively swept his gaze across the plaza, but all that met his eyes was the seemingly normal City Hall. Letter 1D445. Nonetheless, he didn't doubt Vanna's discernment, not for a moment. This isn't a good omen, the elderly scholar muttered under his breath, his hand instinctively adjusting the hat perched atop his head. It seems that only you were privy to this vision, likely attributed to your divine sight as a cleric, which significantly surpasses that of a regular person. The appearance of this vision near the cathedral suggests an escalating contamination. Vanna remained silent, her brows knitted together in a troubled frown. She cast her gaze towards the city sprawled at the mountain's foot, staying quiet for a moment before slowly articulating, "The fog is thickening, engulfing everything in sight." The fog had first originated in the heart of Frost, and then began its relentless spread throughout the city. Now, it's veiled the entire island in a hazy whiteness. "Look at the thick fog outside." Shirley's voice rang out from the second-floor bedroom window, her head protruding out as she craned her neck to take in the spectacle unfurling on the streets, her face a mask of surprise. Dog, too, wandered over to the window, his skeletal head nudging alongside Shirley's. After surveying the scene outside for a while, he abruptly broke the silence. The dense fog blanketing the city is usually due to a significant temperature disparity between day and night, coupled with human activities that trigger a rise in water vapor, subsequently increasing airborne dust particles. When the moisture-laden air circulating between the buildings undergoes rapid cooling, it results in. Shirley turned towards him, her expression one of confusion. "Dog, what on earth are you trying to say?" Dog is actually reciting a passage from Chapter 2 of The Logic Behind Nature. He's been engrossed in that book for the past few days, Nina remarked offhandedly, never taking her eyes off the homework spread across the desk beside her. "You should consider reading simpler books once in a while. It's quite effective in enhancing vocabulary. If text-heavy books intimidate you, you can start with picture books." Shirley paused for a moment, then retorted uncertainly, "Are you insinuating that my vocabulary is so poor that I'm only capable of reading picture books despite all my efforts to learn?" Nina, her attention already back on her homework, replied matter-of-factly, "No, I'm merely stating the obvious that you indeed can only handle picture books. There's no mockery in expressing facts." Shirley's face contorted, ready to burst out in indignation, but she was abruptly distracted by the intensifying fog outside the window and waved her hands dismissively. "Let's forget about that. Come take a look. The fog outside is exceptionally dense. I've never witnessed such a dense fog back in Planned. Planned experiences marginal temperature variations between day and night, and the breezy mornings and evenings typically deter fog formation," Nina explained without lifting her gaze from her work. "I can't look now. I still have a mound of unfinished homework. This test paper that Professor Morris assigned is remarkably challenging. The multiple-choice questions are designed to be deceiving. I can't shake off the feeling that I'm consistently choosing the wrong option." "Well, if you're unsure about an answer, always go with option C," Shirley suggested nonchalantly. Then a new idea seemed to cross her mind. "Hey, Nina, do you feel like stepping out? We won't wander far. There's a pastry shop right across the street. Given the weather, it's unlikely they'll have many customers. We might get lucky and find some discounted cakes." "I'm not interested," Nina replied dismissively. "Feel free to go by yourself. If Uncle Duncan returns, I won't spill the beans." Her words were abruptly interrupted by an eerie, rustling sound that reverberated through the room, instantly putting a stop to the girl's chatter. "Did you hear something just now?" Shirley rapidly retreated from the windowsill, her eyes darting around the room, a guarded expression on her face. Nina grew alert too, but as her eyes instinctively swept the room, she noticed something peculiar happening on the pages of the exam paper and textbooks sprawled in front of her. The text appeared to be in motion, symbols spinning uncontrollably, the stark contrast of the black and white ink marks seemingly coming alive, trembling inexplicably. Along the edges of those jittery strokes, black shadows began to spread out like seeping ink, rapidly blanketing the entire paper. Within the span of a heartbeat, every textbook and paper that Nina had been diligently studying moments ago began to quiver and convulse with an eerie intensity. A dissonant chorus of whispers melded with the unsettling rustling sound, reverberating ominously throughout the room. "Ah, your books have been possessed," Shirley hollered in astonishment, her instincts prompting her to raise the chain that bound her to Dog. As her outcry echoed within the room, an insidious entity, lured by the essence of wisdom and knowledge, started manifesting itself in the physical world and infiltrating it. Swirls of dark dust stormed and swirled violently, coalescing into a tangible shape. Scattered skeletal fragments rattled and rolled across the floor, rapidly morphing into a grotesque, spine-chilling creature. 3 menacing dark hounds materialized on the floor, letting out intimidating growls, their eyes ablaze with turmoil and insanity. Their eyes then fell upon Dog, who lay stunned in the empty space by the window. 3 malevolent dark hounds locked gazes with an intelligent counterpart. Shirley thought she detected a fleeting moment of confusion in the demeanors of the native demons. but such unexpected circumstances didn't hamper her reactions. The black chain rattled and clinked as Shirley lifted her arm high, leveraging an enormous force to swing Dog around like a devastating meteor hammer. The next moment, he whizzed through the air and barreled towards the demon closest to the window. "I'm gonna whip you into shape." With a thunderous crash, two canine heads violently collided. The poor demon who recently emerged from the shadowy abyss was clearly no match for Dog, who had honed his combat skills through years of rigorous training with Shirley, be it in terms of skull strength or reaction speed. The first shadow demon crumbled into shards upon the initial impact. Meanwhile, the second shadow demon had just enough time to part its jaws, but before it could let out a fierce roar, it was assailed by a wave of blistering heat. An inferno flared from the side, and Nina landed a searing kick with an incredible temperature of 6,000 degrees C. Chapter 402, Pervasion. Since adjusting to her new life on board the ship, Nina had become skilled at managing the myriad challenges that popped up in the course of her academic pursuits. These challenges were diverse and complex, ranging from apparitions originating from the spirit realm casting sinister shadows, to terrifying abyssal shadow demons making sporadic appearances, and even inconsistencies found within the pages of her textbooks. Her rigorous and methodical training schedule had significantly contributed to her remarkable progress in controlling her magical abilities. As a testament to her growing prowess, she had learned to unleash a kick of such power that its temperature soared to 6,000 degrees Celsius. Yet, she managed to control the heat in such a way that nearby items, such as bunk beddings, would remain unaffected and undamaged. In one memorable incident, a blinding flash of light filled the room. It was the manifestation of Nina's might, and under its glare, a shadow demon was instantly turned to dust. The radiance of the sun had obliterated it entirely, leaving no signs of charring or any trace of a burnt smell. Instead, the room was permeated by the comforting scent of the beddings that had been warmed by the sun's rays. The final remaining dark hound, a creature conjured from one of Nina's textbooks, stood at the center of the room in confusion. Even for a creature governed by chaos and pure instinct, the sudden vanishing of its companions was puzzling. Waiting to face it was Dog, growling menacingly while under the firm control of Shirley, and Nina walking steadily towards it, radiating a glow as fierce and intense as the midday sun. Upon sensing Nina's approach, the shadow demon swiveled its head towards her, meeting a gaze as blinding as the sun. As a result of this direct eye contact, the hound ignited, engulfed by the ancient and raw power of the solar sun. This scene left Shirley, who had never seen Nina in a fit of rage before, utterly taken aback. She had always considered Nina to be eternally jovial, never displaying anger. However, her assumption was proven wrong. Nina was indeed irate, and the heat and intensity of her anger were as awe-inspiring as the sunrise. Despite Nina trying to rein in her rage, the blazing light emanating from her was suggestive of a force powerful enough to incinerate a soul. As Shirley's unease grew and she was about to intervene, Nina finally voiced her outrage. Plasma flames flickered at the corners of her mouth as she spoke, her voice echoing around the room like thunder. "My homework." The note of loss and anger in her voice was palpable as she continued. "My papers, my reference books, and even Shirley's homework. These demons have torn them all to pieces." Nina's anger paralyzed the demon in fear, while Shirley, battling to suppress her laughter, stuttered, "Really? My homework's gone too." Realizing the situation was no time to laugh, Shirley tried to intervene before Nina could further retaliate against the demon. Wait, leave this demon alone. Dog has a question for it." Nina, who was already in mid-swing to kick the demon, halted at Shirley's plea and turned to her friend. "What could we possibly ask? Isn't it simply another shadow demon that's been interfering with our studies? We've dealt with plenty of them already on the ship." "But it's daylight now," Shirley exclaimed, a note of urgency in her voice. Nina hesitated for a moment, and then the realization hit her. Despite the heavy mist making the sky as somber as twilight, it was technically daytime, a time when Vision 1 still maintained its protective veil over the world. During these hours, the city-state was safe from intrusion, and their study sessions wouldn't typically lure the attention of shadowy entities. So, what was causing these shadow demons to emerge now? With a burning intensity of 6,000 degrees Celsius, Nina's penetrating gaze fell upon the last remaining dark hound. The demon, finding itself in the direct path of Nina's solar brilliance, began to smoke as the heat started to consume its bones. It thrashed around, seemingly attempting to create a dimensional rift to escape back into the abyss. However, this instinctive response was quickly quashed by Dog, who interrupted the portal that had begun to form. Are you able to extract any information from it? Nina asked Dog, pulling back some of her overwhelming power. You've previously stated that standard shadow demons lack intelligence and are incapable of communication, haven't you? Creatures without intellect remain as such, but upon closer inspection, you can sometimes discover fragments of memories within their chaotic minds. Dog responded, shaking his head, a residual motion likely from his recent clash with the other dark hound. Don't worry, shadow demons possess their own unique language. What kind of communication methods? Nina and Shirley both asked at once, curiosity piqued. They're rather unpleasant, Dog muttered, cautiously moving towards the immobilized dark hound, which had by now ceased struggling under Nina's blazing gaze. He cast a look at Shirley. Close your eyes, Shirley. After a moment of hesitation, Shirley followed his instruction and shut her eyes tightly. A brief growl, a scuffle, and then the gruesome sound of bones being torn apart, crushed, and chewed resonated throughout the room. The demon's desperate struggle was short-lived. A while later, Shirley cautiously opened her eyes. All that was left at the center of the room was a small pile of rapidly disintegrating black dust. Dog stood beside the remains, while Nina stood a bit taken aback on the opposite side. The brilliant aura around her took a few moments to fade as she exclaimed in amazement, "Wow!" Shirley pieced together what had happened while her eyes were closed. She gave Dog a complicated look. Actually, you'd have nightmares, I know you. Dog shook his head, then ground his teeth and spat out distastefully. Ugh. Did you break a tooth? Chewing on an uneducated demon is like gnawing on a stone. You can't extract a coherent sentence from it despite its peculiar desire for knowledge, Dog remarked, expressing his disdain for his illiterate counterparts. His confidence and pride as an enlightened dark hound were clearly visible. Then he lowered his head, seemingly to mull over the information he had just communicated with. Letter 1E5F. A moment later, he lifted his head, an expression of puzzlement wrinkling his canine features. He turned towards Shirley and Nina, voicing his concerns. It's strange the residual memories of this dark hound suggest that it hasn't undergone the suppression of Vision 1. Shirley and Nina shared a glance of surprise. But at this moment, it's clearly daytime. Shirley murmured almost to herself, slowly gravitating towards the window to survey the outdoors. The fog outside had consolidated into a thick mass that swathed the streets in veils of white. This dense shroud muted the daylight to a twilight-like gloom, rendering the buildings across the street nearly indistinguishable. Still, there was a visible patch of brightness in the sky marking the position of the sun. It was undoubtedly daytime under Vision 1's watchful eye. Nina, look, Shirley gestured towards the skies above. The sun is there. But then her voice trailed off abruptly. Within the conglomeration of dense fog and clouds, the bright luminescence fluttered a few times, then began to ripple outward like light reflecting off the surface of a pond. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that it wasn't the sun after all. It was merely a visual afterimage, a residual glow that lingered in the city's sky once the curtain of day lifted. Above their city of frost, the sun had vanished. Concurrently, deep beneath the Earth's surface, within the ancient and sealed second waterway under the metallic mine at the city's heart. The city's enveloping fog hadn't seeped into the underground, and minor anomalies on the surface did not impact the exploration team's operations. In the deep, forsaken subterranean world, the Church's guardian forces were diligently bolstering their newly established outpost. Steam-powered mechanical creatures, bearing a striking resemblance to spiders, navigated through the vast labyrinth of sewer corridors. High-powered searchlights probed every dark nook of the passage, and the multi-barreled cannons on the spider-like machines subtly adjusted their angles, perpetually on alert for shadows lurking in the darker intersections. Silent priests cloaked in black robes quietly offered prayers in bunkers at the crossroads, amassing strength for the impending offensive. Elite senior guardians fortified the entrances and gates, lanterns swaying from their waists, one hand clutching a staff, the other wielding a specially modified shotgun or large-caliber revolver. The second waterway had been under the dominion of darkness for an extensive period. Thus, venturing on an exploration mission into this gloomy abyss was less about investigation and more akin to declaring war on a distorted, terrifying realm. The enemy could be anything, for the enemy was the darkness itself. An unusual sibilant noise resonated from a distant connection, interjected by the sounds of a large body wriggling and contorting. 2 steam-powered walking machines stationed at the intersection were quick to respond. 4 potent flashbangs were launched from the arachnid-like machines, followed by the guardians manning the machine guns. who released a deluge of bullets towards the peculiar sound source. Mid the resounding clamor, the darkness rippled violently, suggestive of an injured entity on the verge of revealing itself. A dozen silent priests draped in black robes arose from their hiding spots behind the bunkers. They hoisted their holy books and directed their bandaged arms towards the darkness, their voices merging into a harmonious battle cry. In response to their call, pallid flames sparked into life within the darkness, aligning with the barrage from the steam walkers. The blaze immolated whatever monstrosity the darkness had birthed. Eventually, the agitated darkness retreated, calming down once more. The intersection gradually transitioned from an impenetrable black to a dim twilight until it was fully illuminated as it usually would be, rendering it visible to mortal eyes. However, there was no sign of any entity, only bullet-ridden walls exhibiting holes of diverse sizes, and a fleeting, rapidly dissipating stench pervading the air. Agatha pulled her gaze away from the unsettling scene. Her mission wasn't to engage with these intersections. "Lead me to that door." The command fell from the lips of the gatekeeper, directed at one of his subordinates in a barely perceptible turn. Chapter 403, The Depleted Truth. Agatha, the appointed leader, assembled a compact yet fully equipped squadron of guardians. With a determined spirit, they embarked on their journey from the forward outpost, a position staked out by the army of the church. The path they tread was laden with hasty constructions meant to impede any potential enemy advancements, including makeshift barricades and provisional firing posts. Guided by the ambient glow of antiquated gas lamps, they maneuvered through a significant intersection, and subsequently found themselves navigating the serpentine twists and turns of a labyrinthine corridor that plunged into the bowels of the complex. The ancient gas lamps, embedded within the corroded walls of the corridor, emitted an eerie hissing sound. The outdated network of pipes supplying the gas to these lamps was far from reliable, resulting in an unsettling flickering and dimming of the lamp's luminosity. Beneath this insufficient illumination, a formidable door, wrought from a dense alloy, stood ominously at the end of the corridor, shrouded in the encompassing darkness. The rhythmic sound of Agatha's staff and high-heeled shoes tapping against the stone floor reverberated eerily through the hollow corridor as she approached this enigmatic door. The door's seal bore signs of decay, possibly as a result of its long and forgotten existence. A thin fissure could be spotted between the two imposing door panels, betraying a glimpse into the unknown beyond. The lead block that originally bolstered the bolt had evidently endured some form of impact. It was visibly stretched and torn. An embossed nameplate, a steel relic of Frost's City Hall, was affixed beside the door. This puzzling discovery had been made by an exploration team deep underground. The peculiar door situated in the heart of the Second Waterway's central region that Agatha had previously mentioned to Governor Winston. City Hall had cordoned off this area, yet the governor was oblivious to the presence of this door. Documentation relevant to this door seemed to have vanished during the tumultuous period that succeeded the end of the Frost Queen, Rey Nora's, rule. In times of hardship and uncertainty, memory can often disregard such trivial details as the ceiling of a forsaken tunnel in some dark, dank recess of the city. Was this door a potential sanctuary for the nefarious Annihilation cultists? Or perhaps it was one of the many enigmas that the Frost Queen had left behind as her legacy to the world. Agatha stretched out her hand, gingerly brushing her fingers against the rough, cold surface of the heavy alloy. A strangely dull and numbing sensation spread from her fingertips, with only the door's coldness registering distinctly. "Shall we proceed with opening this door?" inquired a guardian, cloaked in a black robe, stepping forth from the shadows. "We have received authorization from the governor's office." "True, Governor Winston did provide his consent," Agatha responded with a gentle shake of her head. "But this door, which has remained ensnared in darkness for countless years, should not be hastily tampered with. There could be dangerous entities lurking behind it. I will assess the situation beyond the door first." The guardians in her vicinity instantly comprehended their leader's directive and retreated a few steps. Agatha raised her gaze to the sliver of a gap between the door panels and extended her hand once more, ready to explore the unknown. Nothing transpired as Agatha expected. Her face creased into a perplexed frown. Observing her confusion, a black-robed guardian sidled over, curiosity glinting in his eyes. "Is there a complication?" "No, there's no issue," Agatha replied, shaking her head dismissively, then swiftly recaptured her focus. Finally, an unexpected gust of wind whirled across the barren expanse, causing her form to morph into a spectral haze of gray mist. This ghostly apparition of wind, cycled twice in front of the imposing door before seeping through the narrow fissure. "Remain vigilant and hold your positions until I return," Agatha commanded. The captain of the black-robed guardians released a sigh of relief after witnessing the lady's success in bypassing the locked gate. He then promptly set about instructing his team to establish a secure perimeter within the corridor. On the other side of the door, the gray cyclone found itself engulfed by a dimly lit expanse after infiltrating the crack. The ethereal wind spun momentarily before it merged back into the figure of Agatha. Having safely traversed the door, the gatekeeper threw a backward glance at her recent passage, then instinctively scanned her own state, her brow knitting together in slight worry. "Why does the magic I routinely wield feel somewhat strained today? Even my body's responsiveness appears to be lagging slightly," Agatha murmured to herself, perplexed. Dismissing her initial confusion, she shook her head and directed her focus back to the urgent task at hand. She examined the strange environment around her, the lantern fastened to her waist emanating a feeble yellow light that tentatively pushed back against the oppressive darkness. There seemed to be numerous unseen entities rustling within the shadows, but all fell silent under her scrutinous gaze. In front of her lay a damp, pitch-black tunnel with exposed earth and metallic stones glistening sporadically in her faint light. The dim glow of her lantern revealed the presence of supporting beams and pillars, as well as an array of miscellaneous debris strewn about. Agatha's brow furrowed in thought. This location didn't seem to be a segment of the second waterway. A regular sewer passage wouldn't bear such structural features. Instead, the space concealed behind the door felt eerily like a long-forgotten mine. Prescription. A mine? Agatha's gaze climbed thoughtfully towards the wet, stone-laden ceiling above as if her eyes were capable of piercing through the dense rock and soil. Soaring upwards to the myriad tunnels, vertical shafts, dormant machinery, and inclined planes above. This particular segment of the second waterway, embedded within the city's heart, intertwined with the subterranean network of metal mines. Apparently, a substantial portion of the sewer system had been repurposed as the mine's drainage network during the Frost Queen's reign. The closest point to the mines within these convoluted tunnels could very well be behind a single, concealed door. As she strolled leisurely along the mined path, an increasing number of questions began to germinate in her mind. This location was unmistakably a mine, yet it appeared as though it had been spared from the total corruption or deformation by the sinister forces of darkness. This deduction was inferred from the presence of residual ores scattered within the mine, which inherently held an aura of natural purity. But why would such an innocuous mine require the protection of such an imposingly vast door? If the decree to seal this mine was issued by the first city hall following the termination of the Frost Queen's rule, what were the unique attributes of this mine that provoked such trepidation? Moreover, it was evident that this mine had been deserted, but the reason for its abandonment was perplexing. The mine wasn't contaminated, there were no monstrous creatures, no mirages, and then it dawned upon her there were no ore veins. Agatha halted abruptly, her gaze methodically analyzing the exposed excavation layer beneath the sloping sides of the mine. She was beginning to decipher the dissonance that had been plaguing her. There were no metallic veins in this mine. Meanwhile, within City Hall, situated at the summit of the former Queen's Palace, the corpulent Governor Winston was sequestered within his domed office. Clothed in a blue coat, he was engrossed in manipulating a refined mechanical component. The brass mechanical model emitted a soft clicking noise as the interconnected gears and rods revolved within his grasp. Each meshing and revolution was characterized by a profound precision and a chillingly beautiful symmetry. The embodiment of intellect, the epitome of engineering, the triumph of civilization. The whirling gears symbolized the insignia and testament of human civilization. Winston positioned the mechanical model before him, indifferently wiping a smear of oil from the base of the model using a decorative ribbon from his coat. Once cleaned, he nodded approvingly, an expression of contented admiration gracing his features as if he were appreciating an exquisite work of art. Metal ores are the lifeblood of Frost, and the mining machinery, the heart that circulates this vital fluid. Engaged in a soliloquy directed partly at himself and partly at the intricate miniature machine before him, Winston gently maneuvered the tiny brass gears with his finger while voicing his thoughts under his breath. 50 years, they passed as swiftly as a fleeting dream. He rose leisurely from his seat and ambled towards the window. Through the expanse of the wide glass window, the dense fog blanketing the entire city was visible. The fog swirled and billowed, obscuring the distinct outlines and boundaries of the buildings and roads, as though they were merging into the cityscape. Even the majestic church located across the open space had been reduced to a vague silhouette amidst the fog. The numerous towering spires and steeples appeared as though they were giants gasping for breath, on the verge of succumbing within the smothering haze. Winston's gaze remained composed as he studied the fog outside his window. The sound of alarm bells tolling in the distance wafted towards him, punctuated by the sporadic commands of the guardians and sheriffs assembling and strategizing in the square. Such an expansive and unusual fog would inevitably alert City Hall. Even without his explicit order as the governor, the city's defense forces would initiate operations in accordance with pre-established procedures. However, maintaining order amidst this dense haze might be the simplest challenge they would face in the imminent future. After contemplating the foggy scene for some time, Winston finally moved away from the window and strolled towards a specific spot in his office. Situated near the window was a petite round table. Wisps of fog infiltrated through the crevices of the cracks, dancing and twirling around the table. In the misty whiteness, he observed two items placed on the table. One was a pile of weathered, brittle files. The other was a meticulously constructed revolver. The files were composed and structured in a traditional format. The exquisite paper edges were adorned with intricate, elaborate print fringes, radiating the unique, sophisticated ambience of the Frost Queen's era. Warning of ore exhaustion, investigation report on the mine, analysis of the inspection results of mining samples. Most of the files were reviewed and authorized between the years 1840 and 1845, and the signature endorsing the review belonged to Ray Nora. The revolver was a prized possession from Governor Winston's personal collection, a classic design from 12 years prior. Even in the present day, it remains robust and dependable. The well-preserved handle and the gun mechanism glistened with an oily sheen, suggesting that it could continue its service for 12 more years, or perhaps even longer. Winston's gaze hovered over the files before ultimately settling on the revolver. He extended his hand and grasped the cool, heavy metal, inspecting its chamber before snapping it back into place. Slowly, he raised his right hand, positioning the barrel of the gun against his temple, a location chosen meticulously by its owner. A few seconds passed before he finally lowered the gun. "This spot will do, I'll remember to use it later," Winston murmured softly. He then ensured the safety of the gun mechanism and securely fastened the revolver in the holster at his waist. The sounds of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor outside his office. "Your Excellency, the fog enveloping the city is intensifying." "I'm aware I'm on my way," Winston replied. Chapter 404, Intersecting Paths. Beneath the city, inside the cold and damp recesses of the second waterway, Agatha, the stalwart gatekeeper, ventured deeper into the foreboding chasm. It was a grim, inhospitable space that threatened to consume her with its pervading chill and looming uncertainty. Her uniform, a once proud symbol of the city-state's defenders, was now threadbare and tattered. It had lost its original luster, just like her battered combat staff. Once a marvel of advanced technology, the staff now bore the signs of relentless battles with numerous marks and scratches. Her physical pain and fatigue had faded into a distant memory, replaced by the eerie resonance of the underground world echoing in her ears. Although Agatha felt as if she had been drained of all her blood, her heart continued to persevere, beating a determined rhythm in the face of imminent death. The specter of mortality was so close that every breath she drew seemed laced with the icy touch of the hereafter. Alone in this darkened tunnel, there were no allies to accompany her, and it felt like an eternity since she had faced off against an enemy. Yet Agatha was not entirely alone. As she neared the brink of death, a faint flame flickered to life, providing a comforting warmth that belied its modest intensity. Cradling the sudden spark close to her chest with her left hand, Agatha allowed its soft green light to play on her face, casting eerie shadows that danced along the dingy corridor. She cherished the subtle warmth that the flame emitted, an essential respite against the increasing cold that seemed to mark her journey ahead. But was it the path that was becoming colder, or was it her own body succumbing to the chill? She couldn't discern the truth. As she navigated her way, Agatha confided in her luminescent companion, "I've passed the junction in the upper city, and am now entering the labyrinthine tunnels surrounding the metal mine." She studied an old, worn-out plaque affixed to the wall nearby. This relic of a bygone era held maps of the city streets above the sewers, allowing her to orient herself and ascertain her current location. "The path here has been eerily devoid of adversaries, but an oppressive, biting cold hinders my progress. Deep and solemn, a voice reverberated in her heart, suggesting, "Perhaps the cultists have abandoned their efforts to obstruct your path by sending their minions. They may be focusing on the impending climax." Agatha inquired, "What's the situation on the surface?" Thick fog has engulfed the entire city-state. The city's defenders are keeping order, urging the populace to remain inside their homes. At certain intersections, squads of defenders can be spotted, lanterns in hand to guide their night patrol amidst the dense fog that blocks the sun's energy, the solemn voice informed Agatha. A similar fog is also rising from the sea surrounding the city-state, possibly spreading hundreds of nautical miles out into the open water. "The heretics have made their move," Agatha murmured softly into the hollow silence. "It's possible that my intervention has forced their hand, pushing them to act ahead of schedule." "Your state doesn't seem to be at its peak." "Indeed, I might be severely wounded," Agatha responded, persisting in her relentless advance. She found her breath hitching with exertion, but her mental clarity was astonishingly unscathed. "However, don't concern yourself with my well-being. I am ready to face the possibility of death. I promise to carry your spark into the heart of their stronghold, come what may. I would much prefer it if you were to complete this mission while still among the living. Agatha, you might be a servant of the god of death, but there's no need to hasten your audience with Bardock. That being said, I've recently found myself pondering something about you death clerics. In your eyes, is death a demotion or a promotion?" Caught off guard, Agatha paused for a moment, a shadow of a smile creeping onto her lips. "Your attempt at humor is unexpected. Regrettably, I can't provide a satisfactory response. I doubt any cleric of death throughout the annals of history has ever contemplated such a question, but if the chance arises later, I'll ponder it." "I look forward to hearing your insights." The voice in her mind retreated into silence. With a soft exhalation, Agatha felt a strange sensation, as if her laboring breaths were becoming a tad smoother and her footsteps a bit more agile. She stole a glance at the fragile spark, cradled protectively in her left hand, and moved past yet another point. Water seeped from an adjacent drain, pooling on the cold stone floor into a modest puddle. The tranquil surface of the water reflected the dim, arched ceiling of the waterway. As Agatha carefully sidestepped the puddle, the otherwise calm surface quivered, the ripples distorting the mirror-like reflection to reveal an apparition. It was a figure shrouded in a black cloak, swathed in bandages, and gripping a simple metal staff. From whence Agatha had come, the spectral figure was moving in the opposite direction. For a brief, fleeting moment, their paths intersected. Without warning, Agatha came to an abrupt halt, her gaze drawn back to the spot she had just navigated. A perplexed expression crossed her face as she noticed the small puddle, its surface still resonating with ripples from her recent passage. In the shattered and fragmented reflection, the spectral figure was nowhere to be seen, yet Agatha couldn't shake the feeling that she had witnessed something. Letter 16B1. It was an image of a figure that bore a striking resemblance to her, yet not quite the same. The figure was dressed in a battle-worn black robe riddled with scars, suggesting a history of relentless combat. Its path was set toward the deeper recesses of the second waterway, the exact place she had just left. As she stood in silent contemplation, a voice called out from behind her, breaking her train of thought, "Gatekeeper, is something amiss?" "That puddle," Agatha abruptly turned, indicating a distant point with an outstretched finger. "Has it always been there? Did you spot anything peculiar about it?" "The puddle," her subordinate followed her line of sight, a hint of confusion crossing her face. "Yes, it has been there, but I can't say I noticed anything unusual about it." Agatha didn't offer a reply, instead falling into a thoughtful silence. Her eyes were fixated on the puddle's gently rippling surface, and as the moments passed, her gaze deepened, filled with profound contemplation and gravity. "Did you see something?" her subordinate finally asked, unable to hide the growing concern in her voice. After what seemed like an eternity, Agatha slowly shook her head, her voice a comforting whisper. "Don't worry, everything is fine, everything is fine." Her subordinate appeared still somewhat bewildered, but the somber expression on Agatha's face urged her to suppress her curiosity. Swiftly, she shifted the conversation. "Did you discover something beyond that door? You had a grave look when you returned." Agatha's fragmented thoughts quickly solidified. Lifting her gaze, she looked back in the direction they had traveled from. The entrance leading to the deserted mine was now obscured behind a series of turns, yet she could still recall with striking clarity what she had stumbled upon in the gloomy depth of that mine. She had not ventured far into the mine. After confirming her suspicions, she promptly guided her team back along the second waterway and set course for the base. Out of a sense of caution, she also refrained from revealing her discoveries to her subordinates. Even now, she was uncertain about how to articulate her strange and unnerving hypothesis to the dedicated protectors before her. Hesitant for a fleeting moment, she finally turned on her heel and continued towards the base. Having covered some distance, she softly broke the silence as if musing aloud. How does frost sustain its existence? How does frost maintain its existence? Her subordinate was taken aback, unable to grasp the context of Agatha's query. After a brief pause, she ventured tentatively, "You mean the source of the city-state's income, the trade in selling metal ore. Metal ores are the lifeblood of Frost, and the mine is the city-state's heart." Agatha intoned cryptically, puzzling the guardians clad in black. "It seems none of us have ever considered when this heart might falter." Another guardian, visibly anxious, stepped forward, concern etched across her face. "You." Agatha raised her hand gently, effectively cutting her subordinate off. "Try not to overthink it for now. Nothing is confirmed yet. Yes, I did find something behind that door, but before I can share it with you, I need to discuss with the Archbishop." With these words, Agatha seemed to have regained her momentarily lost composure. Perhaps her worries had been premature. It was only an arid, forsaken mine, and it was not unusual to find barren tunnels within an ancient mine that had been excavated extensively over the years. The city council's decision to seal it off was likely motivated by other factors, most probably some sort of contamination that may have existed at some point, but was now no longer detectable. Jumping to conclusions prematurely was a grave mistake in investigative work. Agatha gave her head a slight shake, but the image that had appeared in the puddle crept back into her thoughts. The eerie reflection of herself, smeared with blood and walking in the opposite direction. Agatha gently closed her eyes, her knuckles turning a shade lighter from the tight grip she had on her staff. However, moments later, she shot open her eyes again, her face a picture of calm resolve. There was much more she had to do. In silence, Agatha led her group of guardians back to their underground base, located at the junction of the tunnels. Upon their arrival, she was immediately struck by an unusual atmosphere. An air of tension hung heavy over the base. A priestess, looking as though she had just descended from the vertical shaft, was engaged in an urgent conversation with the base's defense coordinator. Several steam walkers that had been dispatched earlier to patrol the adjacent tunnels were called back prematurely and seemed to be getting ready to ascend to the surface using the elevator. Agatha quickly approached them, but before she could ask anything, the commander of the base, a guardian clad in black, spoke up urgently. "Gatekeeper, there's a situation on the surface." Agatha's eyebrows knitted together in concern. What kind of situation? "Fog, an extensive and strange fog, has enshrouded the entire city-state and extended to the sea. The sky is so overcast that it's obscuring the sun," the commander explained hurriedly. "Also, hostile entities have emerged in the library and archives. Although the on-duty scholars managed to suppress them quickly, the city is now in the grip of panic and chaos. The Archbishop has sent someone here, requesting your immediate return." Chapter 405, Impact and Awakening. The world seemed to be blanketed in a thick haze, as if submerged deep into an ocean of murky gray liquid. This fog blurred the boundaries of everything in sight, obscuring both the distant cityscape and the nearby streets, making everything shadowy and indistinct. Having recently resurfaced from her expedition through the second waterway, Agatha found herself standing at the exit of the transportation hub, utterly taken aback by the surreal scene unfolding before her. The normally bustling streets were now devoid of pedestrians, and even the nearby streetlights were reduced to blurry orbs of light, struggling to penetrate the thick blanket of fog. Beyond these floating orbs, the only visible elements were a series of dim red lights moving sluggishly through the fog. These were the warning lights from the city's steam walkers, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of steam machinery marching through the streets. The city's protectors, guardians, and sheriffs have been dispatched to various intersections. Movement between districts has been put on hold, and civilian vehicles have been banned from the roads, reported a church pastor who had come to greet Agatha. The city dwellers who couldn't make it home before the onset of the fog are being directed to seek shelter in the vicinity. Most of the designated shelters are already full to capacity. We're working with the security department to guide the people towards churches, warehouses, and the closest subway stations. The pastor paused at this stage, releasing a heavy sigh. "It's unfortunate. We could have accommodated more people in places like libraries, but any place storing books is now undergoing a sort of erosion. All repositories of books have been quarantined. This fog started to form right around the time of shift changes at the city's factories. As a result, many people were stuck far from home. Throughout this, Agatha remained quiet. Instead, she slowly shifted her gaze from the deserted street, looking pensively towards the fog-blanketed sky. The combination of dense cloud cover and the city's engulfing fog obstructed everything, transforming what should be bright daylight into a dim, twilight-like atmosphere. In this sea of chaotic gray, the sun was nowhere to be found. "Despite everything, it's daytime now," she murmured. "Yes, it's daytime, but this unusual fog might be blocking out the sun's rays," the pastor responded solemnly, a hint of anxiety seeping into his voice. "The erosion we observed in the library might be related to this. Nothing can obstruct the sun's power during the day. As long as Vision 1 is in the sky, the power of the sun will remain constant, even if the clouds block the sunlight and the city is as dark as night." Agatha gently shook her head, contradicting the pastor. "In my opinion, this dense fog is not the cause, but more a symptom of a larger crisis at hand. Tell me, what's the situation on the peak?" "The cathedral is currently filled to the brim with people," the pastor quickly responded. Concurrently, several steam walkers, their warning lights flashing like disoriented stars, rumbled their way onto the wide expanse near the exit of the transport station. Among these mechanized behemoths, a vehicle emblazoned with the church's emblem stood out. "This is your ride. We'll head back to the mountain first and discuss the situation further during our journey." Together, Agatha and the pastor climbed into the flagged car. The steam walkers projected their high-powered beams into the fog, barely cutting through the soupy grayness to illuminate the road ahead. Unfortunately, the vehicle had no choice but to move noticeably slower than usual, charting its course towards the cathedral perched on the mountain peak. The onset of this fog caught many worshippers and tourists unprepared, leaving them stranded on the mountain. The cathedral has been doing its best to provide shelter to everyone. Those who we couldn't accommodate were transferred to the nearby old church museum. The priest continued to update Agatha as their car trudged along. City Hall has also set up makeshift shelters, ensuring nobody is left out in the open. Archbishop Ivan has done an admirable job in maintaining a sense of calm within the cathedral and has been using psychic communication to keep in touch with the city's various chapels. So far, no widespread panic or ensuing contamination has been reported. A deep, mechanical growl resonated from outside the car window, causing Agatha to swivel her head towards the source of the sound. She saw a series of elongated aerial tracks jutting out from above the mountain road, disappearing into the foggy horizon. Like silent titans, immense support pillars held the tracks aloft, and a hefty cargo container hung from one of them, rumbling into the fog-shrouded distance. The container's red warning lights blinked erratically, appearing like countless eyes peering out from the mist. This was the transport system integral to Frost's most significant industry. The mined raw ores would initially be moved to a crushing and sorting facility, and then further transported to a massive furnace at the base of the mountain, courtesy of these gigantic containers and mountain tracks. "Is the mining track still operational?" Agatha asked, turning towards the priest in surprise. "Didn't the workers seek refuge?" Her thoughts flashed back to a scene she had witnessed not long ago, deep underground in an ancient mining tunnel, which had been depleted decades ago. "The workers did seek refuge." The priest looked surprised at the sight of the cargo container but replied confidently. "The church at the mining site confirmed it. It's likely the last batch of raw ore from the excavation site just arriving. It was probably dispatched automatically by the sorting machine. As you know, the extracted ores are stored in a holding area for some time before they're shipped out. It's part of the programmed routine. The machine will simply..." Suddenly, an ominous rumble cut through the fog, abruptly halting the priest's confident explanation. Every pair of eyes in the car darted towards the source of the sound, only to spot another dark cargo container barreling down the same aerial track from the opposite direction, on a collision course with the container that had just passed over the mountain road. "They're going to crash." The priest barely had enough time to yell a warning before the catastrophic collision ensued. The two cargo containers clashed violently on the aerial track, creating a horrifying cacophony and an explosive burst of energy. The side of one container was ripped open like a tin can, scattering minerals that shimmered with a gentle golden glow all over the mountainside as if it were raining nuggets of gold. Following the violent oscillation of the containers on the track, the drive and auxiliary wheels dislodged, the axles snapped, and the mangled container plunged into the valley below, trailing a shower of sparks and a plume of thick smoke. A shard of debris hurtling from above narrowly missed the car Agatha was in and crashed into the roadside. Before anyone in the car could react to this initial disaster, another distressing sound of metal rending echoed from above. The aerial track, which had borne the brunt of the violent impact, was warping and twisting grotesquely. Sparks erupted from the peak of one of the towering iron supports holding the track, and the steel beams and cables, taut from the tension, snapped with a resounding twang. Then, a whole segment of the track descended from the sky, plummeting towards them. "Evade!" The priest in the car screamed out in terror, but even before his outcry could fully escape his lips, the convoy had already begun to avoid the rain of debris from above. The steam walkers dispersed rapidly, and the steam car at the convoy's center accelerated. After a few heart-stopping seconds, a thunderous crash echoed from behind Agatha. Whirling around, she saw the shattered track that had obliterated the main mountain road. 2 steam walkers were stranded on the other side of the debris, thankfully unscathed. They immediately started to clamber up the rubble with their long mechanical limbs, high-pressure steam venting from the seams in their armor, merging with the foggy backdrop. The 2nd and 4th walkers can't navigate through the wreckage. They're likely planning to ascend and reach the smaller path above and reroute back to the cathedral. We needn't wait for them. Agatha quickly assessed the situation and commanded, "Keep moving." That was too close. The priest beside her couldn't resist wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "We nearly got hit." Agatha couldn't agree more and lapsed into a thoughtful silence. Was this a mere coincidence? Or could it have been a deliberate act? Why was a cargo carriage traversing in the opposite direction on a mining track explicitly designed for unidirectional traffic? At this time, all the miners should have sought shelter. The track system operator should have also evacuated after initiating the last train. Also, loading cargo onto the track entails a safety mechanism that prevents departure if another carriage is already on the track. The sorting machine is responsible for this process, and a properly functioning device wouldn't make such errors. Instead, it would diligently execute the program encoded on the punch tape. There's no room for mishap in this mechanical ballet. This means the sorting machine at the mine might be malfunctioning, Agatha mused out loud. But it might not just be the sorting machine at the mine that's experiencing difficulties. If malevolent spirits could penetrate the library during the day, the scope and urgency of this anomaly could potentially exceed everyone's initial estimates. The distant ringing of alarm bells from the city streets subtly permeated the air. A wild, icy wind swept unimpeded across the desolate cemetery, while the dense fog shrouded everything in an opaque veil. Within this impenetrable haze, it felt as if countless whispered secrets were blending and reverberating, akin to the restless murmurings of the departed. Suddenly, the sound of a gun being cocked splintered the silence hanging over the cemetery. The weak glow of a lantern pushed back the foggy shadows. An aged man with a stooped posture tightly clutched a reliable double-barreled shotgun, standing watch on the path, his eyes trained on the orderly array of coffins lurking in the fog. For now, the whispers were just figments of the imagination. The coffins remained stationary on their funeral platforms, and their inhabitants continued to lie in undisturbed repose. Yet, the eerie sense of foreboding in the atmosphere couldn't fool the veteran soldier. He knew something was wrong. The cemetery wouldn't retain its peace tonight, and some of the residents he was caring for were slowly beginning to stir. Chapter 406, Gunshots in the Cemetery. In the serene solitude of the graveyard, the grizzled caretaker, a seasoned guardian of the dead, craned his neck upwards once again, casting a wary glance in the direction of the nearby guardhouse. He had previously dispatched a hasty message to the cathedral, a high-priority report about an uncharacteristic agitation amongst the corpses within the confines of the mortuary. However, his alert had met with nothing but stony silence. It seemed apparent that the silent cathedral, likely engulfed in its own flurry of problems, could spare no effort to address the peculiar occurrences at his modest graveyard. After all, the entire city was now blanketed in an odd, dense fog, and the sun had inexplicably vanished from the vast sky above. The cathedral was undoubtedly engrossed in dealing with these larger, more pressing matters. "Seems I'm all alone in this," the elderly caretaker uttered to himself, a note of resignation in his voice. He tugged his coat tighter around his body, the soft leather and the metal plates embedded within rubbing together to create a faint yet distinct noise. He observed with a mixture of curiosity and unease, "This fog's reach is too far and wide." The slight sounds of friction and clattering disrupted the prevailing silence in the cemetery. Underneath the oppressive haze, the coffins arranged on several nearby mortuary tables appeared to quiver subtly. Can't you folks rest in peace, given that I stand guard over you night after night? The old caretaker scowled, gingerly hoisting his firearm. He was fully aware that these bodies, which had lain quiet and still for days, were now oddly active due to the ominous fog. He felt helpless against this inexplicable phenomenon. The only option available to him was a grim one, to wait for them to rise, only to return them to their eternal sleep with the aid of his bullets. As he was engaged in these somber thoughts, an unusual noise, different from the eerie stirring within the coffins, abruptly pierced the silence, snapping the old man's attention. He reacted swiftly, his eyes darting towards the narrow path leading to the cemetery's entrance. Emerging from the other end of the path was a small figure, appearing as a bobbing sphere akin to a snowball, as she stumbled forward. "Guardian Grandpa, please help me. Guardian Grandpa, are you there?" The voice of the bobbing figure echoed through the graveyard, carrying with it a desperate attempt to contain her rising panic and anxiety. Annie, the grizzled caretaker, taken aback, instinctively bellowed through the fog towards the girl. "Quick, come this way, not that." The young girl, who had charged into the cemetery in a state of extreme fear, finally caught sight of the old man standing near the guardhouse. A wave of relief washed over her scared, anxious face, and she sprinted towards him. "Guardian Grandpa, I'm so glad you're here." "What on earth are you doing outside in such dangerous conditions?" The old caretaker had no time to indulge in the girl's relief, immediately reprimanding her with a stern expression. Today was far from an ordinary day. The threat posed by the fog was incomparable to mere slippery streets on a winter's day. "Are you aware that the entire city is under martial law?" "I got separated from everyone else." Annie recoiled slightly at the harshness in the old caretaker's voice, but quickly began to explain, her hands flailing animatedly as she did so. "Our teacher had taken us on a field trip to the museum, and when we were leaving, we encountered this intense fog. Our teacher tried to lead us to the nearest shelter for the night, but before I knew it, they had all vanished into the fog." The old caretaker stared at her in astonishment. "Vanished into the fog?" "Yes, just like that, vanished in a blink," Annie replied, her voice trembling slightly as she recounted her ordeal. "So I decided to find a place to hide. The museum had closed its doors, and I couldn't find any adults on the streets. All the buildings were locked up tight, and no amount of knocking made anyone answer. Then I remembered what our teacher had said, that if we ever found ourselves in danger, we should seek help from the nearest priest, guardian, or sheriff. The cemetery was closest, and you've always said you were an experienced guardian." The old man's facial expressions cycled through a gamut of emotions as he listened to the young girl's hurried explanation. He realized that he had perhaps been too harsh with her, given their immediate danger. Considering her age, her response was commendably collected. Still, not wanting to appear soft, he held onto his stern demeanor. "So you sought refuge in the cemetery?" Annie nodded her head vigorously. "Yes, people always say that veteran guardians are much stronger than regular ones." "But a cemetery is not a safe haven," the old guardian replied solemnly, "especially under such circumstances." Annie seemed to falter. I shouldn't have come here." "No, there's hardly a better alternative under the current situation. You running around lost in the foggy streets could have potentially ended much worse." The old guardian shook his head. "For now, you need to hide." His words were abruptly cut short by an eerie cracking sound nearby. Out of his peripheral vision, he noticed a shadowy figure abruptly rise from the closest mortuary slab. A crude coffin lid was pushed aside forcefully, and a restless arm struggled its way out of it. Then, with an unsettling shuffle, the undead rose to its feet. There was no time to instruct Annie to avert her gaze. The old guardian acted on instinct, lifting his double-barreled shotgun. With a deafening bang, the shaky figure that had just emerged tumbled backwards, thrown off balance, and rolled off the mortuary slab. Annie, a mere child who had taken refuge behind the old guardian, was rattled by the thunderous report of the shotgun. However, the shock of the gunshot was secondary to the sight that had unfolded in front of her eyes. A corpse had just sprung to life amidst the fog. The small girl was at a loss for words, her finger trembling as she pointed towards the now vacant mortuary slab. Attempting to comfort her, the elderly guardian began, "Don't be afraid, that's just." Volume 3, Chapter 6 of Supernatural discusses this phenomenon. Annie found her voice again, speaking in a rush. "My teacher said that in such situations, we should silently invoke Bardak's name in our hearts, then use an acid branch or a smoked rope to whip the restless ones, and then run as fast as possible to the nearest church for refuge." The old guardian paused, caught off guard by the young girl's torrent of words. After a momentary lapse, he quickly reloaded his shotgun and aimed it at another mortuary slab without so much as turning his head. The loud bang, that followed ensured that another restless entity, fresh out of its coffin, was returned to its rightful place of eternal rest. "Your textbooks are different from what we used to have. We didn't study such lessons until high school," he remarked casually. Annie instinctively covered her head, her petite frame shaking slightly under the impact of yet another gunshot. Despite her quick recital of the textbook instructions earlier, her fear and anxiety were intense. "Get inside the guardhouse," the old man commanded, protectively shielding the young girl as he led the way to the guardhouse. He opened the door with his free hand, gently nudging Annie inside. "No matter what happens outside, do not leave this place. As long as you stay put, this little house is as safe as the sanctuary in a church, understand?" Wide-eyed with fear, Annie nodded subconsciously. Her gaze wandered over the eerie fog outside. The mortuary slabs amidst the fog seemed to take on their own life, with shadows slinking between them. Unseen growls reverberated through the cemetery, echoing off of the coffins that were bursting open one after another. Terrifying figures were rising from their resting places, the beds that were supposed to guarantee eternal peace. Having ushered Annie into the cabin and closing the door behind her, the old guardian then turned around to face the horde again, firing yet another shot. The guardhouse was solid and bore protective symbols, but if all the dead within the cemetery rose in unison, this modest shelter may not hold up against such a relentless onslaught. Even if it were to withstand the physical assaults, the psychological trauma that the siege of the dead could inflict may pierce through the shelter's defenses and leave a lasting impact on the young child. Each restless corpse he was able to put down meant a little more safety for Annie. "Lord of Death, I've been retired for a decade," the seasoned guardian mumbled to himself, deftly working the bolt of his shotgun, ejecting the spent shell and loading a fresh one with a spark of resolve flaring in his aged eyes. Almost without having to aim, his eyes instinctively found their next target. With each gunshot, a restless entity was returned to its eternal rest. Gun smoke hung heavy in the air, carrying with it the souls of the departed. The gatekeeper of the other side must be having a field day. I hope they're prepared for an influx of souls checking out earlier than expected. The old guardian's gruff mutterings provided a grim soundtrack to the chaos, his hands never ceasing their relentless dance of reloading and firing. His trusty shotgun sent them on their premature journeys one by one, but still, more restless bodies were rising from the ground. Their increasing numbers momentarily stumped the old guardian. Could the cemetery accommodate such a vast number of bodies? Could all the mortuary slabs combined hold this throng of restless entities? Were they materializing out of the dense fog? Bang! Another loud gunshot echoed, followed closely by a roar that seemed to come from nearby. Without raising his head, the old guardian's left hand instinctively moved towards his chest, retrieving a short sword. The next instant, he had almost teleported a few meters away from the guardhouse. His short sword fell with lightning speed, taking down another restless one, its swollen and distorted head rolling onto the ground. The old man glimpsed downwards, noticing a large eye adorning the head. His astonishment was fleeting. He was already back at the guardhouse's entrance, his gun raised and aimed at another unsteady silhouette looming through the fog. As he pulled the trigger, there was no bang, just the hollow click of an empty barrel. A momentary flicker of concern passed over the old man's face. He quickly holstered his short sword and reached for the ammunition pouch at his waist. It was also empty. After a brief pause, the old guardian let out a resigned sigh. "That's all right. The count should be about right." He laid down his now useless shotgun, reaching again for his short sword as he squared up to face the restless ones shuffling towards him from the fog. Then a soft creaking sound reached his ears, originating from behind him. It was the guardhouse door being cautiously opened. To his astonishment, Annie emerged, her small hands clutching a loaded high-caliber rifle. It was his reserve weapon. Beneath Annie's tiny feet lay several bags and boxes of bullets, varying in size. Scratches scored the floor, a testament to the little girl's strenuous efforts in dragging these hefty items from a corner of the room. "Guardian Grandpa, use this," Annie offered, her small hand trembling slightly under the weight as she handed the high-caliber rifle to the seasoned guardian standing before her. "Will it be of help?" "Yes," the old man affirmed after a moment's hesitation, reaching out to accept the rifle while passing the double-barreled shotgun to the girl. "Load this." Chapter 407, The Beginning. Constant, thunderous eruption of gunfire had brutally ripped apart the peaceful serenity that once blanketed Cemetery No. 3. The fire that spewed forth from the barrel of each gun served as an impromptu, flickering illumination amidst the murkiness of the persistent fog. Each burst of flame exposed the grotesque figures that seemed to materialize continuously from within the mist, only to tumble lifelessly one by one in the wake of the sacred fire and the relentless hammering of the bullets. Their fallen bodies leaked an ominous, dark substance that smeared the path below. Evidently, these entities were no longer the mere restless corpses they had once been. They had morphed into something far more wicked, unknown, and horrifying, and they needed to be eradicated on the spot. The aim of the aged man was unerring. The grotesque figures appearing from the fog were akin to slow-moving reptiles in his eyes. Despite the thick fog obstructing his view, his shot found its mark every time, taking them down with a single bullet. In truth, his proficiency with a short sword was even greater. But the old man understood that he must avoid, as much as possible, an early close-quarters battle with these monstrosities. He was well advanced in years, and even the experience accrued over a lifetime as a soldier could not compensate for the physical toll of aging. The monsters seemed to come without end. Once trapped in hand-to-hand combat, he knew he couldn't fend off the creatures on the other side of the path. He had to be shrewd, conserving as much energy as possible while dispatching as many creatures as he could to buy precious time. He held on to the hope that the cathedral and the city-state authorities would soon act and reinforcements would arrive. Regardless of where the help came from, he was adamant that this city would not fall into the grip of this unnerving fog. From a distance, the faint crackling of other gunshots could be discerned as well, signaling his peers from the other graveyards were also experiencing great difficulty from their end. "Guardian Grandpa," cried Annie, handing the reloaded rifle back to the old man. Her eyes, wide with nervous anticipation, darted towards the source of the distant gunshots. "Can you hear that? There are gunshots coming from elsewhere. Could it be that help is on the way?" "No, those are the guardians from Cemetery No. 4 and No. 2, the old man replied, raising the barrel of his gun. He took aim and fired, his shot splintering another grotesque skull that had just materialized from the fog. He continued speaking without turning to look at her. "But don't worry, help is surely coming from the church." "I'm not afraid," Annie tried to assert, her voice shaking slightly. The old cemetery guard took notice but chose not to dampen the bravery that the young girl was mustering with all her might. In his eyes, she had already proven herself courageous. "Indeed, you are very brave," he responded, putting on an air of calm despite the trembling of his weary arms. "Tell me, how did you learn to do this? Who taught you how to load bullets into the rifle and the shotgun?" "My mother owns several guns. She keeps them mounted on the walls of our bedroom and living room," Annie disclosed as she hurriedly loaded bullets into the double-barreled shotgun's tubular magazine. "When my father failed to return home one year, my mother decided to arm herself. She said we needed to protect our home." Ow. Suddenly, the catch on the magazine sprung open, and the sharp edge of the metal sliced through the little girl's finger, leaving behind a nasty cut and eliciting a surprised yelp from her. But the very next moment, she used another finger to push the spring back into place, presenting the loaded shotgun to the elderly man. "Here you go." The old guardian took note of the blood smeared on the gun and heard Annie's cry of pain. However, he merely fell quiet for a brief moment before tossing another firearm towards her. "Load this." And so, the thunderous roar of gunfire filled the air once more. The stooped figure of the elderly man, dressed in black, was akin to a gnarled tree standing tall amidst the dense fog. Conversations between him and Annie became increasingly sparse, replaced by the sound of ceaseless gunfire and the growing seriousness of their situation. Silently, he began to keep track of the number of monsters he had slain and the number of times Annie handed him a loaded firearm. "The last box of bullets," he murmured under his breath. "Grandpa, it's the last box of bullets," Annie cried out almost simultaneously, echoing his sentiment. "I know," replied the old man without turning around. He swiftly took care of a grotesque creature that had nearly reached the front of the cabin, then gestured behind him. "Load the shotgun, place it along with the remaining bullets at my feet. Go under my bed. You will find a deep brown box. It contains spare ammunition." "Okay, deep brown box, spare ammo," Annie repeated his instructions rapidly. She then pushed the gun and the bullets outside the door before turning to rush into the house. Quietly, the old man looked down at the shotgun and the bullets at his feet. He slowly rotated his body, reached out to gently close the door, and pulled a short sword from within his cloak. He thrust the sword forcefully through the door latch from the outside. Almost instantly, he could hear frantic footsteps within the cabin, followed by a series of urgent knocks on the door and the girl's desperate cries. "This will be the last time I deceive you," the old man whispered to himself. The elderly man swiftly dispatched the closest mutated creatures with a single gunshot, then deftly spun around. With the support of the door frame, he launched his hunched body into the air. Mid-leap, his free left hand reached into a hidden compartment above the door frame and retrieved a black cane. Before he could fully touch the ground again, he swung the cane at another emerging monster, shattering its skull, and landed smoothly on the ground. His eyes scanned the surrounding dense fog as he swung his cane in a wide arc, shaking off the monster's blood that had tainted his weapon. With a forceful stab into the ground, a metallic click sounded from the cane as it activated the hidden blades on both ends. As the blades emerged, the old guardian was flooded with memories of brave battle cries and courageous roars from his past. These heroic echoes drowned out the ghastly noises emanating from the cemetery. With determined eyes, he stole a final glance at the house behind him, and the compartment intended to be his weapon's final resting place. Like many retired soldiers, he had chosen to position his lifelong weapon above the last door he was destined to guard in his retirement. He never anticipated he would once again fight alongside this venerable companion in such dire circumstances. "We stand guard at a door, we are the guardians of Bardock." His back still stooped, the old man stood amidst the chilly, dim fog. He slowly turned around, his eyes fixated on the grotesque figures emerging from the fog, and he recited the ancient oath passed down from the generations of guardians before him. "We vow to guard the border of life and death, so the dead may rest and the living may know peace." His words seemed to agitate the monstrosities in the fog. Countless figures began to cross the path, hurtling towards the still-standing hut. Their advance was met with the old man's relentless gunfire, and the symphony of his twin-bladed cane slicing through the air. "If you refuse to rest, then I will usher you to it." Sounds of slashing and roaring intertwined with the echoing gunfire from rifles and shotguns, each reverberation shaking the cemetery as the guardian waged his final battle. Inside the guardian's cabin, a small figure, Annie, huddled against the door, her hands cupping her head as she listened to the chaos outside. Her quiet sobs gradually escalated into heart-wrenching wails, punctuating the cadence of the resounding gunfire. At 12 years old, she was again deceived by the man she trusted, her grandpa caretaker. Meanwhile, in the frosty waters of Frost, the heavy fog was not limited to the airspace of the city-state alone. By noon, it had seeped across the near-sea border and enveloped the patrol range of the Mist Fleet. The fog was so dense and sinister that even the Mist Fleet, with its supernatural aura, was compelled to maintain a high level of vigilance. Aboard the Sea Mist, Captain Tyrion stood before a vast porthole, his eyebrows knitted together as he gazed at the wall of fog that seemed to cage them in on the open sea. His first mate, Aiden, approached him from behind, providing a somber situation report. "As of the current moment, our communication with Cold Harbor, Ice Bay, and Pirate Island has been heavily disrupted. There's been no response on any frequency. We're barely maintaining sporadic contact with Frost's Navy and port area. The fog has extended to at least 100 nautical miles beyond Frost." Furthermore, Aiden continued, "according to the report from our scout ship sent to the fog's edge, the fog has ceased spreading, and its density hasn't increased any further. However, all attempts to navigate out of the fog have proven futile. Every ship that has tried to exit the fog-ridden area has merely ended up circling in place, unwittingly returning to the fog's murky depths." "What about the observatory?" "We still can't determine the correct star positions," First Mate Aiden replied with grave concern. "It's as if a foggy lens has suddenly been placed between the spirit world and the deep sea, causing all observed stars to appear as double images. Moreover, the mental strain induced by stargazing has intensified dramatically. It's now impossible to observe for extended periods. Seems like the blockade is complete. Frost and its surrounding waters have been cut off from the normal world outside," Tyrion stated impassively, his single eye mirroring an unwavering calm. "We shouldn't waste energy trying to break free." "Blockade? Who could have imposed this blockade?" "Think, Aiden, do you really need to ask?" Tyrion turned to look at his first mate. "Aren't the cultists, those fanatics worshipping the Lord of the Deep Sea, responsible for the recent chaos?" "I know," Aiden replied, his eyes wide and a look of disbelief etched on his face. "But can a mere group of cultists really stir up such an enormous upheaval? A mob of fanatics might not possess such power, but the Lord they serve is a different story," Tyrion responded, his hand gripping the railing in front of him as he spoke in a low voice. "The Lord of the spiritual deep sea, manipulating space-time, disrupting the stars, could this be the influence of an ancient god?" At these words, Aiden swallowed nervously. So, are we truly facing off against the might of an ancient god this time? Aiden queried. Does it frighten you? A little, Aiden confessed, managing to crack an awkward smile despite his apprehension. But there isn't much of a choice. That's just the way the world works. Actually, when I reflect on it, it doesn't seem all that daunting. We all had to toughen up and confront the old captain in the past, and at least now he's on our side. All right, enough. Tyrion breathed a light sigh, making a dismissive gesture towards his first mate. After our lengthy absence from Frost, it seems we may be stirring up significant commotion in these waters once again. Chapter 408, Roaring in the Sea Mist. The sound of the steam whistle, deep, commanding, and resonant, reverberated across the vast expanse of the sea. It was as if a hallowed cloud of steam had been expelled from the heart of the ship, causing the gargantuan chimney of the sea mist to shudder. This invisible force also rippled through every intricate pipeline that snaked within the steel beast, triggering a symphony of action. The steam whistle's wail was reminiscent of a war horn rallying the troops for battle, and indeed, it elicited a similar response from the ship's crew. Machinery groaned and whirred as hoists were employed, loading propellant charges and weighty shells into the concealed ammunition storage beneath the imposing gun turrets. Steam pipes let out a relentless roar, channeling the revered vapor to essential mechanisms and parts of the ship that had been sanctified. All across the ship, sailors were in motion, swift shadows darting across the decks and through narrow corridors, each man finding his battle station. As the steam whistle sounded again, a small chapel situated at the stern of the sea mist rang out with the clear peal of a bronze bell. This was a symbol of the blessing of the storm goddess, Gamona, casting her divine protection over the intimidating warship, one that many had superstitiously labeled as cursed. The echo of this bell and similar sounds of steam whistles permeated the air from the other main warships of the Mist Fleet. The sonorous tolling of the shipborne church bells mixed with the fog, creating an eerie resonance that seemed to pulse through the misty shroud. So powerful was this symphony of sounds that it seemed to disrupt reality, the thick fog above the sea parting ever so slightly in response. Not too far away, the Frost Navy, conducting a vigilant patrol, sprang into action at the sight and sounds of the Mist Fleet. Flags were hoisted, lights blinked in coded communication, and the cacophony of steam whistles and church bells bounced back and forth through the foggy curtain that blanketed the sea. A profound shift seemed to occur at this moment. The decades-long rivalry and hostility between the two fleets seemed to dissolve momentarily, replaced by the unsettling anomaly that overshadowed them all. In the face of this peculiar and perilous fog blockade, the Frost Navy, manned by the living, and the Mist Fleet, commanded by the undead, found themselves as unlikely allies. Uncertainty lingered heavily in the air. No one knew when or how the enemy would strike, only that any unfamiliar ship that dared to venture into these waters was a potential threat. Even those deemed friendly ships were treated with suspicion if they failed to respond to any form of communication. Indeed, the sea had become the enemy. The air was thick with tension as all awaited shifts in the fog, new intelligence from the Frost Navy, or any potential orders. Time seemed to crawl in this oppressive weight. Suddenly, amidst this tension, Tyrion, the commander of the Sea Mist, felt an odd sensation. It was as if an unseen presence was observing him, a gaze that didn't seem to emanate from any particular direction. It felt as though the watchful eyes of the past were settled upon him, calm yet unnerving. Caught off guard, Tyrion instinctively lifted his gaze, scanning the bridge of the Sea Mist in search of the origin of this unsettling feeling. First Mate Aiden engaged in earnest discussion with the bosun, their voices murmuring above the ship's din. Meanwhile, the radio operator was intensely engaged in a back and forth with the Frost Navy, conveying precise coordinates and operational details. The elderly priest, donned in a flowing black robe, had swiftly left the confines of the small chapel and was now fervently praying next to the seat of the gunnery chief. His eyes were shut tight, his lips moving quickly over silent prayers. In the thick fog that masked the sea, his spiritual guidance served as the primary beacon for the warship, preparing to face an invisible enemy within the foggy labyrinth. Under these circumstances, Tyrion found himself slipping into a memory trance from half a century ago. It was a time when Her Majesty the Queen had graced this very warship with her presence. The Sea Mist hadn't acquired its aged majesty and was merely an older, weather-beaten vessel. He recalled how the Frost Queen had stood at this very spot near the porthole, her eyes filled with a longing gaze as they swept across the expansive sea. From that position, she had ordered the departure of the Mist Fleet from Frost before the rebellion took place. In the here and now, that specter of the past slowly turned her head in his recollection, delivering a command in his mind that differed from the one of the past. Tyrion, defend Frost. Half a century later, the second directive finally arrived. Startled out of his reminiscence, Tyrion's heart pounded with an alarming intensity. His eyes stung as though some raw truth had seared them. His mind was filled with an echoing noise. He barely had time to contemplate if what he had witnessed was merely a mental illusion when the shrill sound of an alarm pierced through his thoughts on the bridge. In the clamor of the alarm, he caught a glimpse of the distant sea. Through the fog that swirled like a living entity, the massive silhouette of a ship began to materialize, as though the sea was giving birth to a phantom from the depths of the past. The phantom's mast stood erect, imposingly tall. Its antiquated chimney structure resembled coral flourishing on the back of a colossal sea creature. It was slowly maneuvering, plotting a course towards the flank of the mist fleet. It was so near that it didn't even require the priest's spiritual guidance. Visual on unknown unit, silhouette identification, third-party ship. The observer's voice cut through the commotion. Fire, Tyrion's command was as chilly and commanding as an iceberg as he retreated back to his captain's seat. Everything that emerges on this sea, barring the ships already identified, is an enemy. Suddenly, the air was filled with the roar of cannons and the explosive sound of thunder. On the sea mist, the three main turrets, positioned ideally for firing, unleashed their deadly payload. The heavy armor-piercing shells were ejected from their barrels with a thunderous reverberation. They transformed into flaming meteors in the thick fog, blazing through the sky before brutally crashing into the emerging silhouette of the ship in the distant fog. Almost in synchrony with the attack initiated by the sea mist, the fog echoed back with successive roars of cannons. The resonating sound was akin to the grumble of distant thunder. In the wake of this thunderous chorus, fiery streaks pierced through the foggy curtain, hurtling towards the vicinity where the sea mist lay. Tyrion sat in the captain's seat, an island of tranquility amidst the chaos. His eyes narrowed in concentration as his mind hummed with calculations, analyzing the trajectory of the incoming shells. Antiquated 356 main guns, 4 triple mounts, which old friend could it be launching this attack? Could it be the Duke of Roon which once stood guard for the Queen? Or the knight which had shown exemplary courage in the stormy confrontation against the offspring of the deep sea, only to meet its watery grave? Or could it perhaps be the warrior? The whistling sound of the incoming shells was like the chilling wail of a banshee, the thunderous impact shattering the tranquility of the sea surface. Huge plumes of water, as tall as several-story buildings, were thrown up by the massive explosions. The thick fog clinging to the sea surface was ripped apart by the shockwave, morphing into countless ghostly swirls. Remarkably, not a single shell from the enemy landed close to the sea mist, and the initial round of gunfire from the sea mist had met with similar fate. "It's the night. Be wary of its side rapid-fire cannons." Tyrion's voice was soft, but it carried to every sailor's ears with clarity. At this range, those rapid-fire cannons could prove to be lethal. Increase steam core pressure, extend the distance. "I increase steam core pressure, extend the distance," came the echoing response. The heart of the sea mist, nestled deep within its ironclad belly, responded with a low rumble, and the whole ship began to pick up speed, its hulking frame executing a slow turn. The nearby sea surface, littered with large chunks of floating ice, began to stir, spreading rapidly in all directions like a living entity. This flurry of activity appeared to shape a battlefield that favored the sea mist. As their ship started to maneuver, Tyrion noticed an abrupt flash of light outside the hull window on the opposite side, accompanied by a distant silhouette. First Mate Aiden was quick to announce, "Second ship spotted, radio unresponsive, not on the identification list." Before Aiden could even finish his sentence, another deep roar echoed from afar. "Third ship spotted, not on the identification list." Message from the Raven, "They're already in combat with multiple adversaries." Communication from the Frost Navy, "Skirmishes have broken out near the city-state's coast." First and second main guns focus on the night. Third main gun and long-range auxiliary guns handle other threats within range. Tyrion's voice, steady as a rock, resounded over the speaker. He continued to calmly observe the silhouette of the enemy ship within the dense fog, a ship that was relentlessly advancing and firing under the veil of floating ice. "Don't fret about the numbers. Every unfamiliar entity that emerges on the sea is an enemy. This is merely the beginning." First Mate Aiden took the reins and roared, "Follow the captain's orders. Open fire on anything that emerges from the sea. Even if they've been resurrected, these old vessels are no match for the Mist Fleet. Keep firing." With these commands echoing from the bridge, the Sea Mist's main and auxiliary guns began a relentless salvo, round after round. Their blazing fury illuminated the chaotic fog again and again. Amidst the thunderous cacophony of cannons, more unidentified ships began to surface on this expansive battlefield at sea. Just as Tyrion had prophesied, this was merely the beginning. Frost's mirror image was ascending, the fog obscuring the borders of reality, and entities once sunk in this sea were intruding into reality in the form of replicas on a massive scale. Every emergent entity on the sea from this point forward was an enemy. "Let's create chaos," Aiden's booming voice reverberated within the bridge. This bald, muscular man had a near-savage grin adorning his face. It was clear that it had been a long time since he'd participated in such a thrilling battle. "Let's unleash all the bottled-up frustrations from the past 50 years, brothers. Let's show those weaklings in the Navy." Suddenly, Aiden's enthusiastic proclamation was cut off abruptly, as if an unseen hand had seized his throat. His eyes widened as they locked onto something in the distance, and a moment later, Tyrion understood the reason behind Aiden's startled reaction. Another ship's silhouette materialized abruptly from the dense nearby fog, charging into the battlefield with a speed mirroring that of a gusty wind and a lightning flash. This silhouette was unlike any of the enemies that had surfaced thus far, unlike any renowned ship within Tyrion's recollection. It was a solid mass of black fog, a corporeal shadow, an ethereal entity taking on the shape of a ship. It seemed like an eerie shadow reflected inversely from a mirror, tearing through the thick fog, howling as it headed straight for them. However, what rendered the crew of the Sea Mist speechless wasn't the shadow ship's ghostly form, but the shadow of that ship's silhouette mirrored on the sea surface. What they saw was unmistakably another ship, a ship engulfed in an eerie, luminescent green flame, a ghost ship that was even more haunting and horrifying than a specter in the eyes of the entire Mist fleet. This twin ship, reflected in the sea as if by a mirror, materialized abruptly, screeching as it skimmed across the ocean's surface, one emanating thick black smoke above the sea, the other radiating an ethereal green fire beneath the waters. It dashed past the Sea Mist, and in a heartbeat it had already traversed to the opposite end of the battlefield. Tyrion would be ready to swear on his father's grave that he had never witnessed such an absurdly swift large ship in all his life. Chapter 409 Twins. In the midst of the tumultuous cacophony of artillery fire, a mysterious ghostly doppelganger of a ship had mysteriously materialized. It charged fearlessly across the war-torn battlefield, right under the scrutinizing gaze of the embattled parties. Its presence seemed to arrest not only the crew aboard the Sea Mist, but also left a noticeable impact on those imitation warships lurking deep in the mist, leaving them dumbfounded for a fleeting moment. Suddenly, from his peripheral, Tyrion caught Aiden's voice slicing through the deafening chaos. "Captain, the one that just streaked past seemed to have also emerged from the obscurity of the fog. Should we launch an attack?" Upon hearing Aiden's query, every eye on the ship's bridge swiveled to their captain. His words from moments ago still echoed in their minds. Anything unfamiliar that intrudes upon this ocean during battle is presumed to be an enemy. "Attack my foot," Tyrion retorted after a few seconds of strained silence. "Do we even stand a chance of catching up? And did you not witness the silhouette of that ship under the water?" Aiden withdrew, a flicker of light playing off his bald head. After a pause, he admitted, "Yes, I noticed it. The shadow, it appeared to be engulfed in an eerie, ghostly flame." No sooner had the first mate's words dissipated than a deep, resonating rumble emanated from within the Sea Mist's hull. Concurrently, a sudden blast of the whistle from above the ship's deck rang out. This ship, its very essence altered by some mystical power, and once a protector of the vanished fleet, seemed to be autonomously acknowledging the first mate's observation. "The ship has also picked up on it." Aiden surveyed his surroundings before turning back to Tyrion, his face a jumble of emotions. "Captain, any thoughts on what that ship could possibly be?" "Maybe it's something my father had put in place," Tyrion replied, his tone heavy with seriousness. "Don't question it too much. Let's focus on the ongoing battle, and send a word out to all our allies, including the Frost Navy, to refrain from obstructing that peculiar, forget it, given its pace." Tyrion's sentence was cut short as the sailor beside him, who was tasked with monitoring the radio, abruptly received a transmission. Rising to his feet, he announced, "Captain, we've just received word from the Frost Navy's Sea Owl. They're reporting an unusual superspeed ghost ship that has just shot past them, heading directly towards Frost. They're inquiring if it's one of ours." A tired sigh escaped Tyrion as he pinched the bridge of his nose. After a moment, he dismissively waved his hand. "We can't reveal any details about the vanish to them. Simply say that it's an ally without offering any further explanation." Once things settle down a little, I will personally get in touch with him. Understood, Captain. As the cannons continued their ferocious symphony, the onslaught of fire and explosions within the mist didn't cease in the slightest, not even during this brief interlude. Amid the majestic spouts of water erupting in the distance, Tyrion's contemplative gaze pierced through the heavy fog blanketing the combat zone, quietly observing the direction in which the peculiar ship had just disappeared. What? I believe we just collided with something. From the porthole, Lawrence rushed back to his workstation. He loudly addressed a small mirror placed on his desk, his gaze anxiously darting back and forth between the mirror and the ominous view outside. The sea beyond the porthole, shrouded in darkness and haze, seemed to be teeming with countless shadowy, intangible entities bobbing on the surface, rendering it nearly impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion. And amongst these phantom images, the white oak was speeding its way. Black fog roiled within the mirror, and emerging from the gloom was a female adventurer clad in a captain's uniform. "We didn't collide with anything," Martha assured him, her smile brimming with mirth. "We almost did, though." "An almost collision is still pretty terrifying." Lawrence snatched up the small mirror as he hastened towards the window, his words tumbling out rapidly. "With no reference points, I didn't notice how fast we're going. What's our current speed?" "Exceptionally fast, astonishingly so. Insubstantial illusions can glide through the waves as swiftly as the wind," Martha answered, her smile unwavering as she met Lawrence's eyes through the mirror. "Do you remember the promise you made to me years ago? You said you wished to transform the white oak and black oak into the finest vanguard exploration ships, and then, together with me, sweep across the sea like the wind. My love, we are currently at a 7 or 8. "That was a figure of speech. A figure of speech!" A spark of panic flickered in Lawrence's eyes. Just as he was about to retort, another colossal illusion nearly skimmed past his porthole. This illusion boasted a towering bridge and distant pointing gun turrets, embroiled in a battle with adversaries in another realm. The white oak-black oak seemed to have barely whizzed past its primary cannon. After a moment, Lawrence raised his hand and lightly tapped his forehead, sighing in resignation. "Forget it, as long as we're safe. What's the current situation outside?" "We're navigating through the war zone," Martha replied, her tone steady. "War zone? Who's in conflict?" Martha pivoted her gaze in the mirror, seemingly surveying her surroundings. After a brief pause, she returned her attention to Lawrence. "In the tangible world, it's the Frost Navy. They're combating the renowned Mist Fleet. Their opponents are the illusory duplicates that have transitioned from the mirror realm into the real world." A weighty unease lodged itself within Lawrence's chest, his facial features pulling into a grim mask. "Has the end time arrived?" "It appears so," Martha answered in a gentle tone. "The mirror world is beginning to intersect with the real one. The final antiphase process is now underway." "So soon? I thought you mentioned this process wouldn't kick off prematurely." "I could only estimate loosely, Lawrence. Ever since our departure from the counterfeit fleet, my connection with this mirrored dimension has been diminishing rapidly. I'm unsure of the precise occurrence, but evidently, someone has intentionally hastened the mirror's antiphase process." Lawrence fell silent for a moment, and his gaze was affixed on the nebulous, tumultuous sea outside and the unending parade of illusionary shadows. After a pause, he abruptly queried, "Are we still navigating through the mirrored sea?" "Yes, we remain ensnared within this mirror realm," Martha confirmed with a nod. "But the boundary between the mirror world and reality is rapidly fading. We are running short on time." "What will occur once the antiphase process completes?" Lawrence pressed further. "When a city-state morphs into a spawning ground for the advent of ancient deities, what do you presume would happen?" Martha replied with an equanimity that contrasted sharply with her words. Subconsciously, Lawrence began to knead his temples. "Damn it, how far are we from reaching Frost?" "We're almost there," Martha indicated outside the window by raising her hand within the mirror. "From my side, I can already discern the glow of the port area. An astounding number of ships spanning half a century's worth of wrecks alongside countless duplicates are converging in the surrounding sea. However, they seem to be disregarding the black oak, at least for the time being." Seriousness etched deeply into his features, Lawrence nodded. He picked up the mirror he used to converse with Martha, swung open the door, and exited his captain's quarters. As he made his way towards the bridge, he questioned in a grave tone, "What do you need me to do once we dock at Frost?" "Locate their stronghold. The energy employed to create and sustain this mirror realm is nestled deep within Frost. I can perceive its approximate location." Martha's perpetual smile faded into a solemn expression as she locked gazes with Lawrence, her tone adopting a particularly serious quality. And as soon as you commence the search, the counterfeits surrounding the city-state are likely to react right away. I'll devise a strategy to keep them at bay. Can the Black Oak and White Oak manage to fend them off single-handedly? You mentioned earlier that a vast number of ships are congregating. We are part of the vanished fleet, Lawrence. Martha's lips curled into a small, reassuring smile. And besides, we are not the sole participants in this conflict. Grasping her implications, Lawrence looked contemplatively out of the window, where those shadowy ships continued their battle on the distant waters. As the minutes ticked by, the boundary between the mirrored world and reality grew ever more indistinct. Soon, the entire sea, encompassing both the mirror frost and real frost, would be ablaze. I understand, Lawrence replied, withdrawing his gaze from the window. He continued his brisk walk towards the bridge, speaking again, but there's one last concern. I can guide the team into frost, but how do we handle that? Entity embedded deep within the city-state. If it's truly an ancient god or a fragment of one as you've suggested, then our conventional weaponry may prove ineffective. He had reached the bridge by now. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Lawrence pushed the door open. His first mate, second mate, the ship's pastor, and his crew, all were waiting for him there. Also present was the peculiar Anomaly 77 sailor. This mummified figure had somehow acquired a crew hat from the White Oak, which now sat atop its head, and was sitting upright in a chair, observing the rest of the crew's activities with an almost childlike curiosity. Approaching them, Lawrence was met with salutes from his crew. Martha's voice drifted out from the mirror. You will receive assistance. In the process of returning his crew's salutes, Lawrence's attention was caught by Martha's words. Surprised, he glanced at Martha in the mirror. Assistance. Yes, assistance. They have been battling within the depths of this mirrored world for many years, seeking to penetrate the doorway to the city-state's core, yet they've never managed to succeed. Find them. There will be no need to explain your purpose. They will naturally provide you with support, most likely. Most likely. I can't guarantee it because I'm unsure about their true nature or their capacity to communicate with humans. Lawrence, even though I've spent numerous years here, my freedom has been significantly curtailed. All right, I understand. Lawrence sighed before curiosity took over. I assumed we were the sole ones combating the counterfeits in this area. I didn't expect there were others. Who are they? They refer to themselves as the Queen's Guard. Chapter 410. The fog is confusing. The steady rhythm of the switch being repeatedly activated echoed persistently throughout the secret chamber. The metallic springs in its mechanism hummed in harmony as they alternately connected and disconnected, creating an orchestration of industrial music. Here, an antenna, cleverly disguised as a weather vane, was responsible for transmitting the coded messages into the vast expanse of the skies. Messages from the Mist Fleet were then returned to this chamber, where they were translated into the rhythmic clatter of relays and a complex pattern of punctures on a strip of paper tape. Nemo, the room's single occupant, was stationed at the table. He was donning a set of headphones that made him look like a vintage DJ, his fingers tapping an impatient beat on the tabletop as he strained to decipher the sounds vibrating within his ear canals. Standing next to him was a young woman, her attire identifying her as a waitress, but her focused gaze on the freshly punched paper tape suggested her role was far more significant. As the rhythmic cacophony of mechanical sounds began to wane, Nemo removed his headphones. He leaned back into his chair, fingers gently massaging the bridge of his nose as he let out a long, audible sigh. Captain Tyrion has already engaged the ominous fleet that's materialized from the shrouded fog. The situation with the Frost Navy is still unclear, but from what we can ascertain, it isn't looking too optimistic. The waitress-turned-intelligence operative spoke, her voice an anxious whisper as she held on to the paper tape. The city, however, has been oddly silent. There's been no communication whatsoever. The dense fog has effectively severed all civilian news channels. Even if the people living along the coast hear the distant rumble of cannon fire, they won't have the faintest clue about the true nature of the events unfolding. And the city officials have their hands full trying to maintain order within the city limits. The last thing they need right now is a wave of panic, Nemo said, his fingers pressing into his forehead as if to soothe a burgeoning headache. What about outside? And how's the situation in the store? The sheriff station has imposed martial law across the city. The streets are eerily quiet, but there were some distant sounds of gunfire earlier. 2 steam-powered walkers were seen speeding past the intersection of Oak Street, heading north, she reported. As for the store, we're doing okay for now. We have enough fuel to keep the lights on, but... She hesitated, causing Nemo to prompt her, but... We have more than a dozen guests trapped here because of the fog. The streets are blocked off, and the emergency shelters are already filled to the brim. They have nowhere else to go. If things continue like this, it's inevitable that fear and panic will start spreading among them. We can't just throw them out onto the streets. The pub is their temporary refuge. Besides, if we were to start forcing people out, it's bound to attract unwanted attention from both the sheriff's deputies and the church, Nemo responded, shaking his head. I'll go up to the roof and assess the situation myself soon. Before the discussion could continue, a muffled voice suddenly emerged from a corner of the room, adding to their worry. Charge again, charge again. They've breached. Reinforcements have arrived. Nemo's brow crinkled instantly as his attention was drawn towards the disturbance in the room. He rose swiftly from his seat, driven by the urgency of the unexpected interruption. In the corner of the room was a modest bed, on which lay a disheveled elderly man looking rather bewildered. His body language was a testament to his confusion, his stooped posture and a tightly clenched grip around a large wrench, an odd possession for someone in his situation, making him appear somewhat unsettled. Old Gramps, Nemo addressed the elderly man in a soothing tone, making his way over to the bed. He gently placed a comforting hand on the old man's shoulder. Did you have a bad dream? In response to Nemo's reassuring touch, the old man gripping the hefty wrench slowly opened his eyes. After a few moments of disoriented gaze, he managed to find his voice. Who are you? I'm Nemo, Nemo Wilkins responded, his facial expression a complex mixture of surprise and concern. What were you dreaming about? Nemo, I remember now, you're the fresh recruit from the Queen's Guard. Greetings, I'm the pipe engineer of the Second Waterway. Dream. No, I wasn't dreaming. I simply drifted off. What time is it now? Is it time for my shift to inspect the power pipes? It's already the afternoon, Nemo dismissed his concern with a shake of his head. Don't worry about the power pipes for now. We've had to pull back from there for the time being. No place is safe currently. We have to stay put at the base and wait for further instructions. Admiral Tyrion gave those orders himself. Admiral Tyrion? The elderly man looked momentarily puzzled before he seemed to snap back to his senses. He quickly rose from his bed, his voice firm and determined. Yes, Engineer Wilson acknowledges the order. We'll stay put at the base. Nemo's face was an array of emotions, but he slowly straightened himself, returning the old man's salute with respect. He then turned his gaze towards the young woman in the waitress uniform. Stay with him. Keep an eye on him. I'm going to the roof to get a better understanding of our situation. With his instructions clearly given, Nemo left the secret chamber, making his way back to the surface pub through the concealed underground tunnel. The atmosphere in the Golden Flute pub was heavy with tension. The guests stranded within the establishment due to the impenetrable fog, the clerks busy with their duties, and the waitstaff. All were intensely observing the exterior situation through the large display window, where the only visible sight was the blanket of thick fog and the faint outline of streets swallowed by it. The city's gas lamps had been lit much earlier than usual, but their artificial glow was barely successful in piercing through the darkness veiled by the eerie fog, falling short of restoring any semblance of normality to the chaos outside. The dim orbs of light bobbed in the dense fog like loose duckweed, giving the impression of a series of floating eyes above the silent streets. Emerging from the kitchen entrance, Nemo positioned himself by the pub's counter, his eyes scanning the room. What's the current situation? He asked the clerk behind the counter, his voice barely a whisper. Everyone's quite anxious right now. We've lost both communication and transport links with the neighboring districts, leaving us in the dark about what's happening elsewhere, the young clerk confided in a soft whisper. However, the good news is that, despite the mounting tension, no one has attempted to escape. Nobody wants to take their chances in the fog right now. Nemo offered a discreet nod in agreement. If anyone does decide to be that reckless, don't stop them, let them go. But make it clear that once they step outside, even if they just flirt with the fog for a moment, they won't be allowed back in. From now on, this is a one-way door. We can't take the risk of allowing anything that might have been tainted by the fog to re-enter. The young clerk's throat bobbed as he swallowed nervously, his eyes wide with understanding. He nodded his agreement earnestly. Yes, manager. Their quiet conversation was suddenly interrupted by an unfamiliar droning sound emanating from the street outside. It was reminiscent of some large machine springing to life, intermingled with the unmistakable clatter of heavy gears plodding along the cobbled street. The sudden auditory intrusion left the pub's patrons visibly rattled. Emboldened by curiosity, a few edged closer to the window, their eyes anxiously surveying the activities unfolding on the fog-enveloped street. As the red lights flickering in the distance caught their eye, hushed exclamations began to ripple through the crowd. Steam walkers, more walkers are on the move. Nemo, too, was drawn towards the window, but he had only taken a few steps when the odd humming sound from outside suddenly intensified. Following that, a slightly distorted voice, amplified by a loudspeaker, started reverberating through the room. It was an announcement being broadcast from a device mounted on one of the steam walkers. Attention, citizens. Governor Winston, in partnership with our esteemed church leaders, is doing everything in his power to restore peace and order in our city-state. We are currently dealing with an unexplained phenomenon. An important reminder for everyone, please stay indoors or seek refuge in safe shelters. For your own safety, maintain a safe distance from any objects that could produce a reflective surface. This includes mirrors, bodies of water, and polished metals. Let me reiterate, steer clear of anything that might produce a mirror-like reflection. If you come across someone exhibiting strange behavior, retreat immediately to a safe, isolated spot. If possible, alert your shelter's designated official, a nearby protector, or law enforcement. Do not confront suspicious individuals on your own. Your personal safety and isolation should be your primary concern. If you start feeling unwell, quickly isolate yourself in a safe place and limit contact with others. These precautionary guidelines are being issued by Governor Winston, in collaboration with our specialist advisor on supernatural phenomena. Citizens, stay alert. As the broadcast began to taper off, the red alert light on the steam walker started to dim, both disappearing gradually into the dense fog. Nemo lifted his gaze, his vision met with a sea of apprehensive and fearful faces, each of them waiting in anticipation for his command. Fetch the coverings, he instructed his staff, his voice authoritative yet calm. Ensure every glass countertop and mirror is blanketed. The inhabitants of the city-state swiftly responded to his directive. They demonstrated a solid understanding of emergency procedures, coupled with emotional strength, both of which were necessary for self-preservation in the face of an otherworldly crisis. The shop staff hurriedly gathered the protective dust covers, usually draped over merchandise after the store's closing hours. The customers who remained within the store's confines eagerly lent a hand, methodically shielding any objects that bore a reflective surface. The same hectic yet organized chaos was unfolding throughout the entirety of Frost, as the terror induced by the creeping haze engulfed the city-state. Meanwhile, within the heart of this thick fog, a figure was making her way back to the cathedral. Agatha returned to find Bishop Ivan in the attached building, where he was resting after fulfilling his religious duties. Bishop Ivan was not in his regular attire, a spirit coffin. Today, he was adorned in his grand bishop's vestments, covering his mummified body. It had been quite some time since Agatha had last seen him in such grandeur. Even this hollow shell of mine had to rouse and labor, Ivan stated, now fully dressed in his bishop's attire. He sank into an armchair, reaching out his arms to greet Agatha, who had just arrived. I've been immobile for so long, I feel like I'm crumbling to dust. If you still have a physical form that can crumble, Agatha replied dryly, what's the latest situation? The current state of affairs, that's what everyone wants to know. It's grave, came Bishop Ivan's gravelly, resonating voice from beneath his wrappings. Impostors have breached our city walls, and creatures that once lurked in the shadows are now revealing themselves. In recent events, several of our graveyards have been violated, and it appears that the enemy has been utilizing locations storing the dead as portals into our realm. Reports from City Hall have also detailed gunfire heard across several lower city streets. At sea, our naval fleet is already locked in battle with monsters emerging from the ocean's depths. The enemy has launched a full-scale offensive, but what's more troubling than their onslaught is our inadequate understanding of this catastrophe, or rather, this conspiracy. The heretics hiding in the shadows, how could they have orchestrated all of this, and where are they concealing themselves? With these words, Bishop Ivan slowly raised his head to meet Agatha's watchful eyes. What have you unearthed from below? Your countenance suggests you found something of significance. I wasn't able to find the heretic's lair, but I did uncover a piece of information that's even more alarming. Taking a slow, measured breath, Agatha paused momentarily before whispering, our metal mines were depleted decades ago, perhaps even earlier than we initially thought. Chapter 411, Pursuit. A heavy silence engulfed the room for a span of almost 10 seconds, seemingly suspending time itself. The quiet was abruptly shattered by the muffled and raspy voice of Bishop Ivan, obscured by the swathes of bandages that concealed his features. The single word he uttered was a low questioning, "Hum." The terse reply left the air hanging with a sense of suspense. "You've certainly caught me off guard with your response," he remarked, a note of surprise threading his voice. "Your revelations are immensely disconcerting," responded Bishop Ivan, seeming to gather himself after the initial shock. With a determined straightening of his back, his voice took on a serious and uncharacteristic gravitas. "Are you implying that Frost's valuable metal ore deposit ran dry several decades ago? Is that the shocking truth that you discovered in the depths?" "Exactly," she agreed. "At the very bottom of the second waterway, there exists a sealed door. This door, I presume, was put in place by the first generation of City Hall officials. Concealed behind this door is a mine that appears to have been significantly depleted. Given its location, it was likely the richest section of the mine, and theoretically the last to be mined." Agatha laid bare all the secrets that she had stumbled upon in the subterranean depths. As she recounted her findings, Bishop Ivan's countenance darkened with each unfolding revelation. After a substantial period of divulging her underground discoveries, Agatha wrapped up her exposé with a tone of uncertainty. "Keep in mind, this is only one mining tunnel. The mine comprises countless such tunnels, and even if this particular one was located in the richest area and at its deepest level, it doesn't necessarily signify that the whole mine is now spent. Therefore, a significant part of my conclusion is conjectural. I recognize that this assumption seems somewhat improbable." "Improbable indeed," Bishop Ivan echoed with a thoughtful slowness. "Because if your accusations are indeed true, and the metal ore vein has been barren for all these years, then what, pray tell, have we been unearthing for the last 5 decades? What is the metal catalyst that Frost has been consistently supplying to the other cities over these years?" Faced with the questions raised by Bishop Ivan, Agatha fell silent. She knew that she was unable to provide a satisfactory answer or deflect his pointed inquiries. Frost has always been renowned as the prime producer of superior quality metal ore and processed catalyst rods. For the past 50 years, Frost's production of metal ore has nearly matched the cumulative output of all the other city-states situated around the Cold Sea. The mine's supply of metal never faltered. The excavation machinery tirelessly dug up riches round the clock, and the smelting factories' catalysts were distributed globally. Ships powered by these catalysts were a common sight in the vast expanse of the boundless sea. Throughout this half-century, there wasn't a single incident of non-fulfillment or error reported in the delivery of metal ore orders. If it was indeed true that the vein had been depleted years ago, the implications went far beyond just the Frost mine issue. The question then arose, what were all those ships sailing the boundless sea using as fuel in their steam cores? Ghosts. Following a substantial period of silence, the only sound in the room was a low sigh from the gatekeeper. If contamination is to blame for this too, then our world has truly descended into a state of shocking absurdity. Our world has always been awash with absurdities, but perhaps you've indeed unearthed something pivotal this time, Bishop Ivan intoned, shaking his head slightly. We mustn't waste time pondering whether your theory is a long shot or not. From a logical standpoint, the contradiction between the supposed long-exhausted mine and its persistent output could be intertwined with the current anomalies plaguing our city-state. However, according to the evidence we previously had at our disposal, the current anomalies were instigated by the followers of the Annihilation cult, Agatha pointed out, her eyebrows furrowed in thought. What could be their possible connection with the mine? They may not have a direct link to the mine itself. They might have merely exploited the situation and instigated this crisis, Bishop Ivan proposed, his mind racing through possible scenarios, his extensive life experiences, particularly his past interactions with cultists, assisting him in untangling this complex conundrum. It's highly improbable that heretics could infiltrate the city-state undetected for such a long span of time, especially considering the ore depletion could have occurred during the Queen's reign. The hunt and elimination of heretics were far more thorough in that era, and no cultist could possibly have evaded the vigilant watch of the Frost Queen. In the middle of his hypothesis, the elderly bishop paused and abruptly asked, "You mentioned earlier that Governor Winston claimed ignorance about the existence of that deeply concealed door in the second waterway." Agatha confirmed his query with a nod, stating, "That's what he professed." "His claim strikes me as suspicious," Bishop Ivan responded, shaking his head with a hint of doubt. Surely the early establishment of the first city hall was somewhat chaotic, but such a considerable oversight during the transition between the initial governors and their administrative teams seems implausible, particularly in regards to a secret of such substantial importance and sensitivity. "Are you suggesting that Governor Winston might be concealing something from me?" Agatha furrowed her brows, her confusion apparent. But what could his possible motive be? I can't say for certain. He might be attempting to maintain City Hall's authority. There could be larger implications hiding behind this secret, or he could even be manipulated by someone else. It's all quite uncertain, Bishop Ivan declared, his gaze suddenly falling intently on Agatha. What I find even more perplexing is your lack of suspicion. It's rather uncharacteristic of you to dismiss such potential anomalies. This observation took Agatha by surprise. Caught in her brief moment of disorientation, she recalled the scene she had observed upon her return from the second waterway, the mirrored image in the pool, the other self, moving in the opposite direction in the reflection. Agatha, are you all right? Bishop Ivan's voice punctured her reverie. Agatha blinked, slightly startled, and gently shook her head. Are you sure you're okay? Bishop Ivan pressed, concern apparent in his voice. You've seemed distant and preoccupied on multiple occasions over the past few days, and... I'm fine, I've always been fine, Agatha interrupted the elderly bishop's concern. For some reason, after that brief moment of confusion, her voice had grown lighter. She drew in a deep breath, invigorated, and got up from her seat. I've just had some critical realizations. I must leave immediately. Bishop Ivan also rose, asking, Are you planning to go to the mine? The Navy is engaged with the enemy. The sheriffs and guardians are handling the situation. They've bought me some time, and I still have a shot at uncovering the core of all this chaos. It's time to move. Agatha paused momentarily, then stressed as if to underscore her point. Time is the ultimate essence. I can't afford to dawdle here for too long. Very well, go then, Bishop Ivan acknowledged with a gentle nod. I hope you successfully decipher the truth and return unharmed. I will unearth the truth. Within the dense fog, intermittent gunshots occasionally echoed, punctuated by the automated broadcast warnings from the sheriff's or guardian's team and the sporadic alarm bells ringing from certain facilities. Frankly, I'd rather face hundreds of heavily armed cultists or even breach through a city engulfed in flames several more times. Vanna casually dissipated her ice-forged sword, her scowl focused on the disturbed ground beneath her feet. Within her limited field of vision, the earth was marred with worrisome intersecting cracks, from which copious amounts of grimy black sludge sluggishly seeped and writhed as they quickly hardened. Some of the sludge even vaguely maintained humanoid shapes, but they exhibited grotesque deformities in their primary limbs. Disgusting, Vanna grumbled. Really now, would you rather have another clash in a burning city? Morris's voice emanated from nearby. The elderly scholar, leaning on his cane, studied the ravaged battlefield in front of him and casually engaged Vanna in conversation. All right, I wouldn't, Vanna conceded with a shrug. Neither a phantom city shrouded in thick fog nor a city ablaze beneath the black sun is desirable. As she spoke, the dense fog shifted, and a towering figure abruptly emerged from the mist behind Vanna. The figure's head was grotesquely magnified and malformed, its colossal singular eye trembling uncontrollably in the fog. The next moment, the monster lunged at Vanna. However, the Inquisitor didn't turn around. Instead, she stamped the ground with such force that an unseen shockwave pulsed outward. The distorted creature managed only a single step forward before its lower half was obliterated. It fell to the ground, swiftly metamorphosing into mud. Under her deliberate control, the shockwave didn't affect Morris, who was close by. The elderly scholar merely adjusted his monocle, calmly surveying the fog-enshrouded streets surrounding them. The next moment his gaze abruptly honed in on a particular spot, his eyes illuminated with a glimmer of silver. The McAfee conjecture and proof. What followed was a series of deep, resonating sounds reminiscent of watermelons being crushed. Several silhouettes could be vaguely discerned materializing from the fog, their heads detonating in a spectacular display reminiscent of fireworks. The fortunate aspect is, these inferior duplicates have managed to replicate some degree of cognitive ability, forcing their manipulators to exercise more thought. Morris withdrew his focus, the silver gleam in his eyes gradually dimming. I was initially apprehensive they were all chaotic shells, against which the power of knowledge wouldn't have been particularly effective. Vanna cast a somewhat odd look at the monstrosities whose heads had exploded into mud in the distance. She then turned her gaze to Morris. When you tutored me, you never implied that the power of knowledge was this potent. I reckoned back then that this path wasn't apt for you, Morris responded nonchalantly. Vanna, Miss Inquisitor briefly felt as if she was the subject of mockery, but after recalling her examination results from those years, she chose to maintain her dignified silence. Are there any more of them nearby? she inquired in a low tone, her vigilance unwavering. Not at present, Morris shook his head. He was persistently aware of their surroundings. When those monsters emerged from the fog, their tumultuous thoughts would first manifest in his perception, since their thoughts were as conspicuous as a beacon of light in the dark to his keen senses. Few individuals possess the ability to deliberately control their thoughts, hence in the domain of sentient being detection, none could surpass the saints of the God of Wisdom. It's a relief there aren't any in the vicinity for now, though I expect new ones will likely materialize soon, Vanna sighed, subtly stretching her limbs. Did you observe there's a higher concentration of these counterfeit creatures in this direction, and their aggression seems noticeably greater than elsewhere? You've observed that too, Morris raised an eyebrow. It seems my suspicion was on point. You're implying the counterfeits that materialize from the fog aren't all aimlessly wandering. Some of them are being orchestrated by a puppeteer concealed behind the scenes. Chapter 412, Academic Exchange. As soon as Vanna and Morris began their descent from the towering mountaintop, they found themselves engaged in a relentless battle against counterfeit monsters. These beasts, formed from the elemental constituents of the environment around them, were born of the dense, disorientating fog that engulfed everything in sight. The number of these abhorrent creatures that they'd slain was already lost to memory, but one harsh truth was inescapable. No matter how many they killed, more would spring forth from the haze to take their place. The act of destroying them seemed to have little lasting effect. It was futile. Morris stared intensely into the thick blanket of white, his eyes occasionally sparking with a pale silver hue as if reflecting the very fog they sought to penetrate. He was trying to discern any signs of thought or intention from within the mist, hoping to locate the puppet masters responsible for these monstrosities. In an unexpected moment, he sharply shifted his focus in a particular direction, declaring, "Our path lies this way." Reacting swiftly to his guidance, Vanna extended her hand and manipulated the ever-present fog to shape a new, massive sword. She then stepped forward, leading the way for Morris. They navigated their way through the enveloping whiteness, traversing now-deserted streets, only able to make out the vague outlines of nearby buildings by the dim, ghostly luminescence of the street lamps. Sounds echoed intermittently in the foggy distance, sometimes the clash of city guards fending off the monstrous onslaught, at times eerie howls and roars, and occasionally desperate cries for help, so close it seemed they originated right next to them. But where these cries originated, there was only a surge of inky, swirling mud. As the fog shifted and moved, the forms of the buildings within seemed to animate and change, appearing to Morris as if the city itself was coming to life. Towering edifices within the fog transformed into gargantuan, fleshy titans, rooftops grew into enormous tentacles and eye stalks, and even the streetlights began to sway, their dark poles bending like supple flora. The lamp lights morphed into clusters of foggy, yellow eyes. Suddenly, a gentle, calming prayer echoed from ahead, cutting through Morris's thoughts and bringing his distorted vision back into focus. Vanna was muttering the prayer under her breath, her form enveloped in layers of radiant light that disturbed the oppressive fog. "Keep your guard up," Vanna warned, not turning her head as she finished her prayer. "Something within the fog has the ability to manipulate our perceptions. We've been submerged in this fog for too long." Morris responded with nonchalance. "It doesn't really matter. I'm used to occasional run-ins with illusions and auditory hallucinations." "Your mental health should certainly be a topic of conversation next time I speak with Heidi," Vanna retorted. At the mention of Heidi's name, Morris's lips twitched as if ready to counter, but at that exact moment, a whirl of mist blew in from the side. His vision was momentarily blurred, and when it cleared, Vanna was nowhere to be seen. The seasoned scholar stopped in his tracks at once, alertness creeping into his voice as he called out into the thick, shifting whiteness, "Vanna." The fog gave no response, instead rippling ominously in the still air around him. Tension gripped Morris as his senses sharpened, and he quickly scrutinized the environment encircling him. Seemingly out of nowhere, he could only discern the endless expanse of the pale, cold fog. The faint outlines of buildings that he had been using as navigation markers were now missing from sight. Even the dim streetlights that provided a fragile semblance of direction were no longer visible. Immersed within this chaotic, hazy void, his attention was abruptly drawn to a disturbing sight. Massive, daunting shadow loomed within the vapor, mimicking the dimensions of a towering skyscraper. But upon closer inspection, it possessed a subtly rhythmic sway, reminiscent of the tentacle of a monstrous sea creature stretching from the sky to the earth, stroking the earth below it with a dread-inspiring grace. Morris found himself inexorably drawn to this phantom silhouette, hypnotized by its tantalizing aura as if it held the key to unlocking secrets hidden deep within its formidable shadow. Yet in the next moment, he furrowed his brows and shook his head in a sharp, dismissing gesture. There were no truths hidden within this apparition. It was merely an illusion designed to ensnare the unwary mind. "Huh," a voice suddenly cut through the haze, a note of surprise clear in its tone. Without missing a beat, Morris turned towards the source of the sound. He noted that the gigantic illusion had vanished, and in its place, a tall, slender figure was slowly materializing from the fog. "Surprising that you remained unaffected." The figure solidified into a middle-aged man dressed in a dark blue coat, clutching a large black book in his hands. A chain of pitch-black color extended from his neck upwards into the air, culminating in a creature that bore a striking resemblance to a jellyfish. It pulsated rhythmically, expanding and contracting like smoke, eerily floating in the air above him. Choosing to stay silent, Morris fixed his gaze intently on the man and the smoky jellyfish attached to him, ready to react to any potential threat. "Don't be so tense, old man. I don't mind engaging in a conversation with you. After all, the day of final arrival is upon us, and I have plenty of time." The man spoke with surprising calmness, even offering a casual smile. "I'm genuinely curious as to why you weren't affected after witnessing the form of our master. You can perceive these illusions, which proves your spiritual vision is not lacking, but you didn't lose your sanity." "Apologies, but my mind has always been resilient. It's not easily disturbed by mere illusions," Morris responded, maintaining his composure, silently invoking the name of Laham within his mind. "Where have you taken my companions?" "Let's not worry about others for now, old man. You." The eerie calm surrounding the cultist was abruptly broken as Morris narrowed his eyes and thrust his hand towards him, his voice resonating with the power of intellect. "Roman Sov's inequality system." A torrent of knowledge was compacted into mere words, and a staggering amount of information was instantaneously injected into the target's cognitive faculties. The cultist's form wavered momentarily as though assailed by intense pain, and his gaze dropped to the ground. However, just as Morris braced himself to unleash a second mental onslaught, a potent sense of caution set off alarms within his heart. He hastily sealed his lips and suppressed his train of thought. Simultaneously, he saw the cultist raise his head, his eyes shimmering with a trace of mockery. His mental assault had rebounded, and a wave of dizziness immediately engulfed Morris. Fortunately, his quick reaction helped mitigate the severity of the disorientation. "What a pity," the cultist spread his hands, looking at the unsteady scholar with mock sympathy. "It appears I'm not so susceptible to this." Boom! His taunting words were cut short as the smoky jellyfish floating behind him started to contract at an alarming speed. The very next moment, as the jellyfish expanded explosively, a gargantuan black fireball materialized in front of the cultist. The fireball cut through the air with a deafening roar and crashed into the spot where Morris had been standing moments before. A dark cloud of smoke erupted from the point of impact, causing even the surrounding dense fog to ripple violently. The cultist, the agent of destruction, gazed at the lingering smoke and shook his head in feigned regret. "So many shells have been obliterated by cognitive impacts. Did you really think I would expose myself without any safeguards? Unfortunately, knowledge doesn't necessarily equate to wisdom." Clang crack. The sudden sound of an object striking the ground interrupted the cultist's self-satisfied monologue. His eyes instantly widened, and with a swift incantation, he summoned a whirlwind to clear the black smoke. Before him lay the shards of a shattered prism. The fragmented surface of the prism still faintly reflected Morris' image. A prism, optical deception. The realization dawned on the cultist almost immediately. In the very next second, his gaze was drawn towards a particular direction. Then, almost simultaneously, Morris' figure emerged from seemingly solid ground. The figure raised his right hand, enunciating each word clearly and emphatically. McAfee conjecture and proof. However, this time, the cultist, who existed in symbiosis with the smoky jellyfish, didn't even flinch. No longer concealing his true strength, he reached out to grip the floating chain behind his neck, tapping into the power of the sinister entity while keeping his eyes firmly trained on the elderly scholar not far away. "I apologize. Actually, I am a graduate of the Department of Mathematics at the Central University of Mock City." Click. The crisp sound of a gun's inner workings echoed in Morris's ears. Almost simultaneously, a second Morris materialized behind the cultist, pressing the cold barrel of a revolver against the man's skull. Bang! With the deafening gunshot, the body with a bullet-ridden brain slumped to the ground, and the sinister entity that lived in symbiosis with it rapidly dissipated, wailing in its final moments. You neglected to mention your university degree earlier. The elderly scholar blew away the smoke curling from the gun barrel, shaking his head as he stowed the revolver away. Before him, the illusionary Morris started to evaporate like morning dew. Where the mirage faded, a tiny crystal prism tumbled to the ground, shattering upon impact. Morris looked at the broken prism with a hint of regret, using his walking stick to prod disdainfully at the lifeless body of the cultist. You wasted 2 of my prisms, including your university education. As he spoke, the surrounding fog began to stir once again. The scenes encapsulated within the haze underwent rapid transformations, and the silhouettes of the previously vanished buildings and streetlights started to resurface in Morris's vision. He then saw Vanna sprinting towards him from the side. "Are you okay?" Vanna hollered worriedly even before she had reached him. "You suddenly disappeared." "I was under the impression that you had disappeared," Morris gestured dismissively. "It seems to be some sort of transient illusion. Wait." Something suddenly struck him, halting his words, and Vanna too abruptly stopped a few meters away. "First, let's confirm if we're real," they echoed each other's words. They exchanged glances, and again, simultaneously, they shouted, "Code vanished." "It appears we're authentic," Morris nodded after ascertaining that neither of them showed any anomalies. Caution always pays off. For the first time, Vanna noticed the cultist's corpse sprawled on the ground. Her gaze flickered subtly. "Did you take care of this?" "Crossed paths with a well-educated individual," Morris nodded. "We engaged in a scholarly debate, and fortunately I had a more effective resolution method." Vanna, taken aback, could only respond with a puzzled. Chapter 413, The Next Record. Even though Vanna and Morris had been extensively acquainted, her impression of him had always been of a quiet, studious gentleman. Back in their homeland, Planned Morris, an elderly scholar, had dedicated the bulk of his time to teaching in the classroom. The rest of his hours were spent either immersed in the vastness of the library or lecturing at various other educational establishments. Due to his academic commitments, Vanna hardly ever had the opportunity to grasp the more peculiar, supernatural aspects of this venerable man's character. Yet when they commenced their journey on the Vanished, Vanna began to discover a whole new facet of Morris. She started to comprehend the reliance of these seemingly innocuous scholars, devout followers of the god of wisdom, Laham, on something quite unusual for conducting their scholarly endeavors. She was getting a glimpse of one of the riskiest professions in their world, the relentless pursuit of knowledge. Upon reflection, this seemed only logical to Vanna. Scholars were expected to have special and powerful abilities, considering the various entities in this world vying for knowledge, ranging from malevolent demons to spiritual illusions. Overwhelmed by this insight, Vanna massaged her temples in an attempt to quell the flurry of thoughts. She muttered under her breath, "So you're this powerful. Had I realized this earlier, I might have dedicated myself more to my studies." "No, you were too far behind," responded Morris, shaking his head, his face showing no emotion. "Physical training suits you better." Caught off guard, Vanna retorted, "At least I was able to graduate from Plants University." Casting a glance her way, Morris dryly commented, "1/3 of your credits were for athletics, another third for religious studies." The comment left Vanna speechless. After a few seconds of silence, she looked around at the fog that encircled them, awkwardly trying to navigate the conversation away from this sensitive topic. "The cultist you took care of, was he controlling those fake creatures?" Morris shook his head. "He was probably just one of many controllers. Did you hear the noises from the other districts? The entire city-state is infested with such creatures now, and it's anyone's guess how many cultists have slipped into the real world in this dense fog. I fear we won't be able to eliminate all of them." Vanna nodded gravely, readying herself to say something else when she caught something unusual from the corner of her eye. With a soft gasp, she darted towards the dead cultist. Squatting down to inspect the body, she reached out and gripped the collar of his shirt, tearing it open without a second thought. Underneath the cultist's torn clothing, his flesh was disintegrating and writhing, presenting a sight akin to being soaked and stained in pitch-black mud. As the life force left the body, the mud's movement perceptibly slowed, appearing to gradually dry out. "Is this another imposter?" Vanna's eyes bulged in disbelief as she grappled with the unexpected discovery. These cultists, do they actually transform their own kind into doppelgangers? It's not as simple as that, responded Morris, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. He too was thoroughly examining the deceased cultist's body, recalling the specifics of their recent encounter. After a thoughtful pause, he slowly shook his head. I sensed his thought patterns, which were distinct from those of the counterfeits. These fake entities display a noticeable discontinuity in their cognitive processes, a hallmark of human uniqueness. Even though they can impersonate ordinary people, they are incapable of maintaining a stable consciousness due to the inherent instability of the primal element. This cultist did not have that issue. As he elucidated, he gestured towards the decaying flesh underneath the cultist's chest, which was smeared in black mud. More importantly, this area here. Notice he is not entirely composed of primal elements. The primal essence and normal flesh exist in conjunction. It's more comparable to a form of mutual coexistence, or self-contamination. Vanna stared at the indicated spot for an extended time, her eyebrows nodding in disgust. These blasphemers willingly pollute themselves with the element, even replacing portions of their own flesh with it. The very thought is revolting. Even for the annihilators, this seems to be an extraordinarily perverse level. Morris maintained a calm tone. I don't see it as particularly different from those who willingly transform themselves into evil demons. These fanatics loathe the natural, mortal flesh. They have always been inclined to alter themselves in the most irrational ways possible. With that, he redirected his focus towards the large black book tightly clutched in the cultist's hand. After a brief moment of hesitation, the elderly scholar made a decisive move, forcefully prying the book from the deathly grip of the cultist. Be careful, Vanna immediately warned as she watched him. This book might contain sacrilegious and corrupt material. With the sun's power diminished, careless contact are acute. Scholars always plunge into the depths of unfamiliar and mysterious books. For us, every reading is a journey of challenge and discovery. Morris gently shook his head. Don't worry, the Laham School provides specialized training and techniques for reading under these conditions. Your role is to stay alert, and if anything is attracted by this book, assist me in managing it. Vanna hesitated for a moment, then earnestly nodded in agreement. All right. Morris acknowledged Vanna's concern with a grunt, and then performed a brief, silent prayer. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved a small vial filled with an herbal powder. He proceeded to scatter half of it on the ground before setting it alight, then dusted the remaining powder over the mysterious book laid out in front of him. Checking the status of the colored stone bracelet adorning his wrist, Morris solemnly settled himself down, positioning the enigmatic tome on his lap. The cover of the book was a deep, impenetrable black void of any text or emblems on its surface. Barely discernible complex web-like patterns were engraved on the tough outer cover, giving no indication as to its origins. Morris gently lifted the cover of the book to examine the contents within. Meanwhile, Vanna deliberately diverted her gaze, making every effort to evade any potential influence from the book. A slew of chaotic lines and symbols unfolded before Morris's eyes. At first, Morris found the complex array of symbols and lines challenging to interpret. They didn't match any language or ancient script he was conversant with. However, as he attempted to turn to the next page, the markings within the pages startlingly came to life. The ink metamorphosed into animate, writhing entities, scampering within the paper's boundaries. This sudden animation of the characters engaged Morris's attention, and within a mere few moments, he began to discern the narrative buried within the pages. The symbols and lines twisted and gyrated at a rapid pace. Every element on the pages trembled under his gaze, and the conveyed knowledge was etched directly into his mind. An instinctual thought flashed across Morris's mind, triggering the protective and stress response mechanisms hardwired into his subconscious. In the next instant, his primary consciousness detached itself, his rationality strengthened, and he became an observer. From a remote, ethereal viewpoint, he was able to observe his self in the real world while calmly and clearly scrutinizing the content emerging in his brain. The Council of the Forgotten Kings met time and again, solidifying the initial plan. Those forsaken, their flesh would disintegrate under the light. After reading only these 2 sentences, the illusionary projection of Morris abruptly furrowed his brow. This was reminiscent of a note brought back by a young informant named Crow, when the captain initially led the team to explore the second water route. It was that cryptic, unidentified, and suspected ancient record of a holy text. A subtle change swept over Morris's eyes, and he instantly compelled his body to flip through the pages. His eyes absorbed the blasphemous and distorted text, building corresponding knowledge-based memories in his mind. He then inspected this content from the perspective of an observer within his head. As Morris delved deeper into the holy text, he discovered that, indeed, the passages followed those recorded by Crow, though they appeared as fragmented sentences. Following the departure of the Forsaken Clan, the formation of the universe proceeded according to plan, with the Forgotten Kings embarking on the creation of the original and ultimate blueprint. However, the initial design was promptly abandoned, as the ripple effects of the Great Annihilation continued to disrupt the mortal world. The kings amalgamated dust into stone and stone into celestial bodies, but these stellar creations crumbled and shattered, unable to withstand the trials. The king of the Pale Giants, referred to as Ta Ruijin, fell during the first extended night of Genesis. The kings then initiated the design of the second blueprint. They chose one from among them to play the role of the creator. The first selected was the Dream King, also known as the King of Knowledge and Memory, a mighty being who had demonstrated true feats of creation. But the second design also faltered, and so the Dream King was torn apart during the second extended night of Genesis, with a fragment of him clinging to the periphery of the real world. The execution of the third blueprint was assigned to another king, referred to as the King of Darkness or the Master of the Swarm. He is the collective sovereign of innumerable formless entities, holding the power of creation and the reversal of creation. In truth, he is also known as the Elder Brother of Wisdom. The King of Darkness commenced his work. During the third extended night, he bestowed the blueprint upon the swarm and appealed for assistance from the remaining clans. To prevent meeting the same fate as the Dream King and the King of the Pale Giants, he fragmented the blueprint, replacing the multitude of nations in the mortal world with 1,200 city-states. He delegated governance of the first 10 cities to a specific clan, bestowing upon them the title Crete. The third extended night hence passed peacefully. This was seen as a positive outcome. However, the Forgotten Kings took issue with the King of Darkness's amendment of the blueprint and obstructed his path back to the Holy Throne. However, the clan of the 10 cities expressed gratitude to the King of Darkness. Fearing to praise this king openly before the other kings, they conferred upon him a different revered title. They referred to him as the Holy Lord, also known as the Nether Lord. Chapter 414 Connection. With an explosive resonance that seemed to resonate through the deepest recesses of Morris's mind, a sense of disorientation instantly gripped him. Despite his prior measures of consciously isolating his primary thought processes and cementing his mental strength, the intense shockwave that seemed to invade his very soul left him in disarray, wavering beneath the ensuing tsunami of information. In a split second, his psychological perspective, previously positioned by his physical form, began to whirl uncontrollably. His mental vision blurred, preventing him from seeing the words he had formed within his mind. All he could perceive was an unending, swirling fog, within which the sentences he had just consumed were akin to a chaotic swarm of bees. They ruthlessly attacked his memories, gnawing and ravaging, tearing at the very fabric of his personality. There was a moment when he couldn't even remember his own name. The sole thing that endured in his memory was the title he'd glimpsed in the last instant, the Nether Lord. The following moment, an external influence suddenly halted his overwhelming disorientation. Morris experienced his consciousness being tugged back into reality by an inconceivably mighty force. During this abrupt return to consciousness, he witnessed numerous lights, akin to an array, emerging within the dense miasma, the largest among them casting a red glow. This spectacle appeared to be a fleeting gaze from the god of wisdom, Laham. Yet just a second later, these luminescent figures vanished swiftly, transforming into colossal waves that crashed toward him. The waves then morphed into a cloud of dust which imploded before his very eyes. The delicate, pale ashes, reminiscent of holy saints, showered down upon him. Subsequently, the pale dust ignited mid-descent, morphing into a rain of fire, from which countless intense and red flames coalesced, bearing down on him with the intent to incinerate his very being. Yet just as the red flames were about to engulf him, Morris noticed the fire's hue shift to an eerie green. The previously explosive inferno transformed into a calm, gentle flame, settling around him. A solitary flame made contact with his shoulder, the impact mimicking a forceful slap. In the following second, he jerkily opened his eyes, realizing he had been returned to his corporeal form. The enforced procedures of isolating his consciousness and solidifying his mind abruptly concluded, catapulting him back from the precipice of insanity into reality once more. As his consciousness regained its normal state, Morris rapidly closed the black leather-bound book, battling the urge to delve in once more. His action was swift, but not swift enough to prevent the book from flipping through several pages before it was fully shut. Out of the corner of his eye, a phrase was etched powerfully into his sight. They were words imbued with a fervent obsession akin to a dying person's final wish. "We will eventually return to that pure and holy origin." The black, leather-bound book was now securely shut. The residual image of the last words he had glimpsed lingered in Morris's mind as he sucked in ragged breaths. Immediately picking up on the abnormal situation, Vanna quickly moved towards Morris in just a few strides, concern etched on her face. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Just a scholar's routine," Morris replied, attempting to steady his uneven breaths. "Tackling lethal knowledge and emerging on the other side." He extended a hand towards Vanna, reassuring her, "I'm fine, I'm still me. Help me get up." As he steadied himself on his feet, he queried, "How much time has passed?" "Just a few seconds," Vanna responded, nodding to reinforce her statement. "You had just opened the book, taken a few glances, and then you abruptly closed it. Simultaneously, your spiritual turbulence was intense and unrelenting. Unidentified shadows began to take form amidst the surrounding fog." "Only a few seconds," Morris murmured, corners of his lips twitching upward as he recalled the bizarre visions that had flooded his consciousness before he was pulled back from the brink of loss of control. The very next moment, a deep and grave voice reverberated within his mind. "Morris, what happened on your end?" Caught off guard, Morris quickly composed his features and responded mentally. "I was engrossed in a blasphemous book we had confiscated from an Annihilator cultist and inadvertently got contaminated. Captain, was it you who yanked me back to reality at the last minute?" "Yes," came Duncan's response. "I felt a sudden surge in mental distress from you, so I inspected the situation via the mark I had left on you. Did you say something about a blasphemous book? Could you elaborate on what happened? Are you still with Vanna? Where is your current location?" "Vanna is with me," Morris quickly replied. "We are still conducting operations in the upper city. We discovered that the Annihilators are utilizing the fog as a cover to infiltrate the real world and are manipulating counterfeits to attack the city-state. We've just managed to neutralize one of these puppeteers." He took a moment to gather his thoughts before continuing. "The circumstances are unusual." The corpse of the cultist exhibited signs of fusion with primal matter post-mortem, resembling an extreme modification outcome. He was in possession of a black, unmarked book. The contents of this book. Morris abruptly halted mid-sentence, his voice taking on a tone of heightened caution as he carefully manipulated his train of thought. "The contents of the book are deeply troubling. They are original accounts from those holy texts reproduced by Crow. I only managed to get through a small portion before the contamination occurred. I apologize, but I can only report so much at the moment. The specifics elude me." Duncan's voice fell silent for a brief 2 seconds before responding. "That's all right. Prioritize your safety. Do not attempt to recall the events further. Bring the book along and report to me directly at a later time." Morris exhaled a sigh of relief, responding, "Understood, Captain." At this stage, Vanna unexpectedly chimed in, her mental voice directed towards the captain. "Captain, what's the situation on your end?" "We are at the second waterway, Alice and I. It's remarkably quiet here," Duncan replied. Located deep beneath the central city area, Duncan stood at a junction in the second waterway, gazing upward into the seemingly desolate corridor above him. A thin veil of mist hovered within the tunnel, clinging to the shadowy ceiling above. The fog had materialized out of nowhere, gradually thickening over time. However, when compared to the city-state's surface, which was entirely blanketed by a dense fog, the situation here seemed relatively mild. Waiting for the fire seed to get in place, Duncan relayed his thoughts to Vanna through their shared, mark connection. "Fire seed," the confusion in Vanna's voice was evident. "The Annihilator's nest is not in our reality. Mirror Frost is their primary stronghold," Duncan explained in a steady tone. "Be it the Mist Fleet or the Frost Navy, including the city-state's soldiers and the Church's protectors, their invasions in our reality only serve to delay the emergence from the mirror. The real solution involves acting from within Mirror Frost itself. Agatha has already embarked on her journey with the Fire Seed. Her mission is to locate the heretic's nest, whereupon I will assist her in igniting it." Vanna's reply came after a brief pause, her voice filled with uncertainty. "Then, what can we do to assist?" "Persist with your hunt within the fog, eliminate all the counterfeits you encounter, track down the puppeteers controlling them, and kill as many as you can," Duncan instructed. "Slowing the invasion has merit. You're buying precious time for Agatha whilst simultaneously reducing the pressure she has to confront." Vanna promptly responded, "Yes, I understand." After a few more seconds of silence, she spoke again. "Also, it seems there may still be a counterfeit gatekeeper, Agatha, operating within the city-state, and the church does not seem to be taking any action, do you think?" Her voice trailed off, filled with hesitation. However, Duncan was already aware of the situation involving the counterfeit, even more so than Vanna. After all, he had established contact with the real Agatha. "Do not worry about that, Agatha," he advised after a moment of contemplation, "and don't pursue her. But should you encounter her, depending on the situation, feel free to offer assistance." There was a notable pause from Vanna's end, and when she finally responded, her voice echoed surprise. "Offer assistance to that counterfeit. Don't forget, not all counterfeits are under the control of the Annihilators. The more advanced among them possess their own free will," Duncan explained, his tone steady. "The gatekeeper isn't the type to easily become a puppet of the heretics, but the specifics will require you to make a judgment in real time." "Understood, Captain." Vanna's reply this time carried an unusual degree of solemnity, as though her role as an inquisitor had, at this moment, found an unexpected resonance with that of the gatekeeper. After concluding his connection with his subordinates, Duncan took a shallow breath, raising his hand and igniting a small flame at his fingertips. He stared at the tiny blaze, and after a moment of quiet contemplation, he murmured, "Agatha, do you genuinely believe she will act according to your expectations?" From within the flame emerged a chilly, raspy voice. "Yes." "And why are you so sure?" Duncan questioned. "Because I have faith in myself." "Even so, she's merely your duplicate," Duncan calmly retorted. "There will inevitably be minute discrepancies between you two, which could lead her to make different decisions from yours." "Yet you didn't instruct your subordinates to eliminate that threat," Agatha countered. "You too have faith in my judgment." Duncan remained silent for a few seconds before heaving a soft sigh. "A man named Scott Brown once demonstrated his humanity to me, a humanity that applies even to the counterfeit. Thus, this time I'm willing to believe once more. And if, let's hypothetically say my judgment is flawed, your trust would have been misplaced." "That's fine, it's all trivial." "Trivial, huh?" Agatha stood within the cold, damp confines of the sewer corridor, her gaze lowered to the small flame still quietly flickering in her palm. The faint warmth radiating from the flame seemed to be the only semblance of heat she could feel in this world. Beyond the flickering firelight, the rest of the world felt as frigid as a grave. The voice of the captain resonated once more. "Agatha, what's your status?" "I'm still progressing, nearly there. I can feel it, it's within reach," Agatha responded. "I meant your personal condition. Your voice, it doesn't sound like before." Agatha paused in her steps. Her gaze drifted downwards to her scarred body, to the wounds that had ceased bleeding. "I'm all right," she assured softly, her voice carrying a chill akin to a tomb's. "It's all trivial." Chapter 415, Descending into the Well. Agatha carefully held the delicate green flame, providing a barely noticeable warmth in her hands. Resolute, she resumed her relentless journey, going ever deeper into the damp, echoing labyrinth known as the Second Waterway. Time became meaningless in her monotonous trudge through the murky tunnels. Her grasp on her surroundings had gradually become more nebulous as the dark, moldy walls of the sewer started to blend together. The length of her journey through the wet and cold environment was indistinguishable from days, weeks, or even months. The number of monstrous creatures she had faced and defeated blurred into one, as did the multiple wounds she had sustained in those fights. At times, her own identity, the very purpose of her being in this grimy underground labyrinth, would slip away from her. However, sanity would return every time the green flame sparked to life in her palm. Her mind would clear, and her ultimate mission would be etched firmly back into her memory, transport the flame, this beacon of hope, into the heart of the heretic's lair. A chilling gust swept through the tunnel from the foreboding corridor up ahead. This wind was filled with a symphony of eerie whispers and primal roars, causing Agatha to waver slightly. Feeling the hostile aura carried by the wind, she instinctively hid the flame inside her worn-out black robe. She had to keep it hidden to avoid arousing the attention of the heretics lurking in the shadows. Raising her eyes to the obsidian blackness, Agatha made out the unsettling shadows moving like a dark sea stirred by the wind. The gas lamps adorning the corridor walls had been reduced to a feeble light comparable to the luminescence of glowworms. A disgusting black sludge began to ooze out from the cracked roofs and rusted grate pipes, squirming and congealing into grotesque shapes, whispering in a nauseating chorus. Agatha brandished her staff, battle-scarred just like her, feeling a surprising surge of renewed vigor coursing through her veins, pushing the nagging fatigue to the back of her mind. She stared at the vile muck churning in the darkness, thumping her staff against the dank stone floor and sending a reverberating bell-like chime. Boom tilde. The lift creaked in protest, its car swaying rhythmically as it began its descent into the Stygian depths of the mine. A guardian soldier standing on the edge of the lift suddenly jerked his head up, his voice tinged with bewilderment as he questioned his comrade. "Did you hear something just now?" "It was like a boom," the other guardian replied, uncertainty marring his features. He instinctively turned his gaze towards the gatekeeper in the center of the car, hesitating before adding, like. What he intended to say, but couldn't muster the courage to, was that the sound was reminiscent of the gatekeeper's staff ringing the death bell before their purging campaigns against the heretics. The gatekeeper was present, serenely meditating with her eyes shut. Seemingly overhearing her subordinate's conversation, Agatha slowly opened her eyes. She took in her surroundings and wordlessly strolled to the edge of the car, encased by a protective railing, peering into the abyss below. "Gatekeeper," the previously speaking guardian soldier approached hesitantly, a slight furrow in his brow. "We heard a peculiar sound echoing from the depths of the mine. Could there possibly be others operating down there alongside us?" "Only we are here," replied Agatha without diverting her gaze from the inky abyss below. "Pay no heed to the noises from before." With that, the subordinate retreated, leaving Agatha alone with her thoughts, her gaze still fixed on the nebulous darkness below. They were in a massive metal mine, which served as the primary vertical passage to the lower excavation areas. Even in this spot, buried deep within the bowels of the mountain, the fog was omnipresent. Under normal circumstances, fog would not permeate such an environment, but this ethereal mist was no ordinary natural phenomenon. It was as if some unseen supernatural force had set it into motion, seeping into every nook and cranny of the mine. In places where the light dimmed and the earth swallowed the surroundings, the fog seemed to materialize from thin air, enveloping everything in sight. The lift, harnessed within the mine, continued its descent through the eerie, fog-infused void, creaking and groaning with each passing moment. Occasionally, dim orbs of light drifted upwards, appearing as ghostly apparitions in the fog. They were the gas lamps and electric lights installed along the shaft. Their faint glow was so feeble that it seemed like a cluster of fireflies winking in and out of existence in the fog. Still, the essential systems of the mine remained operational. The ventilation mechanisms, power supply lines, lighting fixtures, and elevator machinery continued to function as usual, their hum a testament to their persistence. Operating machinery under these circumstances called for heightened vigilance. Agatha had dispatched a priest to examine the condition of the lift before deciding to use it. A safer but far more strenuous option would have been to descend using the emergency staircase and ramps, but that route would have taken a toll on their time and energy. "I just hope this contraption doesn't give out on our ascent," a young guardian murmured, a note of unease in his voice. The sight of the freight car and rails crashing down the hillside earlier was unsettling. "Can't you offer some positive commentary at a time like this?" A slightly older guardian shot back, his brow furrowed in irritation. "We're all riding in the lift. If you're that jittery, jump off. You're guaranteed a malfunction-free experience in freefall." No, I was merely stating. This equipment seems sturdy and dependable. It's highly unlikely that it would malfunction." Overhearing the conversation between the two soldiers, a nun with a pixie cut joined in. "I've heard tales about a female inquisitor from the distant city-state of Pland, who has been known to leap off cliffs to slay heirs on the rocky beaches below. If she were to jump from here, she'd likely land unscathed." Letter 211. The two guardians paused in silence for a moment before exclaiming in unison, "Is she even human?" "It's just hearsay." The soldiers' conversation continued unabated. While it had little impact on their impending actions, their banter helped diffuse the tension simmering amidst the unending descent into the foreboding abyss. After all, even the staunch guardians were human and required periods of respite. However, Agatha stood with her back to them, not participating in the jovial exchange, but also not silencing her subordinates. She merely listened in quietude, a soft smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Contrary to the common perception of the gatekeeper as stern and unyielding, Agatha was remarkably gentle and indulgent towards her subordinates. Suddenly, the whine of straining steel cables and the screech of the brake system disrupted the guardians' jovial chatter. The lift car began to decelerate, slowing its descent until it finally came to a halt in an expansive, chilling cavern. "We're at the transit point of the first level," Agatha announced, her gaze sweeping across the nearest support structures, the lighting setup, and the scattered mining equipment strewn across the open area nearby. It was evident that the mine workers had left in haste, leaving behind equipment they could not carry with them. Their abrupt departure was palpable in the disorder. "Where's the transit map?" "Right here," a priest promptly responded, handing the transit map obtained from the mining bureau over to the gatekeeper. "We're currently at well number 2. Accepting the blueprint, Agatha stepped off the elevator, her eyes flitting between the surrounding area and the map in her hands. She replayed the briefing she had received from the mine managers before their descent. The subterranean rail cars that ferry workers to the mining area are no longer functional. We'll have to journey on foot to reach the mining area. We need to follow the red line markers. About 150 meters from here, there's a slope leading to the mining site." Raising her eyes, she surveyed her surroundings once more. "First, let's conduct a thorough area inspection, establish a safety point, and then proceed deeper." Her subordinates sprang into action at her command. The guardians set about examining the safety of all transit points, while the priests and nuns began conducting rudimentary purification rituals around the elevator, setting up altars and religious relics. Meanwhile, Agatha roamed around the cavern seemingly without purpose. Her stroll brought her to an overturned transportation box left behind in a rush. The box was constructed from iron with a tin lining on the inside. The lid was not properly secured, revealing its contents at a mere nudge, small chunks of precious ore. The ore emitted a dull metallic luster, its dark exterior crisscrossed by pale golden veins, which starkly resembled a network of blood vessels. These likely were samples intended to be carried to the surface by the shift workers, speculated a middle-aged guardian, employing his years of experience. As part of their current mission involved investigating the mine, Agatha had brought along a cadre of guardians who had spent long durations stationed in the metal mining area. Although they weren't professional miners, they were fairly familiar with the environment and working conditions here. "Gold ores." Agatha wore a thoughtful expression, using her staff to nudge a few ore pieces scattered on the ground. She then bent down, scooping up a piece, and scrutinized it closely. After a moment, she extended the ore to the middle-aged guardian. "Take a look at this. This is a high-grade ore. It seems like it just needs to be crushed and sifted before it can be smelted. As for the output, I couldn't say. We'd need an expert for that." Agatha's brow furrowed. "So it's just as it appears, no complications." "I can't find any issue. It's just plain gold ore," replied the guardian candidly, then appeared slightly puzzled. "Do you suspect something?" In response, Agatha silently picked up another piece of gold ore, studying it for a while before softly declaring, "What I am about to suggest is purely speculative, but it is also strictly confidential. Only those involved in this operation should be aware, and it should only be shared after we descend further into the mine." The guardian facing her looked surprised for a moment, but his expression quickly shifted to grave seriousness. Each cleric deemed fit to accompany the gatekeeper on a mission, whether they were guardians, nuns, or priests, had been carefully vetted by the church. They all had taken a solemn oath and signed a binding contract under the watchful eye of Bardock. Everyone involved knew the unique nature of their mission and was aware of the complexity and peculiarity of the incidents requiring the gatekeeper's personal intervention. In such operations that ventured into the unknown, anything could become a secret. The mundane could transform into the forbidden, isolated from the world at a moment's notice. Even the participants in the operation could become a part of the secret at any time. After all, some truths, merely by being known, could create corrosive fractures in the fabric of reality. Even if they only left an impression in the minds of those involved, they could pave the way for uncontrollable future crises. "Everyone assemble here. I have important information to share." Chapter 416, The Governor's Whereabouts. The core veins of Frost's Mountain, the deepest mines that once thrived with mineral wealth, had been reportedly exhausted many decades ago. Yet, the sustenance on which this city-state so heavily relied seemed to have taken on a twisted form. Nestled far below within the desolate metal mine, a secretive door stood, a relic left by the original city administrators. Disturbingly, the existing city hall and the governor could also be implicated as contributors and preservers of this deeply kept secret. Even the most proficient and disciplined guardians, routinely in the line of exposure to dangerous and peculiar phenomena, were struck mute and awestruck by this revelation. In their shared surprise, they grasped the rationale behind the mission's confidentiality, understanding why the gatekeeper had only disclosed the specifics once they were all safely tucked away within the mine. Such information, even excluding the potential menace posed by any paranormal activities associated with it, could, on its own merit, incite a social uproar within the city-state, especially regarding the truth about the exhaustion of the mines. We can't yet ascertain whether the mining tunnels were truly drained of resources decades ago, and neither can we determine the exact nature of what was transported out of the mine under the supposed conditions of mineral scarcity. What is clear, however, is that if all of this is indeed a product of some sort of contamination, and if the current irregularities within the city-state can be linked to this contamination, then we are currently positioned at the deepest, most concentrated point of this contamination. Agatha's gaze roved over her subordinates, her voice as steady and composed as always. I'm aware that you all know the current situation above ground, and I realize you've had your doubts. You must be questioning why our top-tier team was dispatched to investigate a seemingly insignificant mine at such a pivotal moment. I understand your concerns for our comrades battling the monstrous entities in the fog and the skirmishes in the surrounding seas. However, let's not forget that we are also standing on a battlefield as we speak. Our inquiry into this mine could potentially provide our comrades in other locations with crucial assistance. It might allow us to pinpoint and eradicate the crisis at its root, a more strategic approach compared to the relentless and futile efforts against the monsters lurking within the dense fog. So, does anyone have any questions? Her eyes scanned the room, taking in the familiar sight of her subordinates' composed and determined faces before nodding slightly in approval. All right, let's get moving. Our destination is the deepest level of the mine. Be vigilant in this dark environment and continuously check the ventilation and lighting system's status. Each one of you was given a self-support device upon descent. Now, it's time to put on your masks and activate the external circulation valve. I'm sure you all remember the usage instructions, right? If a crisis arises, switch the valve clockwise for internal circulation, activate the self-rescue device's pin, and retreat swiftly back to the main tunnel, making self-preservation your top priority. Immediately upon instruction, the guardians, priests, and nuns sprang into action. They secured breathing masks over their faces, methodically inspecting the condition of the connecting tubes and the circulation valves. Furthermore, they affixed specially designed underground lanterns onto the clasps of their chest armor to prevent any impediment to their movements. However, Agatha didn't follow suit by wearing a mask. Being the gatekeeper of Bardock, her bodily constitution was vastly distinct from that of an average human, particularly in the aspect of respiration. The typical toxic gases and suffocating environments wouldn't have any significant impact on her. As her subordinates were gearing up to commence their journey, a soft hissing sound stealthily invaded Agatha's auditory senses. At first, Agatha surmised that the hissing originated from the sound of her subordinates inhaling and exhaling through their masks. Yet soon enough, she discerned that the source of the noise was somewhat distant, beyond the cluster of her team members, rooted in the shadowy regions untouched by the illumination. Be on guard. Agatha's reaction was instantaneous as she vocally warned her crew. Within the next few seconds, several other guardians picked up on the hissing noise, seemingly a valve discharging air emanating from the obscure depths, and multiple beams of light concurrently veered in that direction. Within the nebulous mix of light and fog, Agatha glimpsed a silhouette gradually taking form from the shadowy recess, an individual clad in a dense black coat, wearing a gas mask, and seemingly bearing firearms. This figure was lying amid an assortment of random objects, breathing heavily, with the hissing noise evidently issuing from his gas mask. Why would there be someone here all of a sudden? The Guardians had thoroughly scanned the entire embarkation point prior to this, and it would have been highly unlikely for them to overlook such a conspicuous presence. Questions began swirling in Agatha's mind, but they didn't deter her immediate action. She swiftly moved towards the seemingly dying figure, her team of Guardians tailing closely. This is a city-state soldier. One of the Guardians promptly recognized the gear of the fallen individual, a part of the governor's personal guard. Agatha quickly surveyed the soldier, noticing a metallic breastplate layered over his hefty black coat. The power conduit that interconnected his breastplate and arm guard was already fractured. An advanced military-grade breathing mask almost entirely obscured his face. It was only from his build that she could infer his gender as male, and the lethal wound was located near his chest. His internal organs were substantially damaged. One of his arms was already shattered, while the other tightly clung to a rifle. Perhaps the sudden influx of light around him triggered some physiological response. After Agatha approached, the masked soldier made a slight movement as if attempting to lift his head. The guardians surrounding her were immediately taken aback, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. However, Agatha signaled them with a calm wave of her hand, stepped forward, and slightly stooped down to the level of the fallen man. "Identify yourself," she commanded. "Governor's Guard Martin Blythe, Sergeant," came the strained response. "Sergeant Blythe, what brings you here?" "Governor Winston," the soldier, who now identified himself as Sergeant Blythe, spoke in a raspy voice. The words uttered beneath his breathing mask were progressively labored. He referred to the governor's name and strenuously attempted to raise his arm, seemingly pointing towards an area. "Mr. Winston entered a secret chamber. We require reinforcement." His voice trailed off, his arms suddenly drooping as if drained of energy, and a final faint hiss echoed from beneath his mask. His life was extinguished, and in the immediate aftermath of his demise, Agatha noted a tainted black sludge slowly seeping from his wound and the area under his mask. His body began a rapid decomposition process, almost appearing as if it was melting, producing an eerie, squishy noise. "A doppelganger." The guardians in the vicinity instantaneously reacted, retreating swiftly. Simultaneously, the brave priest accompanying them advanced, sprinkling a pre-mixed concoction of powder on the disintegrating body while casting a pale fireball onto the corpse. With a resonating blast, a pale flame ignited, rapidly enveloping the doppelganger within its grasp. After a swift and intense combustion, all that remained was a mound of dried, motionless black sludge and the lingering warmth in the surrounding air. Agatha observed this sequence of events with composed demeanor. From the moment the figure materialized, she had surmised that he could potentially be a doppelganger born from the dense fog. Now, her gaze pensively wandered towards the direction Sergeant Blythe had indicated just before his expiration. "So it's this way, huh?" she murmured under her breath. "Gatekeeper, that could merely have been the trickery of a doppelganger," the priest adjacent to her felt compelled to caution her after hearing her mumble. "It might well be a trap laid by the adversary." Yet it appeared not to realize it was a doppelganger. Agatha mildly shook her head. "Do you recall the intelligence we had gathered earlier? These doppelgangers seem to fall into 3 categories. One type is oblivious, attacking all living beings indiscriminately. Another appears to be under external control, systematically wreaking havoc within the city. And the third type seems to preserve the original's memories and emotions, without even a hint of awareness that they're fraudulent." The priest looked stunned, his tone wavering. "You're suggesting—" Agatha's expression briefly turned contemplative, but her fleeting moment of indecision went unnoticed by those around. After a brief period of thought, she spoke in her usual calm manner. "This doppelganger was duplicated not long ago. It may possess memories from a few hours or even less prior. On the other hand, when we commenced our descent into the mine, the news from City Hall was always relayed by the secretary. Governor Winston seems to have vanished." The priest quickly grasped Agatha's inference. "So while the doppelganger is a fabrication, its memories are authentic," he articulated swiftly. "Governor Winston might have indeed ventured here with a contingent of soldiers not long ago, and a sergeant named Martin Blythe may have met his end in these mining tunnels. This thick fog might have replicated the recently deceased sergeant and his memory." "That might indeed be the case." Agatha responded with a gentle nod, then cast her gaze towards the mining tunnel, dimly illuminated by the diffuse light. The mysteries unfolding deep within the mine's layers were unknown to all, yet it was clear that Governor Winston held information others did not. Now, when the entire city was entangled in this phenomenon at this critical stage, he had led a squad of soldiers into this mine. The most substantial lead undoubtedly lay in this direction. "Thank you for the enlightenment." Agatha turned her gaze towards the pile of dried sludge, which bore no resemblance to a human form anymore, and acknowledged it solemnly. Then she beckoned her subordinates. "Follow me, we're going to locate the governor." What? Simultaneously, on the vast expanse of the ocean blanketed by a chaotically dark sky, a spectral double-masted ship was gliding over the waves like a swift gust, deftly maneuvering amidst countless tangible and illusory ship shadows. Lawrence stood at the prow of the White Oak, peering down at the undulating sea beneath him. Amid those heaving waves, he could already glimpse the reflected silhouette of the distant city-state. Chapter 417, Sprint in the Mist. The image of Martha materialized in the small handheld mirror Lawrence always carried. She was surrounded by a swirling abyss of dense black fog, her ethereal voice reaching his ears. "Can you perceive the luminescence in the far-off distance?" "I can," Lawrence affirmed with a nod, craning his neck upwards to take in the sight before him. A colossal expanse of ebony shadows hovered over the sea, their shape bearing a loose resemblance to a metropolis's skyline, but lacking any clear, distinguishing details. The water below mirrored the radiant lights from the docks and various structures at the periphery of the city. Their vessel, the White Oak, was steadily advancing towards this bewildering display of light and shadow, with no visible person guiding its course. Numerous ghostly apparitions of ships seemed to float on the distant sea's surface, as if caught in the throes of a brutal naval battle. In this tumultuous tableau of light and shadow, reality and illusion, he felt an eerie sense of his own self becoming spectral. Such an inconceivable sight. So this is how the world appears from the perspective within the mirror. In your vision, the light and shadow are inverted, but in my sight, it's a perfectly normal scene. However, this will soon change again, Martha said, a soft smile gently curving her lips. Prepare yourself. We will be docking shortly. The location is a deserted pier at the southernmost edge of the east dock. I will maneuver the ship as close as I can to an entry point for sewer maintenance. Make sure to bring your mirror. I will guide you through to the second waterway. Upon our arrival, the other forged entities will respond, won't they? Lawrence couldn't suppress his anxiety. If we're unable to fend them off, you must retreat with the White Oak and Black Oak first. At the rate we're going, those fabrications certainly won't be able to halt our advance. Martha rolled her eyes. Obviously, I'm not an idiot. My mission is simply to transport you here and buy us some time. I don't intend to obliterate the entirety of the counterfeit naval fleet with just our phantom twin ships. They're invincible. They can't be fully defeated. With this understanding, Lawrence nodded, then turned to look behind him. Anomaly 77 was crouched on the deck, amusing himself with a rope he'd found somewhere. Occasionally, he would glance upwards at the White Oak's chimney and flagpole, his expression one of profound puzzlement. "Do people from your era no longer string up wayward sailors from the mast?" the mummy queried, sounding somewhat doubtful. "Are you still obsessing over your hangman's knot?" Lawrence responded immediately, his tone brusque. "Put down that rope, go find the first mate for a cutlass and some ammunition. We're preparing to disembark." "I used to just slip on the noose and doze off. Why doesn't it work now?" Anomaly 77 continued to grumble, sounding perplexed, then suddenly realized, disembarking. Are you dragging me along again? It seems apt to employ a supernatural anomaly to tackle an eccentric city-state, Lawrence stated in a stern tone. We're set to infiltrate the core of frost through the second waterway. Don't dawdle and go arm yourself. Caught off guard by the command, Sailor stood frozen for a moment before he promptly rose to his feet. "Aye, Captain." The White Oak was slowly encroaching upon the reverse darkness, inching closer to the shimmering lights dancing on the sea's surface. A formidable landing team had assembled on deck, standing resolute behind Lawrence. However, First Mate Gus was conspicuously absent from the gathering, because Lawrence had assigned him the task of staying aboard the ship. With a somber air, the seasoned captain gave his orders. An intense battle looms on the horizon. The forged warships lying in wait near the port will react and launch an attack on the White Oak and Black Oak. You need to remain on the ship, guiding our defensive efforts. Prolong the engagement for as long as possible. If the situation turns dire, retreat with Marcia. "I understand," Gus responded with a nod, though he couldn't help but cast a worried glance at the sailor, who was trying to familiarize himself with his newly procured weapon behind Lawrence. But is he genuinely reliable? Lawrence turned to look back, and Anomaly 77's sailor also raised his gaze to meet the old captain's. The mummy had a cutlass fastened at his waist, but he tossed the rifle and ammunition bag he was holding onto a nearby barrel, grumbling, "I'm perfectly fine with just the cutlass. I haven't the foggiest idea of how to use this contraption." "Suit yourself if you're confident a cutlass is all you need to navigate the mirrored city's second waterway," Lawrence responded nonchalantly. "A person who doesn't know how to operate a firearm could indeed cause more harm than good with one." The sailor pondered for a moment, deciding against the rifle, but approached the weapon's crate placed nearby and retrieved another cutlass to strap onto his belt. Lawrence refrained from commenting, merely lowering his gaze to study his own hand as he opened and closed them. Then, with some difficulty while regulating his breath, he attempted to visualize a blazing phantom ship in his mind, recollecting the sensation of being engulfed in flames and the subsequent transformation that ensued. After a moment, he noticed a faint glow of green weaving through the lines on his palm, as though small flames were gently flowing along those roots. The deck beneath him started to vibrate subtly as the white oak initiated its braking procedure. The nebulous darkness outside the hull was now within reach, and Marcia's voice echoed from the small mirror fastened to his chest. "Attention, we are about to dock. Once we have, I will reverse the images again and dispel the twin projection. You need to disembark from the left and proceed straight ahead. I will guide your path." "I'm ready," Lawrence exhaled softly, gradually making his way towards the ship's edge. "I'm ready as well," Anomaly 77 declared, trailing closely behind the captain. His hoarse and solemn voice was laced with a palpable sense of excitement and anticipation. "Land ahoy! Prepare for combat. The pirates are descending." "We're not pirates," Lawrence retorted, glancing back at the mummy. "We are honorable sailors." "Docking imminent," Marcia's voice resonated almost instantaneously from the mirror. 3, 2, 1, invert. Suddenly the world around Lawrence seemed to convulse, light and shadow oscillating wildly, reality and illusion switching places. The environment around Lawrence seemed to flicker and waver. Then, in a split second, the reflections in the sea ascended, and the darkness confronting him receded as though he had passed through an unseen mirror in an instant. The frostbitten docks and piers surfaced before him, and the damp, chilly sensations that clung to him as if he were drenched in seawater evaporated instantly. Letter 1E5D. The following second, he spotted a shadow taking form on the sea's surface adjacent to the white oak, the silhouette of the black oak emerging from the shadow rapidly. Following the inversion of light and shadow, the black oak simultaneously discarded its mirrored state along with the white oak, appearing on the sea's surface as a twin ship ready to battle alongside its counterpart. Columns of light pierced the sky from the dock instantaneously, sirens blared from distant streets and alleys, frenzied gusts of wind whirled in the port, and the thunderous sounds of ship cannons reverberated from afar, creating an atmosphere of tumultuous chaos. Had the reaction been this instantaneous? A surge of surprise flashed through Lawrence's mind, but he responded rapidly. He thrust the rope ladder down and was the first to charge forth. "Advance!" The landing party, a contingent of a dozen or so proficient sailors, surged onto the dock and adhered to the path marked out by Martha, moving towards a distant junction. As was only fitting, Lawrence spearheaded the group. The biting wind howled in his ears, and the distant sirens and gunfire echoed with a distorted, sporadic rhythm. Beneath the tumultuous, dim-lit sky, Lawrence sprinted fervently through this ghostly city distorted by mirrors, a revolver clutched in one hand and a sword in the other. Martha's voice continued to guide him. "Turn left at the upcoming intersection, circumvent the guard post, press forward, take the alley to the right. The entrance lies at the end." Behind him was the chaotic cadence of the sailor's hasty footsteps. In his hands, reliable armaments. In his ears, the seamless voice of his beloved. As Lawrence ran, his speed increased as if the fatigue and exhaustion amassed over decades had evaporated from his body. He could feel his heart pounding with the vivacity of his youth, blood pulsating through his veins with the vigor of his prime years. He had returned to his glorious heydays. He strode forward, swinging his arms, and a ghostly green flame flickered into existence behind him. As he moved, green flames began to adorn each sailor around and behind him, casting spectral illusions onto their tangible bodies. Anomaly 77's voice heightened into a cry. "Captain, I'm terrified." "Stay with the team if you're scared," Lawrence retorted, grinning widely, his voice brimming with an indescribable sense of delight. "This city can't hold us back." As Anomaly 77 sprinted alongside Lawrence, he continued to cry out, "What frightens me is you all." "Well, then you'd better adjust, because neither I nor you are retiring anytime soon." Lawrence retorted boisterously, perhaps even joyfully, unperturbed by the fact that his loud voice might expose their location, or that his gleeful run through the streets might attract the city's guards. Because, from the very outset, this mission was never about infiltration or stealth. Their presence was detected the instant they set foot in the Mirror City. "The streets are becoming increasingly foggy," he shouted, observing the intensifying mist. "Martha, is this normal?" "The fog signals a threshold. Continue moving forward and ignore the fog leaking in from the real world. The destination is just ahead." "Understood," Lawrence responded with robust enthusiasm, directing the sailors towards the encroaching whiteness. As they ventured deeper into the mist, a multitude of grotesque figures began to rise. They possessed distorted bodies and an irregular number of eyes. They roared and mumbled incoherently within their veil, staggering forward ominously. Lawrence prepared to raise his gun, but before he and the sailors could even pull the trigger, a flurry of rapid gunfire echoed from the other end. Suddenly, a mechanical behemoth resembling a gargantuan spider emerged from the white cloak, and city soldiers, armed to the teeth, hastily constructed a line around the towering creature. The rifles in their hands and the formidable gun turret mounted on top of the mechanical beast spat out incandescent flames, immediately ripping the advancing monsters to pieces. Lawrence sprinted past the periphery of this sudden combat zone, gazing in astonishment at the newly materialized city defenders. However, just as quickly as they had appeared, the soldiers and the mechanized behemoth vanished back into the dense whiteness, leaving only a pile of chaotic rubble in their wake. "We've arrived. This is the sewer entrance. Follow it till the end, and you'll find an elevator that leads straight to the second waterway." Chapter 418, Approaching Midnight. The cacophony of gunfire echoed ominously, reverberating off the deserted structures around. A massive mechanical arachnid, powered by a labyrinth of steam gears, pivoted on its colossal form, its 6 menacing machine guns whirling menacingly. They belched out fiery streams of death, reminiscent of a merciless harvester, relentlessly mowing down the abhorrent creatures that seemed to materialize endlessly from the enveloping fog. Occasionally, stray bullets would whiz out of the dense veil, striking the spider walker's thick armor and the strategically placed sandbag barricades. Among these monstrous adversaries were grotesque parodies of soldiers, their forms encased in heavy armament, and even horrendous mechanical spiders oozing a viscous black sludge. As the gruesome battle raged on, these terrifying foes multiplied in number, adding to the formidable resistance. "These accursed abominations are duplicating us?" An irate soldier roared from behind the safety of the barricade, his breath ragged through the filter of his mask. His metal armor bore the marks of countless engagements, and the power conduit snaking through his armor joints had sustained damage. From the damaged valves, steam hissed out ominously. Emblazoned on his steam backpack was the insignia of Frost's elite guard unit, a mark of his mettle and valor. "They're not merely mimicking us," retorted the squad commander, his voice strangled and grave behind the confines of his breathing mask. The street was rapidly filling with a dense haze. To shield themselves from any potential toxic vapors, all combatants had donned the intimidating respiratory protection. "Every abomination that materializes from the fog is a threat, every single one." Over at the intersection ahead, I spotted a group of individuals sprinting past. Another soldier bellowed suddenly. They appeared to be armed civilians or perhaps sailors from a vessel. I saw it as well. Their images were blurred, they were ablaze, but the flames were an eerie green. At this, the squad commander jerked his head up, but was caught off guard by a sudden, otherworldly howl emanating from the fog's depths, followed by the chilling sound of imminent demise. A grenade ripped through the foggy obscurity, navigated the tiny gap in the barricades, and detonated right underneath the mechanical spider walker. With no time to react, the deadly explosion let loose a shower of lethal shrapnel. The thin metal chest plate stood no chance against the close-range onslaught, the blast wave sending the commander and his soldiers sprawling in all directions. After what seemed like an eternity, the commander regained a sliver of consciousness amidst the disorientation. In his peripheral vision, he witnessed the steam walker wavering precariously before collapsing, its armor shredded as power conduits ejected clouds of white steam, and its remaining turret spewed a final barrage before it toppled. From the fog, an incalculable number of nebulous forms surged forth, seizing the opportunity to advance towards the next intersection. The squad commander painstakingly maneuvered his body, his hand gripping a primed hand grenade with a determination born of desperation. The exact moment when he had pulled the pin was a blur in his memory. Perhaps it had been during the violent blast that had sent him sprawling, or perhaps it had been an instinctive action as unconsciousness claimed him. He felt as if he had depleted every ounce of his strength, attempting to lob the hand grenade into the dense veil. However, in his weakened state, he merely managed to release his grip, allowing the iron-gray cylindrical device to tumble clumsily onto the street. Smoke trailed ominously from the hissing fuse as it rolled into a desiccated gutter, vanishing into the shadowy recesses, slipping into a fissure, skidding down a sloped air vent, and finally plummeting into Frost's deteriorated subterranean realm. In that forsaken darkness, it detonated with a resounding boom. Bang! A distant rumble reverberated from far above, causing the tunnel's ceiling to quiver slightly, showering the occupants below with a light dusting of debris and grit. The individual known as Sailor instantly recoiled, his withered features etched with palpable unease. "Are we certain this place isn't going to crumble down on us?" "It has remained intact for decades," Lawrence responded nonchalantly, advancing ahead. The subdued glow from the gas lamp set into the corridor walls barely lit their way. For a mummy, you're surprisingly faint-hearted. Shouldn't it be you as an anomaly who instills terror in others? I believe the mere concept of excavating such an enormous subterranean expanse beneath the city-state is terrifying in itself. Anomaly 77 countered nervously. What were you thinking? Lawrence shrugged dismissively. How should I know? I wasn't the one who dug it. Unfazed by the mummy's apprehensions, he glanced down at the small mirror affixed to his chest. Martha, how's the situation on your end? Pretty chaotic, Martha's voice resonated from the mirror, interlaced with distant sounds of explosions and cannon fire. Since your entry into the second waterway, the entire mirror world has spiraled into madness. All the vessels within and outside the harbor have opened fire on me. Letter 1D597. Are you holding up okay? I'm not so easily dispatched, but the unfortunate news is that our adversaries aren't either. They're perpetually reappearing from their reflections. Lawrence lapsed into momentary silence, gazing pensively at the darkened corridor extending before them. How much further until we reach the deepest section? He asked. It's quite a ways off, but there's a shortcut you can take. Lawrence arched an eyebrow. Shortcut. Do you see those puddles on the ground? Locate a road sign, then find the nearest puddle to it and inspect the reflection within it. Baffled yet intrigued, Lawrence complied with Martha's instructions and approached a puddle fitting the description. He stooped to scrutinize the mirroring surface. The reflection in the puddle presented an image of a crossroad, accompanied by a plaque mounted on the wall at the intersection. He could barely decipher the inscription, Main Drainage Pipe of the Upper City District. His eyes widened in bewilderment as he glanced up at the wall beside him. The words etched into the aged and rusted plaque read, Drainage of the Harbor District. Martha's voice reverberated from the mirror. Do you see it? The mirror world is discontinuous. Incredible, it's like to a dream, Lawrence murmured, peering once again into the puddle. Despite his extensive experience as a captain navigating the boundless sea, he had to acknowledge that everything within this mirrored city defied his understanding. However, he swiftly regained his composure. So, how do we exploit these shortcuts? You're already at your destination, Martha retorted, a note of amusement in her voice. Once you've lingered in front of this mirror long enough, you've arrived. Lawrence jerked in surprise and swiftly looked up. Before his gaze was an intersection. A flickering gas lamp was recessed into the corridor wall, and on the closest plaque, the weather-worn inscription was barely discernible, Main Drainage Pipe of the Upper City District. Anomaly 77 gaped in disbelief at their abrupt change in surroundings. His gaze darted between the roadside plaque and the reflection in the puddle. After a prolonged silence, he stammered out, Is such a thing even feasible? The assembled sailors pivoted their gaze to the dumbfounded mummy, making looks of, Are you serious? However, Lawrence remained unaffected by sailors' reaction. Instead, he contemplated the dimly lit corridor stretching ahead. After a moment, he turned to Martha with a puzzled expression. We've already made it to the second waterway, but where's the backup you spoke of? Where are the Queen's guards, who are supposed to be engaged in the second waterway? From the mirror, the remote sound of cannon fire could be discerned. Martha's voice reached Lawrence a few seconds later. Take the left fork, follow the red signs all the way. When the path ends, halt and wait, they will show up. When the hour arrives, they will materialize. Lawrence's brow furrowed. Hour. The Queen's guards strike at midnight, each and every midnight. They remain invisible until then. What? In the hidden chamber where the Golden Flute, Tavern's underground communication hub, was housed, Old Ghost abruptly awoke. What time is it? The old man's gaze seemed slightly unfocused, as if he was roused from a dream. However, in the dimly lit room, the only response he received was the sporadic beep sound emitted from the monitoring equipment and the faint echoes of distant gunfire. In the next moment, Old Ghost's eyes sprung wide open. The faint echo of gunfire. Gunfire. The old man's senses were jolted into wakefulness. The gunfire sounded muffled and distorted, as if muted by thick walls, multiple floors, and the passage of several decades. He quickly extricated himself from the bed and reached for an object on the bedside table. It was a large wrench that he kept close even in his slumber, his tool and his weapon. The battle has commenced. The battle has commenced. I can't be idling here. It's time to muster. Old Ghost muttered, shuffling into his shoes before snatching up his coat from the chair beside him. Then he glanced around the room he had just been occupying. This was the concealed room designated for communication with the Mist Fleet. Nemo had arranged for him to rest here while he monitored the equipment. But in the next moment, Old Ghost appeared to have forgotten everything related to this room again. His gaze grew unfocused once more, and he surveyed the door at a distance with a perplexed expression. "Oh, the door is over there," Old Ghost exclaimed with a sudden realization. Wearing a pleased expression, he briskly crossed the room and swung open the iron door leading to the underground passage. Opposite the door, a narrow, chilly corridor unfurled. The lighting in the passage flickered intermittently, underscored by the sibilant sound of insufficient gas supplied to the pipeline. "The gas pipeline seems to be malfunctioning. Is the pressure inadequate?" No, there's no time to fret over these." Old Ghost observed the lights in the corridor and murmured to himself. He stepped forward but seemed to recall something and turned back to look at the secret room he had just exited. The room was vacant. Everyone might have congregated in the tavern upstairs. "Crow, I'm heading out, you stay put," Old Ghost called out to the empty room, then spun around and began to shuffle towards the dimly lit tunnel with his trusty large wrench in hand. His destination was the second waterway. The hour for the Queen's guards to launch their counterattack was upon them. Chapter 419. This road is no longer passable. In the underbelly of the second waterway, an ethereal fog had covertly seeped into every crevice, filling the vast underground landscape. This vaporous, chaotic mass hugged tightly to the arc of the sewer tunnel's ceiling, draping it like an otherworldly veil. In its enigmatic form, the vapor conjured the illusion of a robust, impenetrable ceiling morphing into a spectral semblance of a sky. Down the heart of this ominous and oddly tranquil corridor, a small figure embarked on his journey. He was an elderly man, wrapped in a coat from another era, purposefully traversing the damp, echoing pathway. Time had etched deep lines onto his face and slowed his stride to a measured pace, no longer the springy steps of his youth. But today, he felt an unexpected surge of vigor coursing through his veins, as if the years had rolled back and restored his youthful energy. His usual companions of chronic joint aches and muscular fatigue were conspicuously absent. His steps quickened in rhythm with his heart. The heavy wrench he held was unusually light in his grip. With the knowledge and dexterity that came from decades of familiarity, he navigated through the labyrinthine network of dank passages and intersections, firmly set towards a destination that was unclear yet hauntingly familiar. The main assembly awaited him, and the ticking clock was relentless. However, an unforeseen obstacle emerged. A chaotic mound of crumbled stone and rubble had fallen, obstructing his path. "Blocked, is it blocked?" The old man halted, studying the pile of debris with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. His mind raced to piece together fractured memories as glimpses of the past flickered in his mind. He remembered now. The guards set off the explosives during their retreat through the connected well, aiming to slow down the insurgent forces attempting to infiltrate the sewer system. Yet there was something out of place. This wreckage was more than just a delay tactic against the rebels. Many years ago, a young soldier had triggered the explosives, and the resulting collapse had buried something else. Standing motionless before the debris blockade, the old man's expression hardened, his brows furrowing as he prodded the pile of rocks with his wrench, uttering words that were lost in the echoing tunnel. This path was supposed to be clear. It was critical for his journey to the assembly point. But now it was blocked, and his humble wrench was powerless against a mountain of wreckage. Suddenly, a phantasmal fog erupted, filling his field of vision. The old man, momentarily distracted by the rubble, looked up, his confusion deepening, and he instinctively retreated a few steps. His eyes grew wide as fog tendrils seeped out from the cracks in the rubble, steadily consuming the entire tunnel and clouding his vision. Eerie echoes and metallic clangs reverberated from within the swirling mist, accentuated by a deep voice that seemed to boom. "Is this justice?" Yet no figure emerged from the thickening mist. The only visible object amidst the expanding fog was the barrier of rubble, which had now inexplicably dissipated. The once impassable tunnel was now accessible. The aging gas lamp attached to the wall cast a feeble, flickering light, throwing ghostly shadows that danced across the walls of the tunnel. It revealed thick layers of desiccated black mud, untouched and undisturbed for what seemed like an eternity, silently claiming ownership over the arid drainage channel that had once seen better days. The path is open, indeed. It's a relief that the path is open. A tide of confusion swirled through the old man as he struggled to make sense of the abrupt disappearance of the rubble blockade. However, the whirlpool of his thoughts soon swallowed this puzzle. Then, with an air of unwavering determination, he pressed forward, stepping into the dimly illuminated corridor. Suddenly, Agatha's eyes darted upwards, prompting the trailing procession of guardians, priests, and nuns to halt abruptly in their tracks. A collective intake of breath echoed among them, their bodies stiffening as they prepared themselves for a disturbance in the enveloping fog. Did anyone else discern the echo of footsteps? Agatha broke the prevailing silence, her voice resonating in the eerie calmness that followed, footsteps that are distinct from our own. Yes, a nun in their group softly affirmed, her slight nod adding weight to her confirmation. A few moments ago, faint but strangely close, almost as if they were mimicking our own, Agatha interrupted, her words heavy with grave undertones as her eyes meticulously scanned the surrounding mine tunnel. They found themselves engulfed within the open maw of the metal ore mine, navigating the path Sergeant Blythe laid out. Their journey thus far had been unambiguous, the route deeper into the mine tainted by the ever-present spectral fog. The mine's lighting system clung to life defiantly. Its weak glow unveiled the mine's skeletal support structure and the rail tracks under their feet. Yet amidst the trembling shadows, an oddity caught her eye. Agatha noticed two support columns on the opposing wall that were eerily identical. Their surface textures and patterns of discoloration mirrored each other with uncanny precision. Elsewhere, her attention was captured by intersecting beams that seemed to melt into one another, their connections defying logical explanation. A priest among them, holding a lantern, approached one of these anomalistic structures. After a moment of intense scrutiny, he began to murmur in a hushed voice, "Gatekeeper." "I see it," Agatha interrupted him, her composed demeanor unshaken. "It's clear that the realm harboring the forgery is merging with our reality." "The realm of the forgery?" echoed a guardian, his voice laced with perplexity. Agatha fell momentarily silent, a wave of familiar confusion threatening to overtake her. She rubbed her forehead, muttering under her breath, "Yes, it's plausible that all the forgeries originate from an alternate reality, and the evidence before us suggests that this reality is gradually bleeding into our world. Perhaps we could think of it as Her voice dwindled into silence, as if a sudden realization had taken root within her. As she vocalized these inferences, a strange sensation enveloped her, an encompassing coldness akin to being thrown into a corridor laden with frost, as if her blood had been robbed of its innate warmth. However, this eerie sensation dissipated as rapidly as it had come. The ghostly feeling of being confined in a desolate, icy passage disappeared. She found herself briefly disoriented, her loyal followers encircling her, the warmth radiating from their lanterns and gas lamps swiftly driving away the lingering chill that had seized her consciousness. Is it the decay of reality, or is it because we're perilously close? Agatha mumbled to herself, her voice merely a whisper that her companions failed to catch. A guardian, lifting his lantern high, scrutinized their surroundings when he appeared to spot something. "There's a man collapsed here." Agatha was suddenly snapped back to the reality around her, her facial expression hardening as she quickly moved towards the indicated spot. A soldier, adorned in the distinctive uniform of the City-State Guard, was lying lifeless on the mine floor, his existence seemingly extinguished some time ago. His dark combat attire stood out starkly, reinforced with a metallic chest plate, a steam-powered gauntlet, and a steam backpack securely strapped to his back. A sturdy respirator mask clung to his face. Agatha knelt, using her finger to brush off the dried blood concealing the nameplate affixed to the soldier's chest, her gaze resting on the name engraved into the metal for a few heartbeats. "Sergeant Blythe," she shattered the silence, her voice carrying a restrained echo. "The blood is a vibrant scarlet, with no signs of the body decaying or disintegrating," observed the priest standing by her side. "This is undeniably the original." Agatha remained silent, temporarily absorbed in her thoughts. The solemn scene confirmed Agatha's suspicions. Sergeant Blythe lay eternally silent in the mine tunnel, while his spectral duplicate had appeared before the church's expeditionary force from the enveloping fog. The apparition was an illusion, but the message it relayed carried a disturbing truth. "Another casualty here." A vanguard guardian lifted his lantern, his voice bouncing against the tunnel walls from some distance away. More fallen comrades began to emerge from the mine's murky depths. With resolute haste, Agatha directed her team forward, uncovering an escalating number of city-state soldiers scattered within the mine, each one a trusted member of the city-state's elite, loyal soldiers under Governor Winston's command. The reasons for their untimely deaths varied. Some bore horrific wounds inflicted by sharp weapons. Others had endured crushing trauma from potent blows, while a handful displayed the grim evidence of gunshot injuries. Along with these lifeless bodies, Agatha and her team discovered heaps of dried black mud. If these piles were reshaped into human forms, they would likely surpass the number of deceased guards. This was a dreadful and relentless battle. This group clashed with an enemy who vastly outnumbered them within the mine, succeeding in advancing several hundred meters amidst the pandemonium. Most soldiers exhausted their ammunition, eventually turning to bayonets and steam-powered gauntlets. Agatha scrutinized the surrounding casualties with a discerning gaze, drawing inferences from the residual traces on the bodies and their immediate surroundings, a rising apprehension gnawing at her. The count of fallen soldiers was increasing, and it was clear that Governor Winston's squad was in a precarious situation. This battle probably occurred several hours ago. With so much time having passed, could the governor still be alive? Almost as if in answer to her mounting anxiety, a guardian at the forefront of their group suddenly stopped. "Gatekeeper, the path ends here." "The path is blocked," Agatha repeated, her voice laced with a hint of disbelief, quickly rising to verify for herself. As the guardian had announced, they had reached a dead end. The group had arrived at the tunnel's termination, met by a smooth, solid wall. There was no further way forward, yet this was a glaring inconsistency. Agatha swiftly turned to survey the path they had just navigated, her gaze landing on the quiet forms of the fallen guards receding into the gloom. Among these bodies, she did not spot Governor Winston. Perhaps Governor Winston redirected his team upon realizing this path led to a dead end. A priest amongst them ventured aloud. "There was only one path," Agatha contradicted immediately, shaking her head. "And based on the remnants at the scene, I'm inclined to believe that Governor Winston did not have the chance to guide the surviving guards towards an alternative route." "But this tunnel is closed off," the priest voiced his confusion, his brows furrowed with concern. Unmoved by his objection, Agatha turned back and methodically approached the sleek, solid wall. After a brief hesitation, she extended her hand towards it, seemingly penetrating the barrier as if it were a mere illusion. Chapter 420, Return to the Darkness. Agatha quickly pulled back her hand, her eyes fixed intently on her fingertips. Her face, normally calm and composed, was now tinged with a hint of unease. Unfortunately, the closest nun in their traveling group had already caught sight of this unusual event. Her eyes grew large and incredulous as she blurted out, "Gatekeeper, what just happened with your hand?" A wave of concern furrowed Agatha's brow as she wrestled with this puzzling occurrence. In the midst of this confusion, a guardian, one of their group, cautiously stepped forward. In his hands he held a battle staff, which he promptly struck against a seemingly ordinary stone wall. The staff clanged against the wall, the metallic sound reverberating throughout the tunnel. Despite the force of the blow, the wall stood firm, unscathed and unmoved. The guardian turned around, throwing a glance of affirmation towards Agatha before he summoned all his courage to reach out and touch the stone wall. Nothing happened. The wall remained as solid and as rigid as it was before. "It's just a wall," the guardian muttered with a frown, "but just a few moments ago." Without uttering a word, Agatha purposefully moved forward, her steps steady and sure. Once again, she extended her hand and laid it on the wall. This time, her hand effortlessly disappeared into the surface. There was no resistance, no obstruction. It felt as though her hand was just grazing through a delicate illusion. "It appears only you can pass through it," the priest who was accompanying them stuttered in shock, watching this strange event unfold. "But why? Why would such a wall be hidden deep within this mine of metal ores? There's no record of anything like this ever happening before." While the priest voiced his bewilderment, Agatha remained silent, her attention unwavering from the hand that was seemingly phasing through the stone wall. She began to notice the subtle changes that took place only when her fingertips brushed against the rock. For a moment, it seemed as if her finger and the wall were blending together, much like warm butter melting into toast. The color and texture mirrored that of black mud. This was how she was able to penetrate a wall that appeared otherwise invincible. After what felt like an eternity, she finally broke the silence, her voice quiet yet firm. "I can't make sense of why this is happening, but it's evident. The path forward must be tread by me alone." "Gatekeeper," the accompanying priest immediately reacted, speaking out hastily. "You plan to go forward alone? Hold on, this is extremely dangerous. There's something deeply unusual about this wall, and it's quite possible. Our city-state is being consumed by the advancing mist, and the grotesque creatures that lurk within it show no mercy. The sinister force controlling them won't wait for us to figure things out, Agatha calmly countered, her voice steady and composed. Governor Winston's squad met their end here, but his body isn't among the deceased. It appears these guards gave their lives in the mine, buying time. My guess is they were buying time for Governor Winston to breach this wall. The priest was momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he protested instinctively, "But venturing into the unknown all by yourself is incredibly risky. We should at least report this to the cathedral." "Time is not on our side. We can't afford to lose another second," Agatha replied, gently shaking her head in denial. As she uttered these words, she once again felt a cold, eerie sensation enveloping her, chilling her to the bone. It was as if her life force was waning, the vibrant energy within her gradually fading away. Though this unsettling sensation was short-lived, it served to strengthen her determination. "I'm committed to unraveling the mysteries hidden within this mine. It might be our only hope in the shrinking window of time we have." She stopped abruptly, caught in the whirlpool of her thoughts. She made a conscious effort to regain her composure and steady herself, before fixing her intense gaze on her fellow companions. "I will go through this wall. You all know well the power of a gatekeeper. There's no need to worry about me. Each one of you has a role to play. Once I've crossed over, make your way back to the previous intersection. The first and second squads should proceed to the mining area as planned, assessing the condition of the metal ore mine. The third and fourth squads should return to the surface, relay the events here to the cathedral, and then—" She paused, seemingly lost in her thoughts, then waved her hand dismissively. "That's all. Whatever follows should be decided by Bishop Ivan." The guardians, priests, and nuns exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their disbelief. They had never seen the gatekeeper in this light before. They were taken aback, yet under Agatha's stern gaze, and with years of rigorous training and discipline under their belts, their instinct was to comply. "We understand your instructions," the lead priest nodded solemnly, tracing a triangular emblem on his chest, a symbol of Bardock. But he couldn't resist asking, "When should we rendezvous to provide assistance?" "No assistance is needed, but rest assured I will return. No matter what happens, I will certainly come back." The priest stepped back, the slight emphasis on her last "I" going unnoticed. Agatha drew a deep breath and approached the enigmatic wall. Just as she was about to touch it, she whispered in a barely audible voice, as if speaking to some unseen entity or perhaps to herself. "To be honest, I've grown rather fond of this world." Without any sign of hesitation, she stepped forward, her form merging effortlessly with the stone wall, much like a spirit melding into a mirage. A transient ripple emerged on the stone's surface as Agatha passed through, yet it vanished so swiftly that it escaped anyone's notice. Agatha was immediately engulfed by a disorienting sensation of darkness, cold, isolation, and a scrambled sense of direction, followed by a sudden numbing of all her senses. This sensory blackout was replaced by a slow, alien process of reawakening. This was the experience she endured as she crossed the threshold of the wall. Prescription. After what felt like an eternity, she finally opened her eyes amidst a sea of overwhelming darkness, only to be met with a stark, featureless landscape. The scene before her was one of unending chaos, amorphous, barely discernible clumps of darkness, sluggishly writhing against an even darker backdrop. They resembled a nauseating, viscous fluid or grotesquely crawling, indefinable creatures. "Why is it so dark? Didn't I bring a lantern?" Such a question sparked in Agatha's mind, and almost as if on cue, a tiny, twinkling spark of light appeared before her eyes. The soft illumination gently lit up the surroundings, revealing an abyss of inky fog with countless shadowy forms squirming and undulating around her in eerie silence. Agatha watched this eerie spectacle in serene contemplation, before shifting her gaze downwards. She saw her own body, first her torso, then her limbs, followed by the battle staff that had been her constant companion over countless years. "Ah, you've made it here too," Agatha murmured softly, slowly raising the staff in her hand, her gaze lingering on the familiar symbols etched on its surface and her own name, meticulously carved by her own hand when she was first inaugurated as a guardian. "Do you also exist as a shadow like me?" she whispered to the staff. The staff naturally offered no response to her query. However, in the smothering darkness, the silence was shattered by a sudden noise. Bang! The sound was the deep echo of a gunshot. Agatha's brows knitted instantly, but before she could pivot her gaze to identify the source of the sound, a voice, laden with a hint of anxiety, beat her to it. "Who's there?" In the boundless dark void, Agatha turned her head, and almost instantly, a glimmer of light flickered in the direction of the voice. A solitary patch of firm ground emerged in the warm glow of an old-fashioned brass lantern. Upon this isolated piece of land, the silhouette of a tree stump could be discerned, beside which sat a middle-aged man clad in a dark blue coat, as still as a statue carved from stone. As Agatha's gaze fell upon him, the sculpture abruptly sprung to life. He jerked his head upwards, his eyes locking with Agatha's, an interplay of surprise and apprehension crossing his weathered face. "Who's there?" Agatha detected a faint hint of discordance ripple through her mind, but she swiftly brushed it aside. She advanced towards the illuminated patch of ground, and beneath the lantern's soft glow, she was able to discern the man's features clearly. Just as she had anticipated, it was Mr. Winston, the esteemed governor of Frost. "It seems you've been occupying this space for quite some time, Governor," Agatha commented in her typically composed tone. "Now it appears that we are the only ones left here." "Gatekeeper, Miss Agatha?" Winston slowly raised his head, his movements reminiscent of a damaged automaton on the brink of dysfunction, his speech listless. However, as seconds ticked by, his expressions and words gradually regained their natural rhythm. "You're here too, but how did you find your way here?" "I walked through a hidden wall deep within the metal ore mine," Agatha elaborated in her usual calm demeanor, aware that there was no longer any need for oblique language or roundabout phrasing. "The guard squad that escorted you was wiped out in the mine. Governor, do their memories still echo within you?" "The guard squad? Ah, yes, the guard squad that was with me." Winston furrowed his brows as if he was just beginning to remember, then his voice adopted a melancholic note. "They were all extraordinary men. They gave everything to allow me to activate the Queen's final key, and I—" A subtle shift occurred in Agatha's facial expression. The Queen's final key. Chapter 421, Sailing into the Abyss. The Queen's key? Agatha's refined and carefully sculpted eyebrows lifted in a graceful arc of astonishment, the glimmer of fascination in her deep-set eyes captured unswervingly by Governor Winston's countenance. Contrarily, Winston seemed even more befuddled in her presence. His gaze widened to the point of alarm, the glossy sheen of his eyes painting a portrait of profound confusion. "You weren't informed? How then did you manage to breach the security of this sanctuary?" A wave of unyielding determination surged over Agatha's expressive face. The mystifying situation unfurling before her seemed to diverge from her original theory that she and Winston, the only two entities with the capacity to penetrate the impenetrable stone wall, shared some esoteric connection. However, she now gleaned that the governor had his own unique and potentially more obscure means of entry. "I have my own means," she announced, her voice resonating with an unforeseen touch of threat. "But you spoke of a key, a keepsake from the Frost Queen. Could you elaborate on its significance?" A flicker of skepticism flashed across Winston's face as he studied the woman standing in front of him. Nevertheless, after a moment of intense contemplation, he gave in to the inevitable, releasing a sigh heavy with unspoken secrets. His hand ventured into his chest pocket. "Seeing as we're at this crossroad, I see little merit in persisting in secret measures." From his pocket he produced an unusual artifact. It was a brass key, its exterior covered with complex engravings. The handle was fashioned in the form of a horizontal 8, echoing the mathematical symbol for infinity. Yet the head did not possess the typical teeth of ordinary keys. Instead, it was a cylindrical rod marked with a single groove. Agatha scrutinized the item, a chilling sense of déjà vu creeping over her. The key bore an eerily similar resemblance, not to conventional keys used for doors and chests, but rather to those used to wind up dolls or other clockwork playthings. "A wind-up key," she murmured, almost to herself. "Are you implying that this strange artifact was bestowed by Queen Rhaenora? And how does a simple governor come to possess such an item?" "From one governor to the next, we've been the caretakers of this key," he confessed, his voice tinged with a trace of sorrow. "It was a gift from the Frost Queen to the rebels, and also a curse. From the day this key first fell into a governor's hands, the fate of the Frost Kingdom became entwined with a sinister entity, Gatekeeper." Despite the man's disjointed and nearly hysterical narration, Agatha maintained her composure, waiting for his verbal whirlwind to subside. She countered with calm fortitude. "You concealed the truth about the metal ore mine, didn't you?" "By truth you refer to the fact that the mine was on the brink of depletion during the Queen's reign. Then yes, I was cognizant," Winston conceded, a heavy sigh interwoven with his admission. "I implore your forgiveness, Agatha. From the beginning I was fully aware of the repercussions your unearthing would bring about. Yet I clung to a brittle strand of hope that the tides of time would grant us the resources to repair our predicament before the situation further unraveled." I harbored the wish that your discovery would be merely an abandoned mine, and Frost would uphold the glittering prosperity it was once famed for. I demand transparency, Governor. Agatha's voice cut through the tension-laden air like a biting winter wind, her countenance serious and resolute. If the mine was truly exhausted during the Queen's reign, what, pray tell, have we been diligently mining and exporting over the past few decades? And what correlation exists between the recent city disturbances, the cultists' odd behavior, and the mine's depletion? Indeed, we are extracting metallic ore, Gatekeeper. The ground we've breached is rich in pure ore, and the cargo we've dispatched is nothing less than unadulterated ore. Winston raised his eyes, a cryptic blend of sorrowful mirth. Or perhaps it was remorse marked across his face. It's not some hazardous waste. We've analyzed it thoroughly, as did our forebears during the Queen's reign. If a substance looks like metallic ore, behaves like metallic ore, and its yield and byproducts align with that of standard ore, then without any shadow of doubt, it is metallic ore. Authentic metallic ore. Agatha's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind wrestling with the staggering revelation. But the mine was depleted decades ago, and the ore that's surfacing today. That's exactly the paradox that makes the blood run cold, isn't it? Winston managed a melancholic smile. The vein was exhausted, yet curiously, new ores replenished the forsaken recesses as if an alternative elusive Frost is continuously pouring its bounty into our reality. Or to put it another way, once the mine extends beyond a certain depth, we've been extracting minerals from a shadowy twin of our world, and these bewilderingly ghostly substances. No matter how thoroughly we scrutinize them post-extraction, they affirm themselves as real. Agatha processed the revelations with a measured determination, these fantastical truths assaulting her already turbulent psyche. Nevertheless, she kept her composure, her voice a mere whisper in the storm. The mirror frost, Governor, are you suggesting its existence? It seems a mirror frost does indeed persist. The fog enveloping our city, the relentless deluge of imitations emerging from it, all stem from this mirrored dimension. This phantom city is slowly corroding and replacing our tangible world. A change swept across Winston's countenance. After a weighted silence that hung in the air for what seemed like an eternity, he released a sigh burdened with capitulation. Ah, so this is the tariff we are to pay for the metallic ore. Tariff, you wield that word with such nonchalance. Those bearing the weight of this tariff are not merely you and I, but the entirety of the city, a majority of whom remain blissfully unaware of the truth. But the majority relish the benefits of the ore trade. Within this harsh, frost-ravaged city, it's the metallic ore that fuels warmth in their homes and richness in their meals. It's this ore that maintains our prosperity even in the wake of the mountain's depletion, Gatekeeper. Winston paused for a few moments, gathering his thoughts, then waved his hand dismissively. You should understand, I am not one for ostentation. I possess no vast estates, hoard no personal wealth, I don't even have an heir. Madam, every decision I've made, none of it was for personal gain. Agatha peered into the governor's eyes, but all she saw within their depths was the exhaustion of a man stretched to his limits. Did they have no choice? She murmured, seemingly to herself. No one had a choice, Winston shook his head. I understand your insinuation. The path we tread today, the toll we pay today, our city's inhabitants did not choose any of it, but neither did I know one had an alternate course to follow. Our city-state, you see, is merely a speck amidst the vast wasteland of the world. We lack the privilege of another frost to settle within the boundless maritime expanses. We hunger for sustenance, warmth, shelter, and pure water. Despite its roots being entwined in the fabric of a perplexing mirror world, we yearn for the metallic ore. Strip us of this sustenance. A brutal winter would consume a quarter of our populace. The remaining survivors would slowly revert to the bleak era preceding the Industrial Revolution, each subsequent year shaving off another quarter, or perhaps even more. Gatekeeper, permit yourself some rest. You carry the same exhaustion as I do. Perhaps it's time we confronted the harsh reality that our city-state resembles a steam engine speeding towards a chasm. Everyone is on board. The only difference between the city's caretakers and the common folk is that the latter journey through life blindfolded, while we travel with our eyes wide open to the truth. Yet Agatha brushed aside Winston's cynically shaded comments. She stood defiant in the encroaching darkness, feeling the relentless chill battling her defenses once more, sensing the life-giving blood within her veins crystallizing into a frigid slush. Finally, Agatha shattered the hushed silence. Someone did dare to blaze a new trail. Indeed, there was one. The Frostians hailed her as the Frost Queen, while the annals of history vilify her as the Mad Queen. Winston started to laugh. However, it wasn't clear whether his jest was directed at the Frost Queen or himself. An indomitable spirit, she dared to challenge the expansive sea, to gaze fearlessly at the monster that resided in its abyss. The Abyss Plan? Agatha murmured, fragments of historical knowledge gradually knitting together in her mind, forming a cohesive narrative. So the Abyss Plan was not just a simple exploration initiative, as the documents suggest. The Frost Queen endeavored to uncover the enigmas that lay beneath our city. We're uncertain why she inferred that the perpetually regenerating ore in the mine was linked with the deep sea. But unquestionably, she was on the right track. The failure of the Abyss Plan and her ensuing grim fate validated her suppositions. The world's most brutal irony lies here. Winston resettled himself by the tree stump, eyes fixated on the boundless chaos and writhing shadows above, his tone remarkably serene. Truth engenders insanity, insanity precipitates failure, and every step you take towards your goal is a step towards the abyss. Winston expelled a weary sigh. She aspired to reveal the truth behind the metallic ore mine, to face the hidden dangers threatening our city, to pit her intellect and might against the sea itself, noble ambitions. Yet as fate would dictate, she merely hastened her inevitable descent. So you successors chose not to follow her footsteps and feign ignorance like the rest, barreling towards the abyss aboard this doomed train. And the Frost Queen, who once strived to halt or divert this course, was ultimately caricatured in the annals of history as a madwoman, ensnared by subspace. The old Frostian adage, the departed should make way for the living. Winston slowly rotated his gaze, meeting Agatha's eyes. A once magnificent sovereign, if her tarnished portrayal could expedite Frost's return to stability post-crisis, she'd likely not protest. Agatha attempted to respond, but her words were trapped. After a moment's pause, all she could muster was a faint shake of her head. But how did the key find its way into the first governor's hands? Chapter 422, What is Seen in the Darkness? Agatha, a woman with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, was deeply captivated by the perplexing mystery surrounding how the key had ended up in the hands of the city's first governor. Every historical account, be it from the passionate followers of the Frost Queen or the narratives from the city's ruling class, seemed to consistently underline a single unwavering truth. There was an irreconcilable rift between the Frost Queen and the revolutionaries. Despite being at loggerheads, with seemingly no hope for any mutual understanding or shared goals, the existence of such a distinct key from Queen Nora in the governor's possession was puzzling. Why would Winston describe this key as both a curse and a gift? Engulfed in her thoughts, Agatha sought answers from Winston, her eyes locking onto his. Was there a covert agreement between the Frost Queen and the rebels during their uprising? Winston replied with a mix of amusement and earnestness. You paint a picture more dramatic than the reality, gatekeeper. While it's tempting to imagine a twisted tale of a crazed queen joining forces with a benevolent revolutionary, using the rebellion as the perfect opportunity to dismantle an old regime and transfer power, life isn't always as theatrical as the stories we craft. After a brief pause to make a derisive smirk, he continued. The revolt was inevitable. The gap between the so-called Mad Queen and the city's inhabitants had widened beyond repair. Once a formidable sovereign, the repercussions of her Abyss Plan nearly brought the city to its knees. It was the city's would-be first governor who initiated the revolt against the Frost Queen, hoping to rescue the city from ruin. No amount of diplomatic talks could have bridged the profound mistrust and animosity between them. However, you are onto something. An unspoken understanding did exist between the two parties. The Frost Queen recognized that her downfall was destined, while the rebels realized her erratic actions were not mere insanity, but indications of deeper, concealed truths. Winston went on. On the eve of her execution, the rebel leader who was soon to become the governor bravely approached the incarcerated queen, seeking the hidden knowledge she held. The Frost Queen, in turn, entrusted him with the key, asserting that once she was executed and her life force faded, the one in possession of the key would inherit all the secrets and knowledge she had amassed. Winston hesitated, an odd mixture of a mocking smile and genuine vulnerability reflecting in his eyes. His gaze, filled with deep brooding, settled on the gleaming brass key he held. After what felt like an eternity, his face transformed into a sardonic smirk as he said, "Ever wondered about her final message to the rebel leader? The annals of our history have always been silent on this matter, a secret reserved only for the lineage of governors. I've given everything. If you genuinely think you can achieve what eluded me, then may fate favor you. Now bear the weight of this legacy." Those were the words whispered to the first governor as he became the key's guardian. Absorbing this revelation, Agatha murmured, her tone thick with wonder and sadness. Each decision casts its own shadow. Drawing her from her thoughts, Winston suddenly looked up, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips. With a theatrical flourish, he held the brass key aloft. How about a first-hand experience, gatekeeper? Care to view reality through Nora's prism? Agatha found herself torn. The key, imbued with the weight of countless secrets and histories, called out to her. She could feel her pulse quickening, every beat resonating with the allure of the brass artifact. Seemingly alive, the key beckoned, offering a portal into a hidden realm spanning decades of buried truths and veiled strife. Wrestling with her trepidation, she inhaled deeply, steadying herself, and cautiously reached out. The moment her fingers grazed the key, a chilling sensation swept through her. Immediately, a cascade of visions erupted from an abyssal void. Streams of luminescence and shadows intertwined, creating a chaotic whirlwind that threatened to consume her sanity. Amid this tempestuous dance of fragmented insights, vivid images cascaded through her mind. Colossal tentacle-like appendages slowly emerged from the depths of a fathomless ocean, casting expansive shadows. A gaze, ancient and deep as the abyss itself, peered from the ocean's depths towards the human realm, observing with a chilling indifference reminiscent of age-old gods. From the ocean's bed, a surge of amorphous shadows began to materialize, transforming into haunting reflections of the known world. At the intersection of reality and delusion, these apparitions oscillated, shifting between ethereal forms and solid beings. This realm, an eerie underworld, teemed with monstrous specters whose empty stares were locked onto the human cities. Beneath the cities, everything appeared shrouded in an ancient, impenetrable gloom. From the remains of long-forgotten epochs, malevolent entities began to emerge, rising ever upwards, ever onwards. Throughout this whirlwind of perceptions, Agatha couldn't shake off the sensation of a specific gaze upon her. It wasn't so much a physical look, but rather an omnipresent sense of being watched. It felt like she was being surveyed by the very essence of time itself. This omnipresent gaze held no discernible emotion. It wasn't malevolent, nor was it kind-hearted. Instead, it felt like a neutral entity, a detached observer, akin to an empty shell that impassively witnesses a naive traveler treading the path of undeniable realities. The gaze resonated with a haunting, emotionless tone. Suddenly, a voice pierced the void. "Ah, you've arrived." Almost instantly, a deafening explosion resounded within the confines of Agatha's mind, scattering her coherent thoughts. She grappled with the influx of colorful images, each testing her mental resilience and perceptual limits. Amidst this onslaught, she could faintly detect fragments of thoughts, some possibly imprinted with Queen Nora's desires or declarations, but they were too fleeting and intricate for her to grasp fully. The frenetic stream of visions faded as Agatha regained a semblance of control over her senses. Gradually, opening her eyes to the familiar abyssal darkness, with Winston before her, still in the act of presenting the brass key, it appeared as if no time had elapsed at all. Yet she felt a distinct shift. There was an evident alteration in her perception, and she rapidly scanned her surroundings, searching for the source. The once all-encompassing black void now seemed to recede, revealing an endless expanse where vague, writhing shadows began to solidify, morphing into tangible shapes. Amidst the ever-shifting interplay between solid forms and ephemeral apparitions, Agatha discerned beings materializing from the encompassing emptiness. They resembled gnarled tree limbs, their expansive networks dominating the vast void. These shadowy limbs entwined and merged, with luminescent sparks traversing between them, reminiscent of messages traveling within neural pathways. A colossal structure caught Agatha's attention within the dense labyrinth formed by these limb-like entities, reminiscent of an age-old forest's underbelly. It was an immense tentacle-like pillar, seemingly acting as a conduit between the sky and the ground below. Intricate dark blue patterns adorned its surface, and upon closer inspection, each design bore a resemblance to countless watchful eyes. Was she experiencing the early signs of a mental breakdown? A mere hallucination, perhaps? Or could this be the tangible onset of insanity? A cascade of anxious thoughts besieged Agatha. She instinctively shut her eyes, hoping to escape the haunting vision of the pillar, only to find its silhouette stubbornly etched against her closed eyelids. Desperate, she attempted to invoke the deity of death, seeking divine magic as a sanctuary, aiming to fortify her wits. However, much to her disquiet, she realized she was lucid, standing in the midst of a realm she couldn't recognize, which blurred the lines between reality and fantasy. Frozen in place, captivated by the enigma surrounding her, she was yanked back to the moment by Governor Winston's familiar voice. "You've caught a glimpse of it, haven't you?" Lifting his gaze, the governor emitted a weary sigh. It's quite the sight to behold. Searching for grounding, Agatha's eyes darted around, noticing to her shock that what she had mistaken for a simple tree stump against which Winston leaned was in fact an offshoot of the massive branch network that enveloped them. The stump was but a terminus sprouting from these branches, crowned by a nebulous black formation that stretched to the furthest reaches of this bizarre expanse. These formations, what are they? You're witnessing the tangible echoes of an age-old deity's thoughts, Winston elucidated calmly. Your understanding, having just begun this journey with the key, is still in its infancy. However, after spending years in the company of this key, the revelations it has bestowed upon me dwarf any speculations you might entertain. Caught in this surreal revelation, Agatha murmured, thoughts of an ancient deity. It's rather captivating, Winston continued. These branch-like manifestations aren't truly material. Perhaps what you're seeing is just a snapshot of a deity's transient thought, a thought that resonates so intensely in this realm that it assumes the magnificent form before you. But a word of caution, don't try deciphering the dance of those luminescent sparks. Doing so might lead you to the precipice of madness. Turning sharply towards Winston, Agatha inquired, has anyone lost their sanity to this sight? Winston offered a knowing chuckle. Indeed, one has. Recall the name Ray Nora. A heavy silence fell over Agatha. After a contemplative pause, she whispered, and beyond these vast formations, what lies there? Winston responded with a nonchalant air. That would be the Nether Lord, or at least a minuscule fragment that has infiltrated our city-state. Chapter 423, Moving Full. Deep beneath the protective walls of the city-state, hidden in the mysterious and pitch-black depths of the ocean, a powerful ancient god reached out into our world. Its otherworldly tentacles penetrated the reality we knew, growing stronger with each day, as it remained cloaked in an impenetrable darkness. Though its presence was undeniable, merely understanding or comprehending it was challenging. The grotesque appearance of its tentacles was terrifying enough, but the true mystery lay in its intentions. These tentacles reached far beyond the depths, piercing through the very foundations of the city-state and into the heart of its rich metallic mines. Ms. Gatekeeper, Winston began, his voice heavy with emotion, we are entirely at its mercy. We stand on ground that was once solid rock, but this deity has turned them into extensions of its own eerie body. Even separated by over a kilometer of stone and water from where it began, this part of it beats in time with the main body. Each beat draws a mirror image of our city-state nearer to our world. Can you feel it? The pulsing, the contorting flesh, the whispering. This place is alive. With deep reverence, Winston gestured around him. His hands moved slowly, attempting to trace the limitless void and the web-like extensions that interwove in the surrounding shadows. Glimmers of light danced around them like ghostly fireflies. As time went on, Agatha could hear it too, the soft beat, thump, thump. This peculiar chamber, deep inside the metallic mine and of unknown size, had the rhythm of a living heart. Agatha's own heartbeat began to match this mysterious rhythm until a sudden warmth snapped her back to herself. Her face hardened, and she locked eyes with Winston. You've been affected, Governor Winston. This place has taken hold of you. Winston shrugged, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Maybe you're right. At first I believed I could calm this ancient god just as the Queen did. Then I hoped to at least slow it down. In the end, I just wanted to keep my sanity. Have I already lost that battle without realizing? You mean to say that the Frost Queen tamed this ancient power 50 years ago? Agatha said, grasping the implications of Winston's words. Did she manage to put this Nether Lord to sleep? Winston chuckled softly, amusement tinting his voice. Have you ever pondered the true reason behind the catastrophic cliff collapse decades ago? He asked, hints of deeper meaning in his tone. Agatha's eyes widened in realization. After a moment, her voice trembled as she said, You mean the calamity right after the Queen's execution, when the very earth beneath the execution site tore open and the sea engulfed everything? Are you implying that this wasn't just a random act of nature? Winston's face remained eerily calm as he nodded. Precisely. The collapse was orchestrated. The Queen and those who betrayed her during the early stages of the rebellion were the unsuspecting victims, he elaborated. Tragically, many of the rebels who led the charge against her and those present for the execution were also consumed in the devastation. We kept the true narrative of the event hidden, only a select few aware of what actually transpired. While thousands perished, a significant number of civilians miraculously escaped the devastation. Even if they were inches from safety, the sea showed no mercy for those overtaken by the tidal waves, sealing their fate instantly. He paused, choosing his words carefully. Following that catastrophe, the bizarre growth within the metal ore mine stopped advancing. The first governor then realized this was all part of Rey Nora's grand design. The chilling truth was passed on to him through a key the queen had left behind. Just as she predicted, the responsibility now rests on our shoulders. Absorbing the revelation, Agatha took a moment to process. Her eyes shimmered with a mix of shock, anger, and sadness. So, you aim to replicate the sacrificial act from that bygone age. Expanding on his narrative, Winston said, the entity is stirring. The knowledge in the key indicates we must connect with its consciousness to prevent another calamity. 5 decades ago, its force was dormant beneath the ocean, leading the Queen to offer herself to the watery depths. Now, with its energy permeating our city, this location is ideal for establishing a connection. This strategy was the Queen's legacy inscribed in the key. Every governor since, upon receiving the key, has been burdened with this mission, preparing for the inevitable throughout their tenure. I've set the stage for this crucial juncture. However, one detail eluded my expectations. Winston's lips twisted, though the gesture held no joy. Not everyone possesses the same resilience as Rey Nora. Upon Winston's concluding words, Agatha seemed lost in thought, her gaze cast downward, fixated on the ornate brass key she held tenderly in her grasp. This key was a testament to the Frost Queen's unparalleled power. The monarch had somehow managed to infuse it with both the vast knowledge she had discovered and a shard of her very consciousness. In Agatha's heart, the key had always represented more than its apparent worth. She felt an intuition, one she couldn't quite articulate, that it was not merely an anchor tying successive Frost rulers to an age-old duty. Governor Winston's explanations, while illuminating, couldn't sate her burgeoning curiosity, leaving Agatha in a labyrinth of uncertainty. The true essence of this enigmatic domain gradually unfolded before her. She discerned that crossing the stone barrier had not transported her into an alternate physical locale. Instead, she found herself seamlessly woven into an immense nexus of otherworldly, deviant matter. Winston's path seemed to lead inexorably towards his demise. In contrast, Agatha's fate felt intertwined with this strange matter, beckoning her to merge with it. Studying her hand, she observed her skin, especially where it touched the key, undergoing a transformation. It softened and began to ripple unnaturally. A dark, tar-like substance began to ooze from her pores, enveloping the brass key in its embrace. Despite the unsettling metamorphosis, a magnetic pull from the surroundings lured her further into its depths. "Is there perhaps an alternative course we might embark upon?" Agatha inquired, her gaze piercing into Winston. "Or have you resigned yourself to a predestined end?" "Death has already taken a seat at our table, Ms. Gatekeeper. We're but reminiscing over past struggles as the curtain descends," Winston lamented. "There's nothing left to be done. Like me, perhaps it's best you yield to the impending tranquility." "You fulfilled your role, having borne the mantle of Frost's governorship and valiantly confronting this supposed curse," Agatha asserted, her tone imbued with respect. "Inaction doesn't equate to failure." Winston gave a rueful smile, shrugging. "In our world, impotence is an unforgivable flaw." "I'm drawn to forge ahead to wade through this maze and seek its culmination," Agatha proclaimed, determination evident in her eyes. "Will you accompany me?" Winston murmured, a hint of weariness creeping into his voice. "That ambition holds no allure for me now, Ms. Gatekeeper. Should you wish to venture on, proceed. I choose to remain, for my journey is at its end." Taking in Winston's somber presence, Agatha observed him closely before extending the ornate brass key in his direction. "Governor Winston, this rightfully belongs to you." Winston hesitated, his gaze lifting to lock onto Agatha's unwavering eyes. "Keep it," he responded gently. "Once it's been entrusted to you, it becomes your possession. This ceremonial handover has been the age-old practice." After a brief moment of consideration, Agatha tucked the key securely against her person. "Very well," she declared, her voice filled with determination. "I shall embark on this odyssey alone." After bidding a silent farewell to Winston, Agatha pivoted, planted her staff firmly on the ground, and set out towards the sprawling, mysterious abyss that lay ahead. However, Winston's voice, tinged with melancholy, halted her progress. "Lady Agatha, do you genuinely believe there's merit in your quest?" Pausing, she turned slightly to address him. "Why question me now? Assuming you manage to decipher the puzzles that await, and even if you journey through this dense maze to reach the ancient entity's lair, what can you truly alter? You lack the capability to prevent the unfolding events or even convey these discoveries to the external realm. Without a means to disseminate your findings, they remain inconsequential." Agatha stopped dead in her tracks. A lengthy silence ensued as she reflected on Winston's words. She finally spoke, her tone gentle yet unwavering. "As the gatekeeper of Frost, I'm duty-bound." And she paused, her fingers instinctively clutching the brass key, pressing it close to her chest. An icy sensation surrounded her. The chilling sensation of her blood crystallizing within her veins intensified, yet paradoxically, she felt an innate warmth radiating from her heart. This ethereal warmth, akin to an unseen ember, bolstered her determination. Images and emotions, alien yet familiar, swirled within her psyche. Amongst these cascading thoughts, one sentiment shone bright, a profound yearning. The culmination of this longing was seemingly nestled beyond the thicket at the grand destination she ardently pursued. "It isn't in vain. I'm convinced that I'm not journeying in isolation, and while I lack concrete proof, I staunchly believe that my discoveries here will eventually resonate with a discerning soul beyond." Winston's voice carried a note of respect. "Such conviction is indeed admirable. Lady Agatha, your steadfast dedication to your principles, even in the face of adversity, is truly commendable." His voice slowly faded away, leaving an echoing void in its wake. Upon turning around, Agatha's eyes fell upon a dimly lit lantern, its glow illuminating a desiccated stump. Propped against it was a middle-aged figure donned in a regal blue coat. A grisly bullet wound marred his forehead, bearing witness to his untimely end. And clasped in his limp hand was an ornate revolver, an undeniable instrument of his tragic fate. Chapter 424, The Ritual Ground. Agatha found herself standing alone in a realm that seemed to defy the very fabric of reality, a dimension beyond comprehension. The ethereal backdrop before her was reminiscent of a world untouched by time or human intervention, both daunting and mesmerizing. As her gaze shifted from the lantern that hung by her side, its once radiant glow now a mere flicker, a deep melancholy took hold of her. She couldn't bear to face Governor Winston any longer. Turning away from him, she left him amidst the tranquil yet icy backdrop and ventured further into the landscape, which was dominated by an expansive nexus of intertwined branches. These branches seemed to span endlessly, creating an elaborate pattern reminiscent of a cosmic dome. Hanging from her waist was a lantern, which once glowed brightly but now emitted a dimming light. Her trusty cane was clutched in her right hand, a loyal companion through many past adventures. Meanwhile, her left hand was tightly gripping a brass key, a cherished keepsake she had received from Winston. Its earlier cold metal feel was replaced by a comforting warmth, suggesting a bond forming between her and the key. But the transformations occurring within Agatha were no longer her primary concern. Her pressing need was to traverse through the engulfing shadows and navigate the treacherous realm. She felt compelled to keep moving as long as she wasn't entirely consumed by the chaotic environment that surrounded her. Agatha strained to find solid ground amidst the void, and with each step she took, a semblance of a path would materialize from the darkness. She was determined to find a way out through this dense maze of thorny branches. Periodically, openings appeared amongst the branches, suggesting potential paths to freedom. Yet the thorns were menacing. They easily pierced Agatha's clothing, causing her once sturdy attire to deteriorate as delicate as a cloud of smoke vanishing into thin air. The remnants of her attire that fell away transformed into dark, flowing droplets that blended seamlessly with the path beneath her. Occasionally, she'd accidentally touch the ethereal sparks scattered amongst the thorns. Each contact allowed her to perceive the distinct presence of an external consciousness. These fleeting sparks were the very thoughts of the ancient deity that governed this realm, enigmatic whispers from an entity beyond understanding. They didn't appear malicious, nor was their purpose clear. But to a human, even the faintest glimmer of such thoughts was as blinding as a candle in total darkness. Suddenly, a dim light emanated from afar, swiftly passing through the twisted tendrils of darkness. As the light brushed against a strand of Agatha's hair, her mind was flooded with an influx of unfamiliar knowledge. 1110, 100, 1100, 110, 1110000, 110, 11100, 11110, 11110, 100, 100. Despite the influx, Agatha couldn't decipher the message these ethereal sparks were trying to impart. She recalled Winston's warning: delving into the deity's thoughts was not just fruitless, but perilous. It could lead one to madness. Lifting her eyes, she was met with a monumental structure of dead wood and sharp thorns. Scattered lights, reminiscent of fireflies, flickered amidst the thorny maze. Beyond this formidable barrier, a misty veil obscured her vision. Hidden within, a colossal limb of the shadowy deity made a subtle, suggestive movement. The surrounding air grew chillingly cold, far more piercing than any cold Agatha had ever known. The cold was not merely a sensation on her skin. It felt as if it was seeping into her very marrow, accompanied by a wet dampness intent on crystallizing her insides. Almost instinctively, Agatha clutched her clothes, trying to trap any residual warmth within. To her horror, she realized the once sturdy fabric was now tattered and torn. The treacherous path she had traversed, laden with sharp thorns, had mercilessly ripped through her garments, leaving a patchwork of scratches and deeper gashes on her exposed skin. From some of these deeper cuts, a dark, thick substance, reminiscent of old coagulated blood, slowly seeped out, darkening the snow beneath her feet. But just when despair threatened to take hold and the cold threatened to claim her, an unexpected warmth started emanating from her core, wrapping her in its comforting embrace. Internally, a tiny flame, a brilliant shade of emerald, burned quietly, casting a mysterious green luminescence on her pallid face and lighting up the frost-riddled, moisture-laden maze she was in. Suddenly, her heightened senses seemed to dull, as if a thick fog was clouding her mind, keeping her consciousness at bay. The once overpowering warmth in her veins, her fatigue, and the pain from her injuries seemed distant, as though they belonged to another person. Agatha slowly tried to pivot her head, willing her foggy mind to clear. Amidst the swirling backdrop, a peculiar sight caught the edge of her vision. Where there once stood a dark, solid tunnel wall now seemed to be evaporating, unveiling a swirling mist that danced in the void. Emerging from within this vapor was an eerie construct that resembled intertwining tree limbs or a dense thicket of thorns, reaching languidly out towards her. However, just as swiftly as it appeared, the spectral vision vanished, revealing the familiar tunnel and an ominous gateway looming at its end. Thump thump. Focusing on the gateway, Agatha could sense an uncanny, pulsating rhythm. It was as if behind that portal lay a gargantuan heart, thudding rhythmically, sending ripples through the obsidian surroundings. From a state of near paralysis, a newfound resolve surged within Agatha. Her eyes locked onto the gateway, determination evident in her gaze. "It's you, I've finally found you." Protectively cradling the emerald flame in her palm, she resolutely leaned onto her trusty staff and ventured forward. With each step, her pace quickened, eventually conjuring a gust that trailed behind her while the haunting heartbeat played like a dirge in her ears. Soon, a cacophony of hushed voices melded with the heartbeat, sounding like the combined whispers of countless souls, chanting in devotion to some ancient, shadowy god. But Agatha could no longer afford the luxury of curiosity. Her objective was clear, and it lay just ahead. Hidden in the recesses of the tunnel was the sanctuary of the heretics she sought. The rhythmic sound of Agatha's staff, connecting with the floor and the methodical clicking of her heels, reverberated through the expansive surroundings, creating a haunting echo. It seemed to bounce and play tricks on the ear, making it difficult to ascertain the source. But as Agatha listened closely, a new sound began to emerge. It was unmistakably distinct from her own footsteps, the echoing heartbeat from deep within the corridor, or the muted chants of some unseen gathering. It was the unmistakable rhythm of other footsteps, a group, perhaps given the cacophony they produced. Their path seemed almost parallel to hers, but separated by an intricate maze of walls that delineated this labyrinthine city. Interspersed among the footfalls were the unmistakable, deafening cracks of gunfire, reminiscent of high-powered rifles discharging. The realization dawned on Agatha. She might not be the sole survivor. Were there others trapped within this confounding mirrored maze, their paths running eerily parallel to hers? While questions spiraled in her mind, they did nothing to impede her pace. Agatha was soon at the precipice of her destination, the portal. It pulsed in sync with the unfathomable heartbeat she had been hearing, an eerie beacon amidst the darkness. The portal's crack revealed an abyss of shadows that seemed tangible, stretching and twirling as they began to permeate the surroundings. But this ominous sight did not deter Agatha. With a deep breath and a renewed surge of determination, she pushed against the grand door with all her might. The portal yielded with an ear-piercing screech, revealing an engulfing void of pure, impenetrable blackness. Within the consuming dark, faint outlines began to form. They hinted at a vast chamber where the largest junction of the sewer system had been grotesquely repurposed. It now resembled a perverse cathedral dedicated to sacrilegious rituals and summoning archaic deities. The darkness seemed alive, teeming with shapeless entities whose presence exuded oppressive and malevolent energy that assaulted Agatha's senses, reminiscent of the revolting odor of decay. Before she could strategize her next move, a rapid whir sliced through the dense atmosphere, signaling an imminent attack. From the very heart of this darkened cathedral came a voice dripping with condescension and dark mirth. "Ah, the finale arrives. How delightful that another shadow self has discovered our hallowed ground." With a resounding crack, Agatha instinctively swung her staff, producing a fleeting spark that tore through the void. An immense appendage poised to strike was severed, crashing heavily before her. The impact threatened her stance, but she deftly recovered, pivoting to face the voice's source. Emerging from the engulfing darkness was a silhouette of a tall, lithe man, his features only vaguely discernible in the shadows. With an unsettling grace, he extended his arms toward Agatha. With an eerie calmness, the figure spoke. "Come forth, offering. Your very existence is pivotal to this grand cosmic puzzle. It is time to span the void." Breathing heavily and relying on her staff to keep her upright, Agatha, despite her profound exhaustion and disorientation, managed to lift her eyes to meet his. "You tread on a dangerous trajectory, one that will lead to your own undoing." He smirked. "Perhaps we're all destined to wither away in this forsaken place, but such eventualities matter little now. With your presence in this realm, our ritual nears its conclusion. I must admit, it's been an elaborate ruse." What? The loud report of a gunshot abruptly shattered the corridor's eerie stillness. The brief illumination from the gun's muzzle and subsequent detonation momentarily lit the oppressive darkness. The bullet made its mark, piercing through the grotesque skull of a creature adorned with 3 unsettling eyes. Its malformed body crumpled lifelessly, quickly deteriorating into a vile, inky sludge. However, the nightmarish tableau didn't end there. From every corner, spine-chilling howls resounded, signaling the approach of more malevolent entities. They sprung from the walls, emerged from the drains, slithered down from the fissures in the ceiling, and more. Viscous, gelatinous goo seeped relentlessly from every crevice, gradually coalescing into countless monstrosities, bearing a ghastly semblance to human figures. A distressed shout echoed above the din. "We're bleeding bullets here." A sailor, face marred by grime and perspiration, quickly reloaded his firearm, took a defensive stance, and let loose another shot. The air was momentarily filled with the distinctive sizzle of otherworldly fire. Lawrence's senses were on high alert, and as the chilling breeze of impending danger brushed past him, he acted on sheer instinct, narrowly dodging a lethal assault. Grasping the attacker, he realized it was a humanoid figure, donned in a military uniform reminiscent of a bygone era, brandishing an antiquated blade. With a powerful shove, Lawrence forced it to the ground. Wasting no time, he stepped on the creature's torso, pinning it. The ghostly flames encasing Lawrence surged with newfound vigor, voraciously consuming the entity beneath his boot. Emerging from this skirmish, Lawrence, now enshrouded in an aura of ethereal fire, scanned the labyrinthine corridor that stretched ahead. Every angle his gaze landed upon revealed a fresh horde of blasphemous abominations. Chapter 425, The Last of the Queen's Guard. In a sudden turn of events, reminiscent of a raging storm, the team was unexpectedly met with a group of adversaries who appeared from the depths of the darkness. Just as they entered the winding tunnel, which felt like a sinister vein pulsating with a malevolent force, these foes seemed to materialize from the shadows. It was as if the very darkness had breathed life into these horrifying creatures, making them seem endless in number and deeply intimidating. A chilling gust of wind broke the eerie silence, and a sharp, glinting blade was thrust directly at Lawrence's vulnerable neck. But with swift reflexes, Lawrence dodged the fatal slice and managed to grasp the arm that wielded it. From his palm, a mysterious green light flared, turning the monstrous figure, which wore a sea-themed attire and had a horrifying split head, into a pile of dust. But before he could even relish in this small victory, the calm was broken by the deafening sound of gunshots. The source of this new threat was a grotesque half-human, half-serpent creature that had emerged from a nearby drainage opening. Its upper body was a deformed version of a human, while the lower part resembled a massive, wriggling mass of terrifying flesh. Holding a gun made of bones and tissue, it fired, with the shots creating a deadly display of sparks. Everything around Lawrence seemed to slow down, allowing his senses to heighten and visualize the trajectories of the incoming bullets. With inhuman dexterity, he maneuvered his body in extraordinary ways, as if dancing gracefully amidst the rain of bullets. He counted 3 dodges and 6 hits. The sharp sting of the bullets stirred Lawrence's resolve even further, leading him to fire 2 shots from his revolver in retaliation against the repulsive creature. Quickly looking down, Lawrence noted the fresh gunshot wounds on his chest. In normal situations, these would have been fatal. However, under the luminous light of his supernatural aura, his ethereal body was healing at an incredible speed. But even with his rapid healing, the pain and tiredness were taking their toll on Lawrence. The bright flame of his mystical power seemed to falter and diminish, suggesting that it might not be as infinite as once believed. The rest of Lawrence's naval team was also deeply engaged in combat. Radiating with their ghostly luminescence, they harnessed their newfound undying state, fighting with fierce tenacity. Using an assortment of weapons, they resisted the continuous waves of enemies while making their way further into the passage. However, their ghostly form came with its challenges, especially in harnessing the spirit flames. There was a real danger of them draining their newfound vitality, and this group of accidental immortals needed to be careful. The once quiet sewer corridor had now turned into a battlefield filled with pandemonium. While the team boasted impressive healing abilities, the endless tide of nightmarish creatures drastically slowed their progress. Overcoming this barrier seemed as elusive as trying to catch a mirage. However, among them stood out Anomaly 77, a mummified warrior. At first glance, one might underestimate him due to his dried-up, ancient appearance. But armed with twin scimitars, he displayed speed and finesse that starkly contrasted his decayed exterior. He moved with the grace and fury of a tornado through the ensuing chaos. Were it not for Lawrence's heightened senses, the warrior's rapid maneuvers would have been almost impossible to track. But with Lawrence's vision now transcending normal human sight, the frantic pace of Anomaly 77 appeared less extraordinary. Lawrence watched as the mummified figure artfully dodged adversaries, weaving a relatively safer path through the chaos. His blades spun effortlessly, and even after a relentless half-hour in combat, they retained their lustrous shine without a single scratch. The warrior, known among them as Sailor, became a beacon in the bleak tunnel. His blades glinted as they cut through the suffocating darkness, and his thundering voice dominated the battleground. "I am the storm that shreds the shadows with my blades." The sailor's voice, as cold and haunting as an ancient tomb, echoed throughout the corridor. With each strike his words rang out, "These nightmarish foes are no match for me." But in the midst of this frenzy, Lawrence wasn't about to tolerate distractions. As the sailor tried to breeze past him, Lawrence's ghostly hand shot out, seizing the mummy's throat. With strength that his ethereal form augmented, he yanked Sailor close, his voice a gruff warning, amplified by the eerie hum of the phantom flames, "Contribute effectively or stay silent." Face to face with Lawrence's intense gaze, Anomaly 77 stammered in submission, "Understood, Captain." Without further ado, Lawrence flung the mummy forward into the swarm of sewer-spawned horrors. Almost instantly, another crew member, a sailor armed with a rifle, dashed over, exclaiming, "Captain, our bullets are nearly gone." Lawrence quickly assessed the situation. Most of his crew had forsaken their guns, now using close combat weapons to fend off the monstrous horde. Their indomitable spirit was their primary weapon, but they were effectively pinned in the corridor and trapped in a monstrous deadlock. Every avenue of advancement seemed blocked, and retreat wasn't even on the table. The corridor was alive with the cacophony of battle, a harrowing symphony of rending flesh and shattering bone. Malignant sludge seeped from the moisture-laden walls and dripping ceiling, acting as a birthing pool for ceaseless waves of grotesque creatures. Lawrence's spectral crew, pushed to their limits, and on the verge of being overrun, found themselves in a dire situation with dwindling ammunition. The once radiant, ghostly flames surrounding Lawrence now faltered and waned. Overpowering weariness gnawed at his strength and muddled his thoughts. Lawrence's perceptions became increasingly skewed amid the torturous confines of this hellish sewer. A treacherous fog of confusion descended upon him, causing his grasp on reality to slacken. Memories of his identity, whereabouts, and even his mission grew hazy. The incessant ambush from the monstrosities, the looming dread of midnight, how long before everything would come to a head. But as despair threatened to subsume him, the voice of a trusted companion echoed from a small mirror affixed to his attire. "They are coming." These words acted as a lifeline, snapping Lawrence back to the grim reality. In a fluid motion, he brandished his dagger, impaling an oncoming beast. He quickly retreated to dodge a spray of corrosive goo before instinctively looking upwards. The corridor's very foundation trembled from the weight of countless approaching footsteps, layered over the muffled din of distant commands and rallying cries. The noise intensified, heralding a formidable force barreling towards the frenzied melee where Lawrence and his crew were engrossed. Suddenly, ghostly figures started to materialize, appearing as though emerging from a temporal fissure. These apparitions coalesced into an imposing army of spectral soldiers. Armed with vintage rifles, their bayonets shimmered eerily in the weak light. Seemingly spawning in mid-rush, they burst from the abyss, charging unstoppably towards their next shadowy objective. Their seamless movement suggested an ageless struggle, now manifesting before the living. Spectral sailors, already deep in their tumultuous battle, were momentarily struck dumb by this unforeseen intervention. They gawked in disbelief as the Phantom Battalion lunged headlong into combat, their guns unleashing havoc upon the monstrous horde and their battle roars echoing menacingly. After a few dumbstruck moments, one sailor managed to stammer out, "The last remnants of the Queen's Guard." Lawrence, equally stunned, instinctively approached a youthful soldier who was hurriedly reloading. The young man's attire, reminiscent of an ancient city-state long lost to time, was tattered and frayed, hinting at prolonged battles within these sewers. Attempting to establish a connection, Lawrence said, "Hello, we're here to help." He reached out, meaning to offer a comforting pat on the soldier's shoulder, only to be left bewildered as his hand phased right through the ethereal figure. In the midst of the chaotic battleground, doubt crept into Lawrence's mind. Could all this mayhem be a mere illusion? Disconcerted, he lifted his gaze and was met with the haunting sight of ghostly soldiers fiercely clashing with the grotesque horde. Their guns boomed relentlessly, downing one revolting creature after another that emerged from the tainted mire. Suddenly, a particularly robust soldier, bearing the brunt of the onslaught, lunged forward from the midst of the spectral army. Lawrence, taken off guard, tried to evade the advancing figure, but his reflexes betrayed him. To his astonishment, the towering soldier, seemingly unaware of Lawrence's very presence, phased right through him as if he were merely a wisp of air. As the soldier proceeded, a stray shot from one of the monsters struck him, causing him to plummet heavily into the muck. The relentless spectral Queen's Guard seemed unperturbed by their fallen ally. They trudged on, indifferent, stepping over the ethereal form of their comrade as they doggedly continued their march deeper into the corridor. A sailor sidled up to Lawrence, his voice a hushed whisper, "They're ghosts. Yet these ghosts can battle the creatures. They even have the power to annihilate them," Lawrence mused, trying to wrap his head around the bewildering phenomenon before him. Another sailor chimed in, "The monstrous tide seems to be receding." That revelation jolted Lawrence from his reverie. For the first time since their arrival, the previously relentless torrent of abomination seemed to wane. With the sudden appearance of the spectral Queen's Guard, the walls and ceilings' putrid ooze, which spawned the creatures, seemed to have abruptly halted. The once endless onslaught was now discernibly tapering off. Could it be that the mere presence of the Queen's Guard inhibited the regeneration and proliferation of these nightmarish entities? As a myriad of questions swirled in his mind, Lawrence recognized the pressing need for action. "Stay on the heels of the Queen's Guard," he dramatically pointed forward, his voice echoing with authority. "Take advantage of the path they're clearing." "Aye, Captain," came the unanimous response. Chapter 426, The Final Counterattack. In the deepest reaches of the corridor, faint murmurs resonated like ghostly whispers that one couldn't quite understand. It sounded as if the wind was softly sighing, hushed voices were discussing secret matters, there were constant footsteps like a restless soul pacing back and forth, and occasionally the sharp sound of gunfire would pierce the quietude. These sounds blended into one another, losing their individuality. It felt as though everything was merging into a singular existence, without the conventional sense of direction, devoid of time or space. The corridor itself was reminiscent of this feeling, shrouded in a thick fog, ready to swallow anything or anyone brave enough to walk through it. An old man, his back hunched from the weight of many years, moved with caution through this winding, maze-like corridor. In his grip, he held a heavy wrench which would occasionally knock against the many pipes that decorated the walls of this underground pathway. Who was this old soul? Why was he in such a place? Where was he headed, and for what reason? There had been an attack. At the stroke of midnight, the Queen's Guard had been mobilized. But the question remained, what or who were they attacking, and where was the battlefield? Random snippets of memories and fleeting thoughts would occasionally emerge in the old man's clouded mind, only to disappear just as quickly. Sometimes, he felt as though he was caught between two realities, his muddled senses and memories tangling up inside of him. At other moments, he felt he had been stuck in one spot, waiting for an instruction for decades. Looking down, the old man noticed his wrench had knocked against something. It was a helmet, jet black with a slim brim, bearing the emblem of the Queen's Guard. It was a piece of history not commonly seen anymore. He stared blankly as the helmet tumbled and eventually rolled into a nearby drainage. Out of the corner of his eye, he thought he saw a shadowy figure try to emerge from the drain, but it faded into the encompassing darkness just as quickly. With his mind awash in confusion, he trudged onwards, the environment around him seeming more and more like a thick, engulfing tar. It felt like an eternity, but he finally reached the end of this mysterious corridor. Here, a chaotic scene awaited him. A mess of pipes, debris from a collapse, and an eerie smoke rising from the ruins blocked his way. He looked around, trying to make sense of where he was. He was certain he had never come across such a place on his usual routes in the sewer, yet he felt he was meant to be here for some purpose. He glanced down, catching his reflection in a small pool of water next to the debris. His eyes, filled with confusion and uncertainty, stared back at him. What was he supposed to do here? Suddenly, the pool of water displayed an eerie scene before him. Soldiers from the Queen's Guard battled the monstrous beings of the corridor. With their weapons, they managed to turn these ghastly creatures into cold, lifeless mud. The very walls, which seemed to seep with a mucky substance, became dry wherever these soldiers went, and the once-consuming darkness began to wane, giving way to a clearer path. Everything happened exactly as Lawrence had anticipated. The mere presence of the Queen's Guard was suppressing the strange corruption, afflicting the mirror reflection of the city-state. If one were to describe the events taking place in this mirrored city-state, it would be as a monumental battle between two great powers. On one side were the mud monsters, and on the other, the Queen's Guard. Their intense struggle and intertwined destinies might have persisted for a good 50 years. Guided by Lawrence, his naval squad quickly moved through the intricate corridors, following the path previously cleared by the ghostly Queen's Guard. What used to be a long, hours-long trek was now significantly shortened to mere minutes. Throughout this speedy expedition, Lawrence was deeply introspective and observant. He tried to decipher the mysteries surrounding the Queen's Guard and hoped to somehow establish a rapport with these ghostly warriors. However, all his attempts were in vain. It was as if the Queen's Guard didn't even notice Lawrence and his squad. These spectral soldiers seemed more like remnants of a bygone era, endlessly replaying a historical battle. They marched, shot their weapons, engaged the enemy, and were defeated, all in a loop that might have been ongoing for countless years. Martha's information about the Queen's Guard was spot on, but it wasn't the whole story. Trying to work in tandem with these ghostly allies was a riddle that continued to elude Lawrence. "Captain, they don't seem to notice or acknowledge us. What should we do?" One of the sailors approached Lawrence, stating his apprehension. "Following them like this, aren't we just dead weight?" acute. Lawrence's face was a mix of frustration and determination. His eyes involuntarily drifted to a small mirror pinned to his uniform. Before he could gather his thoughts, Martha's voice emerged from the mirror. "I'm in the dark as much as you are about this situation. I knew they existed, but I never found a way to communicate with them." Behind her voice, faint sounds of gunshots emanated from the mirror, indicating that Martha too was in the midst of her own challenges, possibly as intricate as the ones down in the sewers. Have the Queen's Guard been replaying this same battle over and over for years? Lawrence pondered aloud. Is the outcome always the same every time? Yes, it always ends the same way. They start their assault at midnight, only to pull back an hour later. Every time they're halted at the last hurdle. They couldn't overcome the final barrier. With this newfound knowledge, Lawrence instinctively looked in the direction where the ghostly soldiers were heading. They were moving towards the far end of the corridor. In that dark, tumultuous area, a palpable and malevolent force seemed to loom, feeling as suffocating and thick as molten tar. Lawrence suddenly exclaimed, "I've pieced it together." From the mirror, Martha's inquisitive voice rang out, "What have you understood?" But Lawrence couldn't indulge Martha's curiosity from the mirror. Having realized his crucial role in this unfolding saga, he swiftly marshaled his men and hastened his advance. Simultaneously, the tumult within the corridor reached a fevered pitch. The Queen's Guard was gearing up for their ultimate onslaught. The spectral warriors, made of the very essence of shadows, roared into battle, their weapons wreaking havoc upon the abominations obstructing their path. As soldiers disintegrated into fleeting ghostly trails, monsters were obliterated, melting into muck that then seeped away. As this epic clash continued, all combatants inexorably gravitated to the corridor's end. At last, Lawrence was confronted with the climax of this intense conflict and the daunting barrier that had thwarted the Queen's Guard for decades. Before them stood a colossal door, ensnared by a complex web of thorny brambles and smeared with loathsome, dark mud. Its menacing aura was akin to a tangible nightmare, sending a chill down one's spine. The door itself appeared to have been carved and marked by gnarly thorns, eerily reminiscent of a twisted crown fashioned from twisted tree branches. Deep within this mesh of thorns, faint lights writhed and fluttered, akin to a myriad of watchful eyes concealed within a dense jungle. A mere glance could overwhelm a soul with overwhelming dread and madness. Even Lawrence, fortified with the power of the spirit fire, was momentarily taken aback by this foreboding sight. Doubts and anxieties raced through his mind. This, then, was the goal of the Queen's Guard. Directly in front of this menacing entrance, a thick sludge of black mud was agitating, giving rise to a veritable horde of ghastly beings. These grotesqueries appeared to be distorted versions of humans, bearing vague resemblances to city guards, naval officers, pirates, weapon-wielding civilians, and even surreal, monstrous amalgamations of ancient cannons and skeletal debris. These twisted entities, protected by makeshift defenses set up within the hall, zealously guarded the vine-entwined door as if it was a sacred relic. The ultimate battle was underway. With unparalleled vigor, the Queen's Guard unleashed their full arsenal upon the monstrous guardians positioned at the corridor's end. This retaliation reverberated through the entire second waterway. In the ensuing chaos, both sides suffered immense casualties, reducing their numbers by more than half. Lawrence and his few accompanying sailors were forced to take cover at the outskirts of this apocalyptic scene. Despite being shielded by the spirit fire, Lawrence couldn't confidently assert that he'd emerge untouched from this battlefield. But he wasn't merely hiding away. He was scrutinizing, keenly evaluating the Queen's Guard as they contended fiercely in this existential confrontation. As the battle raged and the forces on both sides dwindled, the defenses fronting the door began to waver. Those formidable cannons and demonic creatures were reduced to debris, and chinks began to appear in the vanguard of the Thorns. "Blasting team, proceed." Hidden adjacent to the Queen's Guard's position, Lawrence suddenly registered a voice. It was the commanding tone of a guard leader. The next moment, he spotted movement at the periphery of his vision. A small team had detached from the main group and slipped into the drainage channels at the hall's edges, effectively out of the monster's line of sight. They stealthily navigated towards a concealed area, flanking the thorny door. Simultaneously, the front line's firepower escalated as a hail of projectiles rained down, aiming to subdue and distract the monsters guarding the door. Lawrence couldn't help but hold his breath, even though he was aware that what he was witnessing might be an illusion unaffected by external factors. His body responded instinctively. His worst suspicions were quickly confirmed. The team responsible for setting off the explosives, who were trying to approach the vine-covered door along the battlefield's edge, were spotted. Metal projectiles rained down into the drainage channel, and in a heartbeat, the soldiers equipped with explosives were consumed in a fiery blast. Almost simultaneously, another explosives team made their way into the shadowy trench on the opposite side of the hall, attempting to covertly approach the door that was bound by thorns. But their efforts were in vain. They too were detected, and the second team met their doom just a short distance away from the vine-laden entrance. In the midst of this chaos, a sailor's soft whisper reached Lawrence's ears. "They're disappearing." Snapping his head up, Lawrence watched in shock as the scene in the corridor unfolded. The Queen's Guard was dissipating. After the disheartening failure of the second explosive team, the Queen's Guard came to an abrupt halt. Their ghostly silhouettes began to wane, becoming increasingly transparent. Within moments, about a third of them had almost faded completely, resembling faint specters. Martha's voice from earlier echoed in Lawrence's mind. They never managed to breach the final barrier. The weight of this revelation hit Lawrence hard. He finally grasped the depth of Martha's words and understood the inevitable outcome of this repeated clash. The Queen's Guard were doomed to fail. Regardless of their tireless efforts and the number of times they relived this battle, the stark reality was that they could never surmount this last stand in their critical mission. This campaign had met its tragic end 50 years ago. Each subsequent replay was merely a mournful reminder of that fateful defeat. Lawrence felt a pang of despair, but a sudden movement caught the corner of his eye, snapping him out of his thoughts. Another figure was entering the battlefield from a remote corner of the hall. Like the rest of his crew, Lawrence found himself transfixed by this mysterious apparition. It was clearly no soldier. Instead, he was a young man who bore the unmistakable look of an engineer that might have been assigned to the military. His attire was a dark blue, rugged work uniform complemented by a softly angled hat on his head, evoking a fashion style that had been in vogue half a century ago. The young man swiftly moved towards the trench, a hefty wrench and a pistol hanging securely from his belt, eyeing the explosives left behind by the second demolition team. Gripping the wooden box teeming with explosives, he made a frantic dash towards the imposing door ensnared by thorns. For a fleeting moment, Lawrence found himself entranced, hopeful that the young man would achieve what others couldn't. But that hope was shattered when a bullet pierced the air, directly hitting the young engineer's shoulder. His body recoiled from the impact, convulsing in pain, and fell agonizingly close to his destination, just a few steps away from the vine-entwined entrance. The entire hall seemed to fall under a spell of silence, its vastness echoing the profound tragedy of the Queen's Guard's final charge. This might have been the conclusion of a sequence that had been replaying itself for decades. The sight of the young engineer, lying defeated on the ground, left Lawrence utterly speechless. This man represented the final hope of the Queen's Guard, the last beacon in their cyclic struggle, his fall emblematic of the climactic point of this ceaseless battle. Then a rush of adrenaline brought Lawrence back to the present. Emerging from his hiding spot, Lawrence charged forth. The sailors watched in disbelief as their captain dashed with an urgency they had never witnessed before, making his way to the fallen young man. The once silent hall was now rife with commotion. The remaining monsters, previously dormant, sprang to life, bellowing and unleashing their weaponry, which reverberated deafeningly. "Protect the captain!" The crew's shouting voice pierced the mayhem. Yet Lawrence seemed impervious to all around him. His focus was singular to reach the explosives. Despite being hit several times, his determination overrode his sense of pain. Crossing the vast hall, he dived into the trench, making a desperate lunge for the explosives. But as he reached out, his hand phased right through the wooden crate. Stumbling clumsily, Lawrence looked on, utterly dumbfounded. The explosives, undisturbed for 5 long decades, remained unaffected by Lawrence's tardy efforts to ignite them, serving as a poignant reminder of the futility of this timeless battle. Just like the ethereal Queen's Guard that surrounded him, the box of explosives was but a mirage, untouched by his frantic attempts. The air was thick with the stench of gunpowder as bullets tore through it, narrowly missing their mark. With every shot, the ground heaved, sending fragments of earth flying. The guttural growls of the mud monsters grew louder, sounding like a death ring, and some had already made their way into the trench, their menacing eyes hinting at a desire to tear Lawrence limb from limb. However, Lawrence stood immobile, his eyes transfixed on the spectral box of explosives. A myriad of emotions swirled within him, a mix of bewilderment, irony, and a sense that some unseen force was taking perverse pleasure in his predicament. Then a barely perceptible movement on his periphery snapped him back to the present. He looked on, astonishment clouding his face, as the previously downed young man began to show signs of life. The man, still gripping the large wrench by his side, shivered uncontrollably. He managed to lift his head, eyes wide, staring directly into Lawrence's. There was an ethereal glow around Lawrence, an eerie green flame that seemed to mesmerize the young man. In sheer amazement, Lawrence stammered, Can you see me?" However, the young man seemed to be in a trance. His lips moved rapidly, and after straining to listen, Lawrence caught snippets of his mutterings. "I've encountered them before, those flames. Yes, I've seen them, over and over again." "Flames? What are you talking about?" Lawrence's confusion was evident, his voice edged with desperation. Yet the young man paid him no heed. With great effort, he began to rise, blood staining his attire. Stumbling, he made his way towards the formidable door engulfed in thorns, all the while murmuring something Lawrence couldn't quite grasp. Amidst his garbled words, Lawrence could discern certain names. Nemo Admiral Tyrion Crow. Despite his apparent injuries, the young man persevered. However, his determined journey was cut short. From across the battlefield, a volley of gunfire rang out. The young man's body jerked violently before he fell again. Yet, in an almost mystical sequence, another being, an aged, hunched figure, emerged seemingly from the fallen man's shadow. The scene seemed surreal to Lawrence. He observed the exact point where this elderly individual had risen, straight from a pool of blood that mirrored the young soldier. I've finally arrived." With trembling hands, the old man reached out to grasp the explosive device. A joyful grin painted across his wrinkled face. "I've done it." His proclamation resonated through the hall, and his laughter was a striking contrast to the bleak surroundings. Clutching the explosive box tightly, he struck a match and set the fuse alight. With an exuberance that defied his age, he charged headlong towards the ominous doorway, repeatedly shouting, "I've made it through. Engineer Wilson here." Engineer Wilson reporting back. "I've survived." Boom. The deafening explosion sent shockwaves rippling through the cavernous hall, and its echo was felt in every nook and cranny of the surrounding corridors. Chapter 427, The Sacrifice. In a gruesome act, a sharp and wicked spike brutally pierced the skin, adding another painful, senseless injury to a body that was already severely beaten and bruised. The eerie whispering and animalistic howls that filled the surroundings suddenly surged in volume, as if the horrifying swarm of beasts was exulting in their successful strike. Their macabre merriment rang out like a discordant symphony of victory. Agatha raised her arm in defense, using her staff as a barrier against the harrowing figure, a monstrous creature that was more akin to a bone spike than any recognizable human form. A startling, splintering sound echoed by her ear. Caught off guard by the noise, it took her a moment to realize it was the final breath of her trusty staff. It had finally succumbed to a terminal break, irreparable and definite. Her faithful companion through numerous combats had met its doom. Against an invincible enemy, it had persisted until it could no longer resist its impending destruction. "Well fought, gatekeeper," sneered a hateful, conceited voice once more. "A ready sacrifice enhances the ritual, but overexertion risks ruining the dish." With the fragments of her shattered staff still clutched in her hand, Agatha gradually lifted her eyes. Dried blood had crusted around her eye, limiting her sight to a narrow, bloodshot view. Yet, through this restricted vision, she was able to take in the entirety of the grim spectacle unfolding before her. The chilling shadow realm had receded, revealing the central area of the sewer system that had been grotesquely remodeled into an arena of sacrifice. The walls and entrances were defaced with grimy symbols and signs of corruption. Suspended from above were sharp, stalactite-like formations and withered branches that threatened ominously, while the floor beneath had morphed into a sprawling pool. Where once there had been solid ground, there now gaped a wide chasm, hollowed out to accommodate a substance as black as the blackest night. The tarry mire seemed to possess a repugnant life of its own, emitting waves of sickening, squelching sounds. The hall was swarming with disciples of the harrowing figure, each one accompanied by their own shadow demon. They huddled around the black pool in the center of the hall like nauseating insects flocking to a rotting carcass, chanting unholy prayers and growling wildly. In response to their chaotic invocations, the black pool stirred, its movements becoming increasingly vigorous. This was their sacrificial site. They impatiently anticipated their final tribute, the sacrifice these deranged individuals revered, the gatekeeper of frost. They had already created a counterfeit of another gatekeeper, who was being directed towards a similar gruesome fate. Your supposed acts of free will are nothing more than steps leading you towards a preordained outcome. Don't you find this grand scheme artistic? Merging from the epicenter of the black tar pit, a blond man stretched out his arms towards Agatha. His face possessed a remnant of attractiveness, but his lower half had morphed into a monstrous, writhing mass. At this moment, he resembled a grotesque, tentacle beast, a vile mutation birthed from the tar pit, grotesquely mimicking a human form. "Very well, the time has arrived. You've grown acquainted with your surroundings. Proceed now, the hour for the sacrifice is upon us." At the brink of the tar-like pool, a structure akin to a tentacle slowly started to rise. As it emerged from the muck, its tip began to harden and gradually took on the form of a dagger. The sacrificial tool, a sinister herald of imminent disaster, edged ominously closer to Agatha. However, Agatha maintained an air of tranquil determination, whispering to herself, "Just a little longer, right there." Her hand ascended slowly towards her chest. But suddenly, her movements were harshly halted. With a jolt, she found herself disconnected from her own body, her ability to control her movements completely severed. "I see your intentions, your attempts to sabotage, to derail our plans," the voice of the blond man echoed from a distant corner of the room. Struggling to lift her head, she saw his form looming at the periphery of her hazy vision. "Unfortunately, to ensure there is no disturbance during the sacrifice, we've taken precautions from the outset, didn't you realize? Your journey through this duplicate city, your relentless slaughter of infinite decoys, even various incarnations of myself, all were meticulously planned to tether you tighter to this place. Do you feel your awareness of this sanctuary sharpening, that our heretical scent grows stronger? Did you never question why? The reality, dear lady, is that the moment you entered here, you had already become an unwitting member of our ranks." With all her strength, Agatha managed to raise her head. The lethal spike hovered perilously close to her heart while her body lay paralyzed. Now the puzzling discomfort she'd felt during her journey, the motive behind the seemingly pointless war of attrition instigated by the cultists, everything fell into place. It was all an insidious plot to taint her. The very next moment, the malevolent spike drove mercilessly into her heart. At the heart of the mud pit, the blond cultist threw his arms towards the sky. As the gatekeeper's heart was pierced, he reveled in the horrific display, crying out in ecstasy, "The offering is made. The life force of the saint kindles the dawn of our Lord's rise. Praise the name of the Nether Lord, herald the day of prophecy." Every cultist in the hall echoed his proclamation. Those fused with demons, monstrous and grotesque, spiraled into a wild frenzy, bellowing the name of their enigmatic lord. Some brandished blades, slashing their own flesh to feed the insatiable black mud at the center of the hall with their blood. Even the demons among them succumbed to the fervor, releasing a cacophony of mad, discordant shrieks. However, in the midst of this tumult of fervent cries, the black material in the mud pit underwent a brief yet violent upheaval before subsiding into an eerie stillness. The blond cultist, entrenched in the center of the pond, was jolted abruptly from his ecstatic trance. His mounting alarm clearly visible, he scrutinized the now tranquil pool, his eyes shooting towards the spike embedded in the saint's heart, and finally landing on the battle-weary and pale gatekeeper positioned at the edge of the sacrificial platform. "You're void of life," the fanatic's composure fragmented, pointing at Agatha in stunned disbelief. Why are you a walking shell?" Agatha returned his stare with unyielding resolve, and in that instant, a gentle smile finally graced her visage. "Do you honestly think, as a gatekeeper, I would disregard the sinister transformations occurring within my own being?" Agatha retorted, slowly lifting her arm. As the grip of the sacrificial ritual weakened, she could feel the control over her body tentatively returning to her. "When I followed your misleading path to this profane gathering and discerned the malignant potential of this bloodthirsty ceremony, I initiated my own countermeasures." Agatha's hand moved serenely towards the spike lodged within her heart. As her fingers wrapped around it, tendrils of emerald flame started to weave an entrancing dance between them, infusing the invasive spike. Her eyes rose, her gaze unwavering and resolute, fixed on the cultist wallowing in the sludge pool. "Every unholy ritual depends on the vitality of life's essence. I've drained mine." "Do you comprehend the repercussions of your actions?" The fanatic, eyes wide in disbelief, pointed shakily towards Agatha. You have." "Rest assured, it's merely a minor setback," Agatha retorted, her head shaking almost imperceptibly, her smile persisting. The flames radiating from her grasp began to intensify. "As long as I could kindle the flame." "What are you implying?" As the cultist stewing in the sludge pool attempted to counter, his voice was abruptly drowned by another seismic roar originating from the remote corners of the assembly hall. The deafening rumble instantaneously shattered the remaining bonds of the sacrificial ritual. A colossal portal, deeply anchored within the congregation, and the towering wall it was affixed to, was obliterated by powerful explosives. Boom! Shards of stone and concrete were hurled through the air, the remnants of the portal blending with a peculiar black substance, launching into the assembly hall like deadly projectiles. The cultists closest to the blast were instantaneously vaporized. "They've breached the portal." "Unthinkable, they've been repelled for generations. How could spectral warriors break their own cycle?" At the heart of the sludge pool, the blond cultist leader whirled his gaze in disbelief towards the origin of the explosion. However, before he could distinguish the figures surging through the remnants of the shattered portal, a towering pillar of green fire exploded into his peripheral vision. His attention snapped back, only to witness the sacrificial offering, destined for the Nether Lord, now enshrined in flames, radiating brilliantly in the mesmerizing tableau of spectral fire. The instant the colossal portal within the congregation was shattered, Agatha had managed to extricate herself from the shackles of the sacrificial ritual. Capitalizing on this transient window of opportunity, she had kindled the emerald fire, using her own spirit as the catalyst. A spiritual conflagration erupted. In the unexpected panorama, awash in the ethereal glow of green flames, Agatha spotted a massive breach in the wall opposite the sludge pool. A squadron bearing a striking resemblance to sailors, alight with the same emerald flames, stormed into the hall. The flames enveloped them, and the spark ignited within her resonated with an intense harmony. A grin spread across Agatha's face as clarity draped over her, and comprehension flourished. Amidst the cavorting flames, she slowly extended her hands, lifting them in a gesture of welcome. "The beacon has been kindled." Chapter 428, setting the god ablaze. Lost and disoriented, a figure of ill-defined shape maneuvered through the narrow, needle-like gaps amid a labyrinth of thorns, intermittently illuminated by thin rays of light. Its resolve seemed to be caught in a tremulous dance, daring to stretch across the insurmountable chasm of madness and foolishness. How long had she wandered this realm seething with tumultuous chaos? How much exposure had she suffered from the unholy corruption of the primordial deity? Was she still intact, a coherent entity, or merely a shattered remnant teetering on the verge of being devoured and subsumed into this anarchy? Agatha found herself adrift in a sea of indistinctness, unable to distinguish anything, even the borders that separated her physicality from the enveloping pandemonium. To her, her form appeared akin to a splotch of ink gradually spreading in water, the outlines exhibiting a blurry, liquid-soaked texture. It felt less as if she was advancing step by step through this oppressive darkness, and more like she was drifting forward, immersed in a dense medium echoing her own corporeal substance. She sensed everything was pushing towards a certain limit. The elementary particles of life, she couldn't affirm their role in the creation of all existence, but it was clear they had molded her present form. Ice melts into water and dissipates into the air. The replica crafted from these foundational elements was fated to return to the metaphoric ocean, represented by these elements. The so-called individual will, housed within this form, was bound to transform into an inconsequential pinpoint of light in this chaotic ocean, serving as sustenance for other glimmering specks aimlessly wandering amidst the bramble of thorns. She was simply a facsimile, a phantom. She held memories spanning a 24-year life, memories of her birthplace, her comrades, and everything she cherished and loathed. Yet what truly belonged to her in those 24 years of life could perhaps be distilled down to a mere 3 days or even less. For reasons unknown, Governor Winston's voice resonated abruptly within her consciousness, laden with tones of resignation and sorrow. There's no meaning. A being of authentic existence inscribed such a statement on their existence within this boundless darkness. In contrast, a mere imitation possessing only 3 days of existence dared to traverse the darkness, aiming to confront the ancient god. How absurd, Agatha murmured softly, her voice dissolving into the darkness, transforming into a subtle ripple. Concurrently, a relentless stream of data flooded her consciousness, a mysterious will constituted by binary 0 and 1 inundating her psyche. She was acutely aware she stood at the brink of dissolving into this expansive consciousness. Even if this space contained the ancient gods, transient thoughts, in a fleeting instant, its colossal magnitude was far beyond what her fragile psyche could withstand. Yet that was all right, she had made it. She had journeyed through the enormous thorny wilderness, and had reached the innermost depths of the darkness. A vast tentacle, akin to a towering pillar supporting the sky, stood imposingly before her. The surface of the pillar, intricately embellished with enigmatic dark blue lines, seemed to serve as a monument etching the testament of ancient truths against the gloomy canvas of chaos. Agatha slowly lifted her gaze and reached out, seeking to make contact with it while particles of black fragments and dust twirled and hovered within her sight. Her skin, a canvas mapped with a multitude of wounds, bore the evidence of a grueling passage through a merciless thicket. A black substance, unsettlingly similar to sludge, seeped from her, rising like a spectral mist, diffusing and eventually dissolving into the surrounding emptiness. The floating fragments and dust of ebony were nothing more than remnants emanating from her essence. In this instant, Agatha felt as though she were a hideous puppet, marred by a network of cracks, a sight so horrifying that even an ocean's worth of bandages would fall short in offering any semblance of concealment. Comparatively, the primordial god's tentacle remained unaffected, wholly indifferent to her touch. It neither emitted any formidable energy nor exhibited any intimidating traits. It failed to even respond to her daring provocation. The only sensation her fingertips registered was a subtly cool, soft, slightly rugged touch. Was this indifference because the tentacle was merely an echo from the unfathomable abyss of the ocean? Or was her existence too insignificant to draw the attention of the ancient god? Agatha furrowed her brow, pondering over what she could accomplish in these final fleeting moments. Yet, after a prolonged period of contemplation, she realized she was devoid of any tangible goal. She had arrived at her destination, unraveled the enigma of this darkness, journeyed through the spiky labyrinth representing the ancient deity's thoughts, and caught a glimpse of the true essence of the profound god hidden in the core of this darkness. She even had the audacity to touch the god's tentacle with her own bare hands. There was no more truth to discover, no remaining objectives to pursue. This final journey seemed less about performing the duty of a gatekeeper and more about satisfying her own stubborn resolve. Now it was time to rest. So Agatha sighed softly, allowing her body to yield. She pivoted slowly, leaning against the gigantic tentacle as one might find solace against a robust pillar. I likely won't have a soul to accompany me, Agatha pondered aloud in the darkness as a peculiar thought abruptly materialized in her mind. She swiftly dismissed it with a light-hearted chuckle, shaking her head. Of course not. If I truly had a soul, crossing that boundary would definitely wreak havoc for the gatekeeper on the other side, and what would happen to her if I crossed? You can't cross that threshold twice. I wonder what's happening at the cathedral. Did those who ventured into the well make their return? They probably don't need to worry. In the shrouding darkness, she found herself immersed in a stream of contemplative dialogue, as if unable to stem the flow of her musings, unintentionally vocalizing her innermost thoughts. However, her introspection was abruptly cut short by a foreign sensation, a sudden surge of blistering heat that jolted Agatha out of her thoughtful reverie. It felt as though she was swallowed by a formidable inferno, threatening to annihilate her very soul. Her thoughts, poised on the precipice of merging into this chaos, were abruptly rekindled. She squirmed within the illusion of being consumed by flames, oblivious to the unfolding sequence of events. Yet in the subsequent moment, a familiar voice echoed within her mind. The beacon has been lit. It was her own voice. Agatha's eyes sprang open in the consuming darkness, as a piercing green light streaked across her vision, blurring the boundary between illusion and reality. A vision unfolded before her. She saw herself teetering on the precipice of a boundless abyss, simmering with a menacing black sludge and surrounded by monstrous minions and demonic entities. Within this flame-engulfed corridor, a revelation struck her. She became cognizant of another consciousness, another self. The other her acknowledged her presence too. She now comprehended what was expected of her. There remained a task that beckoned her attention. Agatha pivoted sharply, her gaze transfixed on the enormous tentacle that stood before her like a monumental pillar. A radiant smile bloomed across her face, the most resplendent one she had mustered since her arrival in this darkness, and a blazing light reignited from the depths of her eyes. Taking a decisive step forward, she extended both hands towards the tentacle. The flames swiftly enveloped her entire form, but the scorching torment felt more akin to a revered tribute than agony. She flung her arms wide open in a gesture that seemed more like an embrace than a lunging attack. Boom! A terrifying roar echoed through the darkness as the two forces clashed, the flames engulfing the distorted space in a split second. Amidst the escalating symphony of the spiritual fire, the colossal tentacle instantaneously transformed into a blazing beacon, trembling violently within the conflagration. Agatha felt her flesh rapidly decomposing in the fiery blaze. Her body, originally fashioned from corrupt substances, was now part of the purifying process that the fire orchestrated. But she harbored no fear. Instead, she strained to lift her head, casting a backward glance towards the path from which she had arrived. The thorny wilderness was also ablaze. Amidst the swiftly spreading spiritual fire, it took on an uncanny, yet entrancing, likeness to a fiery tree crown. "Farewell, Governor Winston," Agatha murmured to herself, tightening her grip on the tentacle within the fire, serenely awaiting the final chapter of her existence. Yet, as her consciousness teetered on the edge of extinction, she suddenly registered an anomaly. The fire had consumed both her and the tentacle. For the first time within the passage sculpted by the spiritual fire, she felt a reaction from this ancient god's extension. In surprise, she lifted her gaze, studying the intricate designs on the tentacle's surface, observing the flames as they danced upon it, and sensing the deluge of information rushing into her mind from the spiritual fire. It was as though countless eyes had opened on the tentacle's surface, each urgently imparting pieces of knowledge and information. Ultimately, the entire spectrum of knowledge and information coalesced into a whirlpool in her mind. 11,101,001, 11,100,101, 10,001,000, 10,010,011. Endless chains of 0 and 1 seized the remnants of Agatha's consciousness. But this time, she managed to decipher their cryptic narrative. Error cloned. In a state of astonished disbelief, she pieced together the enigmatic message relayed by the ancient god's extension, fathoming its intentions and subsequently unraveling an astonishing revelation. With her gaze fixed on the tentacle she had set aflame, she wondered, could this be merely another illusion? In the following moment, The lingering spark of her consciousness was devoured by the relentless emerald conflagration. Chapter 429, Ritual in Chaos. The sacred ritual was irreparably broken apart. The inciting incidents were numerous and catastrophic. The Queen's Guard, caught in a 50-year-long cycle, disrupted their perennial rhythm, causing a ripple effect throughout the holy proceedings. Trespassers, against all odds, broke through the sacred Gate of Ascension, a pivotal landmark within the ceremonial chamber. A surge of unknown beings brazenly invaded the sacred grounds, adding to the pandemonium. Most shockingly, the chosen sacrifice gave herself up voluntarily to the emerald flames in the heart of the elemental pool. This sequence of events cast the highly venerated and final ceremonial rites into an inescapable chaos. Sanctity was breached as heretics rampaged through the sanctuary, brutally massacring the devout followers of the Nether Lord, thus reducing years of faithful service to ruin. What devastation have you wrought? In the center of the deep pool, the cult leader, appearing as a young man with golden locks, bellowed in anger. His body began to expand rapidly, supported by the black viscous substance surrounding him, contorting into a monstrous, oversized beast. His arm shot out towards Agatha, and from the pool a barrage of sharp thorns and bony spikes violently sprang forth, aimed at the gatekeeper who dared to stand resolute amid the burning flames. However, all aggressive attempts disintegrated into ashes before they could even touch Agatha, burnt to oblivion by the spectral green flames. In counterattack, these otherworldly flames followed the ashes' trail, steadily devouring the sacrificial symbols and blasphemous artifacts bordering the pool, eventually invading the pool itself. Enshrouded in an emerald green aura, Agatha turned into a beacon for the spectral fire which blazed out from her with a passionate intensity. Each of her wounds transformed into a channel, acting as conduits for the foreign energy. The torment of being engulfed by the flames had at some point subsided, and she burst into laughter in the heart of the conflagration, staring back defiantly at the enraged yet powerless heretic, whispering to herself, "Ah, I understand now." In the blink of an eye, her eyes were overtaken by the ghost fire, with flames spouting from the empty sockets. Utilizing these scorched-out eyes, she surveyed her surroundings, observing the cultists, who were entangled in a chaotic dance around the dark pool. As her gaze passed over them, every cultist was set aflame. The demons intertwined with them too ignited. All the blasphemous artifacts in the chamber provided fuel to the flames, and even the hall itself took on the appearance of a blazing inferno. She had been gifted power by the flame usurper, and she used this pyrokinetic strength to obliterate the sacrilegious actions taking place here. This was the revelation that dawned upon her the moment her eyes were consumed by the fire. The heretical figure engulfed in the heart of the sludge was of no consequence. He was nothing more than a grotesque being who had undergone a self-destructive metamorphosis. The true substance of this place was the circle of grotesque, deformed heretics who were screaming in high, shrieking tones around the mudded pool. "Stop, desist immediately. You're oblivious to the ramifications of your actions. A ceremony run amok spells disaster for everyone. It has already morphed into..." The cult leader, now transformed into a bloated monstrosity, cried out in desperation, desperately erecting barriers in a vain effort to stem the spread of the rampant flames consuming the hall. But in the midst of his plea, a gunshot reverberated from the side, effectively silencing his outcry. Bang! A young soldier, dressed in the uniform hearkening back to a bygone era and clutching an old-fashioned rifle, charged into the hall, his weapon targeted at the distorted, inflated behemoth nestled in the core of the murky pool. Swiftly the brave fighter was swallowed by the whirling black sludge, but hot on his heels, a new wave of soldiers burst into the hall. At this point, the timeline had crossed the counterattack phase attributed to the Queen's Guard. These ghostly soldiers were expected to dissolve into non-existence, yet it was clear that this cycle had been distorted due to the destruction of the Thorn Gate. The Queen's Guard, which should have disappeared at the next pivotal point, were now deviated from their cycle and launched their offensive on the final sanctuary. The regiment led by Lawrence found themselves entwined in battles with nearby cultists and enigmatic demons. Their ammo had run out, yet they still wielded sharp sabers and swords, and bodies momentarily unmarked by death. So even when confronted with dark priests and demonic beings possessing a myriad of dangerous powers, they stood their ground like indomitable supernatural beings. With a loud clang, Lawrence's short sword split a bone spike hurtling towards him. He skillfully evaded a fireball on the verge of explosion. Advancing amid the flames, he severed the chain attached to a cultist's neck, watching as the body of this dark priest rapidly crumbled into ashes. He then raised his eyes, fixating on the long-haired woman standing sentinel in front of the mud pool, a light like a flaming beacon. "Miss, we're here to support you," the battle-hardened captain roared. "We're all under captain's command, aren't we? Which ship are you serving on?" He recognized without a doubt that the young woman enwrapped in the flames was ignited by the same spectral green fire as him, confirming unmistakably that she was one of their own. However, the flames enveloping her were darker in color and noticeably more expansive than his, indicating she was not just any one of them. Relying on his abundant experience as an adventurer and a captain, Captain Lawrence quickly took stock of the situation, deciding it was in his best interest to amiably address a high-ranking comrade who was destined to accompany them on their future voyage. "Small Kapar." Agatha turned, surprised, to the robust old man, who bore a striking resemblance to a sea captain, shouting at her from a distance. "What did you say?" After a moment of confusion, she found herself unable to suppress the urge to respond, shouting back, "There's too much commotion here, I can't make out your words." Taken aback, Lawrence pivoted towards his comrades, raising a query. "She answered, didn't she?" "I'm not sure," Anomaly 77, who happened to be the closest, was currently bellowing. His voice was fraught with panic and terror as he zigzagged around the rapidly expanding flames, artfully evading bullets, fireballs, bone spikes, and even dismembered limbs flying through the air. His dual blades had already suffered nicks. "I'm a sailor. Why am I embroiled in a battle against a horde of cultists in a sewer now? This is a task suited for ground forces." "You didn't complain when we disembarked," Lawrence retorted with a booming voice. "You were ebullient, like a pirate on the verge of pillaging a city-state. Consider yourself an infantryman, then." "You son of a..." "What was that?" "You damned..." In a daze, Agatha observed the amusing quarrel that was taking place between the burly, rugged sailors and their captain. She looked around at the chaos unfolding around her, feeling perplexed by the spectacle. Who were these people? Where had they come from? What was their objective? She noticed unfamiliar faces, all enshrouded in the same emerald fire that engulfed her, engaged in a fierce battle with the heretics in the hall. At the same time, a squad of soldiers, spectral remnants from a past era, stormed into the chaos, their rifles spewing bullets indiscriminately. Among their battle cries, the name of the Frost Queen would occasionally resound. The whole situation was inexplicable, as though, following her decision to sacrifice herself, the entire narrative of the world had undergone a bizarre twist. However, her rampant thoughts were suddenly brought to a halt by the escalating roar of the wind, resonating in her ears. The bloated, grotesque giant leaned in her direction. "All of you unforgivable." It growled, its form spraying a chaotic gush of filth-laden, inky sludge. The formerly handsome, blonde young man had been completely replaced by a monstrous being maintaining a vague human form. A ghastly array of interlacing mouths covered its body, the friction and whispers between the sharp teeth eliciting an intense dread. As Agatha watched, its skull slowly cracked open to reveal menacing eyes. The primordial substance had entirely devoured and substituted this monster's previous human form. It had become one with the mud pool, even integrated with a larger, more chaotic entity. The inflated abomination peered at Agatha through its multitude of eyes. The spreading sludge around it ignited, the flames even lapping at its form. However, the monster seemed immune to the pain, simply chanting in a monotonous tone, "Unstoppable, unstoppable, error, error." "Your plot has already crumbled," Agatha rebutted, her gaze unflinchingly fixed on the monstrous entity before her. The flames leaking from her hollowed-out eye sockets caused the air around her to waver. "Surely, you must sense that the supposed channel has been disrupted. The counterphase process between the mirror and reality has come to a halt." Stopped, for a fleeting moment, the monster appeared momentarily lucid at Agatha's assertion. A flicker of human-like resentment emerged within the multitude of its deformed eyes. "Innocent, do you believe your self-sacrifice leaves us bereft of alternatives?" A spark of confusion briefly passed through Agatha. In the next instant, she witnessed the giant abruptly lift its hands. The extremities began a dramatic metamorphosis, expanding and splitting into what looked like dried, fissured branches, which then transformed into vast clusters of thorn-like formations. They pierced through the ceiling of the grand hall and all surrounding pipes. Within this thorny proliferation, elusive sparks of light flitted about, reminiscent of a swarm of fireflies. From the heart of this thorn bush, ecstatic exclamations reverberated. "Oh, I see it, I comprehend, I have grasped it. What a magnificent scheme! What an expansive blueprint! Oh, the most powerful and sacred master, I discern your intention, I have understood. To reconfigure this world, indeed to reshape all of us, and everything in this world will be reborn from the divine flesh and blood. Disciples, it's time for the sacrifice. Sacrifice? Under the horrified gaze of Agatha and the ground combat unit led by Lawrence, the remaining annihilators in the grand hall began to cheer ecstatically. It was as if they had been graced with some divine epiphany. With this rising chorus of cheer, they started diving headlong, one after another, into the central mud pool of the grand hall. Chapter 430, The Fog is Clearing. Devotees of the Nether Lord, dedicated followers of a dark force, met their horrific fate in unimaginably gruesome ways. The ritual they had been performing was thrown into chaos, and the remaining members of the cult made a collective, deliberate decision to sacrifice themselves. They did this in an attempt to forcefully achieve the transformation of the Mirror City, a feat that would seemingly defy the natural order of things. Despite a lifetime filled with maritime adventures that brought him face to face with an eclectic variety of extraordinary sights, Lawrence was absolutely dumbfounded and appalled by the terrifying spectacle unfolding before him. This was beyond anything he had ever witnessed or experienced before. Driven by a frenzied madness, hundreds of cult members threw themselves ecstatically into the violently churning pool of mud, their bodies breaking apart and melting away in the mire. Their disturbing display of joy was eerily undiminished by their horrifying demise. Meanwhile, shadowy demons, once bound to the cultists' existence, broke free from their chains of servitude. They exploded around the mud pool, their death throes releasing plumes of corrupted smoke and putrid smells, hindering the progress of the Queen's Guard. In the midst of this chaos, a large crown of thorns rose from the center of the mud pool, rapidly growing to encompass the entire hall within a blink of an eye, fueled by the continuing self-sacrifice of the manic cultists. "I have comprehended." A voice, echoing with the intensity of hundreds, boomed from the thorny crown. It was a fevered proclamation, a declaration of understanding that was chilling in its intensity. "We have comprehended." The doomed cultists, hurling themselves willingly into the mud pool, repeated the phrase in unison. Their deafening cries echoed along the length of the second waterway, causing it to tremble under the ferocity of their pledge. "I will fulfill, we will fulfill. Manifest the Creator's blueprint. Manifest the Creator's blueprint." Boom! Flames erupted suddenly, engulfing the entire hall and the thorny tree crown in their fiery wrath. Lawrence had just enough time to look up and see the crown disintegrate amidst the ghostly flames. The crown transformed into a shower of gray-black dust that rained down until everything was scorched and barren. However, the tremors of the second waterway continued, and the chilling echoes of the cultists' last cries still hung heavily in the air. Their eerie wails lingered like spectral remnants in this underground domain, sending cold shivers down the spine. In a state of stunned disbelief, Lawrence surveyed the chaotic aftermath, his mind clouded with uncertainty. Finally, he verbalized his doubts almost without realizing it. Did we succeed? The ritual was stopped right. All the cultists seemed to be dead, and that tree was consumed. Anomaly 77 speculated nervously, casting an anxious glance around the devastated scene, but I have a gut feeling. This isn't over yet. A voice broke through the crackling of the lingering flames, cutting off Lawrence's conversation with the sailor. Lawrence, along with Agatha, swiftly turned their attention to the group of strangers who had joined them in their battle. Agatha remained in her combative stance, flames still licking her form, a stark contrast to the woman she was when she first entered this mirror city. She had changed in ways beyond recognition. Her previously black gown was now a shadow of its former self, having morphed into a ragged cloak. It hung loosely around her body, much like the worn-out attire of an aged priest. Her physical form bore a resemblance to a shattered puppet adorned with brutal injuries and a myriad of deep gashes. Her blood had long since drained from her wounds, replaced by an uncanny green fire that flowed from her injuries, reminiscent of a dreamlike, glowing river. Her eyes had succumbed to the overpowering flames of the usurper, leaving her with nothing but empty sockets. In the hollow voids where her eyes had once resided, two bright flames now danced fervently. While she had lost the vision of her earthly body, she had acquired a profound, supernatural perception. She could sense the lingering energy that coursed through the hall, and the entire mirror city seemed to throb with an unnatural life force. She could perceive an immensely vast structure that permeated the city, serving as its foundation and driving its ascent towards the palpable world. With spectral flames billowing out beneath her feet, causing the floor to sizzle, Agatha took a step forward. She extended her hand, reaching out to grasp a thorn that had sprouted from the mud pool and gently squeezed it. Under her touch, the thorn, desiccated by the ghostly flames, crumbled with ease. However, amid the scattered remnants, tiny specks of light continued to flow unabated. "The mirror continues its ascension," she murmured to herself, or possibly to an unseen entity. "The heretics have been wiped out, but their legacy lives on. This mirror city continues to exist. It's journeying towards reality autonomously. I'm sorry, but I don't know how to stop it." Intrigued, Lawrence moved closer, scrutinizing Agatha. "Who are you talking to?" Before he could finish his question, a violent tremor rippled through the ground, followed by a thunderous rumble overhead. Startled, he and the sailors looked up to witness a sight they would never forget. As the hall shook violently, the formidable layers of rock, concrete, steel, and dirt above them suddenly turned translucent. In this sudden clarity, they could see the layers upon layers of structures above. Drainage systems, power pipelines, steam delivery systems, subways, and beyond them mountains, streets, buildings, churches, all of frost. Through the dense strata he could see frost as it truly was. He saw a city cloaked in heavy fog, besieged by countless monsters launching relentless attacks from within the shroud. The city guards and defenders were locked in fierce combat with the invading monsters, palpable darkness creeping through the city, and fear spreading in every nook and cranny. "Oh, I reckon we're in a bit of a pickle." Anomaly 77, like everyone else, took a moment to gaze upwards before he muttered, "Or perhaps it's the folks above who are truly in danger." Regaining his composure, Lawrence became acutely aware of the magnitude of the impending disaster. Despite the cultists being eradicated, their final sacrificial ritual had been successful. This mirror city had acquired a life of its own and was continuing its upward trajectory, adhering to some unknown blueprint. If this course were to continue unabated, the real-world city of Frost would undoubtedly crumble. "Isn't there any way to stop this?" His eyes widened in desperation as he urgently turned towards Agatha. "We're about to converge with the real world." In response, Agatha merely rotated her head and fixed her ablaze eyes on Lawrence. She remained silent, yet a voice of tranquil authority echoed directly within Lawrence's mind. "Maintain your calm. This is but a part of the solution." Surprised momentarily, Lawrence quickly recognized the source of the mental communication. His muscles tensed visibly. Captain." "Relax and prepare for what lies ahead." With a baffled look, Lawrence could only stare. Meanwhile, in the physical world, the relentless roar of cannons reverberated across the boundless sea as the surviving naval forces of Frost and the Mist Fleet valiantly tried to fend off the phantoms that kept emerging from the fog. With time passing, there was no sign of a decrease in the apparition ships surfacing from the fog. In fact, their numbers seemed to be on the rise. Unidentified vessel approaching from the port side. It's a swift gunboat. Prepare for close-quarters defense fire. Frost Navy's escort vessel S-30 has sunk in nearby waters. Remove it from the identification list. Fire on the aft deck. Damage control, damage control. Commands were being shouted. The thunderous discharge of the primary cannon, explosions, the deafening sound of water crashing against the ship's hull, all merging into a chaotic cacophony, creating an atmosphere of impending doom. Tyrion stood at the helm of the Sea Mist, his hands gripping the railing in front of him, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the distant sea, his face mirroring the sternness of a gathering storm. The conflict had raged on for a considerable time, but the beacon of victory remained shrouded in the darkness as enemy vessels kept pouring out of the thick fog. The undead sailors knew no fatigue, but the relentless and intense fighting was gradually draining the energy of the Mist Fleet. The Sea Mist's self-repair capability was nearing its limit, struggling even to extinguish the flames engulfing the deck, heavily reliant on the tireless efforts of the damage control crew. The Raven had only just withdrawn from the battle a few minutes ago, now retreating towards Frost with its severely damaged hull. If even an undead vessel was suffering such damage, one could only fathom the dire situation the human-crewed Frost Navy was grappling with. The dire straits in which the Frost Navy found itself were made starkly clear by the constant stream of distress calls coming over the radio. Their resilience was stretched to its limit as damages and personnel losses on each vessel were rapidly approaching critical thresholds. Ironically, the members of the Mist Fleet, who had spent the past 50 years mocking and ridiculing the Navy, now collectively hoped that these human seafarers could hang on a little longer, that they could continue to fight just a bit more. A thunderous detonation echoed from afar, followed by a massive flash that punctuated the fog. An unyielding blaze ensued, accompanied by a series of secondary explosions. Tyrion instinctively turned his gaze toward the commotion, instructing the communication officer to quickly ascertain the cause of the blasts. In the ensuing chaos, First Officer Aiden emerged with grim news. The flagship of the Frost Navy, Lord Brutch, has suffered critical damage to its steam core. The reactor has detonated and the vessel is sinking, he reported. Tyrion offered no immediate reply, merely closing his eyes in a moment of silent tribute. Having crossed paths with that ship many times over the last 2 years, he was well acquainted with its commander, a true Frostman, a man of commendable character commanding a formidable vessel. Now, all that was lost to the cold depths of the sea forever. Log the incident. Perhaps there will be a time in the future to honor the fallen, Tyrion finally spoke, reopening his eyes as his head gently swayed. Our current situation, however, doesn't allow for such sentiment. His words were abruptly cut short by an unexpected shift in the scene outside the porthole. His gaze, filled with surprised curiosity, was drawn to the view. The first officer, along with several others on the bridge, instinctively followed his stare. The maritime fog was receding. Chapter 431 Ashes Ignite. As the early morning light began to break, the opaque, seemingly impenetrable mist that had taken hold over the icy seas started reluctantly withdrawing, slowly unveiling the harrowing spectacle hidden behind its curtains. This was the first glimmer of visibility they had encountered since the unexpected maritime chaos had unfurled. But as the mist pulled away, the sight that came to the fore was as chilling as the icy water that lapped against the ship's hull. A chilling aftermath of a battle, with the sea being a graveyard of ghostly shipwrecks, was revealed, wrecks burning fiercely, their fires flickering like grotesque specters on the waves. Distorted, uncanny shapes of phantom fleets, like an ethereal army, loomed ominously over the wreckage-strewn water. The oily surface was ablaze, sending thick plumes of smoke spiraling upwards, further polluting the clearing air with a foreboding murkiness. First Mate Aiden was the first to venture towards the porthole, his eyes widened in awe at the sight unfolding. After taking in the scene for a moment, he shouted, "The fog is lifting! Captain, the fog is pulling back." "I can see that," Captain Tyrion replied tersely, making his way quickly to the porthole. His hardened eye retained its intensity despite the dispersing fog. "It's pulling away, but can we truly say it has retreated?" "Captain, shouldn't this be a sign of relief?" Aiden asked, sensing an underlying tension in Tyrion's voice. "The clearing mist could mean that whatever mysterious force has been brewing in the frost is—" "Something isn't right," Tyrion interrupted Aiden, a serious expression etched on his face. He peered intensely towards the horizon. "The fog has cleared, but those phantom ships, they remain, and the sea, it's—" "The sea?" Aiden queried, furrowing his brows, following Tyrion's gaze to the horizon and sucking in a breath as realization dawned. As the captain had implied, something was terribly wrong. The illusionary fleets in every direction weren't dissolving. On the contrary, more ghostly vessels began to breach the sea surface, and in unison the sea began to darken as if gradually dyed by an invisible hand. An all-consuming darkness seeped through the sea, indicating something hidden was stirring, with numerous obscure shapes rising to converge on the surface. It was as if some gigantic creature, or perhaps an army of beasts, was surfacing from the deep abyss of the ocean. "Oh God," Aiden began, but his words were cut short as the temporary tranquility achieved by the fog's retreat was violently interrupted by a succession of deafening roars. The sea around them was splitting, revealing a multitude of massive vessels. Some were wrecked and battered, others twisted into ghostly apparitions, while a few bore a chilling resemblance to their own fleet. In the suddenly pitch-black sea, it appeared as though an entire fleet of phantom ships was being launched simultaneously. "Alert, enemy vessels are surfacing. They're everywhere," a terrified sailor screamed, jolting the crew into action. Their defensive cannons mounted along the ship's edges thundered to life, firing projectiles into the air and transforming the sea into a battleground filled with enormous splashes of water and explosive detonations. Amidst this sudden chaos, Captain Tyrion stood as if frozen, silently observing the sea as the enemy continued to rise from the water, one after another. Even amidst the chaotic scene, some of the resurfacing ships were unmistakably familiar to his crew. "It's the night that we sank to the depths at the very start of this nightmare. And the Black Flag Soldier. We sent the Black Flag Soldier to its watery grave just a quarter of an hour ago, yet it's bobbing back to the surface. The Courage and the Prince of Yuan Tong, too." Captain, First Mate Aiden's voice rang out with an edge of panic, a startling contrast to his typically collected tone. All the phantom fleets, the ones we thought we defeated, they're all rising from the sea again. As Tyrion was about to respond, a voice echoed within the labyrinth of his thoughts. This was inevitable as long as the source of these illusionary fleets persists. Father, Tyrion gasped, his eyes scanning the surroundings instinctively, trying to pinpoint the origin of these mirages. Where could you be now? Don't worry, Tyrion, the timing is perfect. Tyrion swiftly collected his bearings, signaling to Aiden to maintain control of their ongoing combat. He then mentally prepared to respond. What should I do now? What? Meanwhile, as the thick fog engulfing the sea gradually lifted, so did the gloomy shroud that had encased the land of frost. However, just like the escalating crisis at sea, the lifting fog didn't signify the end of the catastrophe on land. Illusions continued to hold sway, and a more grotesque version of frost started overlaying itself onto the real landscape. Engaged in intense battle, the city-state soldiers constructed hasty barricades along the streets, combating an unyielding surge of monstrous creatures that seemed to emerge from thin air. The deafening discharge of gunshots resonated across the cityscape. The peaceful and secure aura of the city had been completely shattered, with clouds of gunpowder smoke smothering the city streets. Dirt, rubble, and gradually congealing pools of blood stained the city, while increasingly distorted scenes overlapped reality. Commander, they're swarming all over. At the crossroads of Fireplace Street, a city-state guardian unit, previously trapped within the fog, relied on the mighty steam walker's firepower to combat the monstrous invasion. They had barely managed to celebrate the fog's retreat when they found themselves plunged into a new, surreal battle against a barrage of horrifying creatures and terrifying phenomena. Then fire back at them from all directions. The unit's commander roared, firing his weapon into the distant chaos as he sprinted towards the massive steam walker standing next to the communication unit. Have we managed to re-establish contact with the other units? Units 7, 6, and 4 are still unresponsive, the communicator yelled. Almost a quarter of our units disappeared in the previous fog. Keep trying to reach them until you get a response or until we get reinforcements, the commander directed, patting the communicator on his helmet before returning his attention to the distant onslaught. The fog has lifted. Stay strong, the situation is changing. This might be the final assault. The mighty machine gun turret atop the steam walker roared without respite, tearing through a fellow steam walker stationed at a distance. As the giant mechanical construct buckled and crumbled under the relentless fire, a surge of gritty debris gushed from its internal compartments. It spewed onto the streets, grotesquely reminiscent of visceral carnage. The soldiers found within themselves the resolve to carry on, whether it was genuine courage or simply numbness that drove their fatigue-stricken bodies to keep fighting. The commander, mustering inspiring words that he himself found insubstantial, cast his gaze back onto the distant battlefield. His eyes were drawn towards two towering cathedrals standing tall atop the hill. The landscape on their side of the city-state was warping unnaturally as a vast and alien cluster of structures gradually emerged from within the city itself. Successive tiers of buildings rose to overshadow the familiar streets below. From these newly formed buildings, more twisted leaning towers sprouted like grotesque skeletal protrusions from a gigantic creature, incessantly growing and multiplying into the sky. God of Death! Standing at the pinnacle of the silent cathedral, Bishop Ivan surveyed the city as it slowly distorted, engulfed by a gargantuan illusion. He muttered almost to himself, "Is this the day of judgment?" He looked far into the distance, but all he could perceive was an encroaching sea of darkness. At some point, the city hall situated on the opposing hillside had been consumed by a spectral thicket of thorns. Among these thorn-entwined structures, another silent cathedral loomed ominously. At the base of the hill, an endless array of buildings twisted and teetered like limbs of soft-bodied beasts, painting a chilling picture of pure horror. Beyond the city limits, a menacing darkness sprawled across the entire sea. This pitch-black expanse mirrored a dreadful reflection, slowly revealing another version of frost. This mirrored image of the city appeared to be twisted in tumult, littered with abnormalities and seething with malevolence. An enormous mirrored city rose from the ocean's depths, gnawing at the borders of both reality and illusion. Archbishop, a high-ranking assistant, rushed through the terrace doors towards Bishop Ivan. The last reserve troops have assembled. The death priests and the guardians vow to defend the cathedral till the very end. Any news from Agatha? We failed to establish contact with gatekeeper Agatha, the assistant reported hurriedly. The exploration team that ventured into the mines with her reported that she vanished after walking into a mysterious stone wall. Now, with the mine consumed by darkness, I fear. The gatekeeper is not one to fall so easily. Agatha will fulfill her duty, she certainly will, Bishop Ivan asserted, his voice filled with unwavering belief. The assistant hesitated. Archbishop, perhaps you should consider evacuation. Evacuate? Do you suggest I retreat into the prayer room's safety within the cathedral, or perhaps flee the city by boat? Bishop Ivan turned towards his assistant, shaking his head with a solemn gravity. There's no need for my evacuation. I will remain here. Your duty is to lead the guardians stationed at the hill's base and guide all the civilians who can be moved up the hill. Resist for as long as possible. The assistant hesitated for a few more moments, then finally nodded with determination. As you command, Archbishop. With his departure, Bishop Ivan was left alone on the terrace once more. His gaze drifted towards the cathedral entwined in thorns, an uncanny doppelganger of the silent cathedral. The cathedral was devoid of the usual hustle and bustle of the clergy, standing eerily silent. Though merely a mirrored apparition, its manifestation signified the final incursion of Mirror Frost's inverse. Agatha, you must still be out there, carrying out your mission. Bishop Ivan murmured as though talking to himself, or possibly uttering gentle encouragement for a protege now off the grid. Slowly he lifted his hand, unclasping the grand robe emblematic of his archbishopric stature, and removed his crown, setting it beside him on the railing. Always remember, we, the saints of Bardock, stand resolute until our ultimate demise. Beneath the regal trappings of his robe and crown lay swathes of bandages. With a trembling hand, Ivan reached out, slowly loosening a knot at his collar. With our mortal forms, we wage a relentless war against corruption. Upon the cessation of life, our indomitable spirits continue the tireless defense, and when these mortal vessels too meet their demise. As he unwrapped the bandages, it was as if a pressure cooker, kept under intense stress for decades, was suddenly relieved of its burden. Beneath the bandages there was no marred flesh, there was no flesh at all. Only a cloud of ghostly dust remained. In the end, what remains are our fiery ashes. As the bandages dropped away, ashes fluttered and scattered from the edge of the terrace, morphing into a wispy veil of white smoke that slowly shrouded the sky above Frost. Chapter 432, The Call of Fire. Lister, an unwavering and resolute leader of the garrison troops, found himself maneuvering through the bloody chaos of a war zone located in the bustling core area of the harbor district. In the midst of the disarray, his main priority was to keep the crucial arteries of the port active and functioning despite being continuously hammered by the relentless barrage of an attack that seemed to come from another dimension. Out of nowhere, his attention was forcefully diverted from the pandemonium of battle towards the direction of the city-state. A look of confusion and surprise spread across his rugged, battle-worn features. Without warning, strange, warped structures began to sprout and materialize from the heart of the city-state. Regular streets began to shudder and warp, transforming into a perplexing, paradoxical urban landscape. The far-off terrain is distorted in eerie, unnatural ways, with a prickly illusion stretching across the mountain like a ghostly curtain. A cascade of chaotic, multicolored lights descended from this spectral illusion, painting a bizarre, spine-chilling scene. Yet in the midst of this grim spectacle, a peculiar occurrence took place. A delicate, ghostly dust began to fall from the sky. This heavenly dust, like a specter floating in the sky, wafted gently down like the inaugural snow of the winter season. Each particle swirled through the tangled illusions and the alien streets, finally finding rest on the frost-kissed cobblestones below, as insubstantial as a dream, yet seemingly endless in its descent. Wherever this mystical dust landed, the previously blurry city-state, shrouded in illusions, seemed to regain some of its original clarity. Albeit transient and minimal, Lister registered the emerging demarcations between the actual streets and the illusory ones. However, in the escalating heat of battle, there was no opportunity to contemplate this mysterious phenomenon or to dwell on his own looming fate. Instead, the harsh cries of steam-powered walkers and the deafening roars of coastal defense guns violently snapped him out of his contemplation, throwing him back into the stark reality of the battlefield. We must drive these abominations away from the dock area. His voice resonated through the stone-lined corridors and hastily erected barricades, galvanizing his soldiers and subordinate commanders. The fuel depot and ammunition conduits must remain operational. The port cannot be allowed to fall. A thick cloud of gun smoke hung heavy in the air, mingling with the acrid stench of blood, engine oil, and the dry, mud-caked earth. The defensive lines began to waver as a steam-powered walker fell to the onslaught, quickly replaced by the next mechanized steam walker, determined to hold the line no matter the cost. Behind the protective barrier of the defensive line, teams of dedicated individuals hustled among the damaged dock facilities, working tirelessly to keep the heart of the harbor beating. From a high vantage point, Lister took stock of the situation at the dock. The monstrous enemy horde surged forth from the fog in staggering numbers, threatening to claim the port as their territory. He and his men fought back bravely, flushing out the dock invaders, forming protective lines on the city-state roads, and demonstrating resilience in the face of overwhelming odds. Judging by their latest external communications, Frost's last bastion was this single functioning port. All other harbors were either caught in the throes of savage battles, overwhelmed and taken over by the enemy, or rendered completely unusable due to extensive damage to essential infrastructures. Lister realized the gravity of the situation. The port had to remain operational at all costs. The maritime defenses were barely holding together, teetering dangerously on the verge of annihilation. Without this one remaining coastal artery, the city-state's naval forces would inevitably be condemned to destruction. However, an unnerving question hovered over them, casting a grim shadow. Would they be able to hold their ground as the grotesque, distorted city-state steadily advanced into their realm? His eyes surveyed the abhorrent, cancerous land that had sprouted from the city-state, a relentless, spreading blight ominously creeping towards the port. With a heavy, sinking feeling, he tore his gaze away from the sight, leaving the front line to return to the strategic epicenter of their defense operations, the bustling command post. Inside the command post, a scene of organized chaos unfolded. Officers and staff hustled in a whirlwind of activity, grim news streaming in from every direction. The constant drone of communication devices filled the air, and the palpable tension in the room reflected the urgent predicament they found themselves in. In one corner, a weary communications soldier was hunched over his radio. His voice was raspy and strained from continuous broadcasting. "Attention all vessels near the coast, this is East Port. We remain operational, I repeat, we are still operational. This is the only safe harbor for resupply, steer clear of other ports." Unfazed by the pandemonium around him, Lister approached one of his subordinates. "What's the current situation at the supply dock?" "The Laurel is in the process of reloading and repairing its ammunition elevator. Its sister ship is powerless, being tugged back by a barge. We have a decent stockpile of ammunition, fuel, and freshwater. But the crane at Dock 4 is gone. It's completely incapacitated." Lister absorbed the information, his face tight with concern. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps broke his concentration. A frazzled officer rushed to his side. "Sir, we have a situation." "Situations are a dime a dozen," Lister responded sharply. "Speak up." "Sir, a vessel from the Mist Fleet is requesting permission to dock for urgent repairs," the officer stammered, his face a canvas of mixed emotions. "The undead onboard reported their transmission mechanism is malfunctioning, and their onboard repair equipment can't handle it. R." A pregnant silence filled the room as Lister digested the news. Finally, with a set jaw, he ordered, "Grant them permission and assist with the repairs immediately." "Understood, sir." As the subordinate took his leave, Lister pivoted towards the window, studying the situation unfolding at sea. A battleship cloaked in smoke and carrying the scars of war was slowly inching its way towards the repair dock. Proudly flying from its bow was the flag of the Frost Queen, a symbol long absent from these waters. Out at sea, the evidence of innumerable brutal conflicts floated aimlessly, giving testament to the harsh realities of the ongoing war. Half a century, the flag finally makes its return to Frost, yet under such harrowing circumstances, Lister murmured to himself, a trace of sorrow lacing his words. His melancholic musings were abruptly interrupted by a sudden flurry of activity resonating from the hallway. "What's the situation now?" He quickly turned and raised his voice, beckoning for an update. A soldier, his face a mixture of nerves and embarrassment, hastily reported, "Sir, we have 2 civilians, 2 young girls. We're unsure how they slipped past our defenses, but they're insistent about speaking with you." "Civilians? They should be relocated to," Lister began, but before he could complete his thought, a wave of noise cascaded in from the hallway, punctuated by the high-pitched shout of a youthful female voice. "Make way, everyone. Time is of the essence. We're running out of time." Caught off guard, Lister glanced up, only to witness 2 young girls burst through the blockade of soldiers and tumble into the command center. The first was a petite figure clad in a simple black cotton dress. Despite her diminutive size, she demonstrated remarkable strength, effortlessly shoving two burly soldiers out of her path. Her taller companion, wearing a rustic brown coat and matching cotton dress, seemed notably anxious. Both appeared barely 17 years old, with the smaller one looking even younger. "Evacuate immediately," Lister commanded without hesitation, his tone tinged with annoyance. "This is no place for childish pranks. If you've lost track of the other refugees, then—" "You're the one in charge, right? We've got an urgent matter." The slender girl cut him off before he could complete his sentence. "Is there a quiet spot nearby? We need to start a fire." "Start a fire?" Lister retorted, taken aback before swiftly deducing that this was some misguided joke. He couldn't comprehend why two unrelated civilians would attempt to create a disturbance at such a critical time. Yet his professional instincts instantly kicked into high alert. "Soldiers, seize them!" he barked resolutely. Several soldiers immediately leaped into action, rushing to apprehend the two out-of-place girls. The smaller girl started to dart and weave. "We honestly have something of utmost importance. Any bare plot of land would do. You." Her words abruptly halted, her eyes widening as she peered out the window as though she had made a shocking discovery. "Hey, that spot over there is perfect. The entire boulevard is vacant, leading straight to the shoreline." A triumphant leap punctuated the girl's exclamation as she slipped from the soldier's grasp. She then turned to her companion. "Nina, you take that spot and add the 2 points we identified to the south earlier. That will be more than sufficient for this city." "Understood," the young girl named Nina swiftly responded. Then, with an unexpectedly mature grace, she turned and executed a respectful bow in Lister's direction, her face an interesting mixture of embarrassment and apology. "I'm sorry, sir, my friend can be somewhat brash. We'll take our leave now." Lister could only stare in dumbfounded bewilderment. The bizarre scenario playing out before him left him grappling with the surrealness of the situation. Nevertheless, his instinctive sense of duty compelled him to step forward. "Stop, you!" However, he couldn't finish his command. Something even more astounding transpired. Suddenly, the girl standing before him radiated an intense wave of heat. Before anyone could react, she metamorphosed into a dazzling stream of fire. The flame coursed across the room. Its intense luminescence felt like it could set one's very soul ablaze. In the next moment, the streak of fire darted towards an open window, akin to a celestial body reversing its course, aiming for a high platform in the port vicinity. Still reeling in shock, Lister could only watch the bewildering scene unfold. But before he could even attempt to understand what was happening, the flaming entity returned to the room. The incandescent trail arched towards him, reshaping itself into the silhouette of the girl, and from within the searing pyre came a polite voice. "Thank you for defending the city. I must leave now. Farewell." With these words, the flaming silhouette shot out of the room once more. "Farewell, goodbye." Meanwhile, the petite girl in the room echoed the farewells, and in an instant, a swirling rift of shadows materialized beside her. The churning darkness within the rift swallowed her whole, causing her to vanish before everyone's astonished gazes. What just happened?" Lister stood there, rooted in shock and disorientation. In a daze, he darted towards the open window, managing to glimpse a radiant streak shooting skyward. Beneath this blazing trail, the coastline was awash with the brilliant light, and then unexpectedly it burst into flames. "The Frost Coast is on fire!" From the crow's nest of the sea mist, a skeletal sailor clutched the loudhailer and bellowed out the startling revelation. Tyrion stood firm at the ship's edge, a stoic sentinel, while the sea roiled with tumultuous waves and a biting wind swept over the deck. Reflected in his singular eye was the view of Frost's coast, ablaze with multiple fires. A brilliant flame danced in the city-state's heavens, igniting the city's desolate outskirts, towering cliffs, jutting sea rocks, abandoned towers, and ruined artillery emplacements. These burning landmarks gradually linked, forming a connected chain of beacons that extended along the shoreline and into various points across the surrounding waters. "Captain," First Officer Aiden dashed forward, raising his voice to compete with the chaos. "The last oil barrel has been used up, and the encircling fire is dangerously close to our ship." "I understand," Tyrion responded calmly, a slow, relaxed smile spreading across his weather-beaten face. "And what's the situation with the Frost Navy?" "They have indeed followed our instructions and set the surplus whale oil ablaze. However, they are in the dark about our plans. They've been blindly following orders in their state of confusion and are now demanding an explanation from us." "Explanation," Tyrion repeated softly, lifting his hand to point slowly towards the sea, which was becoming more and more enveloped by an intensifying cloak of darkness. "Aiden, how does this sea appear to you?" Caught off guard for a moment, Aiden surveyed the waters surrounding them. In the next instant, his expression gradually hardened, a hint of fear creeping into his features. The surface of the sea had somehow become unnaturally calm, and the encroaching darkness had slowly transformed the entire sea into a mirror-like surface. Fires were dancing in front of this mirror, stretching from the coast of Frost to the naval battle site. The series of fires, they resembled a line of candelabras placed before a mirror. The sounds of waves and naval artillery from the sea seemed to fade abruptly. Everything felt incredibly distant, as if it was emerging from another world. Amidst this haunting and temporary silence, Aiden heard his captain's voice, barely louder than a whisper. "My father once said, if you are in search of him, find a mirror and kindle a flame in front of it." Slowly, Tyrion spread his arms wide, facing the sea which was gradually morphing into a pitch-black mirror. "The fire is lit. Are you there?" In the next moment, the entirety of the Frost region seemed to come alive. "Yes, I am here." Chapter 433, Incineration. In this unforgettable, pivotal moment, the city of Frost underwent a surreal transformation. It appeared to levitate above the ocean as if floating aimlessly on an immense mirror. But this was no ordinary city. Its architecture and skyline were filled with strange, inverted, and distorted reflections. These mirrored buildings offered a haunting panorama and reflected an even more eerie vision. A pair of glowing eyes that seemed to be ablaze, and an overwhelmingly massive force that overshadowed not just the city, but was in stark contrast to the vast scope of Frost itself. Almost instantly, the elemental power of fire was summoned, igniting both the reflected cityscape and its actual counterpart. The blazing fires interwove to form a network of energy channels, which intensified the heat, amplifying its raw power to new levels. Mid this chaotic spectacle, a piercing cry suddenly sliced through the atmosphere. "Commander! Commander! Fire! Fire!" A junior officer's voice quivered with sheer terror. The urgent alert snapped Commander Lister out of his daze. He quickly glanced out of the command post window and saw a horrifying scene along the coastline. The sea was ablaze and flames shot up into the sky. An unsettling spectral green color started to emanate from the flames, cascading like a waterfall and quickly filling his entire field of vision. The eerie flames gyrated wildly in all directions, wielding a force so intimidating that it seemed to penetrate to the depths of one's soul. Commander Lister involuntarily took a step back. Almost immediately, his gaze shifted to a gas lamp hanging on the wall nearby. Its typically harmless flame now bore a tinge of that same unsettling green hue. In the distance, a deep, thunderous noise resonated, causing the entire city to shake. This was accompanied by a harsh, grating sound as if something immense was being torn asunder. A powerful, deafening roar reverberated throughout the command center, rendering everyone temporarily deaf from its sheer intensity. A spectator watching the events unfold towards the city-state saw that the distorted and mirrored buildings, which seemed to have enveloped the city, were now crumbling, fracturing into pieces. From these splintered gaps, flames of even greater magnitude erupted. Engulfed in the sprawling green fire were countless chunks of black material, which were systematically consumed and annihilated. Near the city's harbor defense zone, a soldier cowered behind a decaying shelter. His eyes widened in horror as he saw the distant, twisted buildings crack open, unleashing hundreds of grotesque, deformed creatures. As these creatures scampered away from the flames, they disintegrated into black ash. In the city's central area, at the base of a mountain, the defending forces were locked in intense combat against an invasion of monstrous doppelgangers. Suddenly, an army materialized from distorted beams of light and shadows. These soldiers wore uniforms reminiscent of the Queen's Guard from half a century ago. They flooded the city streets, shouting the name of the Frost Queen as they fought valiantly against grotesque invaders that seemed to tear the very fabric of reality itself. At the last line of defense in front of the silent cathedral, a senior priest galvanized his fellow clergy members to hold their ground against an onslaught of monstrous creatures flooding the square. Steam walkers operated by the defenders shot pressurized flames, while death priests conjured ethereal, ghostly fires. Together, these two forms of fire wove into a fragile defensive barrier, barely holding back the nightmarish wave of grotesque creatures and their oozing, toxic sludge. "Hold them back," the senior priest roared, his voice filled with strain and on the verge of breaking. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed an eerie phenomenon. Fine, pale ashes began to descend from the towering heights of the silent cathedral. These ashes floated gracefully, almost as if they were the first snowflakes of winter. "Barricade the cathedral door, Barrack." His directive was abruptly cut off by a deafening roar accompanied by a seismic tremor so intense that it seemed capable of splitting mountains asunder. The senior priest wobbled, nearly losing his balance from the jarring force of the upheaval. Suddenly, a thorn-like projection crafted from mud lunged toward him, its aura emanating a deadly menace. It pierced through their shaky defenses and aimed directly at him. Just as he was about to be impaled, a mysterious spectral green flame materialized out of nowhere, incinerating the mud-crafted thorn and reducing it to a heap of inert ash. Still reeling from the near miss, the priest looked up and saw a figure slowly materializing in front of him. She was dressed in tattered black robes, reminiscent of the garb worn by ascetics or hermits. Cracks marred her body, each one acting like a channel for streams of fire, as if she were a living conduit for a perpetual flow of molten lava or blood. "Gatekeeper Agatha?" he stammered, his face a canvas of mixed emotions, shock and recognition battling for dominance. The figure before him seemed both known and unknown. As he spoke her name, more figures began to materialize around her, all of them enveloped in that same mystical green flame. "I've returned," Agatha announced, turning her hollow eyes toward him. These eyes were illuminated by twin sparks of incandescent fire. "Either retreat with the survivors or find a safe place to make your final stand." "Make a stand?" The senior priest looked bewildered, his face a picture of incomprehension as he tried to digest her words. "And why have you transformed?" Agatha offered no response. Instead, she shifted her gaze toward the sea that lay beyond the city's borders. A thick, suffocating cloud of smoke was rising from the ocean's surface, and the sky was blanketed with ominous, low-hanging clouds. The sea itself seemed to mirror this gathering darkness, its surface turning into an inky black abyss. Emerging from these fathomless depths was an indescribable, monstrous entity, slowly beginning its ascent. Two enormous orbs of luminescent green light, radiant as twin celestial bodies, started to rise through the dense plumes of smoke and ominous cloud cover. A shape defying human comprehension began to materialize within this murky environment. It was as if the sea and the atmosphere were conspiring to birth an unimaginable monstrosity. The spectacle was so overpowering that even Agatha, who had long been beyond the need for breath, felt a newfound sensation akin to choking, a suffocation that seemed to target her very soul. "God of death," overwhelmed by the almost palpable atmospheric pressure, the high priest faltered once more, struggling to keep himself upright. "What in heaven's name is that?" Agatha slightly tilted her head, her voice tinged with a grim resignation. "I warned you, find a safe place to make a stand." Confused, the high priest could hardly fathom what Agatha was implying. However, as the colossal figure materializing in the clouds started to take a more definitive form, he began to grasp its horror. What was rising from the seemingly boundless stretch of the ocean was a figure of unimaginable scale, as if born from the ocean's very essence. Those twin orbs of green fire set within the dark clouds were its eyes. The churning, swirling maelstrom of clouds seemed like its breath. The enormous, shadowy silhouette rising through the smoke was, unbelievably, its arm. And that arm was now reaching towards the city of Frost. "Lord," a piercing cry of desperation shattered the hushed atmosphere of the city square. Yet although appearing to move at a relaxed pace, the arm outstripped any shout or prayer. It glided over the ocean with astonishing ease, bypassing the sea mist fleet, skirting past the engaged ships of the Frost Navy, and evading the monster armada. It crossed the city's coastal defenses, and with the subtleness of a hand delicately probing a veil of mist, penetrated the heart of the city of Frost itself. In the next heartbeat, the arm commenced its slow, deliberate ascension. It appeared to be lifting a weight unimaginable in scale, ascending higher and higher into the sky. As it rose, a mirror image of the city started to disengage from the actual Frost. Every distorted skyscraper, each warped and bloated landscape, the mountains covered in menacing thorns, and all the abhorrent entities that eerily mimicked but horrifically deviated from the real world. These were being extracted from the physical Frost by the gargantuan hand's irresistible grip. This mirrored version of Frost, once intrinsically woven into the city's reality, now dangled at an elevation beyond what its creators could ever have envisioned. And still, it continued to rise, carried by that colossal hand into unfathomable heights. A deep, hearty laugh of profound delight erupted from Agatha's lips, resounding through the air like an unexpected melody. The mirrored version of Frost, having been fully disengaged from the physical realm of the city-state, proceeded in its surreal ascent. The scene was reminiscent of an elaborate exorcism ritual. where a titanic arm gently elevated the malevolent spirit towards the layer of thick clouds looming overhead. Hidden deep within those clouds, the twin orbs of green light, burning like two miniature suns, flickered ever so slightly. A visage that inspired awe and terror, only faintly visible, seemed to peer down from the heavens. A cacophony of faint, indistinct sounds came from the massive palm clutching the mirror frost. Mingling within this symphony were not just physical noises, but also the emotional reverberations of the city. The tortured screams encapsulated within its twisted edifices, the stubborn delusions and misconceptions that had long plagued its inhabitants. Duncan, observing the spectacle from above, perceived the mirrored city as a malformed lump of flesh within his colossal palm. The streets, once cheap imitations of the real world, were regressing into a murky, sludgy chaos. Amid these contorted streets and grotesque landscapes, minuscule thorns twitched and almost imperceptible sparks flickered erratically. Hundreds of fanatical adherents, caught in the webs of their own unfounded convictions, buzzed like trapped flies. The collective sound was an unsettling blend of fear, rage, reluctance, and pure malevolence. Were these misguided zealots still clinging to their apocalyptic narratives? Or had they finally begun to seek some form of rational explanation for the horrors they had inadvertently unleashed upon the world? Duncan turned his gaze downward after pausing to listen to the city's despairing symphony. "You lack the understanding of large-scale sacrifices," he announced with solemn gravity. Under the burden of his scrutinizing gaze, the mirrored city, cradled within his immense palm, spontaneously combusted. Ash and ghostly green flames descended from the sky like a torrential downpour, a hellish rain emanating from the layers of dense clouds above. Tyrion surveyed the unfolding catastrophe. Beside him stood First Officer Aiden, a robust man with a bald head. His eyes were cast upwards, struggling to make sense of the shadowy behemoth whose form was far too grand for human comprehension. A subtle shiver ran through Aiden's frame as he pondered the spectacle. "Your thoughts?" Tyrion asked, turning towards his first officer. His smile was a mysterious blend of emotions, inscrutable and complex. Aiden fumbled awkwardly, pulling a pipe from his chest pocket. His hands trembled so uncontrollably that lighting the pipe became an insurmountable challenge. Finally, after several failed attempts, he set the unlit pipe down. "The old captain, he wouldn't hold it against us for opposing him, would he?" His voice was shaky, tinged with uncertainty. Tyrion responded with a soft, almost indifferent chuckle as he pulled a cigarette from his own pocket. "Father would never waste his time with such petty concerns," he stated. Yet even this usually stoic and unflappable man struggled mightily, but failed to ignite the flame as if the world itself was denying them even these small comforts. Chapter 434, Looking into the Distance. As the city, which seemed to be made entirely of mirrors, fell into ruin, turning into mere ashes and cinders, the suffocating darkness that had enveloped it began to lift. The ghostly figures that made up the Queen's Guard slowly faded away into nothingness, vanishing into the atmosphere as if they had never existed. Similarly, the monstrous creatures that had been laying waste to the city started to disintegrate, turning into a quickly drying, black, muddy substance. The previous sounds of gunfire and warfare that had echoed throughout the cityscape were now gone, replaced by a silence so profound it almost felt oppressive. This newfound silence was accompanied by a palpable sense of dread, yet also an eerie tranquility that seemed to cloak the city in an icy embrace. Every single person in the city found themselves unable to look away from the enormous figure that loomed in the distant boundless sea. This massive being was barely visible, hidden behind a thick layer of clouds, yet its presence was overwhelming. Just a few minutes prior, the entity had destroyed the mirrored frost, a key part of the city, reducing it to ashes within its massive hand. This act left the inhabitants of the city in a state of uncertainty, struggling to comprehend what their future would hold. All that was left of the chaos was a mystical, spectral green fire. This fire covered the entire city and even spread across the surface of the sea. Despite its wild, untamed appearance, the flames were harmless. They existed almost like phantoms, touching but not scarring the real world, and exuded a gentle warmth when they came into contact with anything. Amidst all of this, Agatha lowered her eyes to focus on the task at hand, assisting the high priest, who looked visibly shaken. The green flames that enveloped her arm seemed to make him slightly nervous, but that nervousness paled in comparison to the intense mood that had overtaken the entire city. "What will happen to us?" The high priest's voice quivered as he spoke, his eyes darting between Agatha and the green flames that covered her. "What comes next for us?" After considering for a brief moment, Agatha shook her head and replied, I don't know. The high priest's eyes widened in disbelief. You don't know. I didn't ask, Agatha responded, her voice as serene as a gentle breeze on a summer day. Given the urgency of the situation, I had very limited options. The high priest was flabbergasted and seemed to be on the verge of asking a multitude of questions. Questions about the origins of the titanic figure in the sea, the nature of the mystical flames, and why Agatha appeared as she did. However, he found himself speechless, at a complete loss for words. Agatha paid little attention to the high priest's reaction. Instead, she slightly tilted her head, noticing the last few delicate white ashes that gently landed on her shoulder. It felt like a reassuring touch, as if someone were patting her on the back for reassurance. Suddenly, a soft voice whispered in her ear, I must depart. My journey in this mortal realm has come to an end, and a greater adventure lies ahead for me. Farewell, Bishop Ivan, Agatha responded softly. A distant breeze began to blow, making its way through the grand doors of the silent cathedral and sweeping across the open square in front of it. That gentle wind lifted the last bit of ash from Agatha's shoulder, allowing it to scatter and disappear into the air, signaling an end and a beginning all at once. Situated high on the bell tower behind the church, Shirley found herself a comfortable perch on a jutting edge of the rooftop. Dressed in a black skirt, she dangled her legs freely over the side, swinging them back and forth in a bored fashion. The wind carried her soft words as she murmured, It's so quiet now. Seems like everyone is paralyzed with fear, Nina responded. She was standing on a small platform a few feet behind Shirley, her eyes turned towards the sky. I was shocked, too. How could anyone not be? Shirley shuddered as she glanced cautiously at the immense, shadowy figure that hovered over the distant ocean. I never expected Mr. Duncan to deal with the situation in such a dramatic fashion. It's even more intense than what happened in planned. Nina nodded solemnly. Uncle Duncan explained that the crisis in Frost was fundamentally connected to the Mirror City, so to truly fix the problem, the Mirror City had to be entirely eliminated. Simply sealing off passages or disrupting the rituals of cultists would have only been a temporary fix. The ultimate solution was to drag the Mirror City into our reality and destroy it. However, because of the Mirror City's massive scale, he needed a fire field that was equally as large to get the job done. Shirley waved her hand dismissively. Okay, I get it. You're really into all this fire stuff, huh? I'll be sure to let Mr. Duncan know. Then her expression turned to one of confusion. But where is Mr. Duncan now? The crisis is over, isn't it? When is he coming back? Nina looked towards the colossal figure looming over the sea. After a thoughtful pause, she said, Would you like me to go and find out? Absolutely, Shirley replied eagerly. And while you're at it, make sure to tell Mr. Duncan that our homework was eaten by those dark hounds. Before Shirley could complete her sentence, Nina transformed into a radiant streak of flame and shot off towards the gigantic shadow that hung ominously over the city and sea. From a viewpoint high above the waters surrounding Frost, Duncan looked down through breaks in the clouds to survey the city and sea below. The ocean extended towards the horizon like an endless expanse of liquid darkness, interrupted only by the city-state of Frost, which appeared as a radiant disk floating on the water's surface. It seemed to be basking in its own solitary glow, while a faint mist could be discerned at the horizon's edge, outlining a subtle arc that encapsulated the entire span of human civilization visible from his vantage point. For Duncan, this was an unparalleled perspective. He had never seen the world from such a dizzying height, and he mused that probably no one else in this world had ever dared to climb so high to gain such an extraordinary view. Naturally, Duncan knew he couldn't sustain this lofty position in the sky indefinitely. His energy was finite, and it was already beginning to wane. But before it completely dissipated, he wanted to absorb as much of this celestial view as he could. Just as he was lost in this contemplation, a tiny, flickering spark shot up from below, darting through the cloud cover and abruptly entering Duncan's line of sight. This minuscule flame zigzagged its way through the clouds with the agility of a swallow in mid-flight. As it drew near, Duncan heard Nina's voice calling out to him. Uncle Duncan, what are you doing up here? Taking a moment to observe the world, Duncan replied warmly, allowing the little flame, Nina's current form, to dance gracefully on his fingertip. And what brings you to this elevation, young lady? Shirley sent me to find you, Nina answered cheerily, her fiery form flickering with delight on Duncan's fingertip. Even though her flame was currently larger than the bell tower they had just left, she looked remarkably small from Duncan's elevated perspective. You said you're observing the world? What's so captivating about it? Duncan chuckled and motioned with his eyes toward the sweeping panorama below. Take a look for yourself. Nina's tiny flame shifted slightly to get a better view. Well, stunning, isn't it? Duncan whispered. No one has ever seen the boundless sea and the city-state it cradles from this height, and that fog far in the distance. It's so majestic that it still takes my breath away, even from up here. Nina considered this for a moment before speaking. If it were an ordinary human, they might not feel anything special when they stand at the edge of that eternal mist, because they wouldn't be able to see its full extent. Duncan was momentarily surprised by Nina's insight, and then he burst into appreciative laughter. You're absolutely correct, he admitted. An ordinary person, standing right at the edge of that expanse of fog, wouldn't experience the same overwhelming sense of awe because they can't grasp its full magnitude. From our vantage point, we can see so much more. Nina's flame flickered as if indicating curiosity. Uncle Duncan, it feels like your words have a deeper meaning. What are you trying to say? Duncan didn't respond immediately to Nina's question. He simply continued to look out at the vast horizon before them. After a few moments of silence, he asked, Have you ever wondered what might be on the other side of that fog? The books say that the fog is infinite, that there's no other side, just endless fog, Nina answered. And what do you believe? Duncan queried, glancing back at his fingertip where Nina's flame danced. I think what's written in the books is just scholarly speculation, Nina ventured, her flame glowing brighter as if excited by her own thoughts. Mr. Morris always said that anything beyond the known world is purely conjecture, and that science is about testing those hypotheses. So maybe, just maybe, there's an entirely different world beyond that fog. Duncan smiled at Nina's curiosity and imagination, pleased to see such a free-thinking spirit. Ah, the joys of youthful speculation, he said softly. It's a precious thing indeed. Nina paused, her flickering flame seeming to brighten as if hit by a sudden realization. Ah, Uncle Duncan, are you thinking of venturing into that fog? Considering how high we are and how close we are to the northern border, it almost feels like you could. Unfortunately, it's not possible, Duncan replied, gently shaking his head and tempering Nina's enthusiasm. The form I'm in has its limitations, both in terms of duration and scope. Ritual methods come with their own sets of constraints. For now, all we can do is observe from this vantage point. Nina's flame dimmed slightly, a sign of her momentary disappointment. After a thoughtful pause, she ventured cautiously, Well, could I go take a look? I can fly, you know. Duncan shook his head again, his tone firm yet kind. Only for a brief while. You're well aware of your own limitations, and even then I wouldn't recommend it. We don't know enough about that mysterious fog to risk venturing into it. There's a fine line between embracing the spirit of adventure and acting recklessly. Nina's flame seemed to slump as if sighing. So, we're really confined to just watching from here, huh? The first step of any journey is to look out into the distance, Duncan said, his eyes crinkling with warmth. He could sense his high-energy form starting to fade. His time in this celestial observation post was nearly up. But before he vanished, he looked at Nina and added, And our exploration extends far beyond the horizon. Have you ever taken a good look at the structure of our city-state? It's so perfectly circular, so immaculately organized that it almost seems too ideal to be natural. And then there's the boundless sea beneath us. We have no idea what secrets lie in its depths. He continued, Various factions have their theories. The Zealots believe the world is destined for destruction, and they alone hold the power to create a new one. The Church insists that only by following the teachings of the four gods can the world continue to exist. Yet despite these strong opinions, the world is filled with mysteries that none of us fully understand. Whether it's the Zealots, the Church, or scholars from various city-states, everyone's views are colored by their own biases and limitations. As Duncan spoke, his enormous form began to fade, gradually dissolving into the air. The sea below, which had mirrored his presence, slowly returned to its natural state, its waves resuming their timeless dance. All right, Nina, it's time for us to go back. We have a lot of responsibilities waiting for us, Duncan said, preparing for their descent. Oh, wait, Uncle Duncan, I almost forgot. Shirley and I had our homework eaten by dark hounds, Nina blurted out, her flame flickering wildly with urgency. Duncan chuckled. Don't worry, Mr. Morris and I will make sure to assign new homework for the two of you. And with that, the towering figure and the tiny flame began their descent, leaving behind a horizon filled with mysteries, questions, and a fog that veiled the unknown. Chapter 435. It started snowing. In the quiet aftermath of a city marred by conflict, where the skyline was barely visible through the clearing haze of smoke, an electrifying announcement resonated through the somber atmosphere of a nearby cemetery. "We have a survivor! A little girl!" The jubilant voice shattered the haunting stillness that hung like a shroud over the graves. A protective figure emerged from a modest caretaker's cabin at the edge of the graveyard, opening the heavy wooden door with a slow creak. Inside the dimly lit space, a young girl named Annie was huddled, her body trembling. As he stepped out, the biting wind that followed him carried the acrid smell of gunpowder, a lingering trace of the recent hostilities. Annie looked up, her eyes vacant but alert, meeting those of the Guardian. In that moment she noticed another presence behind him, a figure steeped in an air of perpetual sadness. Driven by some deep-rooted instinct, she managed to stand and staggered towards this second, mysterious individual. Her small legs wobbled, but before she could tumble to the ground, the Guardian's firm grasp caught her by the collar of her dress. "Are you okay, little one? What is your name? Why are you here by yourself in this mournful place?" His questions seemed to bounce around her, their meaning not fully sinking in as she looked around frenetically for the figure she had glimpsed moments earlier. She didn't have to look far. The figure, an elderly man who appeared weighed down by years of sorrow, stood just a short distance away. He acknowledged her only briefly with a dismissive wave of his hand before proceeding deeper into the cemetery. He was walking towards an imposing figure dressed in a black robe, wrapped in bandages, and holding a staff made from what appeared to be gnarled deadwood. The sight was unsettlingly similar to the descriptions of the Bardock Gate's gatekeeper, a mythical figure featured in the sacred texts of the church. A brief, hushed conversation occurred between the two before they both vanished into the mist, fading away like spectral figures at the end of a winding pathway. Annie stood rooted to the spot, her young face emotionless, her eyes devoid of tears even in the biting cold. The Guardian, concern etching his features, asked softly, "What's bothering you, dear? What are you searching for?" "Perhaps she is looking for this," came an unexpected voice, its timbre echoing through the air and accompanied by the distinct sound of boots crunching on a layer of frosty snow. As she heard the voice, Annie's attention was immediately redirected. A priestess stepped into view, her hands gently holding a worn cane and a hunting rifle that seemed strikingly familiar. "Your guardian has left this world," the priestess said softly, bending down to place the items at Annie's feet. "Unfortunately, he won't be able to see you again. All that remains of him are his ashes." For a moment, Annie simply stared at the cane and rifle laid before her. Then, with deliberate movement, she bent down to pick them up, holding them close to her chest, as if embracing the last tangible memories of someone dearly loved. "I understand," Annie whispered softly, her voice tinged with a melancholy realization. "The gatekeeper grandpa went away with my grandpa." "Be careful with that gun," the Guardian warned, his hand instinctively moving toward her as if to take the weapon away. "It's all right," the priestess interrupted, her voice a blend of gentleness and authority. "The rifle is unloaded. Let her keep it. The two may have known each other." Uncertain for a moment, but respecting the priestess's wisdom, the Guardian withdrew his hand. He then turned his attention to surveying the aftermath of the battle in the graveyard, as if seeking clues or reassurances in its scarred landscape. The pathway that meandered through the graveyard was a mess, awash in a sludgy blend of blackened mud and debris. Even the caretaker's humble dwelling had not been spared and was similarly mired. A grimy layer of soiled snow lay mingled with the mud, covering the cemetery like a loathsome blanket. It was evident that numerous abominations had tried to desecrate this sacred ground, their failed attempts marked by various combat scars and hidden fatalities now concealed under the snow. With the dispersal of the dark forces, the secrets of their demise seemed to have been whisked away by the wind, lost to the annals of history. Then, as if on cue, a whispering chill floated through the air. Looking skyward, the Guardian noticed a delicate ballet of snowflakes spiraling down from the heavens. For once, it was not ash masquerading as snow but genuine flakes, a manifestation of winter's unspoiled grace. As the snow descended, a sudden beam of light broke through the clouds, cutting through the dreariness like a knife. It was a symbol of hope heralding the sun's overdue return. Just then the distant rumble of a steam engine filled the air, its noise amplifying as it approached the cemetery. An armored steam car finally pulled up at the grand entrance, drawing the immediate attention of a squad of patrolling guardians. As they hastened to the vehicle, their faces registered shock, quickly replaced by a respectful salute as a figure stepped out. The sound of footsteps resonated on the pathway leading to the caretaker's cabin. The young guardian, dressed in a somber black uniform, immediately stood at attention and saluted, confusion clouding his voice. "Gatekeeper, are you here to conduct an assessment of the graveyards?" came the curt but decisive reply from the newcomer. At the sound of this new voice, Annie snapped out of her reverie. Clutching the cane and shotgun close to her, her eyes instinctively sought the source and fell upon a woman adorned in a black priest's robe. Her skin was an ethereal shade of white, almost glowing with a serene but icy aura. To Annie, it felt like a cold mist, unsettling yet strangely comforting. Her skin bore numerous scars, unblemished by blood or discoloration, as if she were a porcelain doll that had seen battle. Covering her eyes was a black blindfold, signifying her lack of sight. And yet, despite her obvious blindness, Annie felt as if the woman was truly seeing her, her presence exuding an ethereal gaze that seemed to cut right through the fabric of the blindfold. A flicker of realization slowly lit up Annie's eyes, but it was clear that the woman, Agatha, had recognized her from the moment they met. "Annie, isn't it?" Agatha inquired softly as she gently tousled the child's hair. Her eyes then shifted to the cane and shotgun that Annie clung to so dearly. Falling momentarily quiet, she directed her words toward the priest who stood behind her. The mountainside was the first point of attack. These graveyards acted as defensive walls, stopping a horde of abominations from spilling into the city streets. "The toll was heavy," added the priestess, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Almost all the gravekeepers and guardians designated to this area were lost in the fight. The city's defense forces in this sector also took severe casualties." Agatha listened intently before bowing her head, offering a quiet moment of respect and prayer. Perturbed, the young guardian clad in black finally spoke. "Gatekeeper, the city has suffered devastating losses. This leaves us susceptible to secondary catastrophes, spurred by the pervasive death, fear, and obsession among the populace. We likely need multiple grand soul-calming ceremonies, but the cathedral is currently." "Concerns about the soul-calming ceremonies can be set aside," Agatha interrupted, emanating an air of calm authority. "I am now acting as the archbishop. Archbishop Ivan has moved on to a different journey." The guardian looked visibly stunned for a moment, his expression quickly morphing from shock to something resembling denial. It was as if he had only just registered the change in Agatha's attire. Gone was the formidable coat that had once signaled her role as the gatekeeper of Frost. In its place was a robe, more akin to the vestments of a cleric, reflecting her new set of duties and responsibilities. "As of now, I still fulfill the duties of a gatekeeper, and the guardians remain under my command," Agatha elaborated, her blindfolded eyes nonetheless keenly attuned to her subordinates' reactions. "This will be the case until the Death Church headquarters either appoint a new archbishop or a new gatekeeper takes my place. At that point, I may formally become this city-state's archbishop. For the time being, our priority is maintaining stability within the city-state." "Yes, gatekeeper." The young guardian briefly hesitated, his gaze falling to the ground before he chose to use the familiar and respected title, gatekeeper. Unperturbed by these minor issues of formality, Agatha redirected her attention to Annie. "Go home," she softly instructed the young girl. "Your mother is safe and waiting for you." Upon hearing the mention of her mother, Annie's expression shifted from hesitant to resolute. She nodded, prepared to leave with the accompanying guardians. However, as she took her first steps, she paused. "The gatekeeper, the one on the other side as spoken of in the scriptures, he left in that manner." Annie looked up at Agatha, whose brows had subtly knit together. The child's statement hovered in the air, loaded with implications and mysteries that seemed to transcend their current circumstances. Agatha, blindfolded yet extraordinarily perceptive, sensed the depth of Annie's words, understanding that the child had grasped a complex truth, one that even adults in her city-state had difficulty comprehending. Annie, suspecting that Agatha might not fully believe her words, urgently gestured towards the deeper parts of the graveyard. "He left from that direction," she emphasized. Agatha tilted her head, seemingly staring intently at the spot Annie had indicated. Behind her black blindfold, a fleeting glimmer of ethereal green light momentarily flickered, as if she were truly seeing something beyond the ordinary scope. Finally, she returned her focus to Annie. "Do you wish to become a guardian?" she asked. Confusion clouded the young girl's face. She clearly didn't know how to process this sudden inquiry. After a moment, understanding seemed to light up her eyes. "You mean like you and Grandpa?" "It would be a long journey," Agatha said, her lips bending into a tender, understanding smile. "But for now, let's not rush into it. Return home first. If you still wish to pursue this path, the first step would be attending the basic Death Church Institute." Accepting Agatha's words, though not entirely comprehending their full implications, Annie reluctantly relinquished the shotgun and staff to the guardian standing beside her. If I become a guardian, can I keep Grandpa's shotgun and staff? She pivoted around, locking eyes with Agatha, her gaze earnest and brimming with a sincerity that was far too mature for her young age. Agatha studied her for a moment, her blindfolded eyes unreadable yet deeply thoughtful. If your desire remains unchanged 3 years from now, you have my permission, she finally said. Annie nodded and turned to leave, and as she walked away, the graveyard quickly returned to its previous tranquil state. Were you serious about what you said to her? The young guardian dressed in black asked, his voice tinged with doubt. She's only a child, and her latent abilities are yet to be revealed. Taking up the old soldier's staff and shotgun, those aren't merely tokens, they carry responsibilities far beyond a typical guardian's training. Agatha's voice was as serene as the quietude enveloping the cemetery. She has the ability to perceive the guide of the realm of the departed, she said softly, her eyes, though blindfolded, appearing to focus on the distant trails leading deep into the graveyard. I had the same gift when I was her age. The young guardian absorbed this revelation in silence, grappling with the enormity of what Agatha had just said. Next to them, the priestess seemed to wrestle with her own concerns. Finally, unable to hold back, she turned to Agatha, her eyes tinged with worry. Your health, how are you truly holding up? I'm well, Agatha assured her, offering a slight shake of her head as if to dispel the priestess's fears. Recent events have taken a toll on this body, but I'll manage. Agatha's words were calm, but they contained layers of hard-won resilience and tacit knowledge of untold struggles, solidifying her position not just as a guardian, but perhaps as a future pillar of the city-state they were all striving to protect. Chapter 436, After the Disaster. Soft, fluffy snowflakes gracefully twirled down from the sky as if participating in a slow, elegant dance. Their descent wasn't suffocating or overwhelming. Instead, it felt like a gentle prelude to a winter performance that would likely stretch on for some time. Looking out a window facing the main street, it was possible to see pedestrians passing by, each carrying the weight of recent hardships. Scars, both emotional and physical, marred their faces, while their eyes reflected a deep, internalized fear, a haunting reminder of the crises they had lived through. These emotionally battered city residents emerged cautiously from the safety of their homes, eyes scanning for familiar faces among the crowd. They exchanged hurried conversations, asking about those who had gone missing and seeking updates from the city's more affluent districts. Sadly, some seemed trapped in the horror of recent events, notably the mysterious mirror invasion. These individuals would dart out of their homes only to retreat quickly, locking their doors behind them, paralyzed by the fear that every passing shadow could be a new threat. Walking through the city's intersections were heavily used steam walkers accompanied by worn and fatigued city protectors, sheriff's deputies, and special guardian units. These patrols were comforting to many. They served as symbols of order and security amidst chaos. From the loudspeakers mounted on the steam walkers came announcements that aimed to soothe the population. The mirror invasion had been contained. The city would be under heightened security for the next 48 hours, and plans were underway to neutralize any lingering dangers. It was also declared that essential services like the delivery of supplies, the restoration of electricity, steam power, and fresh water would be prioritized, and a request was made for each district to report any casualties. As the steam walkers moved away, their announcements distorted by the poor audio quality, a sense of desolation was accentuated, deepening the gloom that had already weighed down the snowy day. Yet, when the mechanical rumbles of the walkers faded into the distance, the thick tension that had gripped the residents began to ease, albeit slowly. Shirley leaned her back against the living room window, pensively murmuring to herself as she watched the activity on the streets below. I wonder how long this chaos will last. The cost of basic goods like bread is sure to soar. Sitting comfortably on a nearby couch, Nina exhaled a cloud of warm air. The heat visibly distorted the air in front of her as it moved. Hearing Shirley's concern, she turned her head towards her and commented, "Things are bound to be disorganized for a while. I remember it took Plan 3 days to regain stability back in its troubled times. But we should be okay, especially with the sheriff's forces still intact." Hey, watch where you're blowing that hot air," Shirley exclaimed, stepping back from the window as if Nina's warm breath had physically pushed her. "You exhale like a malfunctioning steam engine. Why is it so hot?" Quickly covering her mouth with her hand, Nina tried to stifle her laughter while apologizing, although small wisps of steam still snuck out from the corners of her mouth. Sorry. I guess I kept that heated state going for too long." It was then that Duncan's voice filled the room, sounding a note of caution. I did warn you. Nina can only maintain her airborne form for a limited time. Her condition isn't stable. At the sound of the familiar voice echoing through the room, Shirley immediately whirled around, her posture snapping to alert attention. Nina, who was radiating an unusual warmth, scurried over to Duncan with joyful eagerness. Her face was enveloped in a radiant smile as she exclaimed, Uncle Duncan. Matching Nina's smile, Duncan hugged her gently, seemingly unfazed by the heat she was emanating. He then shifted his focus to Morris and Vanna, who had risen from their plush armchairs and were now respectfully bowing in his presence. You all seem to be holding up quite well, he noted. We're managing surprisingly well under the circumstances, Morris responded, adjusting his ornate monocle, a habit he fell into whenever deep in thought. I must admit, we didn't expect to see you so soon. Vanna added her own thoughts, her voice tinged with both apprehension and awe. After surviving the blazing catastrophe and planned, I thought I had nerves of steel. Yet here we are. It's strangely comforting to engage in such a normal conversation with you. Duncan waved his hand dismissively, downplaying the seriousness of the moment. I can't say I'm particularly fond of these irregular meetings. However, I have to admit, the perspective one gains from the heavens is rather breathtaking. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed in on an intriguing object placed on a nearby table. The object was a substantial tome, wrapped in a dark, forbidding cover that lacked any form of inscription or emblem. The book seemed to exude a strange, malevolent aura. Is this the so-called Book of Blasphemy you confiscated from the lieutenant of the Annihilation sect? Duncan's eyes remained riveted on the ominous tome. It hardly looks like a benign read. Morris picked up the book delicately as if wary of its dark energy. Indeed, it is. After securing it, I undertook a basic assessment, focusing primarily on safety concerns. My conclusion is that this is a replica, likely owned by a higher-ranking individual within the sect. If it were the authentic original, its aura would be overwhelmingly potent, and it would be unlikely for such an artifact to be carelessly brought into the city-state by a mere follower. Morris paused, his tone reflecting a degree of uncertainty. As for the book's purpose, it could serve as a medium for disseminating their fanatical beliefs or possibly as a key component in various spells or rituals. It contains specific passages about the Nether Lord, which may act as a source of power for the sect's followers. These are, of course, just speculations. Finishing his analysis, he held the book out towards Duncan. Would you like to examine it further at this moment? Duncan shook his head in polite refusal. I'll take a closer look once I'm back on my ship. The city is still in a state of disarray, and I'd rather not risk inciting more chaos by opening the book here, especially given that we're expecting a guest soon. A guest? Vanna interjected, her curiosity now fully aroused. Who would be visiting us at such an unsettling time? With a mischievous glint in his eye, Duncan met Vanna's gaze. A friend of yours is on her way. Ignoring Vanna's visibly perplexed expression, Duncan sauntered over to a sofa that faced the street. He reclined comfortably, settling into a relaxed posture as he awaited the arrival of their mysterious, imminent guest. The subtle sound of footsteps filled the air, growing steadily closer as Alice made her way toward Duncan. Her face, reminiscent of a porcelain doll, was unflinchingly serene, exuding an aura of enduring hopefulness. Captain, when are we planning to set sail for home? Right after our anticipated guest leaves. Duncan lazily lifted one eyelid, briefly surveying Alice's ingenuous, doll-like features. Do you believe we've resolved all our matters here? Alice looked genuinely puzzled. What else is left to do? We've defeated the villains and the crisis averted. Isn't it up to the locals now to pick up where we left off, just like how it's laid out in children's storybooks? A subtle smile flickered at the corners of Duncan's mouth as he continued to observe Alice. And what else do these storybooks of yours say? Alice animatedly answered, Well, they usually end with the prince and the knight living happily ever after. Caught off guard, Duncan hesitated for a moment before managing to speak. In traditional stories, isn't there usually a princess involved as well? Alice casually mentioned, the princess ran off with the butler. Duncan paused, taking a few moments to process this before finally exhaling a soft sigh. Where in the world did you find these peculiar picture books? Alice pointed towards Shirley. She has a plethora of them stashed in her room. Before Duncan could comment further, Shirley suddenly sprang to her feet and darted toward the exit. I found an old bookstore that was having a clearance sale, so I bought a bunch. You were the one who advised me to start with picture books, remember? I didn't know they'd be so unconventional. I can't be blamed for their strange content, especially when the store was clearly going out of business. As she rattled off her excuses and sprinted through the living room, Duncan didn't get the chance to admonish her. She had already flung open the door and appeared ready to bolt into the hall. An unexpected thud resounded from the hallway, followed by Shirley's astonished exclamation, "What the heck just ran into me?" The room plunged into a bewildering hush. Alice looked utterly confused as she tried to make sense of what had just occurred. Shirley's outburst took Nina aback. Vanna was shocked by Shirley's recklessness, and Morris, the venerable elder, was still mentally grappling with the narrative of a princess eloping with a butler. In stark contrast to the chaos, Duncan remained tranquilly seated on the couch, neither inclined to chase after Shirley nor particularly concerned about the turmoil at the entrance. He simply turned his head, focusing his gaze toward the doorway. A moment later, the sound of footsteps filled the room once more as a young woman cautiously crossed the threshold, finally entering their midst. The woman who stepped into the room was a striking figure clothed in a black clerical robe adorned with the emblem of the church. A thick, black blindfold concealed her eyes, lending an air of enigmatic depth to her countenance. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall of darkness. What captured immediate attention, however, were the striking scars marring the visible skin of her neck and arms. They appeared almost like deep fissures carved into the earth, and yet paradoxically, they radiated an otherworldly aura akin to holy stigmata. In her firm grip, she held a wriggling Shirley, who looked simultaneously puzzled and chastened. With a slight inclination of her head, the woman, Agatha, hesitantly addressed the room. "My apologies. I had meant to knock on the door, but it appears someone was in a bit more of a hurry to leave." Her sightless gaze seemed to sweep the room, reaching out beyond the physical dimensions into spiritual contours. In her unique perception of the world, where sight was not necessary, the room's occupants manifested as luminous figures, each glowing with their own distinct aura. To Agatha, they looked like radiant constellations in a monochrome cosmos. First, she perceived an older man, surrounded by shimmering streams of iridescent light. Tiny orbs of brilliance danced within the light, twinkling like far-off stars observed through the cosmic telescope of the divine Laham. Next to him stood an imposing figure cloaked in an enveloping darkness reminiscent of subspace. Within this chaotic abyss, a lone green flame flickered and danced, symbolizing a precarious but maintained balance. Near the window, Agatha sensed a radiant arc of pure flame, devoid of mystical power but radiating such intense light and warmth that it seemed to ignite the very air around it. Merely looking at it felt as if her soul were being engulfed in an incandescent blaze. Centered in the room was what appeared to Agatha like an empty vessel. It was encircled by countless thin tendrils of energy, all emanating a sense of curiosity as they directed themselves towards her. It sent a shiver down her spine, the unsettling feeling that her very essence could be ensnared, woven into this intricate tapestry of spectral threads. But amidst these powerful presences, one stood out as overwhelmingly dominant, a celestial figure that seemed to move towards her, bathed in the iridescent glow of heavenly bodies. "Welcome," the stellar entity spoke, each word shimmering like a distant sun. "I've been waiting for your arrival for some time now." This being was unmistakably Duncan, although he appeared to her heightened senses as a radiant embodiment of cosmic energies. The celestial aura that enveloped him was powerful and awe-inspiring, yet it carried with it a sense of welcoming warmth that immediately set Agatha at ease. Chapter 437, A Scene of Utter Devastation. The radiant being, which seemed to be crafted from the very fabric of the stars, moved closer to Agatha. Its ethereal voice reverberated, filling every corner of the room with its sound. For a fleeting moment, Agatha felt her senses distort, her understanding of the room's dimensions waning and warping. The towering figure, a celestial colossus teeming with the light of countless stars, seemed to engulf her very soul, making her feel tiny and inconsequential. However, this unsettling feeling was short-lived. Almost as quickly as it had come, Agatha found herself snapping back to reality, her senses refocusing. The once overpowering presence in the room now seemed almost familiar to her, as if she had easily and quite naturally merged into its ethereal company. Agatha hesitated, her eyes locking onto the towering figure made of celestial light. She sensed that she was continuously capturing glimpses of the true essence of this inexplicable being. Normally, trying to comprehend such a thing would be dangerous, even potentially fatal, but her anxiety faded away when she realized she remained unharmed. "I didn't think you'd still be here. I thought maybe I'd just happen upon you." Do you really think I'd just casually walk away, abandoning all this? Duncan laughed, gesturing for her to come inside as he spoke. He glanced sideways at Alice before continuing. I'm talking about those predictable storylines in your picture books, where the heroes fulfill their quests and then simply vanish. Agatha paused, momentarily disoriented. She felt as if she was struggling to keep up with the complex thoughts of this immense celestial being. Nevertheless, she quickly reassured herself, thinking that it's only to be expected that a mere mortal like her wouldn't be able to fully grasp the wisdom of ancient gods. With that in mind, she stepped into the house. Duncan, however, suddenly stopped and looked intently at Agatha's hand. "Could you put Shirley down first?" he asked, his voice tinged with a strange note. "And Shirley, what are you looking so pleased about?" "Oh, I'm sorry." Agatha realized what he was referring to and hastily set down the small girl she had been holding. But as she did, her expression changed dramatically. In the midst of her initial bewilderment at the entrance, she hadn't closely examined Shirley. Now, she was horrified to see that the girl was physically distorted. Her limbs were unnaturally twisted, as if she had formed a malevolent bond with a shadow demon. Chains materialized from her body, then disappeared into her form, and lurking in the shadows was a dark figure watching covertly. "Demon," Agatha murmured instinctively, her muscles tightening as if preparing for combat. Before she could make a move, Duncan's calming voice broke through her tension. "Relax, it's just a benign hound. I sometimes require the assistance of such a creature to locate things. Call him Dog." "A benign hound?" Agatha repeated, puzzled. Her eyes automatically scanned the room again. She saw them once more. The people in the room who appeared to have been chosen by gods, those speculated to be blessed by subspace, individuals radiating the power of the sun, and those with souls so enigmatic they defied any attempt to understand them. Agatha's eyes shifted back to the girl named Shirley. At the same time, she noticed that the creature known as Dog had retreated further into the shadows, curling its body and lowering its head in a posture that could only be described as woeful. In the grand scheme of things, amid the presence of this age-old celestial deity and its entourage, any shadow demon-like dog would indeed be as benign as a domesticated pet. The danger they might otherwise represent was neutralized in this setting. Noticing Agatha's lingering silence, Duncan took the opportunity to elaborate. "You needn't worry. Shirley is not a follower of the annihilation cult or anything of the sort. She met Dog under different circumstances, and both are now under my command. They pose no threat to the city-state or its people." With a gracious wave of his hand, Duncan gestured to a chair nearby. "Please have a seat. I presume we have much to discuss." Agatha walked toward the chair, her every step observed by Duncan. Though she found the seat effortlessly, there was an air of cautious investigation in how she settled herself down. "It appears you need some time to adjust to your current condition," Duncan observed, breaking the silence. "How are you coping?" Despite Duncan's ever-present aura of warmth and serenity, Agatha couldn't help but feel slightly uneasy. "I'm still adapting to my newfound perspective on the world," she admitted, "but there's no cause for concern about my physical well-being. The changes I've undergone have actually expanded my abilities. I can now sense things far beyond what was previously possible for me. It's a matter of adjustment, really." "I apologize," Duncan responded, his voice taking on a weightier tone. "I hadn't anticipated such extensive transformations in you. Truthfully, you didn't need to go to the extent of sacrificing yourself." "Self-sacrifice was the most effective course of action," Agatha said softly, shaking her head. "There is no vessel better suited to channel your immense power than a gatekeeper such as myself." Duncan remained silent for a moment, contemplating her words. His eyes then shifted to her attire, which was noticeably different from when they had last met. "You've changed quite a bit since our last encounter," he commented casually. "You carry an air of priestly authority now." "I'm temporarily assuming the duties of the Archbishop," Agatha replied, nodding gently. "Bishop Ivan is no more, and the conflicts within the city have been resolved. The people don't need a heavily armed gatekeeper right now. They need a spiritual leader to help heal the souls of those who have passed and to comfort the hearts of the living. Letter 1E5F. "Bishop Ivan, you say?" Duncan's voice grew somber. After a pause, he let out a soft sigh. "Though our paths never crossed, I did sense the divine shield he cast over the city-state. Brief as it was, his efforts managed to temporarily sever the link between the mirror world and our reality. His sacrifice, no doubt, saved numerous lives." "May he find everlasting peace in Bardak's domain," Agatha said softly, her voice tinged with a wistful hope. "He struggled and persevered for so many years. It's time he finally enjoys the peace he has so rightfully earned." "I believe he will," Duncan responded in a calm tone. Although the specifics of Bardak's realm elude me, if he is a deity of true power and justice, I trust that noble souls will be treated with the dignity they deserve. He then changed the subject abruptly. Let's move on. I'd like to know what the current situation is within the city-state. Agatha nodded softly, her mind racing. As a cleric of the Death Church and one of the few influential figures capable of instilling some semblance of stability in the city-state, she knew the gravity of revealing sensitive information. She was especially cautious about sharing too much with an unknown being, perhaps even an ancient deity. However, after witnessing the immense figure that had appeared in the ocean beyond the city and after the pivotal event of the self-sacrifice, she recognized that both she and Frost, the city-state itself, were now bound to this mysterious figure in a way that could not be undone. The enigmatic entity before her seemed interested in the plight of her troubled city-state, and she realized she could no longer evade addressing the issue at hand. If her actions today were to be considered sinful, then it would be for the church and her lord to cast judgment. The situation in Frost is dire, she began, speaking softly but clearly. As you know, we've recently lost Archbishop Ivan. His loss has hit hard. Our clergy and guardian forces have sustained significant casualties while trying to defend the city. At the moment, the atmosphere is thick with fear and tension, exacerbated by the emotional toll of our losses. If we don't take immediate action, secondary catastrophes will inevitably follow. The people's fears will manifest as dark specters, and with our church's ranks severely depleted, this sense of fear is likely to spread like wildfire throughout the city-state, gaining momentum as it goes. The coming sunset is particularly worrisome. Frost has been enveloped in darkness for an extended period due to what we've termed the mirror invasion. This has critically weakened our city-state's defenses against otherworldly forces. What challenges await us in the first night after this long stretch of darkness is anybody's guess. As for City Hall, the situation there is even graver than what we face at the church. Aside from the physical and emotional toll endured by our city guards and sheriff's forces during the recent conflict, the most urgent problem is. Here, Agatha hesitated, grappling with her conscience. But after a brief internal struggle, she decided that withholding the information was no longer an option. The governor has gone missing. It's a situation we cannot keep under wraps any longer. Duncan's eyebrows rose slightly in surprise. Vanished, you say? It was last sighted at the metal ore mine, Agatha began, struggling momentarily to find the right words. Another version of me, I know it sounds perplexing, once led an exploration team to inspect that very mine tunnel where Governor Winston went missing. According to the team that later returned to the cathedral, both this other me and the governor entered a mysterious area surrounded by stone walls. Neither of us came back. Her voice quivered as she spoke, revealing that the notion of another version of herself shook her far more than she let on. Duncan pondered the emotional whirlwind that Agatha must have faced upon her return to the cathedral, especially upon learning from her fellow priests about the enigmatic actions of this other version of herself. He looked at her intently. You can be frank with me. You've concluded that the governor is dead, haven't you? Yes, Agatha admitted candidly, no longer evading the issue. While I don't have concrete evidence, I possess a deep-rooted intuitive understanding that he's gone, likely trapped in some mysterious dark realm from which his physical body will never return. You know, Duncan emphasized, leaning back in his chair to reposition himself, it seems like you're planning to return to that metal ore mine. That's where this other version of me, was last seen, Agatha acknowledged softly. In the moment she vanished, I felt something indescribable, almost as if I had gained momentary access to her thoughts. I have the strong sense that she had important information she wanted to share with me, but she ran out of time. Agatha paused, collecting her thoughts before continuing. Moreover, the exploration team that came back from the mine mentioned something to me. They relayed a piece of information that this other me had imparted to them while guiding them through the tunnels. This newfound revelation has left me even more unsettled and anxious. Chapter 438, Getting to Know Again. Agatha sat before the mysterious entity, her words flowing freely and without reservation. She felt this being deserved her complete honesty, especially considering it had already used its invisible influence to save her city, Frost, from the brink of disaster. She had two main sources of information to share. The first set of insights came from her own keen observations and logical deductions, which she had gathered while navigating the eerie, reflective maze of Frost's mirror-image city. The second set was a compilation of stories and reports from her trusted subordinates, as well as various religious figures in Frost. These accounts formed a complex narrative of the events that transpired in her absence while she was trapped in that mirrored world. Interestingly, these stories mirrored her own experiences, ones that were lived out by her own doppelganger in that parallel reality. The crux of her information revolved around the essential metal ore mine at the heart of Frost. This mine, which had been declared barren since the reign of the so-called Frost Queen, harbored an enigmatic secret. A series of governors, culminating in Governor Winston and the mirror version of Agatha herself, had vanished deep within the labyrinthine depths of the mine. Before her disappearance, the mirror Agatha had apparently discovered a revelation so profound that its impact resonated across dimensions, reaching the real-world Agatha. Duncan listened attentively to her lengthy account, occasionally asking for clarifications but mostly remaining silent. After Agatha had finished her story, he released a subdued sigh. "So you've laid bare the deepest secret of Frost to me," he said. "Aren't you afraid I might use this information for evil? With what I've personally witnessed, your destruction of the Mirror City, I think it's pointless to speculate on your motives," Agatha replied, her voice tinged with genuine conviction. "If you had any malevolent intent toward Frost, our city would have already been reduced to ruins." Duncan's eyes briefly flickered towards Vanna, who was also present. "Is this the typical way you city defenders show gratitude?" he asked softly, his facial expression remaining unreadable. Vanna, sensing she was being pulled into a complicated dialogue, quickly averted her gaze and pretended not to hear. Meanwhile, Morris, who was seated across from them, felt his curiosity piqued by Agatha's revelation about the once-abandoned ore vein in the mine. "What's the current condition of the mine? Is it still possible to extract raw ore from it? And has the ore that has been mined over the years proven to be genuine metal?" Agatha responded candidly. "As of now, the mine is sealed off. Ever since the retreat of the Mirror invasion, there have been unsettling sounds and ground tremors emanating from it. We haven't had the resources or manpower to investigate further. However, according to the mining station and smelting factory records, the ore that was previously extracted appears to be consistent in composition." Morris stroked his chin thoughtfully. "So even after the collapse of the Mirror City, the ore, which one might presume to be a supernatural product, remains unaffected. That's fascinating. The fake monsters from that world turned into sludge, so does this mean that the metal ore is, in fact, real? Could it be that the power of this Nether Lord can actually create real, tangible metal ore?" Vanna cut in, "This isn't the time for academic debates," before turning her attention back to Agatha. "When do you plan to reopen the mine for investigation?" After a moment of contemplation, Agatha spoke cautiously. "I think we'll have to wait until the city has stabilized and the mysterious sounds and vibrations from the mine have ceased. More importantly, we must first ensure that we can safely survive our first night in this changed world after all the recent calamities." Agatha's gaze involuntarily shifted towards the window, her thoughts momentarily leaving the tension-filled room. Outside, snowflakes performed an elegant dance as they spiraled down from the sky. Although the day had not yet given way to night, the sun was already retreating, its feeble light partially veiled by a thick blanket of clouds. The dwindling rays of the sun barely touched the tip of the distant cathedral's spire, signaling the gradual approach of twilight. "Only 2 more hours until sundown, marking the beginning of our first real test in this post-apocalyptic landscape," Agatha murmured, more to herself than anyone else in the room. Before she could wallow further in her apprehensions, Vanna interjected. "I apologize for interrupting, but I believe there's little reason to dread the coming night. Given the chaotic state of affairs, the advent of nightfall may soon be the least of our concerns here in Frost." Caught off guard, Agatha turned to her. "Why would you say that?" Vanna shot a quick glance at Duncan, who gave her a discreet nod of approval. Satisfied, she turned back to Agatha and said, "Let's call it the wisdom acquired from the experiences in Planned. Prescription." The name Planned took a moment to register in Agatha's mind. Then all at once she connected the dots. Reports from foreign intelligence, messages about large-scale anomalies in Planned, the impending crisis known as the Black Sun, a history written in fire and blood, and most importantly, a rumor that had trickled down from Planned through various underground channels. Duncan Obnomer, the spectral captain of the ghost ship, the roaming calamity in the boundless sea, the nightmarish figure referred to as the subspace shadow, had somehow regained his humanity. Agatha, who was both the young gatekeeper of Frost and its acting archbishop, stood up from her seat, her face a blend of astonishment and realization. In that instant, everything fell into place. All the enigmatic hints and disjointed pieces of information now formed a coherent, albeit unsettling, picture. I have to admit our current situation is, well, a bit uncomfortable, Duncan shrugged, his voice tinged with an undertone of helplessness. Agatha remained standing, her eyes, though not visible, locked onto Duncan. Her expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, far exceeding mere discomfort. After a lingering silence, she finally broke the ice. No wonder your followers refer to you as Captain. It should have clicked sooner. Who else in the boundless sea would carry such a distinctive title? I regret any harm my past actions may have caused, especially on the 13 islands of Witherland, Duncan replied. Although I have no memory of those events, the evidence against me is undeniable. He tried to infuse his words with a sense of reassurance, but given his notorious past and the immense power he had displayed just hours before in Frost, his attempts at placating the tension seemed ineffective. Agatha still appeared apprehensive. The room was steeped in a palpable silence until Agatha finally spoke, shattering the awkward quiet. I must admit, ever since my elevation to sainthood, the Church has consistently drilled into us the importance of immediately reporting any evidence or activity related to the subspace shadow, aka Captain Duncan, to the Supreme Death Cathedral. This mandate is deemed as urgent as responding to natural disasters or subspace invasions. I'm not sure if you grasp the gravity of that. Vanna interjected before Duncan could reply, casually steering the conversation. Oh, I understand completely. On our side, we're reminded of this annually. We even have a specific disaster mitigation plan designed for such an event, although it has never been put into action. The atmosphere in the room remained thick with unresolved tension, yet for the moment, it seemed like everyone was on the same troubling page. Duncan looked at Vanna with a touch of amusement. Discussing top-secret protocols in front of me, are we? Caught off guard by her own candidness, Vanna quickly recovered her poise. Apologies, Captain, that was thoughtless of me. Agatha, still grappling with the recent shock about Duncan, seemed momentarily lost. She finally focused on Vanna, her eyes widening. Wait a minute, you are. The designated inquisitor from Planned, Vanna admitted, her face softening into a somewhat sheepish expression. In some ways, you could consider us colleagues. I apologize for not being upfront about my identity. Agatha felt like she was in the eye of a storm, each new revelation hitting her like a gust of wind. She realized that the end of one crisis was often just the prelude to another, more complex set of challenges. Challenges that she had never even considered. Uncertainly, she lowered herself back into her chair and looked at Vanna quizzically. Why are you here with Captain Duncan? As a senior member of the Storm Church in Planned, shouldn't you be needed there? Doesn't Planned require an inquisitor anymore? Believe it or not, this arrangement is actually sanctioned by the Church, Vanna began, choosing her words carefully. However, the specifics are sensitive and not suitable for open discussion. I can say that this information is strictly confidential. If it weren't for your high-ranking position, I would have remained silent on the matter. She paused briefly before adding, as for Planned, you're right. It no longer needs an inquisitor in the traditional sense. The role of a judicial overseer and guardian is now obsolete there. Feeling overwhelmed, Agatha massaged her temples. Bits of unconfirmed foreign intelligence reports bubbled up in her mind. After hesitating for a moment, she finally asked, so if the rumors are true, is Planned really at peace now, even during the nights? Vanna seemed momentarily surprised. Has that information already reached Frost? We may be isolated, but we're not completely cut off from the world, Agatha snapped back, then her tone softened due to her curiosity. Could you please confirm, are the nights in Planned truly peaceful? Yes, that's correct, Vanna confirmed. The nights in Planned are now safer than the days in many other city-states. In fact, my uncle is considering the idea of establishing a night market to take advantage of these new peaceful conditions. However, the idea is still in the experimental phase and requires careful planning. She added, if you're aware of Planned's peaceful nights, you must also know about its recent transformation following the Black Sun incident. Vision Planned, the first unnumbered historical anomaly, Agatha murmured, her eyes involuntarily drifting towards Duncan. The magnitude of Vanna's earlier comments finally sunk in. So, are you saying that Frost is on the verge of a similar metamorphosis? Feeling the unspoken but discernible weight of her gaze, Duncan met her eyes with a warm smile and a nod. That's a distinct possibility. Chapter 439, The Captain's Suggestion. Adjusting his position for more comfort, Duncan leaned back into the soft, cushiony embrace of the couch. Through the meshwork of bandages wrapped around his face, his eyes caught the young priestess's attention, radiating a mischievous spark. "So the cat's out of the bag about my identity, isn't it?" he asked, the corners of his mouth lifting into a grin. "According to the rules of the Death Church, you should report me immediately, you know." Agatha parted her lips as if to speak, but her words were held captive by the jumble of her thoughts. Finally, after what felt like an endless pause, she gestured helplessly with her hands in an open shrug. Her face mirrored her internal conflict, settling into a rueful smile. "You've certainly placed me in a complicated situation. Yes, you really should report everything that's happened here to the higher-ups in the Death Church," Duncan said, his cheerful demeanor giving way to a more serious tone. "First, there was the incident in Planned, and now issues are arising in Frost. Add to that the heretics who have been a perpetual nuisance. Lately, the problems seem to be increasing both in frequency and severity. And let's not forget our son, Vision 1, has also been showing unsettling signs." Agatha quickly abandoned her previous discomfort, adopting a more solemn expression as she picked up on Duncan's dire tone. "Are you suggesting that all of these troubling events are somehow related?" "I can't make that claim with absolute certainty. Don't be so shocked. I don't hold the keys to all the mysteries in the world," Duncan replied nonchalantly. "However, I've developed a knack for seeing patterns. When a sequence of unlikely or troubling events starts to line up, I start to wonder if they're not just isolated incidents but symptoms of a more significant system heading for collapse. Have you ever stopped to consider why heretical activities seem to be on the rise lately? In the historical records of grand heretical sacrifices, how many have had such far-reaching impacts?" Agatha sank into deep thought, her face turning more serious with each passing second. "Report everything," Duncan said softly, breaking the silence. "Don't overlook any details. Let those with the analytical minds dissect what they will." "I understand your point. I'll give a full account of what has transpired," Agatha responded, her eyes meeting Duncan's earnestly. "Absolutely everything." "I'm curious to see how the Death Church will handle this information," Duncan said, letting out a soft sigh of relief. "Delaying the inevitable is rarely a good strategy." For a while the room sank into a profound silence, as if submerged under the weight of their collective thoughts. Finally, Agatha shattered the stillness. "I must go now." "You don't want to stay a bit longer?" Duncan asked. "Given the state of affairs, leaving this sanctuary means diving right back into a world filled with problems. Moments of peace like this are few and far between." "That's exactly why I need to get back," Agatha responded, shaking her head resolutely. "The city-state is in turmoil, and it's not just the Death Church that's affected. Even the local government is in disarray. If I keep hiding out here, then who will take the reins and try to steer things back on track?" "Chaos indeed," Duncan echoed, pausing thoughtfully before suddenly posing another question. "Realistically, with the limited resources and manpower that Frost currently has, do you truly think you can restore order in a short amount of time?" Caught off guard, Agatha hesitated for a moment. Then, breaking the brief silence, she declared, "I will do my absolute best." "Ah, doing one's best. It's a noble aim, but sometimes even our best isn't enough to truly solve the problem at hand," Duncan mused. "What are you insinuating?" Agatha probed. "I'm merely entertaining a daring idea," Duncan replied with a chuckle, locking eyes with Agatha. "Think of it as a perspective from an outsider." Stepping out of the charming little house at 44 Oak Street, Agatha found herself enveloped by the fading glow of the late afternoon sun. Its radiant light was gradually dimming, casting long shadows across the world, even as the snow continued its steady descent. Individual flakes floated lazily from the overcast sky, each flake catching the warm glow of the gaslit streetlights as it meandered to the ground, layering the streets below in a soft blanket of white. The distant sounds of the Guardian's night patrol reverberated from a far-off intersection. The rhythmic, intermittent clanging of steam-powered walking machines punctuated the otherwise tranquil ambience of the street. Somewhere in the distance, bells rang to signify the changing of day to night, their chimes mingling with the haunting melody of a pipe organ that floated on the air from a humble church on the corner. The icy wind swept through the cobblestone avenues, lifting strands of Agatha's hair and causing her skirt to billow. She reached out a hand into the falling snow and slightly tilted her head, remarking, "It's still snowing." Vanna, who had accompanied her to the door, looked at her with curiosity. "Can you not see the snowflakes?" "I can't see them, but I can feel them," Agatha admitted softly. "My senses have broadened in some ways, but narrowed in others. Adjusting to this new reality is going to take some time." She retracted her hand, her face lighting up with a soft smile. "But on the bright side, I no longer feel the harsh bite of the wind. Regardless of how many layers I'm wearing or how many fires are burning, the world feels uniformly cold to me now." Vanna struggled to comprehend. I'm sorry, I can't quite imagine what that must feel like. Don't worry, it's not as troublesome as it sounds, Agatha reassured her with a chuckle. Her fist clenched slightly as she spoke, and a soft, green flame emanated from the intricate scars etched into her skin. The flame flowed within her like some sort of ethereal lifeblood, warming her from within. This makes it more bearable. For a moment, Vanna remained silent. If the captain knew you were using the flame he gifted you for mere warmth, his reaction would be rather entertaining, to say the least. What sort of person is he? Agatha asked, curiosity filling her eyes as she contained the energy of the flame once more. Is he generally stern, intimidating? What do you think? You've met him twice now. All the information I have feels biased. He appears to be much more amicable and serene than I initially thought, but perhaps I should be using it as a pronoun. I'm unsure whether it's even appropriate to assess such an entity using human parameters. I know he was once human, but with all the changes that subspace has wrought, you know what I'm getting at. Vanna considered her words carefully for a few moments before finally shaking her head softly. Honestly, I haven't been with him for very long, so I might not offer the clarity you're seeking. But I can tell you this, I had reservations similar to yours. Yet here I am, selected by the Storm Cathedral, a mere inquisitor, to embark on this journey aboard the Vanished. Just as Captain Duncan has faith in counterfeit beings having some essence of humanity, we too have opted to believe in Duncan's remaining humanity because... She stopped speaking abruptly and looked up towards the sky, heavy with snow. After a contemplative pause, she whispered, almost as if she were talking to herself, because the world has grown so cold and unforgiving. If we give up on the idea of hope, all that would be left in this vast, boundless sea is a chilling wind that cuts to the bone. Agatha remained silent for a moment, taking in the weight of Vanna's words. What do you think about the captain's proposal? Vanna broke the silence after several seconds had passed. Pondering carefully, Agatha finally shared her complex thoughts. The idea of inviting the Mist Fleet into the city is conflicting for me. On one hand, it could restore some semblance of order. On the other, it might ignite more chaos. You've lived here long enough to understand what the Mist Fleet represents to the people of Frost. True, to most of the people of Planned, the Vanished is considered a menace as well. But you'd be surprised how people's ability to adapt and accept can skyrocket in the face of a major crisis. The collective desire for stability and a sense of normalcy can calm many fears. The desire for stability, Agatha repeated, musing on Vanna's words. Though she felt it differently now, the frigid night seemed to seep into her very being. For some reason, it reminded her of another time, 50 years ago during a grand uprising when it had also been snowing. I'll discuss this matter thoroughly with the dignitaries at City Hall, Agatha finally said, as if coming to a conclusion. And personally, I'll speak in favor of it. We all hope for the best, Vanna replied. Yes, we all hope for the best, Agatha echoed, turning to leave. She began walking towards a steam-powered vehicle parked further down the street, its sides adorned with the emblem of the church. However, after a few steps, she stopped abruptly. Is there something else on your mind? Vanna called out, intrigued. Just some personal curiosity. I hope it's not intrusive. Agatha turned around, her expression notably odd. Hesitating a moment, she asked, Is it true that you leaped off a cliff, defeated some kind of creature, and emerged unscathed? Vanna looked momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in confusion. Why this question all of a sudden? I'm not certain, the question just popped into my head, Agatha admitted, appearing a little embarrassed. I've heard rumors about this particular adventure of yours. If it's too personal, I apologize for asking. No, it's fine, Vanna said, her expression relaxing into a playful grin. The story is true to some extent, but far less dramatic than the rumors suggest. I was merely taking a casual walk and accidentally slipped off the edge of the cliff. I happened to land on some oceanic waste creature that had washed ashore. It was neither a dangerous offspring nor a momentous battle. The tale has been greatly exaggerated. Agatha's mouth fell open slightly in surprise. Though she couldn't see due to her blindfold, her expression clearly conveyed her shock. So you were unharmed then? She asked, almost reflexively. It was a nasty fall, I won't lie, Vanna admitted, laughing a bit self-consciously. She then puffed up her chest, striking a confident pose, but luckily I come from sturdy stock. A few cups of warm broth and a couple of days' rest and I was back to normal. Agatha was visibly taken aback, her surprise palpable. Why the stunned look? Vanna asked, genuinely puzzled. Your athletes in Planned must truly be something else, Agatha finally managed, still trying to wrap her head around Vanna's casual admission. Chapter 440, see Mist and Frost. The cloak of night settled densely over the city, wrapping it in shadows as a hushed ballet of snowflakes twirled gently from the heavens. This continued without pause, even as the world plunged into the deepest hours of darkness. Though not a blizzard by any means, the soft snowfall brought with it a surreal calm, delicately covering the city. It draped over the city's numerous scars, inflicted during a recent catastrophe, in a thin layer reminiscent of a pale bandage. This serene blanket concealed the painful reminders of a city still struggling to heal. Among the reminders were crumbled buildings, stains of dried blood, discarded steam-powered machines known as steam walkers, and barricades that had not yet been taken down. There was also the peculiar dried mire that filled almost every nook and cranny, the origin and purpose of which was a mystery. Although the mirror invasion had retreated, the physical remnants of this eerie disaster still clung to the city's very essence. Following established protocols, the Death Church took control of the city's activities once night descended. Watchmen, holding lanterns, roamed the streets enveloped in shadows. Their vigilant gaze scanned every unlit corner and niche, wary of the dangers lurking beyond the reach of the gas street lamps. Simultaneously, their ears remained alert, attuned to even the slightest unsettling noises. The night air was thick with the scent of smoldering incense, and the soft, hypnotic chants of the night watch priests echoed, providing a comforting backdrop. Looking out, a guardian dressed in deep black robes remarked to his colleague, "The night is eerily peaceful. I had braced myself for fierce confrontations tonight." His female counterpart, wearing a similar outfit with her hair flowing gracefully down, replied, "You weren't the only one. After the traumatic supernatural event and the loss of so many priests, we believed the city's defenses to be especially vulnerable tonight. And yet the other squads haven't sounded any alerts either. The night has been exceptionally quiet. But we mustn't become complacent. We need to remain on high alert until the first light of dawn." "Of course, Captain." Acknowledged as the captain, the female guard nodded appreciatively and observed another group immersed in their tasks nearby. A priest silently moved with an ornate brass incense burner, wafting its aromatic smoke along the streets while murmuring deathly prayers. A few junior priests worked diligently, collecting samples of the dried black mud from various surfaces with precise instruments and glass containers. This strange mud, now devoid of vitality, appeared harmless, its consistency more like semi-dried, finely textured paint. Turning to her companion, the captain asked, "How widespread do you think this infected mud is within our city?" He answered gravely, "It's difficult to determine. While we see it here, the underground areas, especially the sewers and metro tunnels, took the heaviest hit. Some of our water treatment facilities are practically drowning in this muck. With the city's administration in chaos, it's uncertain when or how we'll be rid of this blight. Addressing this mud is just a fraction of our current challenges," the female captain reflected, her voice tinged with weariness. Her gaze drifted down the length of the street, focusing on the distant shimmer of the port district. "There are graver matters Frost needs to address beyond just this mysterious sludge." The guard beside her, clad in the same dark, reflective armor, automatically let his eyes follow her line of sight. Their vision settled on the bustling port district at the city-state's perimeter, where a medley of lights painted a vivid tableau and faint, indistinct voices wafted to their ears. "It's not just the mud, is it?" the guard murmured, the apprehension evident in his tone. "An entire fleet from the sea mist is now stationed outside our walls." Letter 16B1. What? The eastern section of the port was a hive of activity, an enclave of life and motion. The East Port, uniquely amongst its peers, had successfully staved off the massive invasion. Even in the aftermath of the fierce conflict, it remained a hubbub of activity. All its available docks and sophisticated machinery were mobilized, working relentlessly into the night. Docks that had suffered only minimal damage in the daytime assaults were hastily restored, ensuring they could accommodate the more seaworthy vessels for docking and necessary repairs. For many citizens of Frost, the conflict had drawn to a close, offering them a brief respite to gather themselves and tend to their wounds. Yet for the naval forces of Frost and the port's logistical crew, their fight was far from over. Several ships displayed significant signs of damage and demanded urgent attention. Numerous injured sailors and soldiers awaited medical care, and looming over these immediate issues was a more complex and pressing problem: the Mist Fleet. These ships, which had been fleeting allies during the day's conflict, had for over 50 years been the stuff of nightmares for Frost. Now the ship that had inspired the most dread, often referred to as the ghost ship in hushed bedtime tales meant to spook young ones, was anchored next to the grandest dock in East Port. Its imposing prow dominated the nocturnal skyline, while the silhouettes of its deck guns and bridge structure cast ghostly shadows onto the freshly fallen snow. Lights from the nearby shore glinted off its armored hull, emitting an eerie bone-white glow. And on its side, for all of Frost to see, a large banner waved in the gentle night breeze. It bore an inscription which read, "Sea Mist Venture Company Temporary Inspection Ship to Frost." Even the most battle-hardened soldiers of Frost, who had witnessed countless naval engagements, found this sight breathtaking. Passers-by at the docks invariably paused, staring in astonishment at the ship's banner as if half expecting to wake from a surreal dream. Captain, First Officer Aiden made his way to Tyrion, who stood contemplatively at the ship's edge, observing the bustle below. "We've raised the banner as you directed. We're doing our best to present a friendly face." Tyrion merely grunted in response, then gestured to the Frost soldiers and dock workers below. Their tasks were frequently interrupted as they shot uneasy glances towards the sea mist. "They're still on edge, aren't they?" Aiden scratched his bald head, deep in thought. "It's puzzling what's causing such nervousness. Perhaps the residents of Frost have become more jittery recently. Do you want the crew to gently steer those spectators away?" "There's no need to take such action," Tyrion mused for a moment, then decisively shook his head. "My father's orders were clear. Avoid any direct conflicts with the city-state. Given the palpable tension in the air, it's wise not to provoke the already anxious citizens of Frost any further." Aiden gave a resigned nod. "If that was the directive from the old captain, we'll abide." Tyrion, shifting his gaze back towards the city, inquired, "And what of our crew's morale, particularly the newer sailors who have come aboard from the second wave?" Aiden's expression became reflective. "Returning to these familiar waters after decades is a poignant moment for many. To say there's an air of peace and calm would be stretching the truth. Every corner of the ship is humming with talk of our unexpected docking and potential interactions with Frost's navy. The veterans, those from the initial crew, are equally engrossed in these debates. It's a medley of eagerness and apprehension, but above all, there's an overwhelming feeling of surprise. None had really envisioned what this day would entail. However, the crew firmly believes in your leadership and awaits your guidance." Lost in contemplation, Tyrion's mind replayed the earlier events on the bridge. The Queen's second command in 50 years stood out starkly: defend Frost. Was this command authentic? Did it emanate from the residual influence of the Queen, or was it an illusion, a figment of some past memory? The riddle seemed trivial at this juncture. The Queen once instructed the Mist Fleet to steer clear of Frost, and yet here they were, anchored at its gates. Perhaps the Queen's initial instruction was meant for this very moment. "We are here now," Tyrion whispered, his breath crystallizing in the cold night air. "If Frost's command intends to show us goodwill, it would be only right to return the gesture with a formal visit. Do you wish for my presence during this visit?" "Yes, and select a handful who have a good grasp of formalities. Make it abundantly clear to them that this visit is not a prelude to hostilities." Aiden nodded his affirmation, then ventured, "Any specific criteria for those accompanying us?" After a thoughtful pause, Tyrion said, "Choose those whose physical appearance is mostly intact, those who won't lose any parts mid-step. Ideally, they should be able to conceal their anomalies with their uniform." "Roger that, Captain." In the heart of the Port Defense Office, Defense Commander Lister was fastidiously adjusting his uniform and medals, ensuring every detail was perfect. Although no stranger to significant events, even his extensive experience couldn't calm the simmering nerves about the impending rendezvous. It wasn't the grandiosity of the event that made him nervous, but its novelty. He was on the verge of an unprecedented encounter with the captain of the Mist Fleet. After 50 years of cold relations, this fleet, which once broke away from Frost, had made an unexpected return. The city-state was enmeshed in its own set of challenges. The mysterious absence of the governor had thrown City Hall into a tumultuous state. Yet, in the midst of such chaos, it was Lister who had orchestrated this unique reception. Lister was acutely aware that Frost was on the cusp of a precipice, struggling under the weight of its many challenges, and unable to withstand further catastrophe. Despite the myriad opinions and counsel put forth by bureaucrats and decision-makers at City Hall, his foremost concern was forging a steadfast alliance with the elusive, formidable Mist Fleet. If there was even a sliver of hope of reconciling with the infamous, great pirate, he was resolute in grasping what might be the city's lone lifeline. With nimble fingers, Lister fastened the last button on his crisply ironed uniform and took a moment to draw in a long, steadying breath. He glanced downwards, reaching for the gleaming, freshly crafted breastplate that rested on the mahogany table before him. This emblem, boasting meticulous carvings and emblematic designs, symbolized his recent promotion to the esteemed rank of general. An ascension during such tumultuous times, he mused aloud, tracing the detailed etchings with his fingertips. But desperate times call for decisive leadership. Standing tall, he glimpsed his reflection in the ornate, full-length mirror that adorned his office. Carefully, he adjusted the breastplate until it sat perfectly upon his chest, reflecting the pride and responsibility of his newfound stature. Chapter 441. Another possibility. Tyrion made his way into the designated meeting location, immediately noting that it lacked the usual trappings of the lavish, high-society venues he was accustomed to. The absence of the soft strains of classical music was glaring, making the atmosphere feel less refined. Rather than an opulent banquet hall, the meeting was taking place in a visitor's lounge under the jurisdiction of the Port Authority. He recognized a few familiar faces among the military representatives waiting for him, people he had crossed paths with in various capacities over the years. As Tyrion entered, General Lister, the commander of the defense forces, stood up to greet him. Extending his hand, Lister offered an apologetic expression and said, "I regret that we couldn't arrange a more sumptuous setting for this meeting. Given the urgency and short notice, this was the best we could do." For a moment, Tyrion held back from accepting Lister's handshake. Instead, he took a moment to observe the room. Several stern-faced officers in Frost Navy uniforms stood in a disciplined formation behind Lister, showing remarkable composure. But the rest of the people in the room, support staff and other military personnel, appeared visibly tense. Some cast surreptitious glances at the newcomers, while others seemed to be forcing their gaze elsewhere, maintaining a veneer of uneasy calm. The underlying fatigue in their eyes was, however, impossible to hide. Breaking into a chuckle, Tyrion finally reached out to shake Lister's hand. "You needn't worry. Had you gone to the lengths of organizing a grand feast complete with noisy violinists, it would have defeated the purpose of our discussion." Lister felt the powerful grip of Tyrion's handshake and quickly withdrew his own hand. A slight flush appeared on his face as he replied, "It seems you have some preconceived notions about us. But let's be clear. Frost Navy of today is as committed to defending our city-state as you were in your time. Our allegiances may differ, but our resolve does not." "I'm well aware, General," Tyrion responded, flashing a wry smile. His eyes briefly scanned Lister's uniform, lingering momentarily on the badge that bore his rank of general. He shook his head slightly and began walking toward the center of the room. "Enough with the formalities. We both understand the gravity of the current situation. Let's move on to the matters at hand, our city, its future, and if you dare to venture there, the topic of my father." Lister sank into a sofa, visibly tensing at the mention of Tyrion's father. He was instantly reminded of a cataclysmic event that had indelibly marked the psyche of every resident of Frost. A gigantic figure materializing from another dimension, its eyes like twin suns, obliterating the mirror city with a simple wave of its hand. Suppressing a shiver that seemed to emanate from the core of his being, Lister struggled to refocus his attention on Tyrion, who was now seated across from him. "So, it truly was your father, the entity that emerged from subspace," he stammered, his voice tinged with a growing sense of dread. "Up until this point, no one had ever seen him make such a move. His form was completely unfamiliar." Tyrion shrugged nonchalantly. "From this point forward, it will be documented. Congratulations, General Lister. Frost will have the dubious honor of being the first city-state to bear witness to and officially record this event." Pausing for a moment, Tyrion looked at Lister intently as if probing for something deeper. "I have to ask, what's the general sentiment in the city right now? How are your people coping with everything that's happened?" Lister let out a heavy sigh before responding. "The atmosphere is thick with tension and fear. It's been a difficult night for everyone, to put it mildly. Though the disaster has come to an end, the way it concluded has left most people utterly bewildered and frightened. There's a lot of speculation regarding the mysterious entity that appeared over the sea. But honestly, I think if the public truly understood what it was, the ensuing panic might be even worse. We at City Hall took quite some time piecing together various bits of information before daring to conjecture that the entity might be your father. Forgive our slowness, but what we witnessed was so shocking that it would leave anyone hesitating." Tyrion's face assumed a complex expression as he sighed. "I can understand that. I wasn't given any prior notice either. I was as shocked as you were when it all happened." Lister observed Tyrion with a mixture of acute curiosity and unease, as if he were a riddle begging to be solved. He couldn't help but wonder how Tyrion, referred to by many as Duncan's son, interacted with his enigmatic father? What had led them to intervene in Frost's situation? How did this powerful figure, who had returned from another dimension, perceive the world now? Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Lister asked, "There are rumors suggesting your father has regained his humanity. Is there any truth to that?" A look of surprise crossed Tyrion's face. "What makes you think he lacks humanity?" Images of the colossal titan and the devastating scene where a city was reduced to ashes and dust at the swipe of his hand filled Lister's mind. He opened his mouth, tempted to voice his simmering doubts and accusations, but found himself unable to articulate them. Finally, Lister managed to say, "I believe his actions suggest he possesses a human heart now, despite everything." A chuckle escaped Tyrion's lips. "I get the sense that you truly believe what you're saying." Picking up a glass of red wine from the small table between them, Tyrion raised it high. "To mutual trust, then." Lister lifted his own glass, though his smile was forced and his mind clearly preoccupied. They toasted and sipped their wine. Setting his glass down, Lister ventured another question. "May I ask what you and your father plan to do next?" Tyrion replied without any trace of evasion, "I really don't know." This stunned Lister. "You don't know?" Tyrion spread his hands in a gesture of benign uncertainty, yet his eyes sparkled with an emotion that looked suspiciously like delight. "He hasn't told me. I've been outsmarting Frost Navy for decades, but this is the first friendly chat that's given me so much pleasure. I came here solely because my father commanded it, and to defend a city once protected by Queen Rhaenora. What comes next is entirely up to him." Finally, Lister asked almost reflexively, "Is there a way for us to communicate with your father?" Tyrion's eyebrows shot up, and his tone wavered between earnestness and jest. "You're truly interested in contacting him? Well, in that case, allow me to tell you about a certain ritual." Actually, let's forget I mentioned it." Lister quickly backtracked, his posture tensing up as he made a dismissing gesture with his hand. "It was merely a passing thought." When one speaks of him, casual remarks are perhaps not the wisest course of action. You never know when he might decide to turn his attention your way, Tyrion responded, his face momentarily clouding as if he was recalling an uncomfortable experience. He shook his head and chuckled, looking back at Lister. "Don't worry, I'm just teasing. Everyone here is so on edge. Isn't this the Mist Fleet's first homecoming in 5 decades? Shouldn't we treat this as more of a family reunion?" A subtle flicker of discomfort crossed Lister's face at Tyrion's suggestion, but he swiftly composed himself. His face became serious again. "Admiral Tyrion, let's cut to the chase. Frost is facing a precarious situation." "Yes, I'm aware. We've just dealt with it." "You misunderstand. I'm not referring to the recent Phantom invasion. That was a catastrophe, not just a problem. Now that it's over, we have to brace for a slew of subsequent challenges. The social order here in Frost is on the verge of collapsing. Beyond surviving tonight, we have an array of issues to address: public safety, provision of essential goods, maritime security. Tyrion leaned back, his face impassive. "What does that have to do with me? I'm an outlaw, a pirate. Managing a city isn't in my wheelhouse." Lister looked momentarily deflated by Tyrion's indifference, his mouth opening and closing as if searching for the right words. Before he could find them, a rhythmic series of knocks sounded at the door. The door swung open to reveal a man who epitomized refinement. Dressed in a meticulously tailored suit, with impeccably styled hair and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, he stepped into the room. "I hope I'm not intruding," the well-dressed man greeted, offering a congenial smile as he bowed slightly to both Tyrion and Lister. "May I join you?" Mr. Secretary," Tyrion appraised the newcomer for a moment, his eyes twinkling with recognition. "I remember those glasses and that hairstyle." Lister, his attention redirected, queried urgently, "Is there any news from City Hall?" The secretary nodded discreetly. "Indeed, I bring updates from City Hall." At this, Tyrion interjected, "Before we proceed, let it be known that I have little interest in the resolutions of your city's governing body. After all, we're rebels, so." He was cut off by the secretary, who smoothly slid a document across the coffee table towards him, locking eyes with Tyrion as he did so. "Would you consider another possibility?" He paused, then pushed the document closer to Tyrion and spoke softly. "Governor Tyrion has arrived in Frost, the land to which he once pledged loyalty." The implication was heavy, hanging in the air like a tangible thing. It was a reminder, a prompt, and perhaps even an offer. The room went quiet, all eyes on Tyrion awaiting his response. Chapter 442, The Document. Tyrion slowly raised his head, allowing his eye to focus intently on the secretary standing before him. His face bore a look that clearly communicated, "Do you think you can play games with me?" The most formidable and legendary pirate from the frigid waters of the cold sea had only ever exhibited such a deeply surprised look once before, and that was in the presence of his father. He did not lay a hand on the several documents that the man had slid over to him. Instead, after taking a moment to collect himself, he shifted his gaze to meet that of General Lister, who was seated across from him. The deep shock evident in the general's eyes seemed to reflect Tyrion's own sentiments. "This seems to be truly unexpected information," Tyrion whispered, maintaining an even tone. "It seems even the general before me was kept in the dark about this plan." "Because this isn't some pre-established plan," the secretary said, adjusting his gleaming gold-framed glasses. He maintained a serious demeanor as he continued. "Our current circumstances in Frost are complicated, and we don't have the luxury to deeply debate every possible action before we set it into motion. That's why I've brought this proposal directly here to discuss its viability with General Lister as a witness." "Viability? Do you genuinely believe this plan holds water?" Tyrion almost burst into laughter, looking at the secretary as though he had completely lost his mind. "I lead the Mist Fleet. I'm the most notorious pirate in the Cold Sea, the very source of countless horror tales told in Frost for the last 5 decades. And now you propose that I become the ruler of this city. Just because we fought alongside one another doesn't mean you fully understand the nature of our alliance." "Yes, we did fight side by side," the secretary confirmed. "Together, we fended off a threat that could have spelled doom for the city-state. By now, many are aware that the Mist Fleet stepped in at the 11th hour, defending the city in collaboration with the Navy. By tomorrow, the entirety of Frost will know this, and the city's authorities will communicate to the citizens that the Mist Fleet's departure 50 years ago was just a temporary divergence. They'll say the Iron Admiral, who left in anger, never truly renounced his commitment to safeguarding the city-state." He paused briefly, ensuring Tyrion wasn't going to cut him off, then continued, "Every situation can be reinterpreted, every shift can be justified. You might believe such a drastic change won't sit well with Frost's inhabitants, but the reality is, a majority of the common folks can easily alter their original perspectives when faced with persistent and singularly directed propaganda. The promise of a stable life and marked improvements in order will soon overshadow any past grievances. The way people perceive things can be molded. It's just a matter of time." Tyrion listened carefully, his demeanor unchanging, eyes fixed on the secretary. "You seem to have quite the knack for this." "Every city-state, including Frost during the Queen's reign, practices this," replied the secretary expressionlessly. "Creating a narrative that resonates with the current societal mood can ease the mental stress of the majority. This isn't an evil act. True wickedness lies in voicing noble promises but failing to preserve social stability or ensure the populace's well-being." The secretary, trying to catch Captain Tyrion's attention, started, "Captain Tyrion, you must understand something. The primary aim of City Hall isn't to mete out justice, but to ensure the maximum number of our people make it through these trying times." Tyrion sighed deeply. "She used to echo those exact sentiments too," he muttered. The secretary nodded. "Yes, her words still resonate as they're engraved upon the very doors of our domed office. Remember, it was the Frost Queen we deposed, not the fundamental truths and principles she stood by." A heavy silence settled as Tyrion paused, seemingly absorbed in introspection. After what felt like a long pause, he finally found his voice. "Why do you feel that I am the right fit for this leadership role?" "Well, the initial idea came from Miss Agatha. She believed that you and your formidable Mist Fleet could be instrumental in restoring stability to the city-state. However, the detailed decision was derived from a crucial emergency session held at City Hall," the secretary elaborated, adjusting his posture. "I'll be frank. I have my reservations about whether you're truly the best choice for this. My colleagues, though, remind me that before earning the title of pirate, you served as one of Frost's most esteemed admirals. Historically, nearly 1 in 3 of our city's rulers or governors has had a military background." Tyrion frowned, shaking his head. "You're condensing a complex issue into a simplistic narrative. It's not solely about finding the ideal candidate. We're grappling with a myriad of historical complexities. While you've pointed out that it's possible to steer public opinion, such endeavors demand time that Frost is running short of. To reestablish order swiftly, perhaps you should." Before Tyrion could finish, the secretary raised his hand, cutting him off. "Captain Tyrion, before you dismiss the idea, I'd advise you to go through the documents I've presented. They might offer you some insights into the practicability of this entire situation." Surprised by the secretary's assertion, Tyrion finally shifted his gaze to the plain-looking files the man had laid out earlier. The materials were simple and straightforward, stripped of any ornate emblems or elaborate decorations, just modestly crafted factual proposals. As Tyrion skimmed through, a mix of shock and realization transformed his features. Closing the folder with a definitive snap, he locked eyes with the secretary. The secretary, maintaining an aura of serenity, slightly nodded before Tyrion could voice his thoughts. To put it concisely, he began, first, the catastrophic disaster that befell Frost was orchestrated by the Annihilators. But the real cause is rooted in the hazardous mining operations the old city hall permitted beneath our city for decades. The blatant disregard for safety in those shadowy depths, coupled with their decision to turn a blind eye to, or even deliberately hide, alarming signs, escalated the crisis. Second, numerous past governors were fully aware of these mining malpractices, but due to their personal interests, chose to veil the truth. Third, the primary reason your missed fleet severed ties with Frost half a century ago relates to disagreements about these illicit mining practices and the consequent impending catastrophe. And lastly, subsequent governors systematically tarnished the reputation of the missed fleet. They veiled the genuine discord between the fleet and the city, directing the populace's animosity towards you, Admiral Tyrion, diverting their focus from the real issue, the mines. Furthermore, the secretary added, extending his fifth point, Governor Winston wasn't just under mild speculation. There were glaring signs pointing towards his alliance with the followers of Annihilation. Right before the disaster took the city by surprise, he was alerted but chose inaction over preparation. His decision wasn't simply negligent, it was outright treacherous. He abandoned the city he was sworn to protect and is now counted among its greatest adversaries. It's believed he has integrated with the followers of Annihilation, and Frost will forever seek retribution for his betrayal. Moreover, he pressed on to his sixth point, the newly instated governor will not only oversee the city's restoration. Immediate probes into the mining operations will be initiated, and for those accountable who remain, justice will be swift and inescapable. Throughout the secretary's revelation, Tyrion remained unmoved. His stillness, combined with his piercing gaze, made the room's atmosphere dense, almost choking. Yet, undeterred by the intensity in the room, the secretary reached into his briefcase, producing another sizable stack of documents. This, he began, emphasizing each word, is an exhaustive catalog. The beginning segments carry concrete proof detailing unauthorized mining activities, blatant disregard for safety signs, and systemic efforts to tarnish the missed fleet's reputation. As of now, we have a summarized version, but rest assured, in 3 days, every piece of evidence will be collated. He paused momentarily, adjusting the documents in front of him. The latter part focuses on a directory of individuals who are liable to be apprehended and subjected to trial. Each person, aside from their primary offenses, will also be indicted for associating with the followers of Annihilation. Think of them as city hall's insurance against unforeseen disruptions. To crown it all, he said, revealing the last set of documents, here we have letters and personal journals that cement Governor Winston's allegiance with the followers of Annihilation. Some of them even bear his unmistakable signature. Without touching the proffered evidence, Tyrion's expression grew colder, if possible. The room's temperature seemed to dip further, the mist thickening and every exhaled breath materializing into misty clouds. The question he posed next was measured. Who is the mastermind behind these documents? The secretary, showing no hint of anxiety, replied, Previous governors have had a hand in their making. Each administration curates such a collection, keeping in mind possible future scenarios. They aren't tailored exclusively for you, but for any potential successors or emerging threats. The last set, surprisingly, is Governor Winston's creation. Interestingly, he, too, saw potential in collaborating with the Mist Fleet, aligning with Miss Agatha's earlier proposition. The layer of frost on the table grew thicker as Tyrion slowly placed his hand atop the documents. Looking directly into the secretary's unwavering eyes, he murmured, So these papers ascertain Winston's culpability. Nodding gently, the secretary responded, In Frost, we've always believed in the natural order of things, the past yielding to the present. Admiral Tyrion, though you may not be originally from Frost, this principle should resonate with you. If framing Governor Winston and the previous administration's aids in the rapid stabilization of the city, I'm convinced they, along with all their predecessors, would find it a necessary sacrifice. Chapter 443, The Origin. The atmosphere in the room, which had been frigid and tense, eased slightly. The warmth offered a brief relief to those who had been shivering from the cold. Despite the room's growing comfort, Admiral Tyrion remained indifferent and aloof to the secretary's string of proposed solutions. He seemed lost in thought, staring contemplatively at the assortment of objects spread out on the table in front of him, as though he were pondering the weight of a century's worth of history. Finally, Tyrion broke the suffocating silence that seemed ready to engulf everyone in the room. Maintaining order is a wise course of action, he mused, something that must have been particularly valuable 50 years ago. The secretary met his gaze directly. You have to remember the state of disarray Frost was in during that time. Strong leaders make monumental achievements, but they can also make catastrophic errors. Sometimes, unpleasant actions must be taken to maintain control. I've done my homework, Admiral Tyrion. I have great respect for Queen Rhaenora, but even she couldn't erase the disastrous aftermath of the Abyss Project. Tyrion responded in a measured tone. You may have studied history, but I have lived it. Both of us understand what was at stake back then. I hold no grudges. From an objective standpoint, you've kept Frost stable for the past 50 years. The secretary seemed to visibly relax, his tense posture softening ever so slightly. Seizing the moment, he leaned in and started. So, you're saying you agree. However, Tyrion didn't say anything. Instead, he placed his hand atop the stack of documents on the table and applied slight pressure. A cold energy radiated through his hand, freezing the paper until tiny ice crystals formed and shattered with a rustling noise. The documents, which had the potential to alter the course of history, disintegrated into worthless fragments. The secretary's eyes widened in shock, and General Lister, who had remained mostly silent throughout the conversation, couldn't suppress a quiet gasp. You are. I'm not interested in these, Tyrion interrupted, lifting his head to look squarely at those gathered in the room. I want the authentic records, specific details about the mine disaster, how exactly the cult infiltrated the city-state, who should be held responsible, who shouldn't, and the true actions of Governor Winston. I want first-hand information, not sugar-coated reports aimed at quickly restoring order. This is essential if we are to truly take control of the situation. Caught off guard, the secretary quickly regrouped. So you're accepting Frost's invitation, then? However, let me be blunt, you will still need the kind of documents that were just destroyed. Genuine information is important, but so is managing public perception. He hesitated briefly as if contemplating the gravity of his next words. The city will face extreme challenges in the near future. Several infrastructure projects will likely be delayed, and due to the pollution from the muck, we will experience fuel shortages. Food distribution will become problematic, security will deteriorate, and public unrest will inevitably rise. Diverting the public's attention toward the failures of the previous government may be our most effective strategy. Tyrion spoke with such conviction and authority that the room was immediately captivated. When fuel becomes scarce, we'll turn to our reserves. If that's insufficient, I'll devise an alternative plan. If food distribution turns chaotic, we'll implement strict oversight and enforce severe punishments for violations. Rationing will be put in place, not just in the lower parts of the city, but in the affluent upper city as well. Should public security deteriorate, we will institute temporary military rule. People require a concrete target for their frustrations and anger, so let's give them one by genuinely going after the cultists, the subversives, those who are truly at fault. His words resonated with an undeniable force, commanding the respect and attention of everyone present. The room plunged into an almost sacred silence, so quiet that the breaths of those gathered became audible. The secretary, usually a picture of grace and tact, seemed momentarily thrown off balance, uncertain how to respond to Tyrion's unyielding declaration. Tyrion looked around the room, breaking into a composed smile and gently shaking his head. I'm not dismissing your efforts or solutions. Given your limitations and the knowledge you had, you made the best choices available at that time. But times have changed. I have no intention of merely repeating the last 50 years. Mr. Secretary, the Mist Fleet operates differently. It's time to aim higher. Finally regaining his composure, the secretary adjusted his posture and looked at Tyrion with eyes ablaze with intense curiosity. Can you truly accomplish all that you've suggested? As long as the remnants of City Hall cooperate to their fullest extent, Tyrion paused, grinning playfully. And as for the rest, Mr. Secretary, do you know who maintains the most stringent order in the boundless sea? The most stringent order, the secretary seemed puzzled, thrown off by the question. Would it be the city-state navy, or perhaps the overseas merchant fleets? No, it's the pirates, the great pirates of the cold sea, Tyrion said, chuckling. The city-state navy has the benefit of stable ports and safe harbors. The merchant fleets have the protection of the church and navy escorts. But the pirates, against the backdrop of the boundless sea, can only rely on rigorous discipline in order to survive. The secretary fell silent, visibly unsure how to engage with this unconventional perspective, which seemed far beyond the realm of his usual professional responsibilities. Recognizing this, Tyrion laughed and patted the secretary on the shoulder. "Relax, Mr. Secretary. The situation is more manageable now than it was 50 years ago. I have numerous trade partners who will be willing to assist us once they understand our predicament. You need not worry too much about maintaining worldly order." He then paused, his gaze shifting to the window. Outside, the deep night had enveloped the city. Gas lamps created a serpentine dance of light around the port. The snow had stopped, the clouds had parted, and the cold, ethereal light of the moon bathed everything in a celestial glow. Under this heavenly illumination, the city rested in a rare moment of peace. As for matters that go beyond worldly concerns, Tyrion hesitated briefly before continuing in an eerie tone that sent shivers down the spines of those present. "I believe my father will find a way." General Lister, who had been mostly quiet until now, felt compelled to speak. He referred to Tyrion's father with an almost reverent he, asking, "Is he still watching over Frost? Where is he now?" A series of detailed answers sprung to Tyrion's mind. He could vividly picture his father standing by a window on the second floor of a house at 44 Oak Street, a property rented from the city's Citizen Service Center. But he hesitated and chose not to disclose this information. After all, the people of Frost, represented by the individuals in the room, were still in the dark about his father's current presence in the city. Revealing this information without his father's express permission might earn him another paternal scolding, a hit to his pride and dignity that he, as someone on the cusp of leadership, could not afford. "He's still very much involved, although I can't go into details," Tyrion finally said, artfully evasive. "Let's just say he has his hands full and doesn't only communicate with me." General Lister seemed surprised for a moment, but then nodded quickly. "Ah, I see. That makes sense." What exactly he understood remained a mystery. Unable to curb his curiosity, the secretary ventured further. "What does your father do in his free time?" Suppressing an eye roll, Tyrion pondered how to answer. Ever since his father had re-emerged from whatever subspace he'd been in, veiled in enigma, how could anyone speculate about his daily activities? It's not like he was a retiree content with fishing or tending to a garden. Noticing Tyrion's subtle change in expression, the secretary quickly recalibrated. "My apologies for overstepping." "It's all right," Tyrion dismissed. "For our mental well-being, perhaps it's best to avoid discussing him too much. Let's move on." He rose from the sofa and approached the expansive window overlooking the city. Street lamps still glowed in the distance. At intersections leading to various city districts, he could faintly discern the temporary barricades that had been erected during recent conflicts. By tomorrow, those barricades would be dismantled, and the people responsible for governing the city would begin their work to restore order. The constellation of lights from the far-off districts mirrored in Tyrion's eyes. "It's been years since I last saw this city. It appears much remains the same." General Lister walked over, standing just behind Tyrion. "But things are bound to change significantly starting today. 50 years ago, the last monarchists were expelled from this city. A new city hall was established by the rebels, and I became one of those rebels," Tyrion mused, staring out at the horizon filled with lights and silhouettes of buildings. "Now, half a century later, I return to find the city almost exactly as I left it. It's like life has come full circle. Everything seems to have reverted back to the way it was. General Lister, what then was the point of the past 50 years? Lister was silent, evidently deep in thought. Meanwhile, the secretary walked over and gestured toward the window, his arm extending out to the illuminated city beyond. "Admiral Tyrion, those lights, those lives, those unbroken cycles of history and struggle, they are the meaning of the past 50 years. Chapter 444, Fishing, Petting Dogs, Feeding Pigeons. As the gentle glow of dawn began to illuminate the sky, the mysterious structure known as Vision One, which was encased within twin mystical runic circles, started to rise slowly from the faraway horizon. As morning's soft light continued to expand, a vast ghostly ship, seemingly lost on an endless and placid ocean, began to glow with a radiant luster. Far off, on the boundary where the sea met the sky, the city of Frost could be faintly seen. Its scars from past events and myriad tales of love and parting were all obscured at this distance, appearing as a blur that seemed to melt away under the warmth of the sun. Duncan was seated peacefully at the forwardmost part of the ship, the bow deck, with a fishing rod set up next to him. He observed the fishing line as it twinkled in the growing dawn light, occasionally lifting his eyes to the distant outline of Frost. Despite it being a time when most of the city was at peace, Duncan felt no need to split his attention between his in-city avatar. Instead, he savored the uncommon serenity on the ship. Beside him, AI was perched on a large wooden tub. On the lid of this tub was a pile of fries, a delicacy Duncan had brought back from Frost. These fries were distinct, seasoned with unique spices that gave them a mouth-watering aroma. AI was clearly delighted, taking breaks between munching to glance at its fishing master and to gaze out at the boundless sea. Nearby, on a smaller wooden tub, sat Shirley, who seemed deeply engrossed in her writing. She looked as if she was confronting a challenging opponent. Dog, meanwhile, was resting comfortably beside her, his paws resting on a copy of Modern Geometry. Scattered around them were several sheets of paper, filled with notes and drawings. The entire setting filled Duncan with a sense of calm, and a smile crept onto his face. The weight he'd felt in his heart over the past days seemed to lift. However, this peace wasn't shared by all on deck. Why is it that Nina gets to enjoy a deep sleep below deck while I'm up here at the break of dawn finishing my homework? Grumbled Shirley, her face mirroring her vexation. If I'd known this would be the case, I might as well have stayed in the city. At least there I could have gone for walks occasionally. Frost is currently far from a thriving city, Duncan replied calmly. Given the circumstances, living in the city won't be easy for a while, and quit your complaining about homework. You're the one who claimed a stray dog ate yours. Feeling slightly affronted, Shirley countered, then why doesn't Nina have to do hers? Duncan looked at her. It's evident to anyone that she's probably finished hers. Morris will give her a test later to assess how well she's been studying on her own. Nina isn't like you. She doesn't wait around for someone to push her. Feeling cornered, Shirley meekly said, Could it be that I've finished mine too? Keeping a straight face, Duncan asked, How do you spell the plural of pebble? Caught off guard, Shirley admitted, I haven't learned that one yet. That was in your previous assignment, and you didn't even get past the second page. Caught in her lie, Shirley's face said it all. She let out a defeated sigh, dropped her head, and resumed her challenging task of mastering spelling. Duncan let out a light-hearted chuckle, a smile playing on his lips as he observed the peculiar sight beside him. The skeletal canine, affectionately named Dog, had its attention fully immersed in a draft paper. With a pencil delicately held between its bony paws, Dog was meticulously drawing guiding lines on the paper. Adjacent to him, the book he had been engrossed in was momentarily put aside, the pages bookmarked for later perusal. Feeling the weight of Duncan's observant eyes, Dog's spirit quivered, a ripple passing through his skeletal frame. Startled by this sudden sensation, his paw jerked, causing the pencil to stray from its intended path. See, Captain, Dog stammered, a note of uncertainty in his voice. Torn between meeting Duncan's eyes and the instinctual dread of turning away, his skull oscillated in a hesitant motion. With a twinkle of intrigue in his eyes, Duncan reached out, affectionately patting the top of Dog's bony head. After a few thoughtful seconds, Duncan mused aloud, You seem to be advancing quite swiftly in your studies. At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if you could soon grasp the depth of Morris's lectures. Taken aback, Dog, with the ethereal glow of his hollow eyes fluctuating, responded, Really? I just find all of this fascinating. Is there an issue with one progressing rapidly in their studies? Duncan, pausing to reflect, eventually responded with a playful smirk. Not at all. It's commendable to be eager to learn. With your rapid progress, the disparity in academic prowess between you and Shirley may not be as stark. Dog emitted a bemused sound of agreement. Meanwhile, Duncan let out a soft sigh, his attention drawn to his still fishing rod that hadn't moved an inch that morning. Given the recent tumultuous events and the colossal battle that ensued, I suspect the local fish have been scared off, Duncan sighed with a hint of regret. He began to methodically pack away his fishing equipment, adding thoughtfully, Such chaos tends to deter even the deep-sea creatures from approaching these parts. Catching on to Duncan's words, Shirley's curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to inquire, Does that mean we're setting sail soon? And when do you plan on retrieving Mr. Morris and Sister Vanna from the city? Pausing his activities, Duncan met Shirley's gaze. Did I ever imply that everything in Frost was settled? Caught off guard, Shirley retorted, But haven't the primary issues been addressed? Plus, you even endorsed Mr. Tyrion for a position on the city council. I assumed you were entrusting him with the remaining responsibilities. While I do expect Tyrion to shoulder the city's challenges, there remain certain predicaments that even the Mist Fleet can't contend with, Duncan said, resuming his task. He added rather cryptically, Some situations necessitate a personal touch. Until those matters are settled, it would be unwise for the Vanished to wander too far from here. Shirley's confusion was evident. What sort of problems can't the mist fleet handle? With a profound look, Duncan replied, Ever wondered about the origins of the mirror frost? Pensively, Shirley offered, Wasn't it invoked by those cultists from the spiritual abyss of the deep sea? Close, Duncan acknowledged. It was indeed conjured from the spiritual deep sea realm. All the menaces we've eliminated thus far, including the ominous sacrificial grounds within the mirror frost, are fundamentally entities that have been summoned. And where there's a summoning, there must always be a source. Realization dawning upon her, Shirley's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. You're suggesting that there's a deeper lurking entity beneath the sea, she stammered. Duncan nodded gravely. Indeed. Based on my analysis, he began in a deliberate tone, everything we've encountered on the surface, be it the deceptive replicas or the mirror frost itself, merely represents the manifestation of a deeper power. It's akin to a vast plant stretching towards the sunlight. In the cataclysmic conflict in Frost, we merely severed the sprawling, rampant crown of this metaphorical plant. Yet its roots, deep and entrenched, persist. His gaze became piercing. Remember, in ancient times, the Frost Queen dispatched multiple deep-sea submersibles, plunging into the abyss, just to barely graze the essence of that enigmatic entity in our reality. This force manifests physically within our oceans, just as palpably as it did within the mirrored realm. Shirley's reaction was immediate and impassioned. Hold on, does this mean we'll have to dive into the ocean's depths to confront this beast? Otherwise, isn't it inevitable that it will conjure another mirrored reflection of our city? Duncan chuckled, shaking his head to reassure her. It's not that imminent. Yes, while the entity remains, it's certainly been debilitated. The surface manifestations were essentially tendrils of its power, and I've incinerated a majority of them. What remains, now devoid of the cultists' ritualistic sustenance, is likely dormant. Even if we let it be, it might take decades, perhaps half a century, before it reemerges as a threat. As Duncan spoke, he paused suddenly, extending a hand into the void. Don't you concur, Agatha? Merging from thin air, a spectral greenish flame ignited at Duncan's fingertips, swiftly blossoming into a vortex of fiery energy. Enveloped within this blaze, a sight appeared. A sightless priestess, donned in black with a mask covering her eyes, stood in a stance reminiscent of prayer, her hands entwined in front of her. Both Shirley and Dog were spellbound by the unfolding scene. Agatha tilted her head upwards, her voice a mesmerizing and ghostly whisper. Indeed. Those in the know would share our apprehensions regarding the Abyss plan. We've merely dismantled its superficial manifestation, yet lack the power to truly obliterate the underlying force nestled in the Abyss. We cannot simply wait decades for another calamity like the one in Frost to strike, Duncan added firmly. Every such conflict yields needless casualties. My intervention can't be the recurring answer. Pensively, Agatha remarked, Frost might lack the means to craft those deep-sea submersibles once more. Beyond the vessels, the requisite equipment, data, skilled workforce, and vital resources are beyond the capabilities of a Frost that's still healing. Duncan interjected, his tone decisive. Then let's mobilize at the earliest. Have your council devise a strategy. In the worst case, craft an iron sarcophagus primed to detonate within the abyss, housing a cadaver. Using this vessel, I can investigate the oceanic depths. Even though such a temporary embodiment holds limited might, once a stable conduit is fashioned, I should be capable of dispatching my flames to the ocean's floor. Chapter 445, A Fleeting Moment. Listening carefully to Duncan's suggestion, Agatha's mind instantly flashed to the lifeless body that had temporarily served as her vessel for incarnation. With a subtle nod, she indicated that she had no objections to his proposal. I will certainly take that approach into consideration, she affirmed. Duncan hummed thoughtfully in reply. His gaze then shifted towards Agatha's form, which was projected through a glowing, fiery gateway. He scrutinized the indistinct and blurred background behind her before finally posing a casual question. So, how are things going on your end? Everything has been stabilizing at the cathedral, Agatha responded, her voice tinged with a note of relief. Today, we've been in touch with all the city's churches to evaluate our available manpower and to assess the losses we've incurred in the recent past. Just as you mentioned last night, the city-state had a peaceful night. No ominous shadows emerged from the darkness. Even the areas around the psychiatric hospital and graveyard, which are typically more prone to disturbances, remained stable. That's been a huge relief for me. If things continue in this manner, our troubles will be significantly reduced. Duncan raised an eyebrow, cutting through her update. I meant your personal well-being. How are you managing, especially given the intense workload in your current, unusual form? In all honesty, I don't feel tired, Agatha replied with a calm demeanor. Perhaps being in this corpse-like state has its own set of advantages for me. I don't experience fatigue or need rest in the way a living person does. As long as I can find solace in moments of prayer and reflection, I'll manage just fine. Are you currently in the cathedral's prayer room? Duncan inquired further. Yes, I'm situated in the main cathedral, specifically in the room that once belonged to Bishop Ivan. It's a peaceful space, Agatha added, her voice tinged with a hint of sadness as she looked around the room that was both familiar and special to her. Now, the room is solely my domain. At that moment, Duncan felt an unusual, almost unsettling sensation. After a few seconds of hesitation, he asked, "Is Bardock comfortable with you contacting me from within the hallowed walls of the cathedral?" Caught off guard, Agatha fell silent, as did Shirley and Dog, who were nearby. Shirley quietly mumbled, "Captain, how do you manage to think of such unique perspectives?" And that question seemed peculiar. Duncan shot her a stern glance. "Don't interrupt when adults are discussing important matters. You should use this time to focus on your homework. You haven't written a single word yet, have you?" Resigned, Shirley returned her attention to her studies. Meanwhile, Agatha, who was still projected in the flame, regained her composure. She glanced curiously at the statue of the god of death situated not too far from her before refocusing her attention on Duncan. "You know, I never thought about it," she finally said. Pausing to collect her thoughts, she posed a question. "Have you ever asked Vanna a similar question while she's around you? What did she say?" Duncan pondered the query, finding it quite valid. "I've never really asked her. Perhaps I should do so the next time we talk." Agatha seemed as if she wanted to add something, but ultimately remained silent. After a few awkward seconds, she deftly changed the subject. "On another note, I'm prepared to evaluate the current situation in the metal mine." "Really, has the mine's environment stabilized?" Duncan questioned, lifting an eyebrow. "Last time we spoke, you mentioned it would take a few more days." "The situation in the mine has largely stabilized. Going deeper still carries some inherent risks, but I'm not inclined to wait any longer," Agatha said, her expression turning solemn. The gravity of her resolve was unmistakable. "I sense something drawing me into the depths, and this sensation has intensified since this morning. If we procrastinate any further, we might overlook something vital." Acknowledging her sentiment, Duncan nodded thoughtfully. Breaking the ensuing silence, he said, "Before you embark on this, meet me at 44 Oak Street." Caught off guard, Agatha's eyes widened. "You're joining me." "I'm quite intrigued by what might be hidden down there," Duncan admitted. "Understood. I'll find you there before setting out," Agatha confirmed. Duncan gave another nod and with a flick of his hand, extinguished the flames that had been projecting Agatha's image. He sighed deeply and looked down at the fishing rod in his hands that dangled aimlessly. "Well, fishing for nothing is also part of the journey," he mused. Letter 1E5B. Turning to Shirley and Dog, who were lounging next to a wooden barrel, he instructed, "I'll be in my room. Dog, make sure Shirley completes at least the first 5 pages of her vocabulary notebook. Once she finishes her homework, she's free to do as she pleases." Eager to obey, Dog sprang to his feet, wagging his skeletal tail enthusiastically until Duncan's figure disappeared up a nearby staircase. The shadowy hound then sank back into a more relaxed stance, but before lying down, he shot Shirley a stern look. "Quit daydreaming and get writing." "Oh, come on, Dog, you're such a nag," Shirley sighed, rubbing her cramping hand. "I managed to keep a journal, and I don't even have fingers. The least you can do is write with your human hands," Dog retorted, settling down with an air of finality. "Read more, learn more words, Shirley. Don't be hasty. The captain truly has your best interests at heart. You've always longed for a life like other kids have, haven't you? I can't give that to you, but the captain wants to. In his own way, he's looking out for you and Nina. You should realize how rare." Before he could finish his tirade, Shirley raised her hands in surrender. Okay, I get it. You're starting to sound like an overzealous caretaker," she groaned. Resigned, Dog grumbled, but chose not to continue his lecture. Instead, he lowered his gaze back to the geometry textbook that lay before him. As Dog read, his eyes, glowing a bloody red, focused intently on the text. Lines, shapes, and mathematical symbols seemed to dance in his abyssal mind, coming together to form complex geometric structures. Amid these formations, a flickering red light and a series of glowing points arranged in a matrix emerged, flashing intermittently. It was at that moment that Shirley felt something strange. Quickly lifting her head, she looked towards Dog, who seemed to abruptly snap out of his trance. Springing up several meters into the air, the hound shouted, "Holy smokes!" In a turbulent flashback, Shirley found herself catapulted into the air by her chain on the weather-worn deck of a ship. Tossed about like a helpless rag doll, she landed on the splintering wooden planks with a resonant thud. Scrambling up in a frenzy of disoriented movements, she dashed towards Dog, gripping his skull and shaking it with urgent concern. "What just happened to you? You looked so different for a moment there." Her young face was marred by lines of worry and confusion. Stunned by Shirley's vigorous shake, Dog struggled to regain his mental footing. I'm not sure," he blurted, visibly unsettled. "Something flashed before my eyes, something I couldn't quite grasp, and then vanished before I could even process it, but I swear I'm okay now." Nearby, AI, who was engrossed in nibbling her French fries, cocked her head to the side and looked at Dog. "Remote server not responding, please check your internet connection," she said in a tone laden with curiosity. Dog was visibly perplexed. "What?" AI flapped her wings dismissively and sauntered away, mumbling to herself in an indecipherable blend of human and avian speech. "Need to top up some Q coins? How about getting a monthly pass or a season subscription?" Shirley waved her hand to shoo away AI's distractions, turning her attention back to Dog. "Ignore her. She's got less focus than a hummingbird on caffeine. Are you sure you're all right? You didn't short-circuit your brain from too much math or something?" With a confused shake of his skull, Dog responded. "As far as I'm aware, abyssal demons don't fry their brains, if we even have brains to begin with." After conducting a thorough visual and spiritual inspection, Shirley couldn't identify anything amiss with Dog. "All right, it looks like you're fine," she said, visibly relieved yet maintaining an air of caution. Deciding to brush off the inexplicable occurrence, Dog resumed his engagement with the math book, starting from where he'd left off. Shirley, however, remained vigilant, her hand hovering near her chain, ready to pull it at the slightest hint of anything abnormal. Fortunately, the rest of the study session progressed without any further disturbances, culminating in Dog effortlessly solving the last problem. Tossing his pen aside with a triumphant grin, Dog met Shirley's eyes. "See, told you I'm perfectly fine," he said, his voice tinged with a reassuring confidence. However, his gaze soon meandered towards a nearby barrel. "Shirley, you've yet to complete your homework." Her face contorted into an elongated groan. Shirley clearly expressed her distaste for the reminder. Dog could only chuckle, shaking his head as he returned his attention to his math book. Although he was mostly certain that he was okay, a sliver of doubt clung stubbornly to his thoughts. He'd glimpsed something, not another abyssal demon summoned by the book, but something entirely different, more arcane, and utterly mystifying. What in the world had he seen? Chapter 446, A Pleasure to be a Father. As soon as Duncan stepped into the grandeur of his captain's quarters, he found himself pausing, his attention irresistibly drawn to the commotion resonating from the forward part of the ship. The sounds emanating from there were undeniably those of Shirley and Dog, engaged in their usual playful mischief. However, there were no warning signs, no alarms to indicate an emergency. "They're turning their responsibilities into a circus act again, aren't they?" Duncan whispered to himself, a small grin spreading across his face. His attention then shifted toward the expansive nautical map that spread across a large table, depicting the endless waters they sailed upon. A wooden figure that served as his helmsman, sitting dutifully at the navigation desk, made a creaking noise as it turned its head toward Duncan. Crafted from oak, its eyes were made of obsidian, so dark they appeared bottomless. Yet as Duncan entered, they seemed to glow softly, lighting up at the sight of their captain. Ah, the magnificent Captain Duncan honors his faithful first mate with his esteemed company. Today's catch is— "Skip the catch," Duncan interrupted, eyeing the wooden carved goat head that functioned as the figure's head. "With the recent disturbances in the frost region, I'd be surprised if we could fish anything worth mentioning." The talking goat head hesitated, its wooden neck emitting a series of creaks as it tilted left and right in a momentary confusion. Finally it spoke. "Ah, well, if fish are not to be had, at least the morning is calm, sir. The wind is gentle, the sun is generous. It's a splendid day for a voyage. We could chart a course for Cold Harbor if you're inclined." "I've no inclination to get the Vanished anywhere close to a city-state at this point," Duncan said, cutting the rambling goat head short. His eyes moved slowly over the large sea map that dominated his quarters. A ghostly mist hovered over the map, weaving and dancing lazily. A clearly marked route indicated their northward progression. Symbols on the map represented their ship, the Vanished, docked near the icy city-state of Frost and situated at the edge of where the sea mist was parked, which glowed in a haunting green light on the map. "The sea mist seems rather tranquil today," Duncan observed, a half-smile forming on his lips as if a satisfying thought had occurred to him. "It would appear that things are proceeding without a hitch." Without a hitch, Captain, are you brewing another one of your magnificent strategies? The goat head was instantly alert, its wooden neck stretching closer to the map in anticipation. What's afoot? Are you aiming to destabilize the already frail city-state, or perhaps you're thinking of reclaiming the renegade ship the sea missed? Your plans are nothing short of. Duncan cut off the wooden first mate with a sidelong glance. Is that really all your imagination can produce? Plots of thievery and subversion? Have you never considered more virtuous alternatives? Caught off guard, the wooden goat head took a moment to recalibrate its assumptions. Might you be intending to help Frost stabilize its governance during this tumultuous period? Or perhaps you're planning to steer Tyrion away from his rebellious tendencies and guide him back to a more righteous course. Duncan raised an eyebrow at the goat head. Where did you get those ideas? Captain, you may overlook it, but I do have some capacity for observation. During our time together, I've gained a deeper understanding of your character, the goat head replied, its voice tinged with a curious mix of pride and comfort. Its obsidian eyes remained expressionless as it turned its wooden neck deliberately. You're not the type to simply ignore what's happening in Frost. Unlike planned, Frost is deeply wounded by the ongoing calamities. Neglecting it could trigger catastrophic repercussions, and you. The wooden goat head paused, its creaking neck momentarily still as it searched for the right words. Then, with a tone of unexpected sincerity, it spoke again. And you're a man whose heart is imbued with compassion. Duncan didn't respond right away. He studied the goat head, its eyes as black as if crafted from voids that could absorb all light. After a protracted silence, he finally spoke. You're quite observant. For a moment, the goat head seemed to tighten, emitting a low creaking sound. That sounds like something one might say just before permanently silencing a witness. But Duncan just laughed, shaking his head dismissively. You still haven't quite figured me out, have you? I appreciate observant company, saves me a great deal of trouble. With a casual wave, Duncan dismissed the goat head and stood up, directing his gaze to an ornate, antique round mirror positioned nearby. As he looked into it, his eyes sparked with a soft glow, and the mirror's surface transitioned into an abyss of darkness. Out of this play between light and shadow, the figure of Tyrion began to emerge, rushing into view. Good morning, Tyrion. I hope I'm not interrupting your rest, Duncan said, his voice filled with a calm assurance as he studied the panting figure in the mirror. Did you sleep well? Tyrion in the mirror appeared tense, taking several deep breaths to collect himself before offering a rigid smile. Father, good morning. I was actually on my way to find you. Ah, yes, I slept well, thank you for asking. Why so formal? There's no need. Duncan adjusted his posture, a playful smile spreading across his face. Has my previous demeanor intimidated you? No, not at all. Tyrion abruptly straightened his posture, resembling a student caught off guard by a teacher's question. I just have great respect for you, that's all. Ease up, no matter how I act, you don't have to be so tense around me, Duncan said, shaking his head. Now, you mentioned you were coming to find me. What's the matter? Tyrion hesitated as if he was gathering his thoughts and choosing his words carefully. It's about Frost. I'm not sure how best to articulate this, but it seems that they want to. Before Tyrion could complete his sentence, Duncan interrupted. Let me guess, they're offering you a significant role, a generalship, a high-ranking city position, or have they simply offered you the governorship? Stunned, Tyrion looked up in amazement. How did you know? Duncan smiled, a touch of smug satisfaction in his expression. It's simple. I suggested that the Mist Fleet be granted entry into the city. Do you really think that an administration as chaotic as Frost's could make a unified decision so quickly otherwise? You're familiar with their bureaucratic labyrinth, aren't you? The look on Tyrion's face was one of bewilderment, tinged with a modicum of exasperation, as if he were internally debating whether his father was an enigmatic sage or an elaborate prankster. His eyes seemed to say, I spent an entire sleepless night contemplating life and my future, only to find out my father has been pulling strings. Opening and closing his mouth a few times, he refrained from voicing the irreverent thoughts that were swirling through his mind. Instead, he looked at Duncan with a face full of conflicting emotions. Why would you do something like that? It's quite straightforward, Tyrion. Frost needs you and you need Frost. Duncan's face transitioned from a playful smirk to a look of grave seriousness as he spoke. From an internal standpoint, Frost is embroiled in chaos and could benefit greatly from a force strong enough to stabilize it. Externally, the Frost Navy has suffered significant losses, and the city-state is in dire need of formidable protection. Who else boasts both a strong track record in administration and command of a powerful fleet? Duncan leaned slightly forward, capturing Tyrion's gaze with his own intense stare. I gather you've accepted their proposal, which aligns perfectly with what I've said. Frost needs you, and you have something to gain from it as well. Tyrion's eyes momentarily avoided Duncan's gaze. After 50 years of piracy, a change of lifestyle doesn't seem like a bad idea. Be honest. Tyrion sighed. You personally intervened to save Frost. I don't want to see your efforts go to waste. Be honest. Fine, I admire the resilience of the people of Frost. They didn't buckle under the weight of catastrophe. Even when you weren't there, they held their own. I have to admit, I can't bear the thought of them suffering more in the future. Duncan simply watched Tyrion, saying nothing. Tyrion shrugged. I also don't want to see a land once under the protection of Queen Rhaenora descend into a long and irreversible period of darkness. Duncan still remained silent. Finally, Tyrion sighed, a note of resignation in his voice. That's it. That's good. Honesty is especially valuable when you're in front of me, Duncan said, resuming his earlier, more relaxed posture. So, what's your current situation? They've offered me the governorship, Tyrion admitted, his smile tinged with a mix of emotions. They've even drafted a slew of contingency plans for me. Duncan paused for a moment, deep in thought. Eventually, he exhaled softly. That's a bit bolder than I had anticipated. Tyrion looked at him expectantly. Do you have any advice for me? Why would you need my advice? Duncan chuckled. You followed the Frost Queen and commanded the Mist Fleet for half a century, interacting with every city-state in these treacherous waters. I hardly think I can instruct you on how to be a governor. I'd still like to hear your thoughts, Tyrion insisted. Duncan took a moment before speaking softly. Just do your best. In a world as unforgiving as ours, there's very little else for people to fall back on. I understand, Tyrion nodded. Duncan acknowledged before suddenly shifting his attention to the sea map beside him. There's also one more thing. Tyrion immediately sat up, attentive. What would you have me do? Duncan's eyes lingered on the map, where the phantom image of the White Oak was becoming increasingly visible, its position almost overlapping with that of the sea mist. He turned back to Tyrion and flashed a quick smile. Brace yourself. Tyrion looked puzzled. What? With a casual wave of his hand, Duncan extinguished the ethereal fire in the mirror. As the mirror's luminosity dimmed, Tyrion's voice reverberated from its other side, sounding both bewildered and anxious. Wait, what's happening? Chapter 447. A new recruit joins the vanished fleet. A sleek scouting ship with a pristine, gleaming white exterior had suddenly risen from the depths of the ocean. It had come so close to skimming past the back end of the sea mist that the powerful waves it created in its passage made both ships lurch dramatically. Even the seasoned sailors, accustomed to the unpredictability of the sea, couldn't contain their surprise and let out a collective gasp of shock. Upon the startling occurrence, Tyrion hurriedly made his way onto the deck. His attention was immediately drawn to the flurry of activity towards the rear end of the ship. Amongst his crew, Aiden, his second-in-command, was easily recognizable with his distinctively hairless head. On reaching the edge of the deck, the intruding ship's proximity to the sea mist's rear was alarmingly evident. It was almost as if the two ships had become one. What's happening here? Tyrion, both alarmed and curious, hastened to Aiden, clasping his arm tightly, seeking clarity. Aiden responded in a rush. I have no idea. This ship just appeared out of the blue. My first impulse was to give the command to shoot at them. He continued, visibly shaken. There's been all this talk about mysterious appearances from the depths, and now this. As Tyrion made his way to the stern, he could see the apprehension on the faces of his crew. Many of the sailors had their weapons trained on the unfamiliar ship. Several Marines were already in position by the stern's defensive armaments, their fingers itchy on the triggers. The air was thick with tension. As Tyrion tried to ascertain more details about the unexpected visitor, the silence was shattered by a blaring sound. It was an announcement system being activated from the other ship. A strong voice echoed out, Our sincerest apologies. We are the White Oak, a part of the vanished fleet. Our debut journey from this spiritual rise nearly caused a collision due to a mishap. Again, we are the White Oak of the vanished fleet. Hearing the proclamation, Tyrion's face turned stone-like in disbelief, while Aiden, trying to keep pace with his captain, looked like he had seen a ghost. The shock was evident on his bald head, which was now dripping with sweat. Stammering, Aiden inquired, Captain, did I hear right? Who exactly are they claiming to be? Lost in thought, Tyrion's mind drifted back to a cryptic message from his father, the final image of his smile, before their connection was abruptly severed. But as he processed the present situation, out of his peripheral vision, he caught sight of something that took his breath away. He approached the deck's edge to take a closer look. While the white oak itself was clearly visible, its reflection in the water was that of a ghostly ship enveloped in dark shadows and thick mist. Suddenly a memory clicked. During an earlier encounter in a mist-laden battle, a mysterious ship had darted across, its origins puzzling everyone, and here it was again, right in front of them. By now, the crew had also become aware of the eerie reflection in the water. Recollection flashed in Aiden's eyes, and he exchanged a confused look with Tyrion. "Captain, could it be that they're related to the old captains?" Remaining outwardly calm, Tyrion replied, the slightest quiver in his voice betraying his emotions. "My father always did have his own unique strategies. I never imagined someone in our time would brazenly introduce themselves as part of the vanished fleet on an open channel. Where did my father discover these people?" "Do you think they're familiar with the legacy of the sea mist?" Aiden asked, uncertainty tinging his voice. "How should we approach this? Should we extend a welcoming hand and invite them for a dialogue? We need to discern their intentions." As Aiden spoke, Tyrion was momentarily distracted by a sharp pain in his tooth. "Use our radio to request they send an envoy aboard for talks, and let's avoid any more of this vanished fleet broadcast nonsense. Remember, we aren't the only ship docked here," Tyrion, the man soon to take on the titles of city-state governor and pirate king, responded, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Additionally, inform the port authorities. They must have witnessed the unexpected appearance of the White Oak. We don't need a panic." A sudden vessel emergence from beneath the waves, especially in these times, was bound to be unsettling. "Understood, Captain," Aiden said, nodding before making his exit to carry out the instructions. After some delay, the Sea Mist successfully established a communication link with the mysterious White Oak. A quick exchange of introductions and explanations followed, culminating in the agreement that the White Oak would send a delegate over for direct discussions. Soon after, Tyrion was introduced to the representative from the White Oak, a slender man in his prime, donned in a sailor's attire, with short, curly chestnut locks and a discerning yet approachable demeanor. He was accompanied by a young priest. The two stepped onto the sea mist with confident strides. "Captain Tyrion, I've been looking forward to this," the middle-aged sailor greeted warmly, a genuine smile gracing his features as he offered a hand to Tyrion. "My name is Gus, the first mate of the White Oak, and beside me is our ship's spiritual guide, Mr. Jensen." The scene was slightly surreal for Tyrion. He hadn't anticipated the emissary from a ship, with eerie capabilities like navigating through mirrors and uncharted waters, to be so ordinary, a genial smile, a solid human physique, full of vivacity and sanity. There were no indications of insanity, no discernible abnormalities, neither physical nor mental. Was this really a representative of the vanished fleet, someone his father held in esteem? Even with a myriad of questions swirling in his head, Tyrion reached out and firmly shook Gus's hand. "I am Tyrion of Namur at the helm of the Sea Mist, though I think our reputations precede us," he remarked, fixing his piercing gaze on Gus, the perplexing and seemingly normal representative of the White Oak. "You claim to hail from the vanished fleet." With a glint of amusement in his eyes, Gus responded, "Indeed, recent recruits, in fact." He openly appraised Tyrion, the so-called Pirate King, with an evident curiosity. Despite Tyrion's somewhat daunting presence, there was an undeniable warmth to Gus. He seemed balanced, unaffected by the bizarre occurrences around him. He didn't bear the look of someone deluded or corrupted by ancient powers. Could this man really be related to Captain Duncan? The sanity of his demeanor raised more questions than answers. Their initial interaction, as new acquaintances of the vanished fleet, was underlined by mutual skepticism. However, the tension soon gave way to mutual recognition and smiles. "I recall witnessing your ship during that recent confrontation," Tyrion began, breaking the brief silence. "The way your ship maneuvered through the thick mist was indeed memorable." "We were en route to the Mirror Frost region at that time," First Mate Gus clarified. "Our mission was paramount and nothing could impede us." "Under whose directive?" Tyrion probed, his eyes subtly drifting to the young priest, Jensen. "And you have a ship's clergyman. Has the Storm Church expanded its reach so widely now?" Jensen looked somewhat abashed, a sheepish smile on his face. "Until now, the goddess hasn't seen it fit to admonish us." With a playful grin, Gus gestured to the ship's rear. "Doesn't the Sea Mist boast a small sanctuary of its own?" Tyrion, slightly caught off guard, let out a bemused chuckle. "It certainly does." Choosing not to dwell further, Tyrion refocused on Gus. "Your sudden appearance here, is it indicative of a specific assignment?" We're rendezvousing with our captain, Gus elucidated in a rush. Your captain? Captain Lawrence recently ventured into the mirror world on a terrestrial mission alongside a small team. After accomplishing his task, he, along with gatekeeper Agatha of Frost, planned to re-enter our realm. We've just gotten word that he intends to reunite with the ship, Gus elaborated. Yet, something seems amiss on their end. Miss Martha signaled for our emergence. A complication? Tyrion's brow knitted in concern. Just as he was about to delve deeper, one of his senior sailors swiftly approached, urgently whispering news into his ear. Tyrion's demeanor shifted noticeably. Gus, sensing the tension, inquired, Is there an issue? Your captain, might he be an elderly figure, adorned in a pristine white garment, aged around the 6-decade mark, exuding an almost spectral aura. Gus, momentarily flustered, responded. Ordinarily, he wouldn't give off a ghostly vibe, but the other descriptions align. Tyrion, sighing, spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. It appears your captain, leading an army of spectral sailors and an animated mummy, is wreaking a bit of chaos throughout our city. He's been requested for a consultation at the Public Security Bureau, mainly due to his inability to extinguish these haunting flames that are inciting widespread panic among the townsfolk. Gus blinked in disbelief, stuttering, Aye. Tyrion reassured, No cause for alarm. The Bureau recognizes they aren't adversaries. Eyewitnesses recount tales of their heroic endeavors against monstrous foes and their aid to our city's defense forces. They won't face any penal consequences. And also, Archbishop Agatha is currently en route to lend her support. With her testimony, your captain should be free to depart shortly. Good to know. Going forward, it might be wise to maintain discretion about your affiliation with the vanished fleet. It's a delicate subject. Gus nodded in agreement, duly noted. Chapter 448, A Rescue. In the well-lit and welcoming room of the Public Security Bureau, a sense of order and calm prevailed, a stark contrast to the chaos that gripped the rest of the city. The room was amply furnished and equipped with refreshments. Tea and coffee were within easy reach for all who entered. The young clerk looked up from his paperwork and asked, Name. Lawrence Creed, replied the man across the table. Occupation. I'm a captain of the White Oak to be precise. Affiliation. I belong to the Explorers Association. I hold several senior adventurer qualifications, including certifications in history, mysticism, and other maritime fields. That pretty much sums it up. And why have you come to Frost? Lawrence paused, lifting his head to stare at the bright electric light hanging from the ceiling. After contemplating for a few moments, he said, Originally, I was here to deliver some goods specifically ordered by the cathedral in your city-state. The clerk scribbled down notes diligently, then looked up, his smile friendly yet tinged with a subtle anxiety. All right, that's recorded. Don't worry, this is standard procedure. We keep records of everyone who comes through here. Frost is grateful for your assistance. Would you like another sugar cube in your coffee? No, thank you, Lawrence declined with a wave of his hand. He lifted his cup of coffee for a sip, but being in his current ethereal state, he couldn't taste the drink nor feel its temperature. Setting the cup back on the table, he glanced over his shoulder. A group of sailors sat on the couches at the back of the room, their bodies engulfed in ghostly flames. They had nearly emptied the trays of tea and snacks provided. Despite their spectral forms, which rendered them incapable of tasting food or feeling sensations, they operated on the principle of making the most of their time here. Surprisingly, there was no sense of tension or apprehension in the room, even though they had been invited to the Public Security Bureau for causing a disturbance. This absence of anxiety was partly due to the courteous and almost respectful manner in which the security officers had brought them in. As he pondered this, Lawrence felt a new wave of embarrassment wash over him. Though given his current fiery, spectral appearance, he doubted anyone could discern his emotions. The young clerk, obviously trying to balance curiosity with professional caution, then inquired, I heard that you initially were helping the gatekeeper in the cathedral district. So why did you and your crew venture into the upper city and cause such a commotion? Lawrence hesitated, guilt coloring his voice. That was a minor accident. He was at a loss for how to articulate the complex circumstances they found themselves in. Should he be forthright and say that, after an initially energetic and chaotic arrival, his crew still felt adventurous and decided to explore the city? They had planned on buying local specialties to take back to their homeland of Planned, but the ghostly flames they were engulfed in proved hard to control. These flames, which they had momentarily managed to quell, reignited when the sun rose. causing them to literally burst into flames in the middle of a busy intersection. The outcome of this untamed spectacle was a rapid response from the Public Security Bureau, who converged on the scene from 3 different streets. Meanwhile, the residents of the upper city, men, women, and children alike, spread the news of the fiery disturbance as quickly as they could. Lawrence found himself grappling with the complicated truth, hesitant to lay it bare. It wasn't so much about preserving the honor of the vanished fleet. After all, their reputation among mortals was already less than stellar. But even so, they certainly didn't need to add a reputation for causing public disturbances. Choosing to navigate the situation cautiously, Lawrence offered an uneasy laugh and a vague explanation. "We were curious about your city and might have temporarily forgotten to keep our spectral nature under wraps." As if on cue, a crackling burst of green flame ignited on his arm. Casually patting out the flame as if swatting a troublesome fly, Lawrence inspected his chair's armrest to ensure it wasn't scorched. Satisfied, he looked up, locking eyes with the young clerk, offering a subtle yet sincere smile. "Are you able to temporarily snuff out these rather conspicuous flames?" "I'm doing my best to keep them in check, though it may not seem like it," Lawrence replied. "Thank you for your cooperation. Please wait here. I need to question your crew members," said the young clerk, visibly unnerved, wiping beads of cold sweat from his forehead as he struggled to maintain an air of professionalism. With a deep breath to steady himself, the clerk turned to the next interviewee waiting beside the table. A rather unsettling figure wearing an antiquated sailor's smock and hat, whose body was nothing less than a dried-up mummy. Noticing the clerk's attention, the mummy looked up, grinning grotesquely. "Interrogation? Go ahead, ask your questions." All right. Name?" the clerk inquired, wiping his forehead again and silently cursing the supervisor who'd stuck him with today's shift. He couldn't help but feel a pang of envy for his colleagues currently on street patrol. "Sailor," replied the mummy. "Profession?" "Anomaly." The clerk blinked, visibly confused. "Excuse me." "Anomaly, or to be more specific, Anomaly 77, the mummy clarified, gesturing toward its own withered head. The clerk seemed to momentarily freeze, a noticeable gulp breaking the silence. Lawrence decided to intervene. The details behind that name are complex," he said, pulling the clerk back from the edge of mental paralysis. "Don't worry. Once the representative from your church arrives, I'll make sure to explain everything and complete the proper registrations." Though Lawrence's words hung in the air, the clerk appeared unable to completely digest them. His facial expression fluctuated wildly as if he were about to say something. Before he could articulate his thoughts, however, a whirlwind of ashy dust swept through the room. Emerging from the swirling wind was a blindfolded goddess in a flowing black gown. An otherworldly yet authoritative voice followed her appearance, declaring, "I have arrived." On the brink of losing his composure entirely, the clerk latched onto Agatha's entrance like a lifeline, almost leaping out of his seat in relief. "Ah, Miss Agatha, you're finally here. The situation is somewhat." "I'm aware, which is why I've come personally to manage this," Agatha interrupted, dismissing the clerk with a wave of her hand. She then turned her attention to Lawrence, her pale lips curling into an enigmatic smile. "I thought you'd already departed." The room felt charged with an odd blend of tension and relief, as eyes turned to see how this intricate web of awkwardness, spectral flames, and mysterious identities would finally be untangled. "We had planned to," Lawrence chuckled with a touch of awkward relief. He felt as though a weight had been lifted from his chest. Despite the wild, chaotic journey that had bonded them, one truth was undeniable to both him and Agatha. They were kindred spirits. Agatha appeared to share Lawrence's sense of relief. With a simple wave of her hand, she dismissed the young clerk who had been sweating bullets throughout the interrogation. He scurried out of the room, looking like a man who had just received a royal pardon, glad to be free from the stifling atmosphere. Letting out a deep sigh, Agatha's whole being seemed to exude a combination of fatigue and resignation. Her eyes may have been blindfolded, but her mental faculties were sharp. She signaled for Lawrence and his crew to remain calm as her thoughts resonated audibly, almost as if she were speaking into a hidden communicator. "They're here in the Public Security Bureau. No, the situation isn't dire. They even seem to be enjoying the snacks. Yes, I'll see to the resolution of the matter. No major trouble, just a minor public disturbance. People are on edge these days, you know how it is. I should also report there's a runaway anomaly among them, codenamed Sailor, or Anomaly 77. She paused, apparently receiving instructions. "Bring them to you, Oak Street." "Understood." Finally, Agatha broke the telepathic communication and exhaled deeply, lifting her head in Lawrence's direction. Though her eyes were shrouded in black cloth, it felt as though her gaze penetrated the fabric, placing the grizzled captain under a subtle but definite scrutiny. "You were speaking with him, weren't you?" Lawrence queried, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Yes, and he has issued a command," Agatha responded, her tone becoming grave. "He wants to meet with you." Lawrence felt his heart lurch. "You mean?" "The Vanished is anchored in the waters off Frost. Captain Tyrion will provide the coordinates. Your ship, the White Oak, as well as the Sea Mist are docked nearby. You'll spot them as soon as you approach the harbor," Agatha explained in an almost indifferent manner. "Once you're close, your ship will intuitively know where to go. Simply let it navigate itself." At her words, Lawrence swallowed audibly, casting a glance toward his restless crew. Their eyes were wide, each face reflecting a mirroring sense of apprehension. His attention then shifted to the struggling figure of Anomaly 77, who had fallen to the ground and was inching its way toward the exit. Several of his crew members were struggling to restrain the writhing mummy. Refocusing, Lawrence turned his gaze back to Agatha, feeling a knot of tension in his stomach. "Did he mention why he wants to meet us?" "No specific reason, but he indicated it's more of a friendly invitation. So try not to be overly anxious," Agatha began, but before she could finish her thought or Lawrence could respond, Anomaly 77 erupted into a disconcerting cacophony of sobs and growls, shrieking, "I don't believe." "Silence him," Lawrence snapped. Taking several deep breaths to center himself, he turned back to Agatha, nodding solemnly. "Understood, we will heed the call." The atmosphere in the room felt as if it had thickened, saturated with a cocktail of relief, anxiety, and anticipation, as Lawrence prepared to follow a summons that could define the future for all of them. "Relax, you truly have no reason to be this on edge," Agatha said with a light-hearted chuckle, observing the palpable tension among Lawrence and his crew. "To set the record straight, he's far friendlier than any of you might be envisioning." "I don't doubt it," Lawrence replied, a wistful smile tugging at his lips. "But the human mind isn't so easily pacified. I doubt we'll shake off this anxious energy until we've actually stood before him." "Fair enough," Agatha conceded, nodding slightly. "I wish you and your crew the best of luck. Now, is there anything else you need? Given the current tumult in Frost, my hands are somewhat tied, but I'll assist however possible." Upon hearing her offer, Lawrence seemed to contemplate something for a moment. Slowly, he reached into his jacket and, after a brief search, produced a semi-transparent sheet of paper that glowed subtly, as if it had been touched by ethereal flames. He handed the paper to Agatha. "And what might this be?" she inquired, her eyes narrowing, although hidden behind her blindfold. "It's an inventory and damage report pertaining to the shipment for your cathedral. Everything has been delivered to the port as promised," Lawrence said a bit hesitantly. "Would it be possible to settle the account now?" For a moment, Agatha was rendered motionless. Known as the Gatekeeper of Frost, a temporary archbishop, and the envoy of the Usurper of Fire, she was generally a figure of strength and wisdom. And yet this unexpected question had her momentarily stunned. After what felt like an eternity but was actually only a dozen or so seconds, the blind priestess finally nodded. Her words came out stiffly as if she were undergoing a particularly uncomfortable dental procedure. "Very well, we shall settle it." The room was charged with a blend of relief, awkwardness, and a modicum of humor. It was an unusual scenario, no doubt, but then again, nothing was ever truly usual when it came to their dealings. Chapter 449, Experience. The winch groaned as it rotated, pulling the steel cables that were stretched to their limit. The elevator cage, a robust structure of iron, emitted a persistent creaking noise as it slowly descended into the depths below. The overwhelming darkness outside the cage was intermittently punctuated by the faint glow of gas lamps placed at intervals on the mine shaft walls. These dim lights, though sparse, were vital in offering a sliver of security and orientation in this subterranean world. Agatha positioned herself near the front of the elevator, her eyes intently observing the descending shaft beyond the safety rails. The profound darkness masked her features, making it difficult for those around her to discern her emotions or the thoughts racing through her mind. "It's so incredibly deep," a voice broke the silence within the elevator. It was Alice, standing a little behind Duncan. Her eyes followed the retreating light of the gas lamps on the walls of the shaft. A shiver of anxiety evident in her voice, she added, "It feels as though we're sinking right through the city's foundations and plunging into the abyss of the sea." Morris, the elder scholar, remarked from a distant corner of the elevator, absorbed in its mechanical intricacies. "This prolonged descent can indeed create such an illusion. In reality, we've likely traveled only a few hundred meters downwards. Alice responded with an elongated "oh," her face awash with wonder, grappling with the enormity of the distance mentioned. Meanwhile, Duncan was somewhat disengaged from the conversation between Alice and Morris. Drawn to Agatha's contemplative stance at the front of the cage, he approached her and remarked to the introspective gatekeeper, "Your mind seems to be elsewhere." Taking a deep breath and pausing momentarily, Agatha replied with an air of depth and introspection, "Ever since we began our descent, I've been overwhelmed with thoughts. They say that my counterpart stood right here, guiding an exploration team deeper into this very metal mine." Her voice wavered, uncertainty evident. "She appeared to have had an epiphany about her own existence back then," Agatha continued. "The guardians who accompanied her recall her demonstrating an unwavering determination, but they couldn't fathom the reason." Duncan, choosing his words carefully, whispered, "If this duplicate of yours possessed most of your memories and emotions, it's entirely plausible she had a profound understanding of her predicament. A clone can also exhibit resilience and nobility." Agatha remained silent for a while, seemingly drowning in a sea of intricate thoughts. Finally, her voice breaking the stillness, she mused, "I constantly ponder what went through her mind in that instance, what memories flooded back to her. Did she ever feel fear or remorse? She bore my memories, yet her existence spanned merely a few days. Would she have harbored resentment?" Duncan, observing her intently, took a moment before replying, "If you were in her place, would you have held any resentment or regretted your choices?" She answered resolutely, "No, I would not have felt resentment." He nodded slowly, "Then undoubtedly she wouldn't have either." Yet Agatha continued, her voice a mix of sadness and reflection, "However, I believe I'd be riddled with regrets. Dying in this oppressive darkness, my thoughts would invariably wander to the sunlit city-states above, the familiar faces and the places I cherish. As a clone, the thought of not crossing Bardak's gate would haunt me, pondering the uncertainty of possessing a soul. So yes, in her place, I would indeed be consumed by regret." Duncan intently observed Agatha. After a prolonged silence, his attention was drawn to the encroaching darkness surrounding them. "Then she would have felt the same," he murmured, acknowledging Agatha's earlier thoughts. Agatha hesitated, her voice soft, almost as if she were contemplating aloud. "What mysteries await us below?" "The unknown is precisely why we need to explore," Duncan countered, letting his eyes drift to the other passengers in the elevator. Alice stood nervously to one side, while Morris seemed engrossed in thought. In contrast, Vanna appeared undisturbed by the descent, standing firmly at the center, her arms folded and eyes shut, likely taking a moment of reprieve. Except for these individuals and themselves, the carriage was devoid of additional company. Observing this, Agatha inquired, "You refrained from summoning any of your subordinates and opted just for us. Was it caution that guided this decision?" "The uncertainties of what lurks below are aplenty, perhaps remnants of ancient deities or the spreading truth. Introducing regular guardians and priests to such unpredictable situations might exacerbate the risks," Agatha replied straightforwardly. "It's clear that neither you nor your associates are perturbed by these potential threats." Duncan, absorbing her words, offered a knowing smile, choosing to remain silent. The elevator's descent began to decelerate noticeably. The sounds of the machinery groaning to a halt, combined with the resounding thud of the lift touching the mine's base, signaled their arrival. "We've reached our destination," announced Agatha. She raised her gaze, inspected the surroundings briefly, then confidently swung the gate open. As she stepped out, she instinctively advised those trailing her, "Exercise caution. The area has only been superficially cleared. The first responders vacated mere hours ago. We truly are venturing into uncharted territory." Mid-stride, she paused, glancing back at Duncan with a sheepish grin. "Though I suppose such warnings might be superfluous for someone like you." Duncan gestured dismissively, conveying his indifference. His eyes once again peered into the ominous tunnel ahead. The sporadic glow of gas lamps scarcely penetrated the engulfing darkness, casting a haunting and indistinct light. Random debris strewn haphazardly, combined with the spine-chilling ambience, hardly instilled confidence. Reflecting aloud, Duncan remarked, "Perhaps we should have kept Nina aboard a bit longer. Her skills could be beneficial in such gloomy confines." Morris couldn't resist commenting. Considering the possibility of her getting startled and inadvertently unleashing a scorching sneeze potent enough to obliterate this entire tunnel, it might have been wise to exclude her. It's advisable to avoid placing young Nina in confined, dimly lit settings. Her youth can render her a tad jumpy. Duncan responded with a nonchalant shrug. "Youth is a phase of growth. She's on the brink of completing high school after all." Morris's facial expression momentarily tensed. After a brief struggle for words, he retorted, "Captain, usually high school graduates commemorate their transition to adulthood with festivities or perhaps a vacation. They don't typically plunge into godforsaken mine shafts as a graduation present." Duncan burst into laughter. An idea seemingly struck him, prompting him to address Vanna. "When you turned 17 and had your coming-of-age celebration, how did you mark the occasion?" His query was light-hearted, perhaps seeking inspiration for future celebrations for either Nina or Shirley. Caught off guard, Vanna found herself thrust into the limelight. The striking young woman hesitated momentarily, her cheeks flushing with a mix of surprise and mild embarrassment. Pushing through her initial hesitation, she softly admitted, "I was busy prepping for my makeup exams for the school year I had to delay." A prolonged silence ensued. Duncan's expression remained unchanged, though the atmosphere felt decidedly more awkward. All he could do was offer a helpless shrug in response. Meanwhile, Agatha, who had been leading the way, abruptly halted and spun around, shooting Duncan a glance full of disbelief. "What's the matter?" Duncan inquired nonchalantly. "Every time I witness your interactions with your followers, it always strikes me as somewhat otherworldly," she remarked. "The man I see before me, one who has rediscovered his humanity, is a far cry from the legendary figure tales from the past century painted you as. Now I think I'm starting to grasp why Captain Lawrence and his crew from the White Oak were such an enigmatic lot." Duncan remained impassive to Agatha's initial comments. Yet, as she delved deeper into her thoughts, his demeanor began to shift subtly. Once she finished, he quickly clarified, "For the record, while everyone aboard the White Oak is technically under my command, I'm honestly not particularly intimate with any of them." Agatha offered a nod of agreement. "Yes, I'm aware you're not close with them. You've reiterated that point previously." Detecting a hint of jest in her voice, Duncan sighed resignedly. "And how did things end up with Lawrence's cargo list?" "With the current demands at Frost, we're in desperate need of supplies. We've always been sticklers for upholding our end of contracts. Now that the merchandise has been delivered, naturally, the next logical step would be remittance," Agatha began, pausing to shake her head slightly. "However, we can only manage partial payment." Duncan raised an eyebrow. "Why's that?" "The most pivotal piece of cargo, Anomaly 77, has proven uncontrollable and hence non-deliverable," she detailed. "Our agreement mandated that the White Oak hand over the sailor in a secured state to the Frost's Relics Hall. What wasn't part of the deal was an animated mummy." Agatha continued, revealing a tidbit. Interestingly enough, the mummy seemed positively thrilled about its inclusion in the delivery list. Upon learning it was destined for Frost, it nearly burst into tears of joy. Yet, we're at a loss about how to manage an anomaly that's been uncontrollable for such an extended period and can't be secured any longer. It seems prudent to entrust this to your expertise." "An anomaly that's been uncontrollable for an extended period." Duncan murmured pensively, his gaze inadvertently drifting sideways. Alice, sensing Duncan's gaze, turned to face him. An elated expression blossomed across the visage of the doll-like lady, eliciting a chuckle. "Hee." Duncan exhaled a resigned sigh, admitting, "I guess I do have some experience in that department." Agatha's eyes instinctively shifted to Alice, a blend of emotions evident in her expression. By now, Duncan had enlightened her regarding the actual origins of this Miss Doll. Being a native of Frost, Agatha was fully cognizant of just how anomalous it was for Anomaly 99 to be wandering freely within its bounds. Innumerable queries swirled in her mind, accompanied by a burning curiosity and an unsettling feeling in her previously unyielding heart. Yet, Duncan's apparent indifference deterred her every time she considered answering her questions. Finally, she mustered the courage to voice her thoughts, breaking the ongoing silence. But, as she was about to broach the subject of Alice, an unexpected surge of anxiety abruptly silenced her. At the same time, everyone on the team stopped in their tracks. Agatha turned her head, looking towards the deepest end of this profound, long alleyway. Beneath the thick black cover, her vision, already heightened in the flames, wavered, trembled, and distorted. It was as if an invisible wind was blowing against her face, and countless chaotic voices were mixed in that wind, assaulting her senses. She felt her consciousness being disturbed. A massive presence from deep within the tunnel, no, strictly speaking, the remnants left by a massive presence, was resonating with her sanity. She couldn't see what was there, but she could feel a faint echo within that vast and unparalleled remnant. That faint echo was softly beckoning her to come over. "What's over there?" the blind priestess asked. She subconsciously reached out, seemingly trying to steady her somewhat shaky body. A slightly large but distinctly feminine hand reached out from the side. Vanna had reached out and supported Agatha, lifting her gaze towards the immense darkness at the end of the tunnel. "It seems like a hollow tunnel," Vanna murmured, her tone carrying a trace of tension. "A vast hollow tunnel." Chapter 450, Metalore. The tunnel came to an abrupt halt, as though the very earth and ceiling had been sucked into an unseen vortex, fading away into an impenetrable obscurity. Standing at this uncanny juncture, it felt as if the sheer emptiness ahead was a palpable force pressing down on Vanna. Even as an inquisitor skilled in facing the unknown, she felt a deeply rooted primal fear of the abyss swell within her like a surging tidal wave. Morris, trailing behind Vanna, arrived at the edge of this mysterious abyss. Lifting his lantern, he found that its light seemed almost consumed by the surrounding darkness. Rather than disappearing completely, the light became overpowered, unable to pierce the gloom. It only managed to weakly reveal a precipitous slope along one side of the chasm, while the vast majority of the space remained veiled in shadow. "This isn't typical of any mining structure I know," Vanna commented cautiously, casting a quick glance back at the normal mine shaft they had followed to reach this unsettling location. "It's as though the regular passage just cuts off here. This spot matches the stone wall mentioned in those investigative reports." Bending down to scrutinize a small area of the chasm wall, which was barely illuminated by his lantern, Morris mused. "It's as if some immense entity once filled this entire space, and with its absence, all that remains is this gigantic void." Duncan, noticeably concerned, furrowed his brows. "How is it that such a massive cavity has stabilized and not collapsed? If it does, the repercussions for the city above could be disastrous." Shifting his focus to Agatha, Duncan queried, "You've seemed uneasy for a while. Are you all right?" Agatha hesitated before speaking. "I can't see this void you're talking about. What I sense is a cacophony, a large, distorted echo filled with the sound of wind. Are you sure there's truly nothing beyond this point?" "There's absolutely nothing I can see, and no detectable trace of any residual supernatural energies," Vanna confirmed confidently, then pondered aloud. "But if you're sensing something, it could mean there's some sort of resonance between you and whatever residual energies might still linger here." Shaking her head, Agatha turned towards Duncan and asked, "What do you think we should do?" Duncan seemed resolute. "We must go in and investigate." With a wave of his hand, he conjured a ghostly green flame. From it emerged a skeletal bird, wreathed in the same eerie fire, which alighted on his shoulder. AI, observing the scenario unfold, chirped, "The veteran has arrived. The veteran is here." "To mitigate the risk of a cave-in, we're bringing this bird with us," Duncan elaborated. "Once we're inside, stick close together and keep your eyes on the ceiling and the walls for any signs of instability. Should there be any indication of a collapse, we'll teleport everyone out immediately." "Aye, Captain. Understood. Got it. Hey. Gently patting Alice's head, Duncan reassessed the uneven terrain at the edge of the abyss before boldly taking the first step into the encompassing darkness. The rest of the group followed suit. As they ventured into the void, they encountered a steep, uneven slope. The path was far from straightforward, regularly interrupted by jagged terrain and labyrinthine forks that demanded their utmost caution. This treacherous incline seemed to plunge deep into the very core of the enshrouded void, as if leading them toward its mysterious, hidden depths. The path they treaded on seemed like a deep indentation in the stone, as if molded by a substance long since eroded away. Duncan moved deliberately through the dark, his ethereal green flame silently emanating from his feet as he walked. This spectral fire cast a muted glow within a limited radius around him, creating a vibrant trail of flames behind him. Anyone looking back could see this phosphorescent line undulating its way through the shadows, forming a vivid outline that traced their route back to the mouth of the void. In a place where darkness stretched infinitely, setting markers for the way back was absolutely critical. While the spectral dove was their ultimate safeguard for an emergency escape, Duncan didn't take any chances. He left a trail of these flames as they ventured further. These spiritual fires were more than just markers. They extended his sensory perception, allowing him to detect any minute shifts or changes in the surrounding cave walls. In Vanna's grip, a sword had materialized, crafted from shards of frozen storm. She wielded it in one hand, her senses keenly attuned to the potential threat of any lurking creatures concealed in the impenetrable dark. Beside her, Alice nervously clutched her own head, anxious that she might stumble and plummet into the abyss. Agatha, still disoriented by the peculiar echo that clouded her perception, relied on Vanna's steadying arm to negotiate the uneven terrain. Meanwhile, Morris was engrossed in a close examination of the rocks lining their path. "The stone here is exceptionally dense, almost as though it's been compacted together," he observed, lifting his lantern to peer into the distance. The silver light from the lantern flickered in his eyes as he added, "If the entire cave is composed of rock strata like this, it could explain its surprising stability, even after whatever once filled it has long disappeared. The stone forms a thick, heavy inner shell that gives structural support." Pausing, he added cautiously, "However, it's puzzling. For a cavity of this magnitude, a single layer of dense stone would hardly be sufficient for support. There must be additional structural features." Intrigued, Vanna couldn't resist asking, "How much do you actually know?" "My interests span mathematics, history, chemistry, mysticism, physics, a smattering of geology and mining, and of course, combat, firearms, mechanics, and explosives," Morris listed nonchalantly. Vanna found herself speechless. How did you become so knowledgeable?" "Reading a lot of books helps," Morris shrugged. "After all, I'm a historian." Vanna glanced at Morris, puzzled. She mused on how the majority of the topics he mentioned were not typical prerequisites for a historian. But after a moment's hesitation, she chose not to comment. Agatha, supported by Vanna, appeared to be deep in thought. She was once again profoundly intrigued by the eclectic expertise of one of Captain Duncan's crew. The last time she was this struck was when she learned that Vanna was an athlete. Yet Morris seemed entirely unaware of the sense of awe he had inspired in the others. His focus had already returned to the peculiar stones beneath their feet. Illuminated by the glow of the green flame and his lantern, the rocks displayed an understated metallic gleam. Upon closer look, they seemed to bear intricate patterns, unless his eyes were playing tricks on him. Curious, the elderly scholar bent down to pick up a fragment for closer examination. Suddenly he froze. Noticing this, Duncan also halted and peered at the rock fragment in Morris's hand. "Is there a problem?" he inquired, his voice tinged with concern. After a pause that seemed to stretch for an eternity, Morris finally snapped out of his reverie, his voice tinged with a sense of wonder. "It's raw ore. Astonishingly, it's almost pure enough to fuel a steam core reactor directly." Agatha swiveled her head sharply at his words. "Raw ore." "Indeed," Morris confirmed, almost in disbelief. He hastily bent down to pick up another fragment and then crouched to examine the sea of stones around his feet. The more he looked, the more his eyes widened with awe and apprehension. "No wonder. I thought the texture of these so-called stones felt strange, but I couldn't pinpoint why due to the low lighting." Suddenly, the elderly scholar looked up, locking eyes with Duncan and Agatha. His face was a mask of incredulous amazement, coupled with the gleam of groundbreaking discovery. "Captain, Agatha, this cave, or at least the ground we're standing on, is made entirely of raw ore." The air seemed to freeze as every member of the party digested the monumental implications of Morris's discovery. Duncan sensed a heightened emotional tension emanating from Agatha, while Vanna felt her hand trembling ever so slightly. For a native of Frost, no one understood the gravity of discovering raw ore better. "We've stumbled upon new veins in the mine," Vanna finally said, her voice quivering with restrained emotion as she tightened her grip on Agatha's hand. "It appears Frost won't be plagued by scarcity for some time." "True, we've found a trove," Agatha mumbled, her voice laced with a complex mixture of relief, wonder, and apprehension. "But why is this here?" Duncan knitted his brows, puzzled. Could it be that the corrosion from the Netherlord actually generates raw ore? According to our intelligence, that entity was responsible for creating this massive void. The atmosphere shifted instantaneously, becoming charged with a grave solemnity. Even Alice, who often missed the gravity of situations, sensed the change. The puppet pulled gently at Duncan's sleeve and timidly asked, "Captain, what exactly is raw ore?" Duncan sighed. Amidst the seriousness of the moment, Alice remained blissfully obtuse. "Raw ore is the cornerstone of modern industry," Duncan explained patiently. "It's the fuel that powers steam-driven machinery. Just as humans need food to live, machines require raw ore for operation and manufacturing." Alice listened with a look that suggested she was only halfway following, and after a prolonged pause, she finally nodded. "Oh, Tilda." Duncan decided not to ponder whether Alice had actually grasped the concept. Instead, his eyes returned to the impenetrable darkness ahead. His curiosity had morphed into an insatiable hunger to know more. If the cave they were now traversing was constructed of such a high purity of raw ore, What other unimaginable secrets could be lurking in its deepest recesses?